Welcome everybody. We're here with the Legends Talk. I'm sitting next to three legends of the game. They've been in it a long time. They've attended the majors. One of them has made every major. It's Apex, Olafmeister, and Fallen. Well, already guys, thanks for joining me at the table. And really, this is just a quick opportunity to try and get some insight into what it is that has made you guys carry on for so long, let's say, for competing at the top of the scene for so long. So is there anything that you guys that just comes to mind immediately as to like what keeps you going, what keeps you competing? Is it still just the fire in the game?
Passion of the game. I mean, personally, that's the only game I play. I don't play other games at all.
Okay.
So I'm not like a video gamer overall. I just play Counter-Strike. So yeah, it's just the passion for the game itself, that's it.
Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. I've been playing CS since the 1.5 version, 2003. So it's about 18 years now. It's a passion for getting better at the game, you know, being able to beat others, improving yourself as well, working with teammates, all that.
It's the whole picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you need the passion today with all the travel as well, making it more difficult in the past couple of years if you didn't have the passion.
Yeah, back on the days, at least in Brazil, because we're far away from the regions that had the tournaments, when you had a tournament to go, it was like a blessing, right? Like finally, international tournament to go, paid expenses. But nowadays, the reality changed a lot, and we have to travel a lot, mainly during COVID now this year. So traveling is still very nice, but as I have done that for more than 50 times already, like, you know, like I've been traveling for at least 10 years already competing. It's different, but it's still nice though. I like traveling a lot, but it's different though.
It's different for sure. That's definitely something to say. What do you think, Olaf?
It's the same, the love for the game, but also love for competing. Whatever it is, I want to compete in, if it's CS, if it's anything else. If you don't win, you don't have fun, basically.
But not Valorant though.
What?
Not Valorant though.
I was gonna go a different way and say like lifting weights or something, right? Because we just play CS here. We don't play any other games.
Yeah, but also just the way you build a group. I mean, from scratch to something crazy. Just you start from the guys you know. Obviously, they are good players, but building on nothing to get like one of the best team in the world is something like so nice. Working every day, just the process to get from nowhere to something crazy. I mean, that's what I like the most.
It's tough to make a group to become the best. I think everyone here at the table, basically, at some point, had the best team in the world, right? And you know, it's a little bit of a combination with finding the right pieces. Not only the right pieces, but they have to be on the right moments on their career as well. Not in terms of the way they're going to be playing, but also their heads, you know, like what they're going to think about the game, their mindset, the goal. So you have to achieve all those combinations together. And that's the magic, right? Everyone is trying to do it. There's more than 100 teams out there trying to really make this magic happen, and only a few can do it. And I mean, that's what everyone's trying to do.
Do you feel like you guys get seen as role models? Is that ever anything that crosses your mind as well? Considering you have that history in the game, considering you have that pedigree and you've been at the top, does it ever cross your mind that you have to act a certain way, different from when you were at the beginning? Or do you still see it as the same thing? You show up, you play,
teammate,
and you get it
maybe.
done?
I mean, for I don't know about Olaf, but for Fallen, I'm pretty sure it is, because I mean, when you're in game leader, you need to be like that. I mean, you need to show, I mean, your experience even more. Obviously, with Olaf, it's the same, but in game leader, I mean, I feel it's even more than I used to do. Just showing the young guys and the way you need to work and when you need to think and etc. I think you can help them so much. That's what I'm trying to do, at least. I mean, I have like 2 really young guys in my team that with like almost no experience. So I just try to help them in that sense.
Olaf, yeah, we're on this page of like everybody being on the same page, and that was the joke with your team back in the day, where it was just like it was the fanatic hive mind. Like you guys didn't even need to talk; you were always doing the right thing at the right time.
I think it's the most important thing is also to have it in the game. Like we always had the same mindset in the game. Like we were thinking about the game in a very, very similar way, and everybody had so much like confidence in each other. Like we believed whatever the other teammate said, you believed it 100%. And when you win and you get even more confidence. So even when you do something wrong, you might win because you believe in it so much, you know, and everyone believes in it. Yeah, okay, just do what he says and we're gonna win. I think that's just very important.
That's so true, because I felt sometimes it was so wrong to play against Fnatic back in the days, because on Cobalt you knew he was about to come on B-Long. You knew he was about to come, but still you
find a way to kill anyway.
Yeah, he will kill you anyway. And that was so boring.
There's a match. We're playing a finals, I guess. One of Katowice, maybe. One of the finals guy came back.
Oh yeah.
We were actually doing good house, city half. I think one round had a deagle, and he went for 2 headshots and belong. Even though we know he's gonna go there, you know, he still found a way to get it, and they came back in the match or something. I remember that.
It was fun back then. It's tougher now. It's tougher now.
In terms of like highlights, peak highlights, because you guys have been in it, you've been in every major. You guys are multiple major champs. What's your highlight moment in your career so far?
I think the highlight was back in 2015 with the Fnatic era and also winning a major and winning Player of the Year. 2015 was a very good year and especially proud of the era. I think you don't really understand how hard that is to achieve until you have done it and what kind of special team you need to do it. But yeah, that's what I'm most proud of.
I'm happy he didn't say Cologne 2015 because we lost to them in final. So, I mean, for me, it's also, I mean, I didn't win a couple of majors. I just won one, but that's something, I mean, you really look up to every day when you play Counter-Strike. That's just what you want to be. That would be one highlight. And also another, I mean, being able to be good as in-game leader is something I'm proud of. And I just want to do even better now. So it's just a new challenge. And it's really nice to have a new challenge when you're was 27. So it's always nice to have new challenges and just really, I feel like even younger now.
For me, I think I have a couple highlights. First one is 2009 when I get a chance to play with the best Brazilian team at the time. I was about to go to the studies and they invited me to go to the team. That's when I went full CS again. And it was pretty nice because I made it to China, competed for my first time in World Cyber Games. It was pretty cool. And then after that, I think creating that CSGO team with LG, SK, FNX, Bolts, Phelps, all those variations, it was very special because I was working for CS for so long and it felt like in 2014-15, I was able to play the teams and get the final steps of my knowledge, of what I need to know about the game. I was copying a lot of stuff from this guy here, you know, copying a lot of stuff from other people, getting a good understanding of how the game should be played. And then I found very key players different than me that had the same goals, same dreams, and were able to achieve greatness together, you know. And I think the last highlight is really joining Team Liquid because I could carry over from all the Brazilian scene. I have a good chance in a very nice organization with playing with American players. So for me, that's pretty cool as well because it highlights a big amount of my career, Jim.
Well, that's going to be the next point here is like, what's the goal now going forward? That you've had the highlights, but what's the goal that keeps you competing right now?
Winning BLAST Copenhagen is the goal.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
You too.
Well, we know that for Apex,
Go ahead.
being the
ahead.
being the IGL going forward.
No, yeah, for me, just what I'm dreaming is just winning a major again. I mean, it's been 6 years. It's been too long, and I just want to win a major again in next year, whatever my team is.
There you go. Why don't you say it again? I'll skip that one.
Yeah. We'll let that stay on the table.
Oh my god. Yeah, we'll let that stay on the table.
Do you have a
For
goal?
me, my goal is really, I know that I'm 30 right now, so I have a few years left on my career. I don't know how long. It could be 2 years, could be 3 years, 4 years, 1 year, I don't know. And at the very end of my career, I really want to have a little bit of the same feeling I had before, in a sense where I want to be playing, where I can experience the patience and the learning growth phase again. Even though I know I might not really learn everything and get to the same point I was before, I still want to live it because that's what I live for, you know? I never really live for the trophies. Even though I want them, I live for the process. So
No, the process.
this is my...
I agree.
This is my next goal.
The process.
There it is. Well, on that note, that's perfect. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me for the conversation. And that's going to be it from us here. And we'll see you next time.
Welcome everyone, I am YnK today talking about AWP skills, and for that reason I am joined by 3 very talented gentlemen. To my left, of course, is Simple from Team NAVI. We have Cadian and Device, all of them very much better than me at the AWP, so I have an opportunity to ask them some questions. And I guess to start things off, I'm gonna ask you, Simple, when did you start or how did you start playing with the AWP?
I started in 2013.
Okay.
So I just, my first team was Hellraisers, like the professional team. And I was Hopper together with Markelov, and I never understand why he don't wanna continue to play with Op. So the team asked me to do that, and I was playing.
I mean, it makes no sense. Why would they ask Simple to play the AWP?
Yeah, mark it off.
Yeah. No, I mean,
at the time, yeah.
Look 8 years later, right? It was stupid by them.
I think that was a
actually-
pretty good move, yeah. What about you? How did you get to it? How did you start with that?
I think I just always played with it, to be honest. I liked playing with it in Counter-Strike Source as well.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, so, I mean, when I started to play Go, I mean, I played two of the two first professional teams I played in. I wasn't having that role, and it didn't go too well. So I figured maybe go back to my roots.
And you, Device?
My coach asked me to play it.
Really?
Sonic, yeah, in 2016. It was always like shared, I think, between me, Kerrigan, and Cajun. And that sucked a little bit, so he just said maybe you should try open, and yeah.
It's also a role that comes with a lot of responsibility, so I guess I can ask you, Cajun, do you feel like playing with the AWP in Counter-Strike now, you have to perform maybe more than other players because you play that role?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think like being an average player, like when you play the AWP, it doesn't work anymore.
Right.
We've seen like other more supportive AWPers back in the days, and I mean, I probably have a little bit of a different task at times than these two because I also have to be the captain. So there's like some extra responsibilities to focus on. But I mean, if I'm not able to perform good with it and produce a lot of kills, I'm not gonna play the role. I think someone else should do it. So yeah, I think today's Counter-Strike needs someone with AWP who can kill a lot of people.
Do you agree that it's a different role, it's like a unique role in how you have to think about Counter-Strike when you play with the sniper, or for you is it just the same?
It's more about decision making and timing and stuff like that when you're playing the AWP, and yeah, and that's also a skill in Counter-Strike, right? That matters a lot. So,
For example, for me, like at Zop, you just need to hit your shot, as you said, but you don't know how enemy will go. Maybe he will just strafe to bait your shot. Maybe he just how to say that? Always different picks, and you just need to hit it. You just need to know what he's gonna do, in what timings. Maybe he will just rush because he has no time, or he knows that you're here because he heard you. Or
I mean, especially in Pro CS, like face it, it don't matter. You can go to an angle and they'll run into your shot.
Yes.
But Pro CS, they will smoke you, flash you. Someone is gonna jump for and they're off to peek. Like Simple said, they're gonna jiggle peek, wide strafe. They'll do a lot of things, and you even have to, like Simple said, consider when can I scope? Because if they hear it, they're not gonna give you.
and sometimes you need to stay behind wall because in case they flash, you just go on the right or the left, and
So if it's a little bit less dependent on mechanical skill, as we're saying now, I can ask you, like, what is the difference between a game where you feel everything and you end up with a crazy scoreline, bunch of frags, and a game where you're struggling more? What is that difference then at the moment? If it's not the skill, what is going to make that difference where you just take over the game?
I think that if you're in flow, you always hit the right timing. Like, it's hard to explain because it's something that every CS player, if they have a bad game, they're like, how do I get into my flow without becoming like too eager and too aggressive? So I think that it's kind of a balance that everyone wants to find, right? Nobody really knows how you get into that state, but if you're playing a good game and you go watch it, I guarantee you that you make the right decision based on timing, not the right decision based on like mathematics, right? But you will just hit the timing every time and hit your shots. So it's a weird thing in CS that I think we spoke a lot about in Astralis, like how do we find that when we are losing?
The flow.
Yeah, and the feel of the game, which is when you like when NAVI was playing the major, like there was always flow, like you were not really too pressured, so you were always playing on your own terms in some way. And I think that's the same with the AWP. You have to, if you get a bad start, you can't just become too aggressive or too eager. Like you have to just let the game come to you and kind of find the flow of the game.
Yeah, it's actually a really good question that I can then direct to you. When you start a game with the AWP, and maybe the first few rounds are a little bit complicated, right? What is your way to get back into it? Because you said it, you cannot not perform. So how is your way back into the game to find that flow that Device is talking about?
I think with the AWP, it's about creating opportunities as well. Like if you play, in my opinion, too passive, you'll have to be stuck with it in a retake or something as a CT, and that's not always nice. So for me, it's about like you need to search for as many opportunities, get as many shots as possible. It's like kind of also that you kind of need to calculate risk. Like, okay, I can get this shot, and either it's a kill or it's a miss, but I can get away.
Stay alive, yeah.
Yeah, or am I like fully committed in this position? And I think also something like Nikolai talked about is you don't always have to do what is mathematically correct. And it goes the same with the AK and stuff. Like sometimes you can do the stupid play, but you know it's gonna work because they won't expect it. Like if you just play the percentage, like Simple said, sometimes you have to stand behind the corner and wait for the flash because they know the orb is there, so they're gonna flash. That's why you need to expect that and then peek after.
Okay, so I have the hardest question now for you guys because the community doesn't always agree. Simple. Do you think the AWP is overpowered?
I think it could be 5 bullets.
5 bullets?
Yeah, why not? That's, if you miss at least 1 or 2 shots, you get maximum 3 kills, and that's it. So yeah, but overall, I don't think it's overpowered like it was in 2014,
It's a bit
right?
more, a bit less now. What about you? You think it's overpowered now, or is it in a good place?
I mean, like, I don't think it's overpowered, but I think that people don't understand, like, reading into the statistics is pretty, like, you get better stats by being an AWPer. I think, like, the dynamic of the game is good as it is how it is, but I think that sometimes you rate players wrongly because of, it's a little bit easier, I would say, to get good statistics and save more, and it's just like the way you calculate stats, it makes it seem like the ops is just better, right?
Do you agree? OP, not OP, the AWP right now?
Yeah, I don't think it's OP. Maybe like Simple said back in 2014 with the higher movement speed, you could make some crazy peaks and always get away, and you had the CET you could pull out. I think nowadays it's really balanced, and like Nikolai also said, like, yeah, maybe you get a little bit better statistics, but maybe you can look at the stats a bit different as well in the future. Like, obviously the guy who's attacking in football is also going to score more goals. It doesn't necessarily mean he's better than the middle field or whatever, but yeah.
So we agree that not OP, that is a feeling on him. Now, last question, guys. It's going to be an easy one, I think. I'm just kidding. Deathmatch between you guys, 10 minutes. Who wins?
Random.
Random?
Yeah.
Who camps the most? And
Camps the most?
Plays with most sound.
Sound? You use sound when you deathmatch?
No, I don't.
No one does.
I use
You have to hear the bullets.
a little bit just to feel the
recoil.
Yeah, the sound of
You
every
can always
weapon.
see when an opponent on deathmatch play with sound.
You really dodged that one, but I'm gonna take it away. So, thank you very much, guys. That was a very, very good talk. I thank you all to join me to this debate about the AWP. I hope you guys had a good time, and it's YnK signing off.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with the best IGLs in CSGO. Beside me, Glaive. To my left, Apex, and of course, Tabson, hailing from all these different fantastic regions in Counter-Strike. And here we are to talk about what it means to be an IGL and where these guys come from, and just have an open and free-flowing conversation about that. Why don't I start with Glaive, okay? Yeah. 4 majors, New Jersey. We're gonna get to it, guys. Glaive, when we talk about history, because all the players here from different countries have different histories, we have to talk about influences. So who were your influences in Denmark, and also why are there so many?
Talking about in-game leaders in Denmark in the past, I played CS Source. I didn't play much, 1.6. Some of those that helped me the most or learned me the most, I think, was Hunden. That's one of them, and also Regin. Regin learned me a lot about the economy and being a true leader, both inside and outside the game. And Hunden, he learned me a lot about the tactical way of approaching Counter-Strike, and he's really exceptionally good at that.
Do you think you could have done it without them?
I think I could have done it I could have done it with them, also without them, but then I needed someone else. I don't think I could have done it if I didn't have anyone at all. I mean, I did study a lot myself. I looked a lot of AVE in 1.6. I remember me being a child sitting in my dark room, watching 1.6 games, trying to understand how people were trying to in-game lead. And I especially looked at, I remember at AVE and also at Khan from Fnatic back then. So of course I had to do something myself, but those 2 guys, Hunden and Regin, were also a big part of helping me.
You guys have kind of the same story. Of course, Tabson, you played with Gob B, and that was a big influence for you. Was there anyone else in the German scene that you could reference as maybe a bit underrated or hasn't been talked about?
To be honest, there's not many in Germany. I used to play with Struxy. I don't know if people know him. He used to play Source as well. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I used to play with him. He was kind of my first really in-game leader, but I really looked always up to Gob B, obviously. He was the mastermind in Germany. And what he taught me was obviously being a team in-game leader, also outside of the game, being always really humble within your team, and also talk to your teammates really often, just listen to them, feel like them, and be like them basically. And this is something that's really still within me. And obviously, like, unfortunately, there are not many left. Fortunately, I'm in these shoes now, and hopefully I do a great job at that. I think he's really proud of me. Obviously, I couldn't have done it without him. And yeah, that's where basically my influence. And I used to be a 1.6 player back in the days where I was a little child, just playing, trying to headshot everyone. And then I used to be an in-game leader. I was like, maybe I need to do it.
The one thing you guys all have in common, aggressive IGLs who are also entry fraggers in some aspects. And Apex, you're the weirdest one, man. Like, you're the guy who I never thought would ever become an IGL. But in this past year, you've really made it a brand for yourself and have done great and so many good results for Vitality. So did you see it within yourself? And what were some of your influences in France?
Well, obviously, it's different for me than the other guys. I've been in game leader for 2 years, and my work career I've been entry fragging. But the role of entry fragger is more about thinking about the team, because you sacrifice yourself a lot. So obviously, I had this mentality to be in game leader as well, because I was thinking more about my team than myself. I mean, I've done it for so many times. I was almost the only entry fragger in my teams. So I was like a piece of meat sometimes, just thrown on the bomb site for a long time. But yeah, and obviously for me in France, it's quite easy to have a strong in-game leaders. We had like so many back in the days on source, obviously. We had Carwell, we had ASP, you had Malek, the old G2 coach. We had Existence as well. So I had like so many people to look up to. But obviously, the guy I played the most is Existence. He is the best in-game leader we had and captain we ever had in France. He was the best in-game leader on source, without a doubt. He's done so much for the scene, and I mean, everyone knows about him. Everyone knows about his attitude, his mentality, and I mean, he was also a really good team captain, and that's something I really want to be as well. Just to be close to my players, talking a lot to them, and just being sure they're feeling comfortable with my callings and all the stuff. And I think it's really, really important to have this close relationship with your guys. And obviously after that, I played with Happy. Happy wasn't a strong captain, but he was a really nice caller. And also I learned from him is that obviously, if you remember well, we had only one play style, which was 4-1. But yeah, obviously, but back in the day it worked because obviously a team didn't study that much, etc. But he has his own view, but he made sure that we were feeling really comfortable with that and said, just trust me, it's the right thing, and blah, 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 and it always worked. So just, he made sure that we all follow his ideas, and that's something also really strong. You're really as in game leader, obviously we need our identity, the way we call, and it just needs to be followed by the players. So I had so many people to look up to, and that's really nice for me to have so many, and without them, obviously I wouldn't do that. And I have a special mention also for Xtaz, my coach, because he used to be an in-game leader on source, but he was in the tier 2, French tier 2. And but he was like, he was iconic also. I played against him on some French lands, and he always done so well with the small player he had. So, I mean, he helped me a lot during that 2 last years.
So you talk about identity, and I want to ask, okay, Tabson, what would you say is maybe the most important quality, personality-wise, to be a good IGL?
For me personally, it's really to understand the players, what they say. You need to understand within seconds what they actually say. Because when it gets up to high pressure, people are screaming, people tend to stutter maybe a little bit, and it's really hard to maintain this kind of concentration. Mm-hmm. And obviously, yeah, I would say that's for me personally the most important thing, because if you lack these kind of things, you don't really understand the information which you gain. And if you make the bad call, then people maybe also start to not really disbelieve, but to maybe overthink situations which they should not. They should just talk about the situation, what happens, think about what they need to think about, and all this kind of stuff.
Right there, it brings up something that's maybe underrated, right? Because the natural answer would be like, oh, making a good game plan or calling the strat of the round. Do you have another kind of different perspective to just saying, you know, here's the best call for this round, for what's the most important?
I think, like Tabson says, it's really important to understand the players inside the game, but I also think that it's really important to understand your players outside the game and be able to know how they're feeling, if they are comfortable in their roles. That's how you are going to make a really good strat or a good playbook in general on each map. That is to be able to know what kind of role should we put this player in. And if the strat isn't working, is it actually the strat, or do we have to change some roles around to make the strat work? So I think there's more into it than just inside the game. I think there's also something outside the game where you have to make every people comfortable, not only inside the game, but also outside the game. Yeah.
What's it like calling for a dead team, Apex?
What?
I mean, if let's say you were to make changes, but you have to play some tournaments. And everybody in their career, everyone in their career at some point has played on a team where, you know, maybe the player is going to be removed or changed or something like that. You just, yeah, okay. So you got some experience. Apex, if you've done that in the past, you know, what's the headspace you have to go to call in a tournament with a team that you know might not be together in a couple months?
Well, theoretically. Well, the thing is, obviously, when you're with the team, there is pressure. There is all the things like I'm playing with young guys, really young guys, which is not easy sometimes. But right now, I feel they can show all their potential because there will not be any pressure on their shoulders. I'm talking mainly about Kyogen. I know he can do really good. I mean, we had a week of practice with the team last week, and he's done really, really well in division. And that's what I want for him. Just like to not overthink about what's happening or that it's his job and that his pressure and he can be fired at any moment in his head. It's just him to just enjoy and just feel really comfortable. If I will have that team, I will recommend them to just feel really comfortable and just have fun and just enjoy the moment and just try many moves.
And you can really see that there is so much under the hood when it comes to being a good IGL and managing personalities, coming up with game plans, dealing with roster moves and everything like that. And that's why we're sat here with 4 of the best IGLs in Counter-Strike history to have a discussion about it. So I hope you really enjoyed that. And of course, stay tuned for more Blast content coming up soon. Don't go anywhere. Thanks, guys.
And Simple, he knows that someone is there, but they line up. Triple headshot.
First shot, but NAP is here to mow them down inside Arch. Another triple kill for...
Out of nowhere, with no one expecting any kind of a win, and they take down NAVI 16-7.
smoke, but nobody else does. Oh, Tesses! A third as he just whips it back onto Hobbit. Forum tries to activate, but no need. Easy mow down. Body's just trying to get at the top of the stairs, and there's nothing here for Heroic. A shutdown on this A site. No entry, no attempt. Tesses gonna peek around here. Shiro's hands busy, or they were. Nafany finds the headshot. Shiro's still in a dire spot. He goes back at it, and Nafany, even though he dies, take another one. But a meaningful win for Nafany.
The chaos is already rife, and we are only on the doorstep of day 2. We are back here in Copenhagen and kicking off the World Finals with a bang. 2 more opening matchups on the cards today, and rounding out the day with a crucial elimination game. My name is Freya, your desk host for the duration of the tournament. Of course, joining me with the lovely YnK, the ever lovely Pimp. Gentlemen, day 1 was full of surprises, I think I might say. How are you enjoying the Counter-Strike so far?
I enjoyed it yesterday. I think it spiced up the tournament a little bit that NAVI, for whatever reason, decided to lose to Team Liquid. All the respect to Liquid, but no one saw that coming. And then again, Liquid as this death team, you know, the last dance, if they can play at the level we saw yesterday, YnK, there's a potential for some spice in this tournament.
Yeah, we were like, if there's one certainty in this tournament is that NAVI is going to be strong and like, you know, own everyone, probably win the tournament. Well, day 1, that's actually gone over on its head. And we also had Gambit with a pretty clean win against Heroic, playing with a stand-in, of course, in this tournament, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it was Team Liquid to be taking down NAVI at that, sure, we might have seen a team like G2, a team that was a higher echelon, a team that we know are going forward into 2022 together. The fact that Liquid are going their separate ways, still managing to take down NAVI, very impressive.
I find it kind of funny. All the teams did the seeding themselves, and everyone seeded Team Liquid as one of the worst teams at the tournament, and then they come in and beat NAVI in the first game. Maybe you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Also, the thing is, they just outright beat NAVI. You know, it wasn't anything weird or quirky happening. Like, they just played better, and especially on that last map on Inferno, they completely outplayed them, losing only 1 gun round on the CT side and closing it out on the T side. It was really impressive CS from Team Liquid.
Yeah, we had a lot of highlights to be recapping yesterday as well, and we can do so in our CS Money Player today. Of course, you guys are voting over on Twitter, so we can crown out what's coming in at play number 3 then.
It's going to be Tessus with the M4 A1S. They didn't have a good game yesterday, Heroic, but he did everything he could in order to keep them alive on Inferno, and Prone a comeback with 4 kills with the M4 A1S.
Yeah, and Simple with a rifle, not something we're used to seeing as much these days from him when it comes to highlights, but still showing he's more than capable of pulling off big rounds with the AK-47 here. Gonna end it up with a nice little one-tap. Unfortunately, it was too little, too late.
It's a man who does it all. Another man who's starting to play well again is Stewie2K, coming in with the rifle and actually acing out against NAVI. And it's nice to see Stewie back at this level. It's been a while. It's been a couple of years, actually, where Stewie really haven't been as good as he used to be. But I think we've seen more and more of the old Stewie2K, and this is a great example of what he used to do a couple of years ago, absolutely destroying his opponents.
Yeah, it was incredible indeed, and great to get to speak to him as well after that matchup. He was so cool, calm, and collected coming off that, saying, you know, we kind of can't believe that we just beat NAVI, and the fact that we weren't even really practicing as a team.
I mean, it's funny, you see that winning moment from them and they're all like laughing, smirking a little bit, almost as if did this really just happen? Did we really just pull this off? How did we pull this off? But yeah, I mean, it's just what happens when you have veteran players who are actually playing without pressure, and you know, we heard some of the comms from them and you could tell they were really in the zone.
Yeah, and that's how NAVI ended up in that lower bracket matchup. We're going to be seeing that later on today versus Heroic. I know we kind of pointed out at the end of the segment yesterday, but this is how NAVI started their route at the World Finals last year, and they actually ended up taking the title.
As James Banks
maybe,
will remind you.
Yeah, maybe,
for the whole day yesterday.
Maybe they just want to play some more matches.
Maybe they just want to spice it up a little bit. I think one team that is kind of sorry about that right now would be Heroic, and everyone going down to the lower bracket. I think YnK said it pretty well yesterday. All the teams right now either chance of going into the grand final without having to beat NAVI at single point in that upper bracket. So, of course, NAVI are going to be the favorites in the lower bracket, but I think all these upper bracket games, they just put a little bit more effort into it now because everyone want to avoid NAVI from this point on.
Yeah, I mean, we heard it from, what was it, Nico saying in an interview earlier, the fact that he feels like NAVI is the only team that probably is going to take them down. Now they're in the lower bracket, even more of an opportunity for G2 to staying up there.
Yeah, because you felt like, you know, you think you're a favorite in G2 if you're G2 in most games, right? But even if you lose, there's still beatable teams there. You're not counting on NAVI being in the lower bracket. Yeah. So that's what kind of, you know, suck for all of these teams. But also, if they're really saying that they can beat them, you know, if you knock them out in the lower bracket as well, grand final is going to be someone else. So still, tournament is yours up for grabs.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing G2 in our first game of the day. They're going to be taking on NIP. That's going to be a really interesting one, as of course that is a rematch from what we just saw recently at YnK CET. Then Astralis taking on Vitality. And the fact that Vitality Vitality, even though there's rumors of these roster shuffles coming in, the fact that they've just won a tournament as well, the first tournament they've won this year.
They're coming in hot. They're coming in very hot. They're playing probably the best Counter-Strike this lineup has ever played. Ever since, you know, that there were rumors about them being a dead team and them, you know, not staying together for next year. It's kind of impressive to see Vitality at that level. Astralis as well, they've now had some time to practice. They used, I wouldn't call it an excuse, but they say we only had 11 days leading up to BLAST Royal Arena. Now they have some practice days and we get to see probably what would be the final iteration of this constellation of Astralis with Lucky on the rifle, Glaive on the AWP. I'm very curious to see if that's still the case.
Yeah, and we've heard that Zip has kind of alluded to potentially some changes coming in for that roster as well, even though there's been a lot of changes already for them.
Yeah, and some surprises, right? We don't know if he's referencing in-game stuff. Maybe they changed some of the positions around, swapped some roles, or put more focus on some of the other maps, so their map pool might look a little bit different. We'll just have to basically wait and see what they mean when we get to that game later today.
And how much stock are you putting in Vitality coming into this tournament as well? As we know they're going to be making, they're potentially going to be making those changes, not confirmed or denied yet.
Well, they are playing great Counter-Strike, but I think they're going to be a bit jaded at this point because the third tournament in a row, right? And Astralis is coming in fresh. I mean, actually, me and Jacob are the only two guys who picked Astralis for that series, funnily enough. So we agree on that compared to everyone else. But that's why I think, you know, they may be running a little bit out of steam, and just also, you know, the end of the season is so close, and it's been a super long one for Vitality as well.
Yeah, and I know that's something that Heroic brought up yesterday, Caden, in that interview, saying, you know, there's been a lot of effort going into all of these tournaments coming to the end of the year, and now they've got to pull out the most effort as they're going up against NAVI in elimination.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be incredible tough for Heroic, for Vitality, for Astralis, for all these teams, even NIP. I think this the fair sentiment to say for all these teams. It's been a very long season. It's been a time that's jaded them down a little bit. So coming into this tournament, they'll have to run on the fumes, and we'll see who had the most energy throughout this week.
It's okay for Heroic, you know, the player break is just a short drive away. Don't even need to get on the plane.
Yeah, well, we do need to get some other games underway before we get into that crucial elimination series at the end of the day. And two teams that faced each other 7 times this year alone. G2 are hungry for revenge after NIP took them down at IEM Windsor. We're going to be seeing exactly how the action goes down after this break. They may have been absent at the Royal Arena, but G2 are returning with a vengeance here in Copenhagen. And the first name on their hit list comes in the form of NIP, the team that took them down at IEM Winter. But coming off of that tournament, YnK, now we've seen G2 with a bit more stability back on their rosters. Of course, NIP CET does return.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, one of the toughest, probably the toughest piece to lose in a team is the in-game leader. He kind of makes everything work and helps everyone perform in their role. And that also meant a lot of switching around, right? Because they decide to bring in the opper. So it's not just a different player who plays in his role and someone just takes over the in-game leading. Amanek had to move around, take next positions, right? It was a whole thing. In-game leading was split across a couple of players as well. Nico, I know he loves to in-game lead, so he probably had a great time at IEM Winter. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't want to say through, but they should have won that game in the semi-final, absolutely, and been in the final. And you know, who knows, they might have went all the way, but it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, if you don't want to say it, I will. Like, they did throw that game against NIP. You know, it was obviously a close game, and obviously a game NIP had great honor in, but G2 were leading all the way through, and they should have closed that game out. So I think you're right when you're saying they're coming in with revenge. You know, they want to make a statement, they want to win a trophy as well, and as Nico said in a couple of interviews as well, it's been a very, very long time since G2, or Nico for that matter, has won anything, and this may be the chance now. NAVI is also showing weaknesses.
Well, speaking of Nico, we are going to get a few more words from the man himself as Banks catched up with him ahead of the game.
There's a lot of talk at this event about dead teams. I wouldn't say that G2 is one of them, but I do know, obviously, there's rumours about Munacy and stuff coming in. How do you guys view it? Are you a dead team coming into this, or is this just the full lineup we're expecting?
We are not that team, that's for sure. We don't have that mentality, and for us, it's nothing set in stone yet. So we are still the same team like we were at the major. Like, we are gonna do everything that we can to win the trophy and to put up a good fight, at least against majority of the teams. Like, we are not that team like Vitality or I don't even know, like Liquid. We are just exactly the same team like you saw on the major, and we will show the same face that you saw at that one.
And now with Nexa coming back into the team, how much of a confidence boost is for you guys to actually just play your roles, play your position as normal, being with him being able to kind of take some of the leadership duties away from the rest of you?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously it's a good sign that Nexa is back for this event. Unfortunately, we didn't play with him for like over 20 days.
Yeah.
That's a bit. It doesn't feel like it felt for the major, you know. But we'll do our best to get back into the shape together, and we need to really take this, like, not serious. Like, we take it serious, but we have to push ourselves much more to get back on the track really fast. We don't want to lose some key rounds because of a lack of communication or because of some stupid individual mistakes. So we'll try to minimize the mistakes as least as possible, and we'll try to help Nexa as well to feel more comfortable as well coming into this event, because he didn't call for a while now as well. So overall, we are much more confident than we were for the last event, that's for sure.
That's always a good sign, but real quick as well, how badly do you want to get revenge on NIP?
Yeah, I want to beat NIP really bad, especially because there was some banter before the match at IEM Winter. Yep. And then we lost, karma hit me, but now I really want to beat him because of that.
Any words for Rez?
I'm coming for you, man.
Lovely, Nico. Thank you very much, brother.
Nico, certainly hungry for revenge coming into this grudge match, but two players you wanted to keep an eye on coming into this and compare a little bit, NIP CET and, of course, Amanek.
Yeah, because Amanek took over Nix's role when Kineas came in and played the AWP, and I think Amanek once again showed how versatile he is. He wasn't falling through. Amanek was not playing a bad tournament, but he's not a player that makes the difference on the server. He's not a player that elevates the team. Whereas I do feel Nexa, given he's the in-game leader, as YnK CET as well, he does add a lot of value to this G2 lineup. I also think it's a little bit underrated to state that he actually has been playing well as of late. At the major, he was doing a good job. Some of the bigger tournaments after the break, he's been doing a good job. So I think Nexa has progressed and gotten better over the course of 21.
I think also it's a perfect opening game for G2, a little bit of spice there with the revenge game, and also, you know, a weaker opponent in which Nexa can kind of get through the first game back at a tournament after a while, hasn't played an official. And arguably, this is where the lack of a coach can hurt them a little bit, because usually a coach would sit down with him and kind of, hey, let's just go over some of the basics, like, you know, let's not forget our identity, and let's make sure that we don't do some crazy stuff early on, and just keep playing our game and similar to what we've done at the major, really.
And now looking at their opponents, of course, they're also coming in with a standard, and we saw him for a couple of games at IEM Winter. Fuzi coming in for the side of NIP. First of all, I just wanted to get your takeaways from what we saw of him at IEM Winter.
I think he was doing all right. again, he was not making the difference. I did think he had one CT side on NUke against G2 where he really stepped it up, played well. But it's easy to see whenever it gets on the T side, on Inferno in particular, but also on NUke, as we saw, it's hard for him to find impact. It's hard for him to slot into the team and be the guy that can make the difference. Whereas if you're Hampus and you look towards Device, sometimes you can maybe ask Device to go find an opening or go make a play. Whereas for Fusi, it's still very early on. I will say, though, that his debut was more than okay. It was acceptable, and I did think he showed promises for the future as well.
I think the most important thing is for most of the time he wasn't a liability for the team, right? Like he wasn't lights out, like he was just kind of doing enough. And you have to realize what Hampus said in the interview, they didn't even have time to go through things with him for the maps, like only NUke because they knew they were going to pick it. They went through a bit of some strats on the T side, everything else was just freestyling. Like, what am I doing in this round? Just follow us, like we'll tell you what we need from you, like in the end. How ridiculous is it for a guy just coming in, his first officially in the semi-final, like you don't even get any help, you don't know anything what you're supposed to do. And I think if you take that into account, I think he performed admirably.
Well, speak of the devil, we are going to get some words from him courtesy of Banks.
I've got Fozy with me from NIP who's standing in for Device, and it's a second tier 1 event. Now, your first one for IEM Winter, you came into the semi-finals, you know, very high pressured, big event, but you actually performed pretty well. I just want to see like how you were feeling in terms of comfortability when it comes to this.
Yeah, I mean, I got the news like 24 hours before the match, so I took the first train from Gothenburg to Stockholm, and I just went there and played my game. Like, we didn't have any practice, so we didn't really have pressure on us, I'd say, or I didn't have pressure on me, so I think that helped a bit, actually.
And let's look at your actual results-wise, because obviously you ended up beating G2, a very close series, but you put up some good numbers as well. I think for your debut to Tier 1, I think the community would say it was pretty good, but what did you make of it when looking back at it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not satisfied, and I don't think I will ever be satisfied, but it was a decent first performance.
And in terms of the team, right, and all these players you're working around, how are they helping you out? What are they telling you to get ready for these kind of games?
Yeah, I mean, they're helping a lot, especially Esotag. He's been helping me a bit. For example, we played Dust 2 versus G2 and Vitality, and we never played that map in Young Ninjas. It's our permaban, so I've gotten some help with that, and yeah, they've been really supportive.
And in terms of actually when like you come to this event now, you obviously had a bit more time. I know there's not many more days in terms of practice, but do you feel more confident this time around than when you first jumped in?
Yeah, I mean, I got the first game out of the way now, so yeah, I'd say so.
And G2, right, you get to play him again after you took him down out in the semi-finals, but this time they have the full lineup. What does that change for you guys, or is it still the same?
I mean, obviously they're a bit scarier with the full lineup, but I think we'll pull through.
I like it. I like the confidence. Fozy, good luck, man. Thank you very much.
Echoing exactly what you were saying there, YnK, the fact that Fuzi didn't really have that much time to be practicing coming into this, and the fact that he has probably one of the biggest shoes to fill on the entirety of the NIP lineup in Device.
Yeah, definitely the biggest shoes to fill. And, you know, think about it. Well, he didn't even have time to practice since they played on Sunday. Monday they traveled, right? So they've had like probably just yesterday really to kind of go over things. And yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. I think Hampus is one of those guys who understands the position in which his team is in and isn't going to try to overcomplicate things. Like they're probably going to try to play the same maps they already played with him and kind of make it easier in that sense.
Yeah, let's see exactly how the Pink bands are going down. You're sort of speculating you feel like it's going to be the same. Do you feel that way, Pimp?
Yes, I do. I expect the bands to be the same. I expect the map pool to be somewhat the same. Maybe G2 could throw a curveball in here, but Dust 2 look pretty confident for them against NIP in that game. And as Fusi said right here, he's never played Dust 2 with his Young Ninja team, right? So he's not really feeling comfortable at all there as well. It's hard to see how NIP can steer any difference, right? It's hard for me to see how they can mess this up as well. You know, coming in with this pick on NUke makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, no reason to really switch it up, right? The Dust 2 thing is obviously a weakness that they can target and then that they can punish in G2. For NIP, there's not too much to choice, right? And also, they already played them like recently for Fuzi. Again, I think it's really important that he plays the same maps because not just on the T side to know like the strats, but also on the CT side to get a feel for the rotations, right, for the timings. He also played against G2, so you've seen already some of the things that they like to run as a team, what's the style that they like to play with, and yeah, no surprises here for me.
So the fact that NUke is coming in again, well, the whole veto is exactly the same way as it played out at Iron Winter, but NUke as our first map, that was a very close win for NIP last time. What do you kind of take from that? Anything you were hoping to see being maybe different for a cleaner win?
Yeah, I hope G2 will just close out the game. I think they were leading 10-3 in that NUke game, and then they allowed NIP to come back into it. They lost the Tech 9 round, and all of a sudden they lost control over the game. In all due respect, right, we expect G2 to now start on the CT side as NIP picked the map, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see G2 do it relatively easy here, right? NIP showed us, especially with the inner executes, look out for that. S-Attack popping through a smoke in the door. That worked out wonderful for them. Outside of that, I don't see NIP having anything to come with here. So I expect G2 to win NUke. I expect them to win this game 2-0, and it shouldn't really be that close of a fight as we saw just a week ago.
I think the problem is also, you know, a lot of rounds, like, you know, Kenny, to be fair, was over-peaking in some rounds and just, you know, giving away advantages back to NIP in a sense. I think now with the full lineup, they're going to be more disciplined. And if there is going to be a way for NIP to you know, steal away around, it has to be Hump who's going lights out, playing yard, especially on the CT side, like to be disruptive and just super annoying.
Well, a grudge match is certainly on the cards, and the best way to be kicking day 2 off here at the World Finals. G2 hoping to claim revenge for that loss at IEM Winter. We're going to be kicking it off on NUke after this break. You don't want to miss it.
Days after their last clash, these two teams return to lock horns once more.
NIP, they're equipped again. They're going to have to try and defend the bomb site. S-Tag is doing it. Oh my God, what a spray down.
But here's Amanek first shot's good. Hunter adds one, but Evanak through the floorboards takes the man advantage into the hands of G2. He's being chased, and he still fights back.
While G2 is bringing a full-strength side, NIP must reach deep and hope the young ninja in Fuzi can rise.
This is going to be a fun matchup to kick off day 2 here at the World Finals. It's G2 taking on NIP, and Hunter, I've got you by the side of me because I'm already seeing even here we're getting like banter chats going on the server. How badly do you want to beat these boys?
Well, I mean, we want to beat them, of course. First game is always important when you come to the event, and especially that we lost against them a few days ago. Now we have next, we have our IGL, and I think, and I expect us to win, honestly, today.
And really, right, with the banter going backwards and forwards, you guys are the kings of that. You even banter yourselves.
What did you say? Repeat, sorry?
You guys are the kings of the banter because you even banter yourselves all the time. So this should be just you be able to mock them, push them down, yeah?
Yeah, of course. Like, as you know, what G2 is doing kind of content, and us as a players, we are like always fun, and we try to make fun out of everything. And yeah, like we'll try our best today to win them, and looking forward to play against them again.
I love it, Hunter. Go get yourself ready. I'll catch up with you later on. We'll move on over to the NIP side as they're all focused and ready. I see Calc here standing behind. He's making faces ready. He's smiling at least, though. That's always a positive. That's fine, Calc. You can run away because I'm coming for Rez anyway. Rez, come with me, buddy. Because Nico was having some nice banter and fun words with you. He actually said he was ready for this game to put you down, but you feel you got a chance now they've got the full lineup back?
Yeah, definitely get a chance. Obviously pretty difficult with a new player, but I think we can shut it down.
But you're going to use that as an excuse if you lose then, just new player?
Yeah, obviously.
But any fighting words back for him?
Nah, I'm just a friendly banter back there. I just want to have a fun game, and I'm looking forward to it.
So very typical Swedish. There we go. Rez, take your seat. Let's get into this game. Let's see how the first match of day 2 is going to go down as it's NIP taking on G2.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Banks. Day 2, and we get off to a pretty hot start. This is going to be exciting. Nexer is here. It's all good.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, I don't want to call it a grudge match, but it is a little bit of like revenge seeking for G2 after just last week dropping a wild semifinal to NIP. A semifinal they definitely feel like they should have won. A semifinal that everyone who watched probably felt like they should have won. So this for G2 is no joke.
In spite of that, the odds are actually still pretty much in favor of G2 by some margin even. That's maybe a little bit shocking.
You know, it should be. I'm not too surprised by it at all, because I think G2 was such overwhelming favorites last time they met, even with NIP upsetting it. But then you also come into this and remember Device isn't going to be here. The rookie standing in, Fuzi playing for him as well. Now he played admirably in the previous season or series. It'll be interesting to see if he can do it again.
Without a doubt. I look forward to it. G2 obviously themselves in some state of flux, so I don't know, it's the whole post-major thing that's going on.
Yeah.
Hard to say exactly what will happen here. And I mean, we just learned yesterday that even a team that's in a bit of a weird state, if you have some good core players, you have a strong foundation, you can still do some damage. So.
Well, and on top of all that, not just like a good core player and good foundation that you also have the second best player in the world at the moment. Nico is playing unreal. His individual level for the second half of this year has been incredible. So you have that reliability factor of Nico. You know he's going to be delivering for you. I mean, last time these guys played on Nuke, it was like 30 some kills, almost just under 30 in regulation as well. Like he's in hard carry mode right now, and then he's got his teammates as well. Hunter's been having a good year, good job being a second star for him. So NIP's got their work cut out for him despite the fact that they won the previous meeting.
All right, well, it's always good to see some revenge. We appreciate that. Definitely Nico, it's rare that he has a game that he drops where he isn't doing a lot of work. So I expect for sure that he's going to be here today. And anytime you're lacking Device on a team, you know that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it certainly hurts. He's been a phenomenal performer, and him and Rez seem to have been like gaining some momentum, kind of playing together as a little bit of a 1-2 punch. You add in some of the other pieces that NIP's brought in, and again, like this project as NIP's trying to build it with Device going out, all of a sudden it's tough to build some momentum. It's tough to feel like you're having consistent match and a consistent environment with which to kind of assess how you're moving forward. So, yeah, still some rough times for the NIP squad, and I mean, look, if they can do it twice in a row, that's going to be super impressive. That's going to be absolutely magnificent.
that will set up for hopefully a third matchup somewhere in the future. And then we'd have a real grudge match on our hands. Here we go. G2 versus NIP. We're going to start on NUke with G2 starting on the CT side, NIP on the T side. So welcome to day 2. And looking at the pistol buys that are coming out right now, seeing at least the one P250 picked up there on Rez. Always a good tool.
Yeah, next on the other side of things with Kit and Smoke as well for a potential retake scenario. He's going to be using that in-ramp room for the moment. NiKo and Omanek outside, and Omanek spots one. There's that P250 straight to the head, and I think he even spotted NiKo. He might know there's one more outside. He's being cautious as he swings out. NiKo, nasty little off angle, but still dangerous. If he doesn't get a clean shot, that P250 can sing.
Probably hoping that some of the smoke or the flashbang there. They did spot him out. It's a good read by Rez, but even better shot by NiKo to take him down. You pick up that P250 again, and I think Hampus just did. So 4 versus 3. It is still a pretty good opening for NIP right now.
Yeah, but Fuzi crossed, and actually Hampus and Plopsky fell back. They're going to go to lobby and meet up in F-Tag. So actually, this is really cool. I think NIP has just completely faked out G2. They think that the lower bomb site is going to be the end game. Or maybe this push might actually be perfect.
Oh, this is crazy. What a crazy reaction coming out from G2. They do catch them at a pretty good timing. Some good damage being dished out there. Hampus and Plopsky, both fairly low on health. And not even that, just getting the information. They know now where at least half the NIP team is.
Yeah, well, they know like potentially the lower bomb site is not under direct attack, and Hunter's completely out of position. And Hampus holding this flank. Oh, this can be everything. Jax must win battle, and he's got it straight to the head.
It looked like that was perfect. The crosshair placement was right there, and it still wasn't enough to actually get the kill. So 2 versus 2, and the bomb is down and planted. Hunter and Nexa trying to see if they could get this going. That's spotting at least one of them out there. Plopsky being a really annoying player at the back of the site, doing a lot of damage. He's going to get a headshot on Hunter eventually. And they're both low on health in this 1 versus 1. Glock, he's just trying to fall back, and it's perfectly placed. Such a good afterplant there for Plopsky, and the NIP will win the pistol.
Actually, a pretty cool round for both teams. I think G2 was outpositioned for a while and a little bit fooled there for a moment, and they found a way to get back into the round and get the information and have a chance at that retake. So very, very cool pistol round, and NIP going to come out on top of it. Helpful that you get a little one-tap like that to open things up with, but some good shooting from G2 in response. And right out of the pistol round victory for NIP, we're going to get a little bit of a tech timeout as teams fix some sound issues, and it's already good to go.
I've got to say, I'm impressed that they went to check lobby after getting pretty strong read that it was going to be some sort of a B attack.
Yep.
Kind of hard to, especially maybe in a pistol round, to make up your minds and say, hey, let's go and find out what's happening. Let's just not make assumptions, let's find out. And usually, I mean, if you find, I guess if they are going lobby and they found no one there, they could have gone down vent, so they're going to try to sort of get to B anyway. But still, that's some heads-up thinking for G2. Second round coming up, and they're going to buy right into it. I feel like we're seeing that all the time these days, this second round CT buy.
Yeah, we're seeing it quite frequently. NiKo, no slouch with the Scout. If you saw the series at IEM Winter, he had a couple crazy rounds with this weapon. Just crouched beneath him with the cover of the smoke, and oh, just a little bit too far out. He swung wide and no chance of getting back. Good pick for NIP.
A little bit greedy maybe, out in the garage, trying to find a kill. Eventually, he's going to be returned upon there. So 4 versus 5 now, and when we see even in these rounds, if you don't feel like you can win the round, sometimes the CTs will just save even pretty early on to get a better shot at it next time. So we'll see what happens if NIP get in and take a bomb site without too many casualties. Maybe we'll see G2 just walking away from the round.
No, this isn't a save round. This is 3 players up top. So, I mean, if NIP end up attacking this upper bomb site, it's going to be just a battle the whole way. Hampus is going to be forced off. And this is a tricky round for G2 to stay in it and decide they want to fight without having any outside control. They've lost all of it. Jax, good shot in towards Hut. Now this becomes doable. This 5-7 in Omanek's hands around this smoke can be so dangerous. He's going to drop in events, though, and Plopsky's heard everything.
Yeah, he knows. Almost right behind him as well. 30 seconds left, and Hampus making another go at it. Going to be around the corner next. Oh, even though you're quick coming up the ladder, not quite quick enough for that MAC-10. Molotov perfectly into the hut. That's going to force them back and means they should be able to get the bomb plant down here, NIP. 17, 16 seconds now, and then it's a 4-on-2. Do you want to risk that Galil and try and go for it, or just just walk away? It looks like Jax is already thinking about that.
Yeah, you walk away. Maybe YnK can get something, a rifle right at the end of it, but that's another good round for NIP off the pick of NiKo outside, controlling the outer yard. Hampus has a very, very smart, patient play after taking that initial battle and losing most of his HP, finding a way to win it out in the end. So 2-0 for NIP, only losing one player.
Did we all pick G2 today? Did anyone?
We did.
And no one was crazy?
We're really going for the curse here.
All right. Well, it worked yesterday with Liquid and Navi, so why not? Galil is going to be saved. YnK at that 5-7. For whatever reason, we're seeing that more and more now. It's like, I can't even think of why. It's not, nothing's really changed, has it? It's just people have started to discover it again.
People have been getting, there's a lot of people now just getting a little experimental with the pistols. A lot of dualies coming out, which warms my heart. We've obviously seen the Tech 9 make a certain level of resurgence. The P250 and the Deagle both still popular.
R8? No.
No.
Still.
No.
Still no real love for the R8.
Calm down.
Sad times. Sad state of affairs. Oh! The Deagle.
Peace.
It never really went away, did it? It was always there. Yeah. Hampus told to sit down.
Good start. What more can they do? Hard part is coming right at Hunter, who's got the weakest weapon of everyone on this roster. And yeah, he wants nothing to do with the fight, spots it out. And here we go. Unfortunately, he's the only one as well in this upper bomb site. Nobody else here to defend except NiKo. Deagle, as we saw, can be dangerous, but yeah, he's forced back. S-Tag guarding the flank, a little bit of damage, but he's going to continue the fight. Double kill, and that should secure the round at the very least.
It's a pretty decisive reaction coming out from NIP, you know, instead of fighting NiKo out in the yard and you know, trying to battle him back, maybe lose more players to the deal. They're like, all right, we'll just team up and actually go for the A bomb side. This seems like a good idea. NiKo and Jax, see if they could find some more damage. There's another headshot for NiKo. Probably a good thing that they avoided him before they got the bomb down. Now they can maybe run at him if they want to.
Well, now it's just NiKo trying to collect his tax. Like, yeah, you're going to win this round, but how many am I going to take with me? He's got 2 in the round. Not committed yet. Wants to catch someone falling back. A chance on Plopsky, who's already crossed. There's another one. Rez is finally going to put him down, but 3 players. It costs.
Just a good reminder for NIP, even if they win the 3rd round there in a row, it's still, you know, it's like, remember who you were in the server with.
Yeah.
Don't get carried away. And they're going to have rifles in this upcoming round, so should be interesting. Wow.
Okay, we'll take this one. Was really nice. S-Tag had knife out. He was pretty lackadaisical with that one, and obviously catching Fuzi as well. All right, 3-0, guns in the hands of G2. Jax has 4,500 in the bank. He's been keeping that Galil alive since round number 2. So not having to spend too much money here in the first gun round. Would love to upgrade that, however.
AWP on YnK. I feel like there are some games where he just does so much, and there are some where he's missing some of the more easily available shots. So, kind of curious to see which version of YnK we're going to be seeing today, because with Device out of the picture, it could be a little bit more of an open field for him, you know. Maybe a chance to outsnipe NIP on that front.
Oh, nice kill, nice damage from NiKo. Good response with the HE grenade, but still NIP is going to be a man down. NiKo, last time they played on this map, was an absolute nuisance outside. He was a beast, and NIP could not get past him. And again, starting out the game similarly here, killing the pistol, the Deagles in the last round, and now here with the M4.
50 seconds. Oh, that's a nice entry. S-Tag coming up for the kill on Jackson. He just keeps going. Double entry and turns it into a triple. A little bit assisted. Posey was down there and looking the other way, so I guess Nexa was preoccupied, but that is really hard to replicate. You run onto the A-bomb site, you get 3 kills and secure the bomb plant as well. YnK and NiKo, still winnable here, but very, very tricky. They need to find an early kill and make it a 2-on-2.
I don't think you go for this. Well, certainly not now, as NiKo's been found, obviously. But yeah, that round was going to be always tough to get back into it. YnK takes his time to line it up, still misses the shot, and now he's going to have a bit of a battle to escape. Hampus is trying to keep him locked in. Oh! Ooh, what a shot. Look, that's a nice way to clean things up at the end, but those entries on the upper bomb site are just too easy for S-Tag. First, the crouch peek into the bomb site, getting that kill. Hunter not able to get anything done at the vents, and so many people collapse that by the time Nexa rotates up in heaven, everyone's already gone. He's got no one to keep attention away from him. and it just cannot be that easy.
Yeah, if you're in Hunter's position, the secondary kill there, you're really reliant on someone holding the actual hut, right? Once they come out, your angle that you have to defend is, and they were throwing Molotovs at him as well. They really wanted him dead. So one way or another, he was probably going to be gone. S-Tag though, coming up with a, I mean, that kind of a triple entry, a little bit rare, but still gives them the 4th round and shuts down the economy once again for G2. The Swedes have come to play. It's pretty cool.
Yes, they have, at least in the early going. NiKo trying to get the timing with the Deagle again. He's going to be forced off, and NIP very simple so far on this T side, very grouped up, and this time they're just going to leisurely walk past the smoke wall outside and down into secret. YnK has that AWP, and that's already at the lower bomb site, so at least a chance to put this weapon into play, a chance for it to have an impact.
And it will. Getting the kill, instantly falling back. S-Tag is a very late lurk outside. I was kind of wondering about why he was that far behind initially. He wasn't even to throw smokes because he only has a flashbang, and it's been true all along. So a bit curious about that. Setting up for another Deagle. NiKo with some decent damage still. And they keep losing players. Now it's Jack's turn. Amanek's been doing work, finding a 3rd kill, and S-Tag will go down. They don't lose a single player. That is... You said leisurely outside, and they were sort of essentially taking a tour of the nuclear power plant here, but got interrupted pretty brutally here. Amanek 3 kills on that AWP. That's almost indefensible, Jason. How can we twist that into good PR for NIP?
I don't think you necessarily can. They were so afraid they didn't want anything to do with the AWP, and by the time you're falling back, you have no more utility to safely get up those stairs. You're just walking into a death trap. That's well done from G2. First round on the board, and importantly as well, they upgrade to 2 free AK-47, so get to save some cash here in this round. So a very, very important win for G2 in round number 5. 3 players in lobby, 2 heading towards ramp at the moment, and Amanek steps right into the op, and oh, Nexa, you are fortunate. You looked away like you wanted the op, and all the kills going the way of NIP, and this round has fallen apart so quick.
He wanted to pick it up, and then just managed to regain his control and actually got the spray in. That's pretty cool, but there's still a man down. Jackson Hunter now 2 versus 4, and no real pressure on NIP. They still have over a minute. They don't have to do anything crazy. I feel like this is such a crazy roller coaster, because if G2 loses this round, it looks like they will, that's gonna feel like that last round was kind of all for nothing. You're gonna be like, oh, okay, well, if we can win that round, how come we can't keep stringing this together a little bit more?
Nice thing is they have some money built up. Jax, so your gun barrel is going to block that vision, and all the footsteps. Surely is going to give it away, and no, does he know they went up? He hasn't heard the ladder, I don't think. He hasn't even considered the fact that they're above him. But NIP doesn't need to deal with them. They're fine, they're content, they can let him outside. They have the upper bomb site, they're getting the plant down as we speak. But G2, with that kill, they can go for this if they want to. It would be risky.
You're right, they definitely could. They are pretty far away, and it seems like they've already made up their minds to leave it alone, but maybe they don't know. Fozzy and Hampers are both a little bit low on health, so I wonder if maybe that's also what sort of, I mean, if they knew that, maybe they would have tried to do a little bit more. Regardless, it is going to be a 5-1 scoreline for NIP. What's, I don't know, we don't have a lot of data to go off of, but it seems to me like right now NIP are getting that yard control, unless NiKo's shooting them through the smoke a little bit easily. There's not a huge challenge for G2. We're not seeing that forward push outside to the red container or anything. I mean, is that a problem for G2, or is it too soon to tell?
I wouldn't say it's a problem. I think it's too soon. I mean, that's something they could obviously switch up in if they feel like that's going to be the main part of the attack that's really hurting them, is this kind of outside presence. Yeah, you can get up in their face. Problem is NIP's, I mean, we see them have those great entries over towards the upper bomb site. We saw S-Tag with a double entry on Jackson Hunter in the upper bomb site. We've seen them able to entry and at least trade kills getting in towards ramp room as well. So the problem at the moment is that you're not just isolating, you know, the issue for G2 isn't just isolated to the outside part of the map.
Yeah, they're having problems all over the place. That's a good point. Maybe Amanek could change that around, being pretty active out here with the AWP and realizing there isn't that normal wall that's been set up. I guess it's coming right now as we speak, so see if that will impact. That's a pretty nice nade, actually. That's some accuracy, throwing it in between the two containers.
Yeah, but Nico's already down in secret, waiting behind the Molotov. A lot of bodies here, though, and it looks like they don't really want to go secret. He's got to be careful. There's Plopsky, there's the bomb on the ground, but the off is peeking up from above, and Fuzi's got him. So, bomb down outside. Amanek still here towards lockers, towards windows in heaven with the AWP. He's going to be investigating, but Hampus is closing the gap, and G2, they have no idea. Now it's given up. That's a really lucky play. Hampus is going to find another one, and he has a nightmare outside. Amanek is in so much trouble, and he had nowhere to go.
Ooh, but Hampus pushing his luck a little bit more. I agree. I mean, he could have got himself killed already. 2 versus 2 now. Hunter inside, waiting for it. Fuzzy's walking up point blank range, and he's gonna no-scope Hunter. What a great move. Leaves Jax alone. And I feel like it's just been a series of 2v3s or 1 versus 2s like this where G2 have to think about what they actually want to do. Jax seems like he's up for the task and wants to actually fight for the round. Not a huge percentage chance here to do it, but it is possible. They do have some nades on the other side, so he's going to be real careful about getting flashed as he's trying to get in here. They could try and maybe do that. He's down on the low ground, and actually, just the one fight they could have both thrown against him, but S-Tag will take him down. And it is 6-1 in favor of NIP.
I think G2 buys again here, but I think if you're G2, you also might want to call a timeout and talk some things over. This is a round where you had a couple of kills outside. You actually did a pretty decent job. The op pick from Amanek, but yeah, after that, I mean, Nico getting picked off, Amanek being in an impossible situation once he jumps down to the generator boxes. There's really not a whole lot of options for him. So 6-1 and NIP running away with his offensive half of Nuke.
Not really what I was expecting coming into today, but then again, yesterday was kind of following the same kind of pattern. So I guess that's the theme of the tournament right now. It's all up in the air. Hampus very quick to get down here. We mentioned this yesterday. Sometimes, if you can just get to a position faster than you're supposed to, that in itself is kind of an advantage. So he almost did. He got smoked off, but yeah, I still think it's a cool idea.
For some utility out of Nico, certainly. Especially with the pace of the wall outside that was called out. Nico just wanted to make sure that he could set up and get in position downstairs to properly defend. Hampus at stairs, Rez is outside, creeping and investigating. 3 players holding lobby, so NIP content with the map control they have for the moment and haven't really picked what's next.
They're really giving, or at least trying to give G2 a little bit of rope to hang themselves with. It almost feels like kind of, you know, taking that control and freezing for a while, seeing if anyone's going to peek any corners. No one is. And now they're going to change it up. This is a powerful position to be in, though, for NIP. They have 2 people that could come in from mini and the hut push as well. This could actually get really awkward for the A defense. One good flashbang going around the silos here, and they might just be done with inside. Famas holding it M4. They don't even need the flashbangs. Crouching and spraying at the same time. Plopsky, and that's all the opening that they need. That was just so much map control for NIP in this push.
Yeah, I mean, the strength of that defense for G2 is being consolidated. 2 players inside the site, 1 in heaven. You have 3 players ready to take fights together, but again, just the initial battle won by NIP and just efficient trades on the way in. Extremely efficient trades. And you're right, that's a lot of space given over to the Ninjas outside to be able to comfortably set up a split into the upper bomb site. Very, very difficult to defend. And G2 just getting worked.
They really are.
There's not a whole lot of other ways to describe it. They are just getting pulled all across this map.
I tell you, we need to start, these predictions, we need to start setting up a subscription service where we sort of give our predictions early so people know who we're cursing, you know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it seems to have a strong correlation between whatever the analyst and caster.
You're such an entrepreneur.
I know. So
selling caster curses.
Predictions as a service. That's the new.
But look at this. You're consolidated inside the site. However, they already have control of mini. So if you're those silo players or even Nexa up in heaven, like there's only so far as we saw that Nexa can swing out because there's no one protecting him from that door position that Fuzi's in. Even if you get the kills in towards hut, those 2 silo players know that they're kind of being held from swinging around the silos by the players in mini as well. That's a lot of ground given over to NIP that just takes so many options away from the G2 defense.
I still kind of, maybe it's because I'm used to seeing, you know, people like Glaive or Blamef or there's any number of players on this map that like to be aggressive out in the yard, at least some of the rounds, maybe not every single round, but...
No, you have to be able, you have to have it in your pocket for a couple. We've seen Hampus do it like 2 or 3 times in this half so far as well.
Yeah. But I would love to see G2 try to push that just a bit, you know. Send Jax out there. He's crazy. Just Just let him fight. I feel like they're giving NIP a fair bit of space out here to work with still. This time they don't really have the money for it, so maybe this isn't the optimal round, but they are going to try and come up secret. Maybe a couple of them at least down there to make it interesting with NiKo out in the garage. It seems like a good fit.
Yeah, I mean, NiKo's entire job is to make sure they can't get in towards Mini. A couple players downstairs to set up a crossfire. They want to eliminate this attack. Nexa and Omenek, I believe that is. Omenek is going to take contact, and Nexa will pop out of the vents. But NIP have handled these scenarios so well in this game. The entries, the trading, and there's the opening kill. Just one for Nexa. Though, how much more can you actually do? Pre-fire from Hampus. He knows where the peak is coming next.
Yeah, that's a great move. Impressive stuff once again. And you said it, they're handling these things just expertly at the moment. And everyone from NIP is getting kills. It's not even just one person carrying everything. S-Tag slightly ahead, but doesn't really matter. And he's once again guarding the rear in case anyone was going to show up. Wow, this really is a beating. 8-1 going to be the scoreline here. And I have no idea how they're going to be able to dig themselves out of this one.
There's not even anything really positive to talk about with G2 quite yet. Like, remember, the only round they won was with those pistols. You know, they had the one AWP, NiKo gets a 1D, Omenek gets a couple kills with the AWP and upgrades some AK-47s, but outside of that, absolutely nothing for G2 to be happy about.
So far, the highlight for the tournament is Nexa getting a new passport.
Oh, man. And look, it's interesting. The last time these two teams played, just last weekend, in the semifinal that NIP won. I mean, the kind of conversation after that was so crazy was, you know, Fuzi had been brought in so last minute that even in the post-game interview, Hampus was like, yeah, we actually didn't have any time with him. Like, he landed and we went live. And it was very much just like going into matches and saying, just follow me. Just, you know, just play off me.
Just roll with it.
So now, I mean, they had, still not a whole lot of time, but at least a couple days to be able to go over a couple things and discuss what he likes to do and discuss some options and some plays they like to call. And they're looking much better than they have previously, or they did just even last week.
It's good to see. Certainly better than I was expecting, and certainly G2 playing much worse than I was expecting, so it's a weird intersection that we got going on. This is the kind of aggressive push that I was mentioning 4 or 5 rounds ago. NiKo out there, taking down Hampus, and there's no one there to trade it back, which is, you know, he couldn't know that, but that's even better, obviously. Omenek getting a bit of a free kill there on Plopskin. They've got a crossfire. Looks like Rez is well aware that that could be happening. Yep, he's going to go peek straight for it. That is a bold peek, but it works out.
It is nice. Jax finally wins that battle against S-Tag. Coming in from lobby, good shot from Fuzi. 2 on 3. Still a chance, and even in a losing effort, if NIP can make this expensive, would be massive. Lower bomb site is available, is kind of open. Hunter is down here in control side.
Surely you never win this fight against the CT on that side, right? If you peek into that, you're not expecting Omenek to be there.
So this is NIP just slowing it down. These two players tucked into a corner where they're not visible to any information gathering plays from G2, hoping that someone is going to push up from ramp room, and ooh, they slide right into the op. Omenek was ready. G2 holding their nerve and not investigating a whole lot. So Fuzi left in a 1 versus 3. He's got to go up the ladder with an AWP.
Not easy. Oh, don't think he saw that. He's back for more. He actually hits him with the no-scope. They're shooting each other through the walls now. This is obscene Counter-Strike. And Omenek will finally take him down. That was interesting.
You don't see that battle every day.
No.
No, we'll take it.
They made a gentleman's agreement just not to scope at all. And they're like, it's fine.
Well, Homeboy was on the ladder for his first shot. He didn't even have the option, even if he wanted to scope.
Crazy scenes. But that kind of madness is what it took to get finally a second round on the board for G2.
Yeah, and to win a gun round for G2. It also took a nice setup over towards ramp room, a good read of the situation from Omenek. NiKo gets 1 kill outside, calls it clear. Omenek's able to set up just perfectly in ramp room. So timeout called and ended. 8-2, NIP with a 6-round lead.
I think we had this conversation yesterday in one of the games. When you're up like this, you want to finish at like 10 or 11 rounds. If this is the comeback moment for G2 and they get up to like a 6-9 type scoreline, it's 6-9 is still pretty good for NIP, but it doesn't feel that way, does it? You know?
No, it doesn't feel as dominant. You kind of, certainly some of like the confidence and momentum that you would have built up from that kind of a scoreline kind of fades away. So yeah, you have the number, but you don't really have the energy behind it either. Rez, ooh, he's gonna wait for a pop flash, surely. He's gonna go right through this, turning the corner, and unfortunately, Hunter's been playing at this vent all day, and this time he's got a double kill with it. transfers out to an AK-47, and that's the strength of the hit. If Rez is able to have success, the rest of NIP follows, but they're shut down and nobody wants to do anything.
I'm assuming Hunter in that moment is actually just looking into the wall, right? Like he's actually...
I think that's the one position that's like guarded from the flashbang that's thrown to get Rez out.
Yeah. I expect so. That's a bit of a shame because it's a very, very cool idea, right? You could see how if he's not in that position or if the flashbang catches him, then Rez has just got an open bomb sign to get at least a couple of kills in.
It can be a very strong play. A lot of teams have a play like that in their pocket for this map. That can be a nice cheeky way to find an opening kill. YnK spots one, he goes for the repeat, but Hamas is on point today. Not on point enough to handle NiKo and Mini. And S-Tag is the remaining player with 7 health, and NiKo surely gonna hunt this one down with confidence.
Whew, all right. Yeah, this should be more or less over. So potentially a third round coming up. Still some money in the pockets of NIP, so they're going to be able to put out some kind of pressure in the next round anyway. But slow start right now for G2, but they are starting to wake up. You can even see on the scoreboard. I mean, that was a factor earlier. They weren't really getting quite enough kills, but they're making up for it. NiKo finding another one there, and it's a third round for G2.
Yeah, I think waking up hopefully it continues. A lot of those rounds early on, NIP hasn't really been doing anything all that crazy. It's been a lot of grouped up, kind of walking into different locations, some great entries in the upper bomb site. And yeah, on a certain level, it's just straight up G2 as individuals not being on par and just losing some battles that you probably wouldn't expect them to normally. So if they wake up and they start converting those, this half could close up real quick. 2 in a row for G2.
Org being picked up on Amanek. I feel like more teams need to consider the Org, like just one player, not a whole team, but I feel like there are some players that have made a pretty good case for it. Even unzoomed, it can be pretty good. Don't underestimate the Org is what I'm saying. Krieg is all the way gone.
Krieg is yeah, not having a great time these days.
Maybe next year we can
deep smoke wall outside. Hampus is going to run across, and NiKo surely heard some footsteps just of one player, but he's faking it. He wants him to think they've gone down to secret. Those smokes are going to clear now. YnK, this is such a powerful position. You want to talk about good spots to put an AUG. Right here is one of them.
Yeah, no one's been faked out by the footsteps. That is a cool idea, though. I like that. They're trying to get in Mini, and the AUG absolutely pays off. Big double, and shooting him in the back is NiKo. He's going to get one of them there. A little bit aggressive, maybe. Probably does not need to keep fighting it. It's a 4-on-2 at that point in time. Hampers makes it a 1-on-1 with a headshot, and S-Tag actually got Jax as well, so that's a bit of a strange turnaround. I thought G2 had that round locked down.
This is just NIP again doing so good with trades, and Hampus is having a really good game as well. 3 kills in the round so far, needs a 4th to win it, but the fact that YnK opens up with that double kill and it still comes down to this 1v1 has got to be frustrating. NiKo even finding that timing to run through the Molotov to add 1 more kill onto it. So Nexa is just going to wait in heaven. And Hampus is coming to the perfect spot for Nexa to win this. All advantages to the CT side.
10 seconds, so no faking it. Just holds it in really ice cold there. Oh, and he almost gets away, but good timing and a good round here. 4th on the board now for G2. I don't know, I still feel like they were looking more panicked there, G2, than they should have been in that 2-on-4.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit. Still, I mean, look, good. Hampus is just a beast. He gets all the trades. He even comes back for this one, and then he comes back into the upper bomb site and finds Hunter after he gets S-tagged. So, I mean, frankly, it's just good shooting, good fight selection for Hampus. He's been everywhere. Not able to win the 1v1. But G2 have closed the gap to just 4. Heading into round number 13, and even with that plant, finally some of the money is taken away from NIP. They got to get relegated back to Deagles and a Tech 9. Plenty of utility, though.
But that is awkward, isn't it? That's just that's them giving up a lot of the momentum. If G2 started, to feel frustrated, they're gonna know. I don't know that he must have seen that, right? Yeah, you can see him talking a lot on that little camera, so I'm assuming that he would have called that out.
Yeah, even if he didn't see it, he heard the footsteps, and I think he's more than anything calling out that it's just one, but outside was clear, and ooh, he's a bit lucky to win that. Back to ramp room we go, it's all Nexa. Impressive trade, good shot from S-Tag. YnK is already downstairs with the AWP, and NiKo's gonna be here quick as well, and they're losing too many players as they progress onto the bomb site. Not enough tools, just the 1 Molotov on Rez.
Yeah, seems, and again, I feel like NIP are I kind of like this that they're calling some of these freezes to allow for G2, but G2 aren't really making that mistake a lot. I don't see them running into all of these battles when NIP are playing it slowly. So it feels like they are not going to be falling victim to that kind of a play. Nice shot from MNEK, all right. Started to get warmed up a bit, third kill of the round for him.
That's the big question here is, yeah, we're starting to see G2, as you said, wake up and get warmed up into this game. But, I mean, the question is always going to be, is it too much of a hole to dig out of? It was an 8-1 run to open this map for NIP.
Yeah, this is, I mean, again, we mentioned it briefly, but the fact is, if you get back to that kind of 6-9 scoreline, or even worse, 8-7, you just feel a little bit deflated, even if 8 rounds objectively is a pretty good amount of rounds to put on the T side. It's still, it just doesn't quite feel the same. So that's maybe what they're risking right now. NIP need to come up with a strong finish right now, because G2 are definitely right back in the mix.
Yeah, you want to do something to break up this momentum if you're the Ninjas. One of these last 2 rounds, you're like, please go in my favor. You know, call something to just stop G2 from going on some kind of a crazy run to close this half.
We haven't had any real vent drops, I think, from the T side, right?
They haven't needed them.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, you might get one here. Rez held off by the Molotov. There's the deep smoke. And he's going to walk right through it. He cares nothing about that flashbang play as well. Going to turn the corner. Here's the strength, but this time no one at the vents, and you can see immediate double kill entry. They went back to it, and it's delivered.
Yeah, just needed for Hunter to not be in that corner where he cannot get flashed so easily. And it works perfectly. NIP setting up a bit of a nade here. Maybe a chance to get into the site. Flashbang is, well, at least delayed by the Molotov for a moment. And they have another Molotov to throw right afterwards. So it's going to be tricky, yeah, that's the problem. Even with that smoke out there, it's not going to cover everything. And I think now maybe G2 will want to save this. They don't have, well, they are lacking some funds if they throw away these rifles. And what are the chances once you've been double Molotov at Heaven that you're going to afterwards get in and reclaim the bomb site?
And you have no more flashbangs. The one they had was used a little bit early when there was still a Molotov at the top of the ladder, so they couldn't even use it to try and make that happen. So yeah, G2 going to back out. There it is. There's that one to break the momentum for NIP. They're up to 9 going into the final round of the first half.
Yeah, and it's a return to a strategy that we saw fail earlier, and it is a good, we can almost overlap these rounds and sort of, this is the one that failed, this is the one that worked, and here's the difference. Flashed to hell. Hunter, unable to do anything. 15th round is coming up, and G2, they save some rifles, they have enough, it's going to be a fair fight in the 15th round. It's good news.
Good news. Here we go towards ramp room, it looks like. A lot of emphasis. This is one of the few rounds NIP's not put any presence outside.
Nexa. Scary position to be in with just an M4 and no backup. But he only plays it for a minute. He's going to fall back. Jax wants to be a little bit adventurous. He definitely saw that.
Amanex shifted over towards top Heaven. I don't think he's going to get here in time. Nexa needs to at least get this 1 kill. Hampus is investigating. Not committed just yet, and Nexa's going to have to drop because there's no support coming. They've already taken control of ramp room, and Amanek hasn't budged from Heaven, but they're going to fall right back. They have postured like they'd take ramp room and go downstairs, and now everyone from NIP reconvening in the lobby.
I mean, Amanek is not that far away. If they are slow to get out the hut right now, maybe he could get up to Heaven and help them out with the AWP, but if it's too quick, then Jackson Hunter will go down. Oh, he's already getting up the ladder a little bit. Actually, there is maybe an opening here for them to have a 3-man defense. Plopsky, though, hiding inside of the smoke, and he will get a double entry. Amanek, yeah, he's down below, but they're all coming for him, and the flashbang makes his job almost impossible. That is a really good use of utility, and the bomb is going to be planted. Oh, nice catch! Spray and the 8-sheet that he threw before, and he will get Hampus through the smoke. What a ridiculous comeback now. 2 versus 2.
Yeah, but I mean, all that, and it's still a desperate scenario. Nico so low on HP. Nexa has to win this battle. It's up against Rez in the doorway, and they just barely miss each other. Last round, you're going to go for this no matter what. Nico pre-fires or pre-aims the angle and still can't win it. So it's all on Nexa, and that bomb timer is pretty much completely gone. There's Rez with the final kill. 10-5, an incredibly impressive half from NIP, and a statement series that they absolutely want to win. We're going to head to a halftime break, and we'll be right back to complete Nuke.
I think like our main goal coming into 2021 was to rebuild like our entire system now that we had Nico.
We didn't have any expectations. For us it was the most important that we have stability and that we are like consistent team at the beginning, and it wasn't easy honestly, and at the beginning it was really tough.
We were changing a lot of things, trying to find like the perfect fit, the perfect combination. Like we were swapping around after we replaced Kenny. Like we didn't know who was going to be the primary opper. Like we didn't really know like how to fit everyone in the proper roles, or how to make a system. Like who do we want our main star players to be? Who do we want to play around?
Then after we decided to bring Jax back, and we started doing better results overall. And after we did some good results, we just set ourselves that we are capable of doing big things, and especially on LAN events that we already showed.
I think our goal was to actually win some tournaments. The main focus was at the major. We had some hiccups after the player break, but I think we did really good at the major, and overall I'm pretty happy with the performance that we put out.
We didn't lose any single game till the finals, so I think we did really good overall, especially that we had the chance to play in front of the crowd, in front of the people for the first time for 2021. Yeah, we did good. I think this was the biggest result for sure for us.
I think the main key to our success is figuring out how to enable Nico as much as possible. I think he's like the main engine, like the main carrier of this team, and he's been showing like the star level performance that we always knew that he could bring up, and he's definitely like, I would say our main guy.
As I said, chemistry is something, and atmosphere in the team is something that is forcing us to work even more, because we are really good friends. We are like a family in the team, and it was always like that since I joined G2. All guys are really good guys, human beings, and this is something that is really important to me and to us, and we are really pushing ourselves as much as we can because we like each other.
Honestly, 2022, I'm still unsure. I don't know what the final roster is gonna be, but I mean, it's no longer a speculation, like some changes will be made. I think this is kind of like our last event with these 5 guys together, so I'm still unsure like what will happen in the next year.
I mean, you heard a lot of rumors and everything. People are writing about changes. Some of them are true, some of them are not. So we don't think too much about now expectations for 2022, but after this event, when we finish, we'll sit down and see what's the plan, who will play at the end for the team, and we'll see what we can do for the next year.
At the end of the day, I think like the change is needed, and you know it's going to happen whether we want it or not.
Welcome back once again. Second half, a bit of a sort of gloomy atmosphere almost there, wasn't it?
It was a little somber, but I mean, I think they're echoing the sentiment that a lot of teams feel at the moment, which is just like, yeah, you know, it just is the way it is. Last event with these 5, and we're just focused on ending on a high note. And if you're G2, you better double down on that focus to end on a high note, because NIP's putting a lot of pressure on you in this series. In this series, in which at the end of your previous loss last week, basically, you know, the message was we should have won this series.
Should have won, definitely could have won that one. And now it is a bit of a sketchy start. 10-5 win the pistol round here would be amazing news for G2, although so far, Rez has got the kill opening up the second half here to take down Nico of all players, who is obviously the prize trophy right now. If you're going to take anyone, I don't know if you want to hang his head on a wall, that might be a little bit too much, Jason.
Heads on the spike.
Heads on the spike to warn the others.
Yeah, well, it's at least the body's in the same spot. Rez is stuck around, and he wanted at least one more tap. New angle for him, wants another shot at it, but gonna keep backing up to a different angle. He's luring them in. This is a trap. There's so many players from NIP here. They're just gonna shut them all down. G2 gets pulled right into it, and it's a slaughter.
Yeah, that really was a trap that was being set up there, and they follow through. They're like, ooh, he's running. That must mean he's scared.
Yeah. Hook, line, and sinker. Fuzi's having a field day. Rez is there. Beautiful stuff. Oh, the young guy getting fired up. All right.
Listen, if the Swedes are yelling like that, you know it's a bad time.
I know, it is so funny seeing Swedes go crazy.
Usually very civilized people, you know.
I wouldn't go that far.
Trying to, I don't know. They do have to.
Depends on which Swedes are like your baseline.
That's
mine is get right.
All right, well, fair enough. Fair enough.
Get right in 5th Laren.
You just spent like a week with him in Stockholm, didn't you? So at the major. So I guess that's fair. I'll take my words back. I'll eat them. We got Tech 9s. A lot of them.
Got Nog. Oh, just gives it up, but he's ready for it as he comes back and wants nothing to do with that battle. He's like, all right, you guys have it. I don't want to risk anything. A little bit of nerves. Missed smoke, but not the biggest of thing. It still funnels G2 down to the lower bomb site where Rez is waiting at clock, at dials, and he's going to get a pair of kills right behind the silo. Finally taken down by the Tech 9, but the damage might just be done. Bomb is not going to get planted. Good stop from Fuzi. Double kill for him, and NiKo can get nothing done. This might be a quick map.
It's
starting to feel like
it.
Yeah, it's headed towards a quick map.
A frustrating move for Fuzi in that moment, but I actually love the fact that he didn't go back for more, because I mean that's, you know, you're up against pistols. It could be a tempting thing.
Yeah.
And it sucks for Rez that he ends up alone down there. But again, they only lose one player. Whereas if he swings back into an entire T side and dies with the Orc and they pick it up, it's just a.
And then they have access to Heaven and they have access.
Yeah.
To, it gets dicey. Yeah, that is it's a good call from the young rookie. Just playing it smart and conservative, not trying to do too much.
Classic CSGO as well. You unscope and
they walk right in
immediately. Doesn't matter how long you've been waiting either. This is always true.
Well, here we go. Hampus outside. Everyone outside. There's no smokes to make this cross. I mean, you're walking into Hampus's M4, Fuzi's AUG, and you've got nothing but Deagles, and I don't think this is going to be any fun. Even Plopsky's in Mini.
Yeah, they tried to send Jax out there. They're like, Jax, can you go see? Can you just take a look?
Hey, Jax, go first, bro.
Yeah. Someone has to. NiKo gets found, actually, even though he was trying to be the second or third man in there. Jax gonna get a kill. Okay. Could we have another one? Fuzi's out here. A little bit. Yeah, that's a better angle against the Deagle, presumably. Don't want to be too much out of the open. And a good find. Instant headshot with that Orc.
Yeah, this isn't going to go well. G2 still trying to kind of pressure outside, but nobody really wants to peek around this corner. They know what's waiting for them. And you can't even really get into Mini, get to the upper bomb site to meet up with Almanac. Fuzi having fun. Nice little double tap. 13-5. 8-round lead for NIP.
He's landing some really good headshots right now. He's doing pretty well.
He's 15-9, Anders. He's leading not only NIP, he's leading the whole server. Top fragger. Rez is at 14. NiKo's at 14 as well. And then Almanac at 13 is the second highest fragger for G2.
I mean, if you're Fuzi right now, you get a chance here to step up and play on NIP. I mean, now's your time to shine, right? Like, even if you know you're probably going to be, you know, you can put back on the bench or back on the academy team or wherever you end up, it still feels like this is your moment, right?
Yeah.
Making a good case for himself.
Certainly, and I mean, yeah, even if it doesn't come now, I mean, the fact that you can show this, and even if you have to go back to the academy team for a while, like, I mean, certainly for the NIP organization, it's you know, putting some eyes on you that say you're an important player to keep around. Could be a performance that sets up the future of his career. Jackson Almanac leaning towards ramp room at the moment. Hunter and Nexa going to join, and NiKo is at top of secret stairs. So they're going to try and have this attack meet in the lower bomb site, but you have to have success in ramp room, and there's two NIP defenders here. Fake towards the upper site. They're going to try and pull Rez or Hampus away from ramp room.
And they need to. I mean, desperately need to. Otherwise, that setup is going to be a little bit too good. But instead of pulling them away, they go the other way. They don't fall back to heaven. They try to go to lobby instead. And they absolutely wreck Almanac and Jax. So a 3 versus 5 now. And I have no idea how they're going to bring this one back.
Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, pushing ramp instead of rotating towards heaven. G2 did not expect that whatsoever, so S-Tag is going to get mollied out. He goes for the peek, a little bit of a dink onto Hunter. There's NiKo being put into play. All of a sudden, we're in a 3-on-3. Still going to be tough. Plopsky has such a strong position, and Rez with the SMG grabs one. Hunter not able to find the angle, so he's going to drop down Vets. NiKo adding one on it, and they know where Plopsky is now. 2 versus 2, but look at the health on G2.
They have almost nothing to work with, but once the bomb goes down, that still is going to be quite winnable for G2. We'll see if they can avoid losing a player too early on. Hampus, he almost had that kill. If he would have looked through the door there, I think maybe he would have had a shot at it, but now instead, gonna have to try and open it up again. Some random spam coming out. So far, no luck. A bit of a flashbang to set it up, and he's going to swing for it, and it is good timing. Hunter is down. A single click from NiKo as he takes down Plopsky, and now Hampus on the other side. A 10-second defuse. That's a long time, but he's just holding it in, and NiKo has no idea. He thinks maybe, and he gets a one more click, and that's a quad kill and a huge clutch coming in for G2.
What a god. He didn't look like he was even considering to go for that. What an internal clock on the defuse. Beautiful round from NiKo. Beautiful save. This initial one tap is filthy.
That is absolutely brilliant. Yeah, look at the timer here. 0.7. That is absolutely bad. Do you think he has like a... They have like someone on the team who's like, give me 10 seconds on the clock, guys.
Start the counter, start the timer.
Start the count.
No, that's a godlike internal clock. Good play with low health. Desperate 2v2 to win, and boy, did G2 need it.
It's also... Obviously, it's better to have the kit than to not have the kit in any situation. But when you fake it, when you commit to a full 10-second defuse, it's actually very confusing when you're on the T side, because you're expecting to hear like a second jiggle of the defuse, right? Like you're expecting to hear that sound, and when it doesn't come for a long time, you don't really know. Does he have the kit, and is he just out looking for me, or what's going on? You know. It feels really weird to be running in.
Especially when you have the low HP that NiKo had, right? You're playing for that initial fake because you don't really have the HP to get into any kind of an engagement, so you kind of got to call the bluff. So yeah, the timing on that was just so perfect for NiKo.
Crazy.
He's going to be outside again, coming out of the timeout. Nexo with backup. And 3 players in lobby.
That very well could have been the map nearly won there for NIP if they get that one, right? 14-5, and economy's not looking good for G2 at that point, so could have been the turning moment here.
So G2 starting this round playing for the lobby crunch. Everyone's going to reconvene outside. Smoke's being deployed right now. Looks like G2 might want to turn in towards Mini. Molotov deep towards the top of Secret. NiKo is going to be inside of the smoke. And they want to split the upper bomb site. They have access to Mini now as Hunter goes through, excuse me, as NiKo goes through.
They can't really defend this on the A bomb site, can they? No, and if they stop the outer part of it, maybe. But inside, the defense is super light at the moment. I think it's not that far away. Hampus might be showing up just in time. S-tag down there at the vent, but still not easy at all. Plopsky gonna be swung on by Jackson. Hampus goes down. Rez almost with the timing. I can't believe he had enough bullets to get the double kill. Hunter, though, surely gonna win. Oh no. No, he's gonna find him anyway. That was about to be a big mistake. And now it's S-Tag and Fuzi left 2 versus 3. 20 seconds, weirdly, on the clock. So a little bit concerned about the time now here as well for G2. Even at the man advantage.
Oh my god.
Missed opportunity. Oh, they don't know. They must be able to hear. That's not a silenced weapon. That's an AWP. That's a cannon shooting behind you. And they're able to get out anyway. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. They're going to get the bomb plant. And he can't really stop it. What a round. I have no idea what was happening in the last 20 seconds there.
Well, that outside battle was a little bit awkward. Hunter's obviously supposed to kind of be watching for that late push in towards Mini to wrap around behind the attack, but the timing of it was just so weird because he'd been aggressive and Hunter didn't expect it. Meanwhile, you go towards the inner site when they're actually taking over that bomb site. Fuzi had 2 chances to get 2 kills to win that round for NIP.
Yeah.
He missed 2. I'm not necessarily going to say. I mean, one of them seemed pretty easy. Almanac not even looking at him, but that's tough when those kills get away from you. We'll see if it affects him going forward. That can be one of those mental situations that kind of causes you to struggle moving forward for a young player.
And he just got read pretty well by Jax there as well, who was, you know, running away from the bomb, but still able to catch him. Yeah, this is
that one's tough. This one is like, this is a kill you got to get.
Man, it even looks like. Did he get CSGO? Is that what people say? 13-7, 6-round difference. Probably is too soon to start celebrating if you're on the side of G2, but I mean, this is pretty significant, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you needed to get something like this to enable, you know, anything. Like, you finally break the economy, get an easier round. If you can keep the money low moving forward, that's going to help out, but you certainly needed a reprieve of this fashion to really feel like that you can get the comeback underway. This would be, what, 3 rounds in a row for G2 if they can convert it? And Hunter's in position to gather intel at the upper bomb site with this MAC-10.
Just sees the leg. USB's on the other side, so doubtful that they could do a lot. I mean, again, actually, I think even if G2 showed up at the A-bomb side, they'd probably still win that fight. So
yeah.
Don't think we'll see too much coming out of NIP in this one. So at 13-8, I mean, given how this all started, what was it, like 8-1 or something? Or?
Yeah, 8-1 opening for NIP.
Wow.
It's been a battle, a grind for G2 to get back into it. Ooh, Hunter switches over to the Molotov, but he's loving that kill, loving that fight, gonna hunt it down, Mac 10 in hand, and yeah, G2 handling this just fine. Pistols out, Hunter's got that, excuse me, NiKo steals it from him, and clean sweep for G2.
NiKo, he's like, you know what, this has been a tough day already. He's angry. Now he wants a bit of revenge.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign if you're on NIP. That's something you want to try and avoid.
I mean, they did a great job in the first half containing him. You know, the previous matchup they'd had on Nuke just last weekend, NiKo is an absolute monster outside, and the fact that NIP came into this with a little bit of a game plan and able to handle him and able to kind of limit his productivity out there, excellent. We'll see if they can continue it. They just need 3 rounds to close out this opening map of the series. And a 3rd timeout called by the Ninjas.
Just 3 rounds. Doesn't sound like a lot when you put it like that, Jason, but...
Just 3.
But we all know it can be real tricky to find. I mean, especially when you start to have this wobbly economy that they've got going on. That's when I think it really becomes an issue.
NiKo picking things up as well. He's at 20 and 13 now. Amanek and Jax both at 13 kills. NIP's a bit more spread on their side of the scoreboard. NiKo's getting a lot of swagger outside at the moment. This is going to be fast-paced. He's already dropping on the roof. He's got the opening kill. That makes the upper bomb site accessible to his teammates. S-tag, so much pressure. And what a knockout punch. They're in the bomb site. NIP's got a decision to make how they want to handle the retake, if at all.
Absolutely brilliant play. You can see Klopsky, who's holding that squeak door. He is just a deer in the headlights at that moment. He's like, oh, wait. They're already in midi. That's really hard to deal with. Fozzy, though, actually... getting a kill on Nexa makes it a 3-on-3. A bit awkward now. Again, this is such a powerful opening for G2, but they are a little bit low on health. Maybe a good Molotov there from Rez could make the difference. He certainly got one. They're setting up to the corner. Not going to find anyone immediately, but NiKo still goes down. There's the other Molotov, and it does force G2 into an awkward position here. Amanek down on the low ground and on his own. They're right on top. He sprays, he gets one, and nearly gets the 180 turn, but instead, it's Hampus to pick it up. He doesn't have a kit. I believe he has got just enough time, yeah.
Yep, and that round that's going to be another one that G2 looks back at the end of this game is like, how did we let this slip away from them? You have the entries into the upper bomb site. You get the perfect play from NiKo to give you the opening kill. You get the follow-up, essentially a 5-on-3. It takes you a long time to get the bomb planted, and that allows Fuzi to find the equalizing kill. That's going to be frustrating. Yeah, this is a round that they're going to feel like they should win 9 out of 10 times.
And also, I mean, the kind of trick that's really hard to replay, right? If you throw NiKo in the mini like that to get one opening and nearly a double, it's not something you can just replay again, right?
Right, and part of it, I mean, too, is the post plant just a little bit discombobulated. NiKo and Amanek trying to play in the same position. It forces NiKo to get out and actually get aggressive in a scenario where he probably didn't want to be. Tough and frustrating. 14-8.
A bit of a break for NIP. They are going to be very, very happy that it turned out that way. AKs all across the board for G2. And a bit of a slower round this time. Playing mostly outside. A little bit light on that lobby setup. Hampus, look at this. Aggressive, trying to catch them. The timing is good. He's going to find one. Second player made it in, but this time they are way more prepared. They actually try to do the same kind of thing here, G2, but just with a bit of a delay.
Yeah. And this time there's no strength coming from lobby. There was nothing to really distract those defenders, and obviously with Hampus outside, had all the information as well. This one is going to slip away from G2. Actually, not even slip away, just ripped out of their hands. Good kill from Nexa. But he's only got 4 health. It's got to be mostly Jax from here on out.
Oh! That's the kind of play you need, though, if you wanted to win that 2-on-3. This is surely the start. Nexa goes down, but like we said, he was low from earlier. Could he get the bomb and dive vent? I mean, he has to get out here. Not a lot of time left, so he doesn't have the time to really think about this too much. Another 5 seconds like this, and he will just be too far away from a bomb site to actually make it on there. 15 seconds now, yeah, and I think they've managed to box him in. 10 seconds. It's just, unfortunately, it's the time that really makes this hard to win. And S-Tag will take him down 15-8. NIP now just 1 round away.
Ooh, yep. Well, the comeback felt like it was maybe building into something, and NIP just put a nice stop to it. Now 2 in a row for the Ninjas, looking to close it out quick. Ooh!
Oh. You try to shoot Sai with the ping pong ball there?
Yeah. What if you hit your Star Opera in the eye with a ping pong ball? Has anyone ever thought about that?
I don't think, they probably don't think about that kind of stuff, but it's true, that would be a tragic way to maybe put your team in a bad position.
Yeah, I'd say so.
But also funny.
Funny to the rest of us. Here's that
how
Krieg. We said that Krieg was kind of out of action, and NiKo is, he's looking to contest that opinion. He's already down. That nade is going to do good damage.
It's awesome. I'm ready to see NiKo with that Krieg. Why not? 15-8. They need 7 rounds in a row right now, G2. Doesn't seem doable.
Hunter should be able to get this kill for free. Hampus has been very active and very aggressive outside. You just knew he was going to walk into his crosshair. I think NIP's already calling the save at this point. I don't think they want anything to do with this round. Fuzi's backed up. Plopsky and S-Tag are so far away. So a 9th round for G2. And NIP have the rounds to play with. They have the rounds to just play this smart and conservative and maybe a bit overly cautious as they just preserve economy.
Is ping pong a big thing in America on campuses? I don't know, high schools? Is it? Played it all ever?
We dabble a little bit in ping pong. We've mostly on campuses converted our beer pong table or our ping pong tables to beer pong tables.
Okay.
So there's that.
All right, a little bit of damage here at the end maybe, but I've noticed that whenever you go to some of those sites where people try and con you into sort of supporting their new farm project, there's always like a million different sort of beer pong games that people have tried to invent.
Okay.
A whole world of like new rule set.
Yeah, you can get creative with beer pong.
Speaking as an expert, I'm sorry. It's another round for G2.
Another round for G2.
Now there's 6 more.
It's still so far away from forcing overtime. In this round, NIP is going to be content with the 2 rifles they have. Upgraded a couple of pistols. Money's not quite there, so maybe a chance for G2 to get to double digits. NiKo leading the way outside. He's the only one. Nexa is going to come up a little bit late.
It's so interesting. Even in his play style, it's almost like once they're a little bit behind, NiKo just gets this focus in his eyes, and he's just like, I'm just going to try and do it all. I'm just going to try and win this game on in time. I don't know if it's necessarily a healthy thing even for the team, but it is really impressive. You know, I did just curse him, of course. He did go down there, but you can also tell that he's like, I'm going to take every fight. I'm going to win all of them. And you feel like maybe he could. You know?
Yeah, and you believe it when you watch him when you watch him peak. Not this time though. Hunter's watching lobby. Jack's outside with Amanek and Nexa. They're going to start pushing and wrapping around towards heaven. And it's mostly going to be Fuzi who has to potentially defend against it, but he's inside the upper bomb site at Silo. They've actually got no one to protect the wrap around heaven.
40 seconds. No reason to panic right now for G2. But obviously losing this round would be even more devastating in a way. Fuzi's down here. Doesn't quite get the kill on Nexa and causes a bit of trouble now for the defense. 29 seconds left. S-Tag and Res 2 versus 3, and it seems like the calm and a very measured manner here for G2 is paying off. They didn't panic even as they were running the clock a bit low there.
No, they had all the advantages. So 10th round. 5 rounds away from OT. Last time they played Nuke, it did go into overtime. 1916 victory for the Ninjas.
Ooh. That seems, like we've been saying, way less likely now, but it was just 7 rounds that they needed to win. Now we're down to 5, so it's all kind of going in the right direction.
So by maths, it's gotten a little bit better.
Listen, you could prove they've won 100% of the last two rounds, so, you know, by that metric.
Yeah, they've nailed it. They've really
it's
done
already
well.
done, like.
Good point. Very good point.
You can make statistics say whatever you want. So So it's already done. We're already going to overtime.
Well, 5 rounds left to get to overtime, and between last round and this round, they're getting a little bit of a breathing room, a reprieve from having to face off against those rifles. They get to have a little bit of an easier time. Although Hampus has brought dualies into the round.
You know, you've been talking about these dualies for a long time, and they finally discounted them, and people are still not buying them, Jason.
What do you mean? He's bought it this round.
Yeah.
They're buying them all the time now.
1 out of 26 rounds.
You're seeing them everywhere.
That's not a good. You are seeing them everywhere.
Seeing dualies in my sleep. Upper bomb site's wide open. NIP stacked lower. They're going to wrap around through secret and try and get some exit kills. But an 11th round for G2 is pretty much entirely secured.
Yeah, they've just found a free bomb site. It's always a good thing. That means we're down to 4 rounds now that they need to win. And NIP, I mean, we talk about a lot of tricks and stuff like that on the T side, because that's obviously where you sort of execute most of the strategies from. But I think it's possible on this map, right, to do something cool on the CT side. Like, you can have a trick up your sleeve, lobby crunch, let's say, or you know, any kind of thing like that. There's definitely options. Team kill, okay.
Yeah, team kill, but everyone's still smiling. Everyone's laughing. Everyone thinks it's funny.
They're having a good time.
Yeah, great time.
That's all they need.
Just 4 rounds back now. Oh, yeah, he didn't even... That's an egregious team kill as well. That...
In a quarter law, that's not going to stand up.
No, he knew what he was doing.
Like 4 or 5 bullets in, you're still shooting. I was like, you know
yeah,
what?
He died a long time ago, and you're still going at it.
Yeah.
That's a conversation after this, I think.
11 to 5, 27th round is coming up. I've got to say, I mean, there's this weird psychological switch that can happen if you go to overtime now, because then if you're really going to feel like, damn,
Yeah, but this is decently close. Does it feel to you like this is a comeback?
No.
It doesn't have that feeling to it. It doesn't have the feeling that they're actually going to make it all the way.
If you ask me, though, what are the chances that Nico will just find 1 or 2 openings in the next 4 rounds? I'm like, that actually could happen.
That's a fair point. That's all they need is just a couple stunning shots from Nico.
And the way that he's playing, again, like, he just seems so hungry for it out here. Like, every round, he's like, let me get at him. Let me just find an opening. He's got the confidence for it and obviously got the aim, so.
Nico and Hampus have been going at each other outside on both halves of this.
Swinging. So again, look, he's just operating out here. He doesn't really need any backup. He's like, I'm just going to be looking for anything.
And it's a different style than before. Remember, we've seen him a number of times make that run, make that route towards secret and just kind of chill at the top of the stairs. This time he's peering over the smoke. He's trying to catch NIP playing a little bit differently, trying to react to how he's played the situation previously. But if he doesn't get anything outside, the question is, what does G2 actually call?
Yeah, it might actually be a good play for NIP not to fight him out there, right? When he's in this mood, just leave him. Leave him be.
And again, there's 2 players in ramp room. Remember, we saw G2 try and execute like a fake towards the upper bomb site and hit towards ramp room that got slaughtered. If they do that again, it's going to be a very similar situation.
This is running down the clock so much. There's the initial Molotov to set up, but up on the HUD, Plopsky is there. Good opening, he swings back and he lines up a triple. That is absolutely devastating here to G2, and it's going to end 16 to 11 on that first map. After a bit of a struggle, but eventually Plopsky able to close it out.
Yeah, and it never felt likely. It never felt like there was energy in that comeback, but an admirable effort from G2. Again, the conversation was, did they just have too much of a hole to dig themselves out of? An 8-1 start for NIP. A great statement victory in map 1. We're heading to a break. When we come back, we'll get the rest of the series underway.
Who has wronged me throughout my career?
All the tournaments he's made us lose, probably cold. Be very nice.
I'd like to have my last map either on Cache, the old Cache, or Mirage. I think these 2 are my favorite maps by far.
I will say Ancient. It will be a fun game for sure, so that's why.
I would want my last competitive game to be on Inferno. It's been my favorite map for my whole career, and we've had some great matches on there, and it's always a fun time to play some Inferno.
My last competitive game, I would like to be on Dust 2, probably. just for the overall CSGO feeling, just to wish like the maps. Oh, it would be like a 19-15 game, you know, overtime to get all the good feelings of Counter-Strike and all the adrenaline kicking through your blood. So for sure, like a close game.
My last game of my career should be against the best team at that moment, and I hope that will be in the grand final.
I would say Heroic because it's like tough opponent, and I'd like it will be a tough game for sure. It will be really cool if I will play versus them.
I would like my last game to be against the best team in the world, whoever that's going to be. Right now, it's Gambit, but who knows who it's going to be in the future. But hopefully we go out playing the best team and come out with a win.
2017 was a good year for FaZe. We were always had back and forth battles with MIBR/LG and SK and that old lineup. And the games have always been so good with them, and probably would like my last game to be against those guys if time would let it be.
Last kill of my career should be with a Deagle. I think I'm one of the best Deagle players out there, and I think.
No revenge on the cards for G2. NIP hand it to their opponents once again on the grounds of Nuke, despite the efforts from G2 to claw it back in those final moments. Too little too late, unfortunately, for G2. Ninjas do get the leg up in this series, and it's kind of different to what we were pre-facing coming into this PIMP. The fact that it was actually closer when G2 had that stand-in of Kenny S back at YnK. Now they're with that full roster. Maybe, I don't know, a little bit of a bitter taste left in their mouth.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, losing like this was not good for G2 at all. That's got to be disappointing. It is NIP picking the map, though, and it is NIP bringing it to Nuke. And we also have to take into consideration that Nexa haven't played an official game for 20 days. Amanek back in the AWP role, so maybe they were a little bit rusty. One thing I didn't notice, though, from G2 in the beginning of the game, in the first couple of buy rounds, they pushed the envelope a little bit too much for my taste. Instead of just playing default, they constantly wanted to be aggressive, pushing up ramp, pushing in hot, and NIP, they punished them every single time.
Yeah, I think it was that reset round, right? Like, they lose the first gun round, and they did the half buy with the save up, and after that was the push on ramp with the AWP, and it's like NIP is playing with a stand-in, right? Like, you know, you don't need to. It is maybe the correct play in a lot of situations, but you know, just give them enough rope really to hang themselves. It's going to be hard to late round execute really well, and I think after they lost that round, NIP started playing with a lot more confidence, and yeah, Fozy had a great game.
Yeah, I think we do need to bring up some Fozy highlights as well. Obviously, you were mentioning the stand-in now on the side of NIP, and looking really great on that first half, which we weren't expecting.
He was looking fantastic, right? Because on the T side at YnK, he was having a hard time finding impact. It's hard for the AWP player to find impact, but we saw it early on in this game. NIP obviously already up 5-1. He's really, really good to play the laid-back role with the AWP and just punish the mistakes coming out of G2. We see it here. Nico getting caught off guard, a player on the Heaven getting caught off guard, and then Fozy with confidence as well, walking in, no-scoping a player right here. And he was winning that round by himself, constantly fighting from behind. Fozy in this game found way more impact on the T side, and then he continued the good progress on the CT side. I believe you said it, YnK, on the CT side during YnK, he was probably the best player, and I think that was the case here again today. Fozy right now is making a great case for why he's a fantastic stand-in for NIP.
Yeah, we were saying that he wasn't a liability at IEM, but he was, you know, a lot more than that on this map, leading the way for the team, and just impressive how he's performed in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, especially considering he has to come in and fill the shoes of Device as well. Pretty big shoes to fill, if you ask me.
Impossible, right? Impossible to fill the shoes of Device, one of the best players to ever grace the game. But Device has also been in a strugglesome period, and the fact that Fozy is able to play not as Device and not as impactful, but just as YnK said, I like the word, not being a liability. I think that in itself is a victory for him.
And keeping back on that first half that we saw, you wanted to fixate on, well, I guess it's NIP's fixation on the A side, particularly on this map.
Yeah, every time they wanted to go away, really, and it was in different situations, they just had their way with G2. I mean, this is the first gun round. Look at Hampus is low HP from NiKo, and they're in a 5v4 situation, and they just go for a Aztec catches Jax, who once he sees the utility, he wants to throw in a nade, right, but he just gets time. Now they try to double stack, right, Silo, kind of have a bait setup. Nexa is close as well. This is, again, around where they kind of knew what was going to happen. Clean entry kills, 3-for-1 trade for NIP, and this is just a pop, and, you know, this is a great time for the call because there's only 2 players really on A, but you could see how easy these rounds are. You know, G2 almost having to save, really, just from these entry kills, and, you know, whether that's a little bit because Nexa might be a little bit rusty, so he's just a second too late, so Fuzi already has the angle on him on Heaven, right, to catch the rotation, or just Jackson Hunter really not being on point as much, but that was really, I'm sure, a point of frustration for G2 as well, because it's the same thing happening a lot of times.
But I even called it out coming into the game, because I feel we saw that from NIP during IM Winter against Vitality as well, that they were constantly trying to push inside, and they found some success with that as well. Shox and Kyojin in that game couldn't hold them in the distance, right? So G2, if they've done their preparation, they knew exactly what was coming, yet NIP still made it look relatively easy in these inside pushes. So to me, that's where the disappointment is at. G2 didn't play a good game of Counter-Strike, and to me, it looked like almost that they were a little bit unprepared for what was coming.
So would you kind of boil it down to that as the biggest sort of disappointment, or the biggest reason that we saw G2 losing out, just being a bit unprepared? Maybe, you know, as you were mentioning, having not played with Nexa in like the last 20 days?
Probably, yeah. It's hard to say whether or not they're unprepared, right? Maybe NIP was just doing such a good job at finding the right timings, making the right calls, and finding them out of balance. But it did look like to me that they didn't respect the inside executes enough. Even the one round where they were stacking inside, they had a guy in Heaven, 2 guys on side. You could still see Plopsky keep pre-firing towards G2. He knew that, you know, maybe a sound cue or maybe a read, he knew that they were stacking inside. So to me, it looked like NIP read the book of G2 pretty well here.
I think, if anything, maybe there's a chance that G2 was a little bit overconfident because they felt that loss in the semis at IM Winter was just, you know, they should have never lost that series. So they were just coming in, okay, now we have, you know, our full lineup, and, you know, we could just go into it playing our own game. And, you know, you wonder how much do you want to prepare for a team that's playing with a stand-in, right? Like, you know, if you over-prepare and focus on themselves too much and then they decide to switch something up, well, you know, I think it's fine for G2 to just be focused on themselves and play the game, you know, in the right way, play the fundamentals right. But, you know, it felt like they were just asleep at the wheel for a little bit. Second half, losing that 4v3 in the inner bomb side with the bomb plant. I mean, you just can't lose rounds like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was something that Anders and Moses brought up in the cast as well. The fact that it didn't really feel like they had that comeback potential, even though they were stacking those rounds together. It just didn't really have that feeling to it.
Delaying the inevitable, really, is more how it felt like.
It kind of was. I mean, the silver lining, I guess, if you're on the side of G2, and it's going to be no surprise that we say this, is NiKo. Of course, he was putting up some good numbers, put up some good numbers last time we saw him play on Nuke as well.
It's just amazing to watch him play Counter-Strike right now. Without a doubt, the best rifle Counter-Strike has to offer right now. We have a package of clips and shots coming out of NiKo as well, where it's unheard of. I think we even discussed it in the green room, YnK, right? You and I, when we play Counter-Strike at our best, we would maybe hit 1 or 2 of these shots every single game. NiKo does it every single time he's on the server, and it's just looking so clean, so methodical, and so beautiful. Without a doubt, statistically the best player you can watch play Counter-Strike right now. No one comes even close to that.
So fun to watch him as well, you know, as someone who's seen him play a lot, and you're just sitting there in practice in coach mode, and you're just watching him just have a round out of nowhere, you know, win you around by some crazy shots, whether it's a deal or an AK or whatever, or a clutch, and
makes the job easy.
You're just in awe, right? You have, you know, someone like Horrormeister just trying to him like, you're a nerd, you know, like it's just like the things that he can pull off is no one else can really do it.
Well, after that victory from the side of NIP, we do have Calc with a few words with James.
I've got Calc with me here in between maps, and you managed to get the map pick of Nuke done pretty well. Very convincing first start as well. We've got to talk about Fozy though. He's looking mighty comfortable.
Yeah, he's a crazy one, right? His attitude, even when he came into the first tournament, he was just, he doesn't give a shit. Oh, sorry, I can't say that, but he's ice cold, man, ice cold.
And that worked out really well for you, right? And this is a G2 back with their full lineup, so confidence must be high. Going into the second map, what are you going to be telling the guys?
To do exactly what we did here. I think we're going to get the energy down, and then we're going to go as focused and as confident into the second map as we just did.
And obviously the difference between like you and Threat, right? He's a lot more on the strategy side, the analytical side, but your kind of energy and atmosphere here is very vital to the guys in a game like this. Can you explain kind of what you do in difference?
Yeah, I think the difference in styles is that obviously Threat has done the game plan still. He sits and does it. I am not coming up with any tactics here, right? I'm like a conductor of music, essentially, right? He writes all the music, and I just make sure we try and perform it to the best way possible.
Well, it's definitely working so far. Good luck going into second map, mate.
And that second map will be Dust 2, the same map that we saw being played at IEM Winter. And it was a bit of a struggle for NIP on that CT side to be starting things off. Do you see differences today?
Yeah, I think also... I think it's down to G2, right? Like, they can't get flustered by this first map loss. Definitely, I think they were expecting to win this game 2-0, right? So it's just down to play against the basic stuff, really. The NIP mounted, you know, they started, I think, 7-0 in that second half on Dust 2, and it was just a B-pop, then a long rush, and G2 is, like, trying to start 4A, and, you know, just play default Counter-Strike. And the players need to be good. Their protocols need to execute them well. If they try to do that, you know, you need to get at least 3 kills so that you have a good retake situation, and just trust in the players, trust in the system, and, you know, don't get too crazy. You're map down, but there's still, you know, 2 maps to be played potentially.
I agree. It was very dominant last time we saw G2 face NIP and Dust 2, especially the first half, as you're referring to, 12-3 on the T side for G2. A lot of those rounds came down to a one-on-one, though. A lot of those rounds came down to a 2-2, where G2 kept winning out on the retake scenarios, where they planted the bomb, and NIP and especially STech couldn't get it going in the retake. So NIP had potential. They had a lot of rounds they could have won in that game. So I somewhat expect this one to be closer and more balanced than the first time we saw them play. But as YnK said, G2 are the ones to lose this one.
Well, there is no sweeter taste than revenge, but for G2, all that left in their mouth is bitter. We're going to see if they can bounce back on their pick of Dust 2, and it's coming up after this break.
A spicy start to the match here as NIP managed to take away Nuke from G2, and now we're on to Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is how the series played out last time. G2 took a loss on Nuke. It was obviously a little bit closer, obviously a map they were in control of previously. Then they went on to Dust 2 and won that, and that forced the third map of Inferno. So everything's kind of going according to plan. It's deja vu.
Really even up the odds as well. It's almost 4-1 now. It's dead even. People are having some, perhaps a little bit of a flashback to that last series that they played. Not one that G2 would like to relive, I'm sure. They want to get that revenge this time around.
I think there's two things you got to kind of be impressed about off that map. One, obviously, one is NIP kind of being able to replicate the success and take that map again. The second thing you got to be impressed with is the performance of Fuzi. Again, just kind of like stepping up to the plate in a situation where, you know, kind of a lot's expected from him, but we don't really know what is expected from him in delivering a great performance on Nuke. 21 and 17, leading the way in terms of frags for NIP.
Yeah, it's hard to know how that feels, because on the one hand, you're right. Like, you know, maybe there isn't a lot of pressure on him. If he does well, people are like, that's really sick. If he doesn't, then it's like, well, he's new to the team. How could he fit into the system? So maybe that sort of reality is not really set in for him yet. Maybe it will, but right now he's certainly living up to expectations and then some, which is really good to see. On the G2 side of things, I mean, you saw halfway through that match, NiKo really woke up. Which
it felt like the whole team woke up halfway through that match, because it felt like most of them were hitting the snooze button for the first 9 or 10 rounds or so of Nuke. I mean, it was an 8-1 run for NIP to start, and I mean, G2 cannot let that happen. We saw what happens when they are playing better, when they are getting into the game. They bring the scoreline right back, they bring it up, and they actually start performing well. But you cannot start with that hole, especially when you're facing elimination here on Dust 2, map number 2 in this series at the Blast World Final. Rez gonna take a gander through the double doors up towards top mid and 3 towards the B. Bomb site, bomb is left in T. Spawn, Nexa, and Amanek just to kind of hold fort in middle and long.
And they have that P250 on NiKo. So they could send him out hunting if they want to try and even out and equalize between that and the USP. Is always a good idea.
The last time they played at IM Winter, it was a mid-centric attack from G2, which I think is partially why you're seeing Rez, Esatag ready to take fights at double doors. You see Hampus up on catwalk, kind of jumping for information around the corner. He's also in a position to kind of pinch towards Xbox and pinch towards those double doors if the opportunity presents itself. So NIP's expecting something similar from last time, and it is. It looks like G2 does want to come attack towards middle. Here's the flashbang.
Yep, setting it up, allowing them entry through the door. S-Tag will fall back. Smoke is up there. Oh, he'd love a boost over to try and take a look, because otherwise, alone on the bomb site is Rez, and he needs some backup right now. Some shots being put into Jax, but not enough to get him killed. And Rez back here, it's just too much to handle. He's going to end up going down, and it's a 1-for-1 trade with the bomb plant to follow. It's not a bad start here for G2.
No, but NIP, they need to get some kills quick. NiKo can just chill. He can be patient, does not need to peek up. You could see Hampus holding for it. There's no utility. There's just that smoke and the kit, and the smoke is deployed. It's going to start fading soon. Here we go. Amanek has contact inside the site. There's the peekaboo from NiKo, but it's Jax with 3 and 4 kills inside of the bomb site. NIP gets slaughtered.
Wow, and he got the first one too. He actually ended up acing that pistol round. It just gets spread out. Unbelievable scenes. And he's the one that's taken a lot of the damage as they run up the middle. He started that round getting shot in the back a lot and somehow managed to make his way through.
Yeah, but from there, nobody saw him again for the rest of the round. He never had to take any more bullets. He took all that early on, and then he had all the good luck, all the good karma going in his way.
Crazy. All right. Well, if anything was going to get them fired up, surely that has got to be it. Second round reply. You're getting some dualies back. Got 2 out of 30 rounds or something like that right now.
Yeah.
It's something.
Yeah, I like it.
And a scout and some deagles to follow it up. So NIP, they have a little bit to answer back with. Okay. That's a nice shot from Amanek.
Yeah, Hampus not even a chance to respond or react in that situation. Rez looks like he wants to maybe go investigate, see if he can get the scouts in. With Fuzi's going to make the run. He's tagged for it, but he does have the scout. He can fight back a little bit. They're going to come through the smoke. Good kill from Plopsky. Wants the rifle. Can't quite get it. Arm's not long enough. And G2 is applying pressure into the bomb site. And even with the stack, I mean, it's not too bad from NIP, all things considered.
You bet he was spamming that use key to try and pick up that rifle. That would have been really interesting. But yeah, you're right. It's not bad at all. Now it's a bit different, but with a minute left, if they could have played around with that deagle on S-Tag, maybe there could have been something there. Dualies will come in for the kill on NiKo. All right. He's going to pick up... Did he not have an AK?
And he did. He wants the scout to be able to grab the cross, hoping they hadn't already crossed over the choke point, and he would be incorrect. I think the last thing that's left for him to do is go back and get that AK-47 right before the smoke clears.
Yeah.
And bug out.
Yeah, not worth it, is it? Okay, but this is a dangerous round, so the celebrations from the ace to start with, I mean, they can continue a bit, but at least being told early on, NIP you know, haven't really forgot how to play since Nuke.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, remember, it is also NIP invested everything into this round. So, I mean, that's everything they could have had. And even though the resistance was good initially at the A bomb site, there was not really any realistic chance they were going to be able to turn the round altogether in their favor. But getting out with the AK-47 is quite nice, especially considering Fuzi has armor. So we'll see what damage that can do in the next round.
Yeah, that is a little bit of icing on the cake. Third round coming up. The dualies are back.
They've been passed over to Hampus. They've been bequeathed.
What if you just need like more of them? What if buying one set isn't enough? Or do you need like 4 or 5 in a team? You just have the raw output to...
I feel like we've seen that a couple times.
I feel like right when the price changed, people were like, yeah, and then they kind of went away again. I'm sorry to say.
No, they're still around. I think it's certainly some of the hype. For a while, they were super popular, and it was weird seeing them not actually work despite the amount that they've been bought. But some people like them.
It's an acquired taste, really. All right. Another very similar style here from G2. No real risks being taken. Getting a bit of mid-control to follow it with. And I mean, more than anything, they know that AK is in play somewhere.
Well, Hunter's about to get some attention on him. Drops the smoke. He hasn't heard this yet. The timing of this is perfect from the NIP push. Hunter, if he just turns around, yeah, they're going to take some shots. Oh, and he survives with 4 health. He needs to get out, but he can't do it slow. So he's called out at least 2 towards long. There goes the AK-47 in middle. Amanek holding for that rotation, and G2 is going to find they have access to the A bomb site. And that's going to be the round slipping away. Hunter and T-Spawn still trying to get some bonus money. Easy kill as he jumps up. Plopsky finishes him off, but it's going to be 3-0.
Good stuff here for G2. Getting a chance to... Oh, even actually gets the scope off there. Interesting, but yeah, this is probably the kind of start you'd want. Having lost Nuke, you get to, like you said, kind of waking up halfway through that Nuke game was a bit too late. Not far from actually making it on the comeback. So this time they start up well on Dust 2, and hopefully they can power through and make it onto Inferno.
Yeah, and it was a 16-10 victory on Dust 2 the last time these two teams played on the map just a few days ago. NiKo running his route up catwalk and gets by the vision of Rez. It's going to be Hampus. They had a big back-and-forth battle on Nuke. This is the inaugural fight here in the Dust 2 gun rounds, and Hampus, I don't think he's necessarily prepared for it. NiKo hears the drop. He hears the footsteps. And it looks like they're trying to set up a split towards the A bomb site. NiKo and Hunter on catwalk, Jackson, Nexa waiting behind a smoke at long. Amanek with support nades set up. They're just biding their time and waiting for the opportune moment.
I don't know if it's yet, but I'm always, whenever you don't have control of upper dark like they don't have right now on the G2 side, I always wonder, how long do you want to keep that up for before you start to get a bit nervous that you don't have any vision for like 30 seconds. Maybe if they walk up there, it could be a bit of an issue.
So G2 felt that pressure of the defense at long, and they didn't like it. They didn't want to try and pop through that smoke. They didn't want to try and wait for it to subside. They've actually rotated everyone around to catwalk, so instead they're just going to have a 4-man hit here towards the bomb site. Hampus is in CT spawn. He's out of the action, and not enough flashbangs being layered towards long, so Fuzi gets 1 freebie onto NiKo, and now come the delay utilities. This is going to be tough.
And it's a real big problem because they don't have any smokes to put away that Molotov, and there's actually a second one on Rez, so if he's really good and he gets here in time, they could delay that bomb plant for a second time, and then we're down to 15 seconds. Nice headshot as well from Plopsky to follow it up, and Nexa, he tries to take the fight, but now the bomb is on the ground, and this round has fallen apart. NIP on their first real rifle buy, answering back really quickly. Amanek, he's going to get caught here as well. What a perfect round.
Yeah, not only that, but that felt like a relatively weak hit for G2. It didn't even feel like they actually got into any fights. This is just everyone from NIP just killing someone. Like, no one, the Opper obviously gets the 1 pick on NiKo, and safety. Plopsky just eliminates 2 players. There's no one really fighting back and holding him away. The flank is pretty much impossible because the rest of the round has failed. And a good, solid defense to open up for NIP. All 5 players surviving.
That's very interesting. Yeah, you're right. I mean, especially that first, that's just a classic Dust 2 problem to have, is to turn that corner against the AWP, and you really need layered flashbangs to make that work. NiKo, he's picked up an AWP. Yep, he's trying to use that gun barrel. What an incredible peek to take down Fousey, and he's back for more. The fact that he saw him even is a huge problem now for Hampus. He might very well be dead already. I'm not sure he's going to be able to escape this one.
Yeah, he can't really get out. So, I mean, G2 can largely ignore him and look for the support that is surely going to come in to try and help him. Could still be a little bit dangerous, a little bit sketchy. Hampus making the run up the ramp, and that smoke is going to start clearing. There's a timer on this, and I think he realizes he's locked in. He's just getting a new position to trying to be creative. B-bomb site has been secured by the big flank from Hunter. And there's NiKo with his third kill of the round. Hampus does eventually die, and Hunter's never going to let him save.
Ooh, he did make a step, but they didn't hear it. There's the opportunity. Hunter's going to be found. Oh, that's a shame. He wanted to get closer to close the distance for the Tech-9, obviously. But they're right back in action over at A-Long. I am... Again, it's that determination and focus on NiKo when... Especially when it feels like they're under pressure, G2.
Yeah.
He just becomes so much more aggressive.
He's also just so much in control of himself, which I guess sounds like a weird thing, but those jiggle peeks baiting out the shot from Fousey with the op, I mean, it was just all done perfectly. So 4th round for G2, and remember, this too was a round where the buy was only an op and 2 AK-47s.
Feels like maybe he's just playing better when he's a little bit frustrated to begin with. Like they should start the match with a slap, you know, just
okay,
get a
so
team in
he's like the Hulk of Counter-Strike. He's always angry.
Just get him fired up, you know. Don't have to wait.
So your strategy to get NiKo in the mood is just to punch him in the face before every game goes live.
Yeah.
That's what you want to start seeing.
Could be like an open hand kind of slam. Doesn't have to punch him in the, but you know.
You know, Anders,
it's enough that it stings, you know.
Us talent have had a tough time transitioning into the coaching role, but I think with that kind of a mentality and a strategy, I think you could really be the one to break through.
Listen, I can't do any worse, can I? I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
No. Oh, this is a beautiful shot. I love watching NiKo play. It is just a lot of fun. Even though, again, you always have that feeling that the heartbreak is right around the corner, because even some of those games where he drops 30 kills and they still lose the map, so...
Yeah, that's soul-crushing. Ooh, and he's got a tag. Amanek brought down very low. I actually thought the tag was going to go the other direction.
I was going to say, where did Amanek's bullet go?
I don't know.
Well, have to start an investigation to figure out what happened.
I think that was an M4 that dinked him. That brought him down this low. That wasn't an op. So he actually took a duel against a rifle and lost out on it. Shout out to your boy Amanek.
I'm so curious what happened now. Yeah, I think you might be right. Okay, well, that's weird and a little bit awkward. Oh, Nade, he's thinking about it. Hampus, surely he's not that clever. Surely he's not that smart. All right, he's going to throw it close. I actually thought for a minute he was going to throw it to top mid.
If that's how Amanek died, that would have been fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Mid-centric, Rez and Hampus meeting up there to make sure that G2 doesn't have access. So they're going to back away from it. Hampus is going to be in CT spawn. Rez and S-Tag now committed to the B bomb site. Fousey and Plopsky again playing long. So Catwalk is open for the moment, although obviously in this position, ooh, good push, and Jax is a little bit high in the crosshair.
Yeah, but just a bit, and also one of those kind of cold positions where you're just sat there for a while aiming, and when they finally show up, you're just a little bit slow on that. Pretty decent counter HE coming out. Fousey, though, still here, and still no flashbangs to take him down. Able to get NiKo, even though surely he couldn't have seen that much of him, but quick reaction, good stuff.
Yeah, only one flashbang for G2 that round. They were trying to use it over the top of the one-way smoke to get that kill, and Fousey is just being a nightmare at the moment. Good op kill towards long. Plopsky's now activated. Got a couple of kills in the same position previously, but Nexa misses an opportunity. That's awkward.
And Amanek from earlier dinked in T-spawn, more or less, and he's going to go down. Interesting stuff. All right, 4-2. NIP, we're back with some shouts. They're feeling it. Everyone loves being back on land.
Oh, it was the op, okay. So Fousey just rotated real quick. That's my bad.
He did, yeah, but I mean, I still don't know what happened to Amanek's wallet. We're still in the dark about that one. NiKo's not happy.
That's 2 rounds now. They've tried to kind of consolidate on Catwalk and have like a 3 to 4 man hit up Catwalk, and both of them, they've got like nothing. The first time was the first round that NIP won with 5 players surviving. This time they only get 1 kill. Neither of them were plants, so those Catwalk hits have been neutralized, and now Hampus is feeling frisky.
That's going to be another NiKo gif right there. Scoped up so you can see what was happening on Catwalk. You're right, but the fact that they can get that much catwalk control, surely that's so tempting if you're on the T side to be like, well, if we're getting the control, we should keep pressing it because eventually it's gonna work, right?
But at one point, you just say, wow, we actually just get slaughtered, even if we have the control, like if it's not getting anything afterwards.
It's a hard call to make. Maybe set it up for everyone's favorite CT spawn drop. That's always fun when you can get that. Try and turn it into a B-split instead.
There's still an op at top mid. No one from G2 has tried to go pick it up. The one that NiKo had to start the round.
Is that an op or a scout? I thought it was a scout.
Scout. Have I just gone insane these past 2 rounds with the weapons that I'm seeing? Yeah, it's a scout.
Okay. They do, I mean...
I have gone insane.
They do look alike, don't they? As long as you hit headshots, no one's noticing the difference, so... 40 seconds. All right, nade to hold them back into the Molotov, in fact. And hampers a bit of damage through the door in the middle. Down to 30 seconds. And Nexa, scoping, surely going to be heard on the other side if they didn't already. They definitely realize now. Just too much firepower on the other side. And Scout not going to be put to use in this round. Jax with a headshot from the Deagle. It's pretty good. 15 seconds now left, and he's trying to do some work here, Amanek, at the end, but he'll be finished by the USP. And NIP, what? That's 3 out of 4 rounds.
Yeah, and that's now all 3 rounds that they've won off the back of Catwalk. Obviously, this one's a little bit weaker with what they have to hit with, but I'd like to see if G2 is going to go back and do that again. Let's see the next time have all the flashbangs you need. You know, both times we've seen them kind of execute into Fuzi's AWP at long. It's been like one flashbang tossed over initially, but not really a full-blown execute, not really any kind of layered utility to keep Fuzi off the angle and from being impactful. So G2 is kind of getting into that position a little bit late in the round where they don't have all the tools they need to pull it off. And they're going to call their first time out of the game.
Money's not looking good either for G2. So a really good shot right now for the Swedes to pick up another round, make it 4-4, tie it all up. And right now, what, Plopsky, Hampers, and Fuzi all doing pretty well. Got a nice little trio going on that side. Something needs to change here for G2 because it started pretty good on this map. Now it's calmed down maybe a little bit too much. Ooh, nice pick off. Okay. Rez able to take down Amanek all the way down the middle.
What do you do now if you're G2? And again, NIP have opened up a lot of rounds like this. A game plan against G2 perhaps, making sure they have enough players in middle to stop any kind of attack into this spot. They have Rez with the op, they have Hampus close up with the M4, and obviously plenty of utility as well. Op shot rings out another nade that can do massive damage. They're brought very, very low. And NIP's happy with the damage they've done with the resistance that they've already mounted, and they're gonna back away. All right, you sadistic man. What a laugh.
Listen, incredible work from the camera operator. He saw that coming. He was like, you know what? There we go. I'm just, that's so funny. They got what? Double naded in middle, and then they were like, let's go to safety on catwalk. And then that didn't work out either. Look at this shot from Rez. Nicely done, but this is comedy gold unless you're on the receiving end.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've obviously seen this kind of evolve with like the new nade dropping, and it's no surprise that NIP's doing. We saw in the last series they played as well against the two. Is just what there's currently 4 HE grenades dropped on the ground in CT spawn. So Hampus just has a field day, just being able to drop airstrikes. Rez again is going to have a pick. This time it's out towards long. Fuzi's jumped up as well. The Alps just wreaking havoc. Thankfully, Nexa's got the trade, and if they want to try and punish up catwalk quick, there's still 3 players for NIP on this side of the map.
Yeah. Which is a bit of unusual math, right, for the defense.
And again, you only have 1 flashbang.
Oh, no, you're right.
1 flashbang, 1 smoke, 1 Molotov. So one more time, you're coming into this catwalk hit, but not really the full set of tools and utility that you'd like to pull it off. Good shot from Rez. Double scope just in time. Nexa's waiting for the repeat, but Rez doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, he almost looked like he was getting a bit panicked, but I think he realized now, wait a minute, they're not really pushing me. I can actually play a little bit safely here. And now G2 don't have any grenades to work with. 1 Molotov from Nexa. That's not really going to help them out so much at the moment. Hard for him to pull it out and throw it towards Rez when he's all the way out on catwalk. And Rez is gone. Amanek, the last one left. More nades are landing on them. They're getting tired of those grenades at the moment. Good. Again, great defense from NIP. And G2 trying to make that 3 versus 4 work. I mean, they caught that AWP finally, but not enough to help them. 5 to 4 now as NIP take the lead.
5 out of the last 6 going to the Ninjas. 4 in a row as well. Oh, flashbang misses around the corner. That's awkward. But there's a little, there's your nade stack. There we go. Have a good time with it.
Should be able to combine, like if you drop 5 nades all on top of each other, it turns into a giant grenade.
I actually, low-key, I kind of don't like that. I hate watching that. I mean, it is fun to a certain degree, just watching nades just dropped in a narrow choke point. Okay, so Rez was getting frisky in middle, and NiKo decided he needed to send a message.
I think it's kind of funny. I mean, I guess I haven't seen it be abused enough that I start to think, wow, this is really game breaking, you know?
Yeah.
It's just, but maybe it will. I mean, it's still kind of early days, right? I feel like that's my limit for when I'm out on the grenade stacking thing. If someone figures out something, we're like, wow, there's no counter to this, you know?
That is just actually breaking.
There's nothing we can do here, you know? Sure, I'm sure people are working on it. Saving strats for the major.
Here's your run boost.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Sacrifice to the Swedish god that is Fozy at the moment.
All right, he's going to have a little bit of a shooting gallery, or perhaps not. Good, quick shot from the scout from NiKo. 4 on 3.
The movement speed on the scout is... Sometimes I just buy the scout over a Galila from us, even because I'm just like, this is so much fun to play with. It just feels right.
This position is just, there's nothing to force him out. There's no Molotov to clear it. There's nothing to keep him from re-peeking you and just hiding inside of cover.
Oh, they did just pick up, there's a Molotov, I think, right in front of them. On that, I think on Fozy was there. Oh, and Hunter's gonna get the kill. Hampus with an HE. They actually, I think there's a Molotov up there somewhere, I believe. Maybe they already managed to lose track of it. Hunter has gone down in the meantime. Hampus with a kill. Back into a 2-on-2. They're very low on health here on the C side, but if they could pick this one up, G2, that would be tremendous. Hampus maybe about to get shot at the back. He's going to be careful here. It's S-Tag instead to get one of them. And can he actually find him? Tag once. Can he do it again? S-Tag just with a bit of a touch on the bomb. And NiKo not very exposed. He's staying hidden back here. It's going to be found, but it's too late. And it will be G2 to pick up a 5th round out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, well, I mean, all the props over to NiKo. You want to talk about someone taking over a round. This time it's a scout with 3 headshots. This opening one against Rez, who has an AWP, who's been effective in finding picks there. Fuzi as well eventually is going to get dropped by NiKo, just peeking into him. And then obviously the headshot in the 2-on-2 retake is spectacular. That kill, all important onto Plopsky. I didn't think they were going to be able to clear him out. And we're all tied up.
That is, that's the kind of round that can bring a team to life once again. It feels like NIP were kind of taking over the game a bit, but good stuff. NiKo, much invigorated from that last round. They're going to be straight out long to try and take a fight. And I mean, he had an AWP last time, and he did a lot of work there. Maybe he could do it with the AK instead. Similar setup here for NIP. They are really emphasizing that long corner over at A. Don't want to lose track of it. Hunter and Rez in the middle. Patience on both sides.
Yeah, but this is mostly going to be a long hit, obviously. 4 players already out for G2. Fuzi's got the off angle at Car. He's seen 1 jump across. Defensive smoke put out preemptively. And he's going to play over the top. Oh, and there goes NiKo. He's found 1. No response from G2. And again, we've seen this before. That just might scare him away. And again, look at the utility they've got. 2 flashbangs on Nexa, but again, it's like they spend a lot of resources getting into that initial position, and they don't have a whole lot to adjust and adapt across the map. And now you've got to do a lot with the little.
It's very cool. We saw the NIP coach, or I suppose was he like vice president, I'm not sure, does a little bit of everything, Jonas.
Yeah.
Talking about Fozy in the break, saying he doesn't really care about playing at this level. Doesn't seem like it. Seems more or less unaffected. S-Tag, though, inside of the bomb site. Could have been a great spray down there, but instead, Nexa will take his face off, and Amanek with the no-scope to drop Plopsky, and just like that, they swing it back G2. Great call late in the round to go for that B-split.
Really good entries as well, coming out mid, hitting the shot towards CT spawn, hitting another one up at window, and then it's easy from there. and they know exactly where Fuzi is. The question is, do they want to try and take this gun away? They're already starting to align in this direction. Jackson, Almanac outside of long. Nexa going to move up catwalk. They can really put some pressure on. No flashbangs to take an angle away, but plenty of bodies to throw at the problem if they want to.
Do you need more evidence now that they should just stay away from the A-bomb site? They are actually a man down in that round, and that B split just works out so much better. I feel like they're kind of proving it round for round here that catwalk push at the very least is not really their friend.
Even long has been tough at times and a little bit costly for G2 when they've tried to progress up it, but certainly that catwalk hit is something I'm not sure we'll see G2 go back to. Maybe a little bit later, maybe if they feel like they've kind of taken the economy away and they can have an easier time of it, but certainly in full buy scenarios, G2 shouldn't really be touching that catwalk for the moment.
6-5, it's good to see G2 hold on to the game and not just completely crumble. Utility damage, almost 500. Well, we know who's been hogging the nades.
Yeah, we know everything's been dropped to him. That is wild.
The dedicated Grenadier.
Esatag's been a little bit bored over at that B-bomb site.
Yeah.
5 and 4 in the half so far, just hasn't been involved in a whole lot.
And when he's been involved, it's been all of them sort of showing up to fight him all at once, which is, I don't know, the curse of playing that B-bomb sometimes, isn't it?
Default spread for G2 to start. Nico clearing lower dark. Hunter's going to join up with him. The bomb is still waiting outside of long.
Double up.
And as we see frequently from NIP in this half so far, starting out with Hampus and Rez both focusing on middle to shut down any kind of a fast play, and then kind of shifting away into their own respective positions. Fuzi and Plopsky committed to long as well.
Yeah, a bit of a different setup. It's kind of cool to see. Not something that NIP have had to deal with too much. They've usually actually been able to take long, at least the first corner of it there, without too much of a struggle. So they're going to camp Fuzi down there and start to make their way back with Plopsky.
Nico's tagged, which is going to be really upsetting to him because that's going to really temper his aggression. One of the differences if G2 was to continue up catwalk and actually try and pull off one of those executes again is this time they wouldn't be going up against an AWP. Fuzi's got it out towards long. He's just holding the crack at long double doors for information, and out mid we go. Again, it's going to be Nico. Great shot up towards the A bomb site. Smokes come out now, and the hit is on. Still 2 defenders inside of the B bomb site.
There is Estag and Rez, one of them that AWP, so Estag, oh, they're going to fall back. They're actually canceling it. Fuzi's pushed out long, and he's going to get Hunter shooting him in the back. 20 seconds, and they're trying to defend this still. Plopsky's on the side, 18 seconds left. They need to swing this one, G2, and get this kill, and while they hit the bomb down, that's a really nice shot, and Jax will follow it up and take down Fuzi. It's now a 2-on-3. And the bomb has been planted. G2 with a very, very late rotation to get to that A bomb site. And this time it actually works. They get out catwalk and they prove us all wrong.
And it's Nico providing the opening after getting tagged with an AWP at low health. Like he just doesn't care. Doing so much for G2 at the moment. It's going to be a 7th round, a 2-round lead for G2. And that's a good adjustment. The one pick towards A, you posture, everything feels and seems like it's gonna be a mid to B split. And up catwalk they go.
Very cool. Inspirational as well. Remember that, kids, next time you get legged and you've got 20 health, you know, you still get the job done. You just have to be like Nico.
You just have to be as good as Nico.
I mean, he was even, to set that play up, he stood inside of the smoke in the middle with his knife out for a while. So he's like, I might have 20 health, and if anyone shoots in the smoke, I'm dead, but
yeah,
don't care. Just don't care. Well played. 7-5, G2 making a really, really good case for themselves here in the first half on Duster, which I'm excited about. I really want to see Inferno. I'd be so sad if we don't get there. So right now I'm cheering a little bit for G2.
Yeah, a good recovery in this game for that run from NIP in the middle stages was quite nice. Up mid we go. Nico's gonna get the tap, but he's dinked. Hampus has found a way to circle up behind towards T-spawn. So
doing that,
G2's kind of locked in towards long, but the weaponry isn't exactly, you know, the most stellar to be able to allow this to have any kind of crazy impact for NIP.
Very tricky for Hampus to know when to go for this. If it's too early, it'll give the whole game away, and maybe just a bit. So Nexa, one step ahead. It seems like it's a round-winning position, but it's just very hard to know when to actually go for it. Oh! What? He actually scoped as well, taking down Hunter point-blank range. That is crazy.
Well, NiKo's cleared out the B bomb site. All he has to do is not die to S-Attack. Now this gets a bit spicy. Look at G2, they're split. Nexo with the bomb headed towards B. But without NiKo alive anymore, he doesn't want to commit himself into the bomb site. This is so weird. He might just try and meet up on Catwalk, I guess, maybe walk out middle, but Almanek's going to try and join up with him just now. They've got one Molotov to use and 28 seconds on the clock.
Well, they're going to walk right into it here. AWP in play. He misses the flick and he goes down. Rez, that needed to be a kill. Now instead, 20 seconds. S-Tag is here. Molotov putting a bit of pressure on, but now the bomb is dropped. 15 seconds, and Amanek, he has to be pretty quick with this. He can't really spend time playing this game. Flash is perfect, and the headshot is even better. What a fantastic round from S-Tag. A triple, and it brings NIP up to 6 rounds.
That's the absolute worst timing for NiKo to go down when his teammate is already committed to bringing the bomb all the way over to the other side of the map, and that puts him in such a sketchy position. They've lost track of the NIP players. They've lost track of S-Attack after that initial kill in the 2v2.
I need to see that Rez headshot but at like 500% slow motion, because it's still too quick to see what's actually happening. That's wild.
That's brutal stuff.
14th round. Oh, Fuzzy, he's walking. No, was he just moving? Did he doubt himself?
Yeah, he did. He was just pulling away from the angle. And Jax takes a bullet through the door as well, down to 37 HP. But with that long presence, NiKo realizes, okay, the offset long, I have some freedom. I'm more than happy to take a one-on-one with an M4 that's here, but likely there's not going to be any pressure. Most of NIP's resources out towards long initially.
I need to know if I'm alone in this, Jason. Do you ever sometimes you're holding your corner like that and you think, what if I think about moving? Is that enough to trigger the Counter-Strike curse?
No, I never have that thought.
All right.
That's you.
It's just me that's gone crazy.
That's constantly trying to prove the existence of a simulation.
Listen,
everything you do in life is in that one goal.
It doesn't disprove. What if the simulation knows that you're doing it?
True.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a great point. We can go down that rabbit hole all day.
Oh,
there's another entry from NiKo, much in the same way as last time, and he's down very, very low. Opens up the possibility for a split. S-Tag and Rez playing a little bit disconnected, but S-Tag's going to deliver the first. Almanek's got him pinned down until a missed opportunity, and NiKo again. Doesn't matter what health he has. He's going to peek into everything. Fuzi goes down. Plopsky's up next, and he's got NiKo. Jax coming out a little bit late, and Plopsky handles that as well. Good taps.
Well played on that M4. A little bit of damage there. Outlaw, though. Yeah, he actually knew. He was ready for it as well, but Nexus able to beat him to the punch. It's now 14 seconds and another headshot, bringing down Amanek with the bomb. I don't think he can win this round. Unless they challenge him, he's going to lose this one for sure. 5 seconds left. Yeah, Nexery knows it's going to be tied up 7-7 as NIP bring their way back. I've got to say, obviously, S-Tag getting the first kill, but the way that he sort of baited out the next shot to escape from the corner, that's all some really veteran play. That's not so easy to do.
No, it's not. This is. I mean, NiKo provides them both entries, one in CT spawn, one up here on Catwalk, and it's going to be frustrating to lose this round. I'm not sure if S-Tag didn't spot Rez on the ground like that, but he had an opportunity to get the bomb planted safely. Throwing that Molotov to try and prevent the push actually exposed his head. When he had Nexad long, that could have protected the very same thing, so maybe a miscue. Here we go out towards long. Hampus, a little bit blind. Everyone from NIP a little bit blind. Yeah, this is sketchy now. Those pistols in a very deadly range, but it's Plopsky again, and Fuzi with the backup as well.
Oh, this could have absolutely gone wrong for NIP. They should be very thankful to be alive in this moment. Fuzi showing once again, he doesn't really care. He can play around the smoke out here. Drawing in their attention, it's S-Tag to come up with a kill on Amanek and NiKo. 1 versus 4 would certainly be a spectacular highlight to end the half with. It is unlikely, and he's going to go down for the smoke. It's 8-7 at the end in favor of NIP. Not a bad way to get Dust 2 started. Let's see if they can continue and win this in 2 in the second half. It's coming up after the break.
I believe I have an unpopular opinion.
I think that Counter-Strike games are too long. I don't know. I like the Krieg meta.
You see the map pool? All the 7 maps? It's gone.
I think definitely the most unpopular opinion I have is Vertigo is a good map.
I think that Vertigo is a pretty good map. I think that you have pretty good reason to go B sometimes. I think it's nice because CTs can both retake, but they can also play offensive, and there's more and more new ways to play Vertigo on the CT side, but also on the T side.
I think the hate against Vertigo is not really... I don't agree with it. I think maps like Mirage and Dust 2 should actually be getting more of the hate, in my opinion.
It's a map where there are a lot like hidden gems undiscovered yet, and there's like so much potential for it.
I liked Vertigo, and I would love to see like Valve changing map pool like in 1 year. Every 1 year they change like 2 maps, because sometimes it get boring to watch all the maps over and over again.
The model skins, you know, that they introduced to the game, I really don't like them. I don't think they added anything to the game, and I think we've heard from a lot of people who are colorblind, for example, that they actually have a hard time seeing these model skins when they're playing, which I think is like super broken, to be honest. I think it should be equal and fair for everyone, so I think there actually should be a command to like disable them, you know.
I believe I have an unpopular opinion because I would love, for example, to have really something new. Of course, the best will be a new CS if it can come, but if not, we can still do something with CSGO. But I will, for example, love to, like Valve is coming, saying, you see the map pool, all the 7 maps, it's gone. And you just take 7 new maps that no one know, never practice, never see, never play, whatever, like totally new, and like go on, have fun.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. G2 and NIP battling it out on Dust 2. It's the second map in this best of 3 here at the Blast World Finals. I've got to say, NIP, they kind of made up for it a little bit at the end, but this is a wide open game. Anything can still happen. Now let's see what they can do with the second half. G2 now on the CT side and NIP on the T side.
Oh, look at lower B. Homeboy's got the dualies. Here comes Hunter tapping away. Hampus is down. No utility for the hit, but thankfully there's also no defense. However, already NIP realizes they are very boxed in.
Yeah.
This retake is coming from 2 directions, and G2's already set up for it. So a long time and a lot of pressure to be placed on them. It looks like they actually want to push outside of the B bomb site on some kind of a timing.
They may have to. There's 3 flashbangs as well on G2 side, so that could do a lot. But you're right, they did want to try and take the fight to them, and it's working as well. Plopsky swapping out for the USP, and now fighting Nexa and CT Spawn. This is a disaster. Fozzy's going to be going down, and Nexa, strong headshot, leaves S-Tag alone, and they get the retake done. G2 will win the pistol round.
It felt like it might have been the only option for NIP is take that battle outside of the bomb site and secure yourselves that positioning. Thankfully, look how passive Nexa is being. The fact that he never goes down keeps this a 2-front battle for NIP and makes it impossible for them to ever be comfortable. Nicely done from G2. And shout out to the dualies.
They got a couple of kills. Sometimes I like to think in my mind, think of how different that round would have been if that first dualie kill was the guy with the bomb. And the rest of them run onto the side.
And then they got to come back and get it. But then you also look at the fact that that's the last guy they kill is the one with the smoke and the flashbangs that they're chucking out. So then all of a sudden you give like an extra flashbang or 2 over to G2 for the retake.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Okay, well, tied up. G2. Well equipped in this one. Hampus, though, with an AK Plopsky as well. So they are pretty dangerous in this round here, NIP, not to be underestimated.
Yeah, I think G2 had to have expected a buy of some level after the bomb plant and the pistol round, and certainly now have the information there's AKs on the map with the initial exchange between Plopsky and Jax. This time it's NIP who's going to have to be very smart and very economical with their utility. 2 smokes, 3 flashbangs, and a Molotov for the whole round. Nico takes a tag from the Deagle, but he's still going to stick around using his Molotov to keep them at bay. Nade does great damage onto S-Tag, but a stalemate in middle for the moment.
Just the smoke in hand there. I'd say it's high risk, but I mean, if they were setting up for some sort of straight launch onto the bomb site with all 5 players, that could have been a bit risky. NiKo, good spray. He gets the last one through the door. Why not? Fuzzy just collateral damage at that point in time. And it's a flawless round for G2 as they pick up another round, and now they're in the lead. It's looking pretty good right now to get to that 3rd map.
Yeah, and a full house for the cousins. Hunter with 2, NiKo with 3. Yeah, this might be the easiest triple kill NiKo's ever gotten. He's just holding down the trigger. So 9-8, G2 with the 1-round lead, and they survive with flying colors against that 2nd round bye. I don't think they lost anyone. Nobody goes down.
No, they made it work. Deagles mostly on the side of NIP. Can you explain to me why was... Okay, I'm saying that as we see a great Deagle headshot, but I feel like we're seeing fewer rounds than we did a year ago, where there's someone just has like 3 Deagle headshots and wins the round. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's just a feeling, but just doesn't seem to have quite the same weight. Is it really the change that did it?
I mean, I think the changes reduce the effectiveness of the Deagle in certain situations, obviously. We've seen plenty of those body shots that would have been like a 2 body shot kill, and now it no longer completes it. But
yeah,
I think more than anything, it's just teams have gotten way better at neutralizing and being able to trade in better positions to not get multi-killed.
So it's kind of, I wonder if we can have statistics on it. I wonder if someone could do the math, do the hard work, because I feel like it happens less. I don't even know. I guess you'd have to sort of like, you'd have to find a way to define the impact of Deagles in some of these rounds. It just feels like it's a little bit more rare these days. 50 seconds. Jax off angle out here. Hard to peek if you're Hampus. And he's down to a single point of health.
Nice tag, no panic in G2. NiKo's slowly drifting over. Jax has control of long, so YnK can be patient with this scout.
Oh, they're getting a bomb plant at the very least. Oh, and a nice headshot. Hampus also picking up 1. Now it's a bit awkward. 2 versus 2. They have another HE on Nexus, so if you could find the 1 kill, they probably get the next one for free, because Aztec can't really escape this bomb site. And he's got a P250 as well locked in, so let's see, is he going to try and bounce it off the wall? There it comes. Oh, he dodges it. Doesn't actually bounce it off, so maybe a chance? No, he's not going to get the headshot, but that round is a bit more scary than maybe you would have wanted.
Yeah, there was an opportunity there. If he's able to get that kill on Nexa, then who knows what happens in the 1v1 after it. This was a good start. Here are your Deagle headshots, Anders, just as you were complaining. Rez and Hampus give you 2.
The frustration, but if you're new to the game, NiKo looks like that all the time. Don't read too much into it, you know?
NiKo just always looks frustrated.
He really does. But it's not something you usually see. Like, normally, I feel like if you saw someone that's very frustration, you'd think that has a strong correlation to also playing worse. It doesn't seem to be the case for NiKo. 17 and 14 right now. He's playing a very cool game once again.
All right, Rez and Plopsker out long. They get it for free, so Hampus comes to join up. Actually, the corner smoke went a little bit deep. YnK exploring towards top mid. And look at NiKo on the hunt. Towards top catwalk at the moment, biding his time. He's got to worry about lower dark behind him. Nobody's setting up any kind of a flashbang for him to turn the corner. YnK has none of that, so NiKo's just going to chill here and play the situation as it comes to him. But he's got so many options and he's got so much information. And G2 now doesn't have to worry about middle. They don't have to worry about catwalk.
I feel like the longer you stay here as NiKo, the more uncomfortable it's going to feel. Like, wait. Where are they? Actually, this is the kind of position where you've got to be real careful you're not giving your team false information either, right?
Well, the hard part is this position requires YnK to be helping him out as well, which leaves Nexa all alone in this B bomb site, which is where the main thrust of this attack is going to come. It's essentially a 4-on-1, but now they busted up. Now YnK's coming back to drop a Molotov in towards B tunnel, so they had the timing on it. NiKo finally gave up the position, and YnK has rotated to B.
That is some really good timing. NiKo's got another Molotov if he can get here in time. YnK with a good kill. Takes down Fuzzy. Trying to get through, but it's too much. S-Tag on the other side with the double and res. Trying to sneak in late in the round to shoot them in the back as they're rotating in. Nice stopping on the bomb there. That's actually really cool. Hunter with the kill. And now it's a 2-on-2. 18 seconds still on the clock here. They have the fuse kits and they have some time here, G2. And also Hampus out on the flank, and they push in. Oh no, that might lose them the round. That should lose them the round. 5 seconds, and he cannot win it Oh, what a shocking turn of events. If Hampus had been there 2 seconds earlier, they probably win that round NIP. But instead, it's G2 finding an 11th.
Oh man, that's so close though. That was really, really tough. Almanac coming through that smoke and double doors after the initial off kill. That might be a bit crazy. I think that's unnecessary. You got to give Nexa the chance to play the round, but NiKo delivers again, killing the planter before the bomb can go down. This is beautiful stuff and taking the risk. He doesn't even know where Hampus is. The long flank just kind of left Hampus isolated, or the planter isolated.
Crazy times.
B-rush?
Why not? It is a classic for a reason. Through the fire and the grenades, they run onto the B-bomb site. Hunter sprays them right down. Already softened up from the initial barrage. S-Tag, he got the opening last time, a double in fact. And he's back for a bit more here. Fozy will follow it up. It's actually, that's super impressive. NIP, after all of that, still end up in a 3-on-3 here to try and see if they can win the round.
Ooh, nade, it's gonna stop the plant. That's huge, and now NiKo can play it passively. He's actually even got, Almanac has flashbangs for him. If he wants to go in, which he does, perfect. Perfect setup from Almanac. And NiKo is just doing work. There's the peek from window. Almanac has that as well.
1 health on Almanac. He barely survived that, but he will make it work. It's 12-8, and it's, what, 5 in a row right now for G2 to start the second half with.
A certain level of admiration. NIP, like, almost making this B-rush work, even losing the initial 2 players. It was a perfect defense to start with 2 kills with the Molotov in its place. And somehow NIP is still able to get the dry kills after that to even things out. 4-round lead. Timeout called by NIP. And with no plant, that lack of bonus money really is the difference between having a buy in this round with rifles or just being relegated to armor and upgraded pistols.
This isn't the most NiKo game that we've seen in a while, but it is fun to look at the scoreboard and see that 21 kills on NiKo and then the drop down to 13 on Jax, 11 on Nex. It still is a huge gap there. There's a bit of a classic, but 5 in a row, they are looking good.
The drop down on damage per round as well.
Yeah.
NiKo's been doing everything. Even if you go back to the T side, watching him with low HP provide the entries. Speaking of which, he's got the first kill onto Hampus. Again, mid aggression. Multiple players. Hunter's already at top mid. NiKo's going to be chilling on the mid ramp for, I mean, not for very long as S-Tag shuts him down.
Hard shot to hit that one. But he made it anyway. Yeah, NiKo's out of the round, but it should be fine. His teammates are pitching in this time, and Rez and S-Tag 2 versus 3 with Hunter already flanking them. Should be an easy cleanup for this one. And G2, they're not really being overly aggressive here.
Ooh, good spin. Good spin from Rez. That lack of there was a gap in those smokes for the cross, so it took them some time to build up the courage, gave Hunter time to wrap behind. At least the plant is there. Molotov is going to be well past the players, and he's got a chance. Almanac's back in the flames. This is huge. Rez might have put his team in position to steal a round away and get them on the scoreboard. Almanac can only hold the angle and hope for a peek that Rez is not giving him for the moment. And Almanac is going to have to start getting aggressive halfway through the bomb timer. Rez waiting, has no idea, doesn't realize the drop. This could be the play for Almanac, and Rez, he's not looking the right direction, and he's going to get dropped. Everything perfect, but Almanac fools him. And yeah, head back in the chair. That was a great opportunity.
He played that whole thing so well. The fact that the Molotov even comes, I mean, it was a bit of an accident that he throws it behind them, right? He couldn't know necessarily, but it actually almost works out for the kill. That is a very close, that's a 2-on-3 that NIP almost win. That should put G2 on notice.
You see NiKo head in hand just like, thank God. Keep that stress at bay a little bit longer, and I think Rez is a little upset that he didn't realize Almanac had dropped down. Here we go. Fuzi boosted up, finds Almanac. He was even kind of adjusting his aim for it, but not quick enough. Hampus outside, very quick. The equalizer not found by Jax, but it's close. And now the utility can rain out. Hampus is in so much trouble. Molotovs, HG grenades, and G2's defense is fighting for this long control.
What is Jax doing? He's just jumping up there while still shooting the gun. And S-Tag, he wants none of that circus stuff. Takes them both down. 2 versus 4 now. That seemed like absolute madness out on long. Hunter will take down Fozy at the same time, and it's a 2 versus 3. And a bit of an awkward position. This boost, I think, is almost always red. I feel like it's so common now that people tend to check for it, but S-Tag does get fooled. And that is a great kill for Nexa.
Oh, this is actually winnable, but so tough for G2. The off angle from Rez is very strong, and Hunter Gonna swap out to the M4, and he's got to try and use this smoke if he can to isolate a fight. Sees no one at long. Here's the shot. He's got that. Now he knows the last player is. Hunter might deliver again a spectacular clutch. It's Rez, but the shot is missed.
Oh, it was so close as well. NIP finally on the board here for the second half, and it's taken a lot to get here, so credit to them, but man, S-Tag actually just sprays him down for the smoke, but that whole beginning from Jax just
was a bit crazy.
Explain it.
Yeah, a bit spicy. He might have lost a bit of control there. Rein it in, Jax. And man, this has been a slog for NIP. This is finally, like, this round is just like 4 rounds coming to fruition where they've been able to get G2 down to 2 players, down to 1 player, and finally take the economy and the money away. It's a stack here, though, these USPs. If they can get a couple of kills, maybe something can turn, but it's just not to be. AKs are too strong. Good transfer for Plopsky. 3 kills on the entrance, and NIP's at 10.
I mean, they've been getting those entries at the B a lot, so it makes sense for them to revisit that, especially when they know the economy is going to be a bit busted up for G2. You could appreciate that. 13-10.
Now, the last series these two teams played where was marked by the 2 maps that NIP won were collapses in those maps from G2, having the lead and huge comebacks for NIP. Here again, you have that same potential. 13-8 at one point. 2 rounds in a row now for the Ninjas. They're kind of fighting back. They're kind of taking the economic advantage away for G2, so things are lining up for NIP to have another one of those comebacks and kind of flip the script here on Dust 2.
Yeah, no more collapses. It's time to close this one out and get on to Inferno. Jax, making up for last round. A couple of amazing Deagle headshots. And that is one hell of a start. How do NIP make up for this? 3 versus 5? Oh, man. S-Tag is thinking about it. I mean, this opening would be everything, but nope. Nexa, not allowing them an entry.
All right, everything I said about that comeback, just forget about it.
Yeah.
That whole setup.
We'll edit it in the VOD.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
We'll edit it in post. Thank you. Fuzi and Rez, 2 versus 5. Plenty of nades, but you need some clean kills before you can think of anything. Nico's just lying in wait, not exposed to anything. Jax on the ramp. Hunter and Amanek coming from behind, and there's the Deagle shot again from Jax. You wanted the 3D rounds, and you got it.
Yeah, that's a classic Deagle round, isn't it? Jax out long, beautiful, a couple of headshots there. And not even just that, right? They get to steal a lot of weapons in the round as well. Boom. Absolutely taken down. 14-10. And stealing, what, 3 AKs? Did they steal the AWP as well? Probably did.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, 3 AKs and an op. 4 players surviving in the round. Everyone gets a free weapon.
I was getting worried for Nico there. You could see the stress building. It's like, you know, just...
He's back now. He's back in the room. He's got it under control. It helps when NIP's like the Oprah of AK-47s. Just handing them out.
Handing them out. You get one. Yeah, it's true.
Everybody gets an AK.
I feel like that's a reference that's so old now, Jason.
I know. That's how they all work.
The Zoomers in the audience are like, who is Oprah?
Oprah?
What are you talking about? All right. 14-10. NIP. Briefly on the board for the second half. Briefly, a little bit. They've had some really amazing openings over at the B bomb side. It feels tempting to go back and revisit that.
I feel like they found a couple rounds where it's just been like Nexa alone. I feel like when we've seen S-Tag kind of probe in, he's finding the 1v1, but I don't think he's had the success he would have liked. This is a switch up, but you're going to go against Nico, who's just getting here. Smoke's going down. Nico gonna start spamming. Good damage, not connecting enough for a kill. Hunter and Nexa on the defense.
Up in the window, it's a very good position, and with the flashbang to set it up, it's Hunter to get the kill. Nexa will hold Opera, a nice headshot transfer right onto S-Tag. It's Plopsky and Hampus 2 versus 4, and it looks like this time G2 are going to be able to hold that B bomb side in a much more forceful way. A little bit scary here, but no, they're going to be able to close it out, no problem. Nico with the final kill of the round. It's 15-10, and G2 1 round away from that 3rd map.
These hits are really kind of hard to make work when you don't have enough bodies coming in from middle. And I mean, the fact Hunter gets 1 obviously early on, S-Tag coming in gets traded.
and they got slowed from what, smoke and a Molotov outside. So
and spam from NICO as well, but you could see when kind of the kills come out, you look over and 2 players at NIP are looking for that run through.
Yeah, it's so uncomfortable as well, because if you take middle and you run towards B, but you get like, now you're just in the worst possible position. Like, you don't just want to be on that huge slope, right? Out long we go again, and it's Plopsky this time. Running headfirst into Jax, sees the shadow there. NICO, they line up in front, but they're going to get wiped out on long. A 2-3 trade favoring NIP. They want to win 5 in a row. They want to get it into overtime here and try and see if they can stop G2. Oh, dear.
Oh, Rez just took a guess, lined it up with a wall, and pulled the trigger.
That worked.
11th round on the board, 15-11. 4-round lead for G2. 4 chances to close out this map and take us to Inferno.
15-11. The problem really is, even if that is that 4 or 5 round gap, a lot can still go wrong here. The G2 economy, it's holding up for this round, but if they lose this next one, they're gonna have to go back and save once again, and things could just get very awkward. So close it now, G2. Don't give him a chance.
Don't play with your food. Just get it done. Almanek, a chance here holding the angle.
All right, it's going to be flashed. I thought he was going to go for the trick smoke instead. Beautiful opening. Amanek, though, with the return. It's NICO to go down.
This is going to be a catwalk hit, though. This is all a fake. Hunter at the A bomb site. He's got everything to do. Jax is so far away, off angle. They're looking down at the ramp. They thought they might have pulled him away. Jax does not have any flashbangs to put Hunter into play to activate this position. He's all on his own. Flashbang out, finds Fozy. Fozy jumping up, and oh, another one. Hunter's doing work, and he's going to seal just 2 for G2. And he's going to take us to Inferno. Plopsky, the last one left, and he goes down as well. Quad kill in the round from Hunter, and he's done it. 16-11.
What a beautiful ending for Hunter as well. That's going to be such a relief for G2. Was looking a bit stretched at a while there on Dust 2, but at the end, they managed to make it work. That means we're going to go on to Inferno. Fantastic stuff. It's coming up right after this.
Oh my god, he broke in the road.
It just makes the game feel faster and more interactive.
For all my life, even with 1.6, I didn't play this map, so...
Scroll wheel. Oh my god, he broke in the road.
Scroll wheel. Although I do use both, but I prefer the scroll wheel. Easier to bunny hop with.
I like B hopping, and you can't do that with spacebar. So I'm gonna say scroll.
Scroll wheel because you can like bunny hops, that's all. That's the main reason. Scroll for sure. I have both. I have been space as well, but I use it really barely. So I use scroll of course more, as all other players.
Scroll wheel just because that's what I've always used.
Scroll wheel in any game, no matter what. My spacebar is what I talk with in Push to Talk, all programs, so...
I think both are interesting, but just because right now I'm playing stretch, so I'm gonna have to take stretch right now.
I will say stretched because I use it more.
I tried out native some months ago, but in the beginning it was nice, but long term it's, I don't know, too slow, everything too small. So you go with stretched and you're fine.
I've always played stretched in my career, except the time where everyone played black bars. It was a time there where everyone had 10, 24 black bars. And when people started to go away from that, I switched to, and I've never gone back since. I really enjoy stretched overall.
It just makes the game feel faster and more interactive.
Probably stretched. I've always played 16-10, and over the years I've switched to 4-3 now. Trying to figure out what will be mine for the rest of 2021, but we'll see how it goes.
Ancient.
Ancient.
Ancient just because I didn't like train.
Train, because I really like this map before.
I don't like train at all. It's like for all my life, even with 1.6, I didn't play this map, so Ancient is a new map.
You will wait.
You have 3 nades.
They should be all low.
I mean, they're already good.
Flash. He's dead.
Nice.
Wait. Flashing one. Flashing one more.
Par. Last 10 HP. Maybe in the smoke door.
I need door.
Flashing is
Xbox
box.
clear.
I need inside. Window.
Nice.
A carbon copy thus far of what we witnessed at Winter. NIP take their own map pick and G2 return swinging to claim out Dust 2. It might have been a closer first half than what we saw back at Winter, but props for G2 for coming into that second half and not permitting NIP to get that streak that we saw back at IM.
Absolutely, and a cool little bit from that, TeamSpeak recording. You can see Nexa even being dead, helping with the communication, right? Telling them, reminding them, guys, low HP, watch out for this, watch out for that. Astag also said the same in his interview. That's what he does when he dies, and that's what a lot of people should do when they die, still figure out the ways to help the team. But yeah, G2 managed to bounce back. Pistol rounds, winning both of them really helped. It was, not as clean as it was maybe when they played at IM Winter, but still got the job done and managed to take it to Inferno.
Yeah, they did indeed. I mean, it's good to hear that little bit of comms as well, particularly as, Nexus coming back in. We've said they haven't been playing as a squad with him for 20 days, so nice to see him kind of reintegrating and being like a duck to walk again.
It was looking much better here for G2 for sure. Communication seemed to be on point. They had a lot of good ideas, and you can see how they constantly stressed out NIP. There was a lot of rounds where G2 was sneaking into positions where NIP had no idea what was going on in the map, right? When you're a player and you're playing a game like that, it's so uncomfortable to be on the server. You don't know where to look, you don't know where to go. You feel sort of like hindered in making the move, and you're always afraid that if you turn a corner, if you do a certain play, that you'll be punished for it. So I think if you asked the NIP players right now how that felt to play Dust 2, they're probably going to tell you that they were super stressed out by the way G2 were playing.
Yeah, and as you were mentioning, Fuzi was saying that he didn't actually play this map back with the young ninjas either. So yeah, a bit of a difficult ground for him to come in on as well.
Yeah, that's going to be rough, and especially considering Dust 2 had changes fairly recently, right before the major, so it's not like you just slot in and everything the same. The dynamic of the map actually changed significantly because of seeing lower B and how that dynamic works. There's a lot more aggression going on there, and G2 is one of the teams that utilizes it. Of course, with a player like NiKo, he's not going to really sit back, a lot of rounds, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to sound like a bit of a broken record, but we have to bring up NiKo yet again. I feel like it's kind of a map that he is synonymous with as well. I can remember him getting some absolutely dirty ratings on this particular map. And again, he was looking really strong throughout.
It's every single time he's joining a server right now. To be completely honest, NiKo to me is probably the most impactful Counter-Strike player in the world as of right now. And that may sound crazy to say when you compare it to players like Simple and Bit and maybe even Saivu for that matter, but what he's doing with the rifle in the position he's in right now and the impact he's having for G2, to my understanding, without NiKo on G2 wouldn't be a team that would even qualify for tournaments like these right now. NiKo is single-handedly doing a lot of stuff right now. Not saying Honda's not a good player, not saying Amanek doesn't have it or Nexa, but the impact NiKo is showing on the server time and time again is absolutely insane. The past 3 months, he's on average at 96.6 ADR. He's almost on average doing 100 damage per round that he's playing in professional top-tier Counter-Strike. That is absolutely absurd.
And not only that, I mean, we're talking about his rifles and deagles. Usually, well, here we just saw him 2 entries with the AWP in 1 round when he had the long spawn. There's no surprise there. And then in the half-buy with the scout as well, getting a triple kill, just crippling, NIP's economy in a way as well. And yeah, I think he's just been the most impactful player really in the second half of the year. And I do say that with Simple alive and well, because he's had more help from the team and they're just playing better as a team. So he didn't have to do as much, right? He's the best player in the world, there's no doubt about that. But, NiKo has had to do more for his team to win, I feel like.
Yeah, but it wasn't all perfect for the side of G2. You do have a particular round that you want to bring up from the first.
He's had to do more, but sometimes he does try to do too much in situations where he doesn't have to. And that's something, you live and die by your best player, right? And look at this situation, right? Towards the end of the half, look at his utility. So they took long. He came back to B to lurk. He was outside B. Has B for free. Nexa is coming back with the bomb, and NiKo had all utility, and he still decides to push not only next to the scaffolding, but go all the way down mid. And that's just unnecessary in that scenario. You have the B side. Maybe you just want to peek from window to make sure no one is outside. Just use your utility when Nexa comes close. Smoke the door, molly the window if you feel like you have to, right? If you're worried about him dying from the cross, and then just play the post plan. That way it became a very confusing round for G2. They had to readjust. They still managed to get into a 2v1, but unfortunately Astag still managed to clutch out the round. And looking at the economy as well, if G2 wins that round, probably like a half buy from NIP, so they have full buy for the last round. So that was like a swing round. It turned it from maybe a 9-6 for G2 into an 8-7 for NIP.
I agree. It was a competitive game on Dust 2, though, just like we saw the first time around. I know the scoreline was 12-3 for G2 when they faced off at IM Winter, but a lot of the rounds were super, super close. Came down to a 1-on-1, came down to a 2-versus-2 scenario. But again, as we saw right here, G2 are the better team. When it gets down to the nitty-gritty, when you have to close out the rounds, we even saw NiKo at a certain point as well, retaking the B bomb side with some fantastic flash teamwork with Amanek and just, you know, being one step ahead. So I never really feared that G2 would win Dust 2, but again, I do think we got to compliment NIP for making it at least competitive and have a nerve in the game as well.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, just looking at the graphic, like look at the ADR for the NIP guys from 74 to 71.
Yeah.
That's like so close. And if anything, that gives you hope for Inferno that no one is really missing for NIP, right? Like no one stepped up tremendously on this map, but they're all kind of still hanging in, and it's gonna have to be a team effort on the third map as well.
No, I think that is a really good point. You know, it's a map that we know they're not so comfortable on, being Dust 2. So moving on into Inferno, any kind of opening thoughts initially, having just seen them, you know, play a mere few days ago at IM where NIP were the ones taking the victory?
Yeah, I think it's going to be slightly easier for G2. Kenny has had a terrible game on Inferno when it all had to be decided. I think he at one point was 1-13 and couldn't really get it going with the AWP. So having Nexa back on the team, you know, having Amanek on the AWP, I do believe G2 is in a much better state of mind right now coming into Inferno. Again, you got to highlight NiKo. He is the guy making the most damage on Inferno out of all the players in the entire world right now. And 6 months ago, we had the same case with Hunter being the best CT player of Inferno. So there's so many different strings to play off if you're G2 right now. So for me to stand here and believe NIP is going to make an upset, it's very hard to find the reasoning by.
Well, I'm interested to see NIP's game plan this time around, because the last time they played, you know, they started on the T. The second half they were on the T side. Couple of first rounds, you know, they're defaulting, trying to take banana control, this and that. Then Hampus is like, they lost 5 rounds, you know, and Hampus is like, well, NiKo's playing B. He's one of the best players in the world. Let's just try to go A, guys. And then they started winning rounds, you know, started rolling. I mean, NiKo said it in an interview. They don't know how they lost that game, because they were losing. Like, they had so much money. It was gun round after gun round after gun round. The NIP was winning. It was really an impressive comeback. So, you know, that's going to be a mind game of its own. Does NIP just, you know, start with going A early on, and then it makes it easier to play B because G2 can't, you know, start 3B all the time and something along those lines? Or you just kind of go the other way around because you expect them to already adjust to that. And
I will say, right, Nexa being back on that bomb side, I think Nexa is a good CT-sided player as well. Usually good for a couple of frags on the bomb side together with Hunter. So again, not to pinpoint on Kenny S and saying it was his fault, but that was one of the few maps where he didn't perform well with the AWP. So I do think G2, and as YnK said right here, NiKo feel like, okay, Inferno, that was a one-off. We're never going to lose that map in the same fashion against NIP. So it requires NIP to come with something new on the board. And have they had time to practice with Fousey? Have they had time to come into this tournament inventing something new? Well, the answer is clear. No.
Yeah, it didn't really sound like it when we heard from James and Fousey earlier. You know, that as you were saying, they basically had, you know, one day to be practicing coming into this. So question marks of what new things they will be bringing. And it's a good point to bring up as well, just in case any of the viewers at home didn't tune into that IM Winter matchup. Of course, Kenny S was replacing Nexa due to some travel, some visa issues. So now coming back into this, YnK, are you along the same vein of PIMP as saying, you know, you can't see G2 losing this one out, considering it was so close last time as well?
I still favor them, but I think it's going to be a close game, actually, because the last time they played, Hampus also had, I think, a pretty quiet game on the third map, right? And I think he's now their best player with Device being gone. A very smart player as well, knows how to exploit gaps and knows how to play against other good players, right? Like that's the thing, you know, it's different when you're going up against a NiKo on the other side. Like it's different to outplay him or a less experienced player, right? So those mind games are something that's going to be super important for NIP in this one.
And I like that you touched upon, mentioned Hunter's name as well earlier on, because he was somebody that, although, yeah, they didn't close out the last map that they played against NIP, he was going really lights out, and that was kind of a semblance of stability to the G2 roster when he's showing up too.
I mean, when Hunter and NiKo is playing well at the same time, there's very few teams out there who can open up for the CT side defense. I will say, though, that in all fairness, Hunter haven't really played that well as of late. You know, I consider him to be one of the best riflers in the world, and I really think his potential is unlimited, but he's not up there where he's really at his best right now. And if he somehow finds a way to replicate the performances that we have seen from Hunter before, I have no doubt that G2 can win this.
I think this massage will help him as well.
We love that. A little bit of TLC from another Kovac cousin. Well, we're going to see if it does pay off as we head into our third and final decider map. It comes down to the grounds of Inferno, the ultimate decider map, and we're going to be seeing whether G2 or NIP are continuing on their bracket supremacy after this.
Get their own cheerleading section. That's fantastic.
Lucky looks like he's getting ready to feed pigeons. He's like at the park. He's got his bread in his little purse, and he's ready to go.
It is a bit early in his career to take that route, but, you know, who are we to judge, really? The odds are once again in favor of G2. They were even coming into Dust 2. Now, you know, people have been persuaded, I suppose. So pigeons or not, Jason, we have to get this game underway.
Yeah, and look, coming into this one, we know the last time these two teams met just a few days ago, and I've referenced that a couple times just because it's just such a fresh match in our minds. Is you know, G2 on this map, I believe they were up 13-8 at one point, and then it was 8 straight from NIP to close it out, 16-13. So a situation where they got into position on Inferno to just close things out nice and easy, and just couldn't manage to do it for whatever reason. It slipped away from them, and that's a collapse, obviously, they would like to avoid here on Inferno and taking the series.
Yeah, once was probably enough. You can almost feel, you can sort of get a little bit of a taste of that collapse coming even on Dust 2. It was in the air in some ways. They managed to avoid it then, which is amazing news, but they need to keep on that, and Inferno will definitely be a spicy game. It's a perfect closing map. We love it.
Yeah, it really is. We'll see who's going to be delivering. Nico's been so consistent for G2 throughout these opening 2 maps. He's +10. He's 48 and 38 on the 2 maps that we've played so far. For NIP, top performer is I mean, well, Rez is 37 and 33, but Fuzi is 38 and 37 as well. So he's kind of leading in terms of frags. He's still performing very, very admirably against G2.
Yeah, he's on the big stage and he doesn't want to let go. They can't get him out of the spotlight, it seems, which is great. I think that's very cool. Hard to play your way from sort of nowhere in Swedish Counter-Strike up to a high level. You get the shot, you know, you've got to be ready.
They've been waiting years for young talent to kind of emerge and show that they can handle it at the top levels, and it finally looks like they're finding some pieces of that puzzle. Here we go, live into the pistol round, third and final map, third and deciding map of this series between G2 and NIP, day 2 of the Blast World Finals. And Aminek's getting stuck into it, him and NiKo peeking down Banana. They want the fight, and although they haven't gotten the battles they've wanted, they haven't gotten the kills, they better be careful. NiKo is just going to eliminate everyone. 2 quick frags, and that's the sign for Aminek to back away. But he's got Nexa here lying in wait. Oh, and they get baited right into it. A good setup for G2, but Nexa can only get the 1. And NIP has done well to put themselves in this position.
I was going to say, after all of that, it is still a 2-on-2. Oh, Hammers! Just a drive-by with the USP, shooting him through the walls as well. Hunter trying to see if he can find a way back into the round. He's going to pick up another USP as well. And he takes down Hampers, cruising into the bomb site. Oh, what an explosive round. He's going to go back and pick up the kid. S-Tag, though, right at the corner, and he will shut it down. No USP needed. It's NIP to win the pistol.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hunter never had the knowledge of where S-Tag snuck off to. What a battle at the top of Banana, and it looked like it was going in G2's favor. Right at the end, it's turned. Nexa needed more than 1, or Aminek needed to survive that engagement, and yeah, Jax gets caught jumping, so does Hunter, landing and no chance of responding. Pistol round to the Ninjas.
That is such a wild shot to get him through the wooden board up there. Okay, some response here for G2 though. Heavily centered on the pistols and the armor, and a lot of smokes. I think is a cool idea.
Good nade damage from this defense at B, bringing Rez down to 26. They've got control of sandbags and car. They can go for a boost up onto the half wall. Nico's gonna hop up there just now, but Plopsky is looking for this. I think he might have spotted something, but it just doesn't matter when Nico hits a shot like that.
Amazing stuff.
The pocket op.
Yeah, I mean, even in the pistol round, right? It felt like he knew how many people were on Banana. He was like, I don't care. I'm going to fight them anyway.
Now, NIP should have the information that they tagged up Jax. They have a player at the A bomb site relatively low on HP. This is going to be tough. Hunter, if he falls asleep, if he doesn't stay focused, rotating back to the A bomb site, they're in trouble. He might just be a free kill. He's hugging that wall very close, knows the potential.
Timing a little bit off there. Hunter actually did fall back, but they weren't ready to catch him. It's Aminek with a double. At 5-7 being put back into play once again. We've spoken a little bit about it in the past. S-Tag and Hampers trying to recover this round as best they can, but it's another kill for Aminek. He nearly gets the quad there as he tags up S-Tag. And now at 25 seconds, they need to slow play this. Wait for him to try and get that bomb. He's probably going to have to fake it the once, and then, I mean, what does he even do here?
There's a gap in that smoke.
Yeah, there is. Very paranoid about that. And again, 13 seconds on the clock. I think the time is really what's ultimately going to kill S-Tag here. 8 seconds now, and he can't really fake it much longer. He tries one more time. They're actually going for it. Oh! He actually had them both driven into that retake, and he could have maybe won that battle, but it's G2 to win the follow-up round.
Yeah, that's so very close. Just enough kills. Well done from YnK. Even TKing his teammate. Yeah, you said he got a double. He actually got a triple there, and obviously this kill on Hampus is nice inside of the bomb site. What a hold from YnK. Tough situation. We're all tied up at 1. And NIP, it's their turn to rebuy right back into it. Deagles, 1 Tech 9, some smokes, 3 smokes to work with, just the 1 flashbang. And G2's going to try and convert round number 3.
Right. Spicy beginnings on Inferno. Bit of a deep nade. More landing. Oh, that... It's not quite the classic boost, but there used to be that flower pot that was right at the corner that everyone would use to boost over to look over the smoke. So it's kind of fun to see NIP trying it, even though the map has changed a bit since. You can, if you do it right, you can still kind of look over it, so...
Plopsky's probing at top mid. They're kind of holding off on using their nades until they know what they're up against. They would obviously love to get fortunate, maybe just 1 kill, maybe just a cheeky 1 dig as you peek up into an angle. That's going to give you a sense of where the best place to attack is. 1 minute on the clock and nothing's been delivered yet for NIP.
A bit of map control at top mid though, so maybe they could build something behind it. They don't have a single flashbang. That's such a shame. They got a smoke here and another one on res, but surely to actually get into the bomb site, the flash would have been a really, really good tool.
Fight selection for YnK is huge. Now they've shown Rapside. He has an SMG, and he feels really uncomfortable peeking that. They're going to readdress back towards lane. 30 seconds on the clock now. Hunter and Jax, a pretty nice crossfire setup. Smoke being dropped in case there's a Molotov. Nothing of the sort. Plopsky's got one. YnK now put into play. He's slowing them down, and Hunter is still inside the bomb site. This is sketchy. NIP started to make their move, and Hunter and Nico, they've arrived just at the perfect moment, and they shut it down.
It's actually that's an interesting round to show that even if you're not getting all of the most stylish headshots, just YnK being really annoying. And I think he even felt like he probably wasn't going to win that battle against the Deagle on the follow-up, but he's like, you know what? I'm just going to fall back and let them do the work. And he only got 1 kill in that round, but he did a lot more damage.
Yeah, it's sometimes like staying alive in his kind of aggression in that situation. It really puts a lot of chaos into the NIP camp, right? Because you probably have a certain number of people who feel like they can't do anything until they deal with YnK behind them.
Yeah.
You have a certain number of people who are like, let's ignore YnK and let's try and move forward into the bomb site. And that way you can make the attack a little disconnected, mess with the timings.
Good stuff, because, I mean, if he tries to force the issue in that moment and goes down to the deal immediately, they can just all turn around and really hit that A bomb site in a different way. So good job. 2-1 in favor of G2 here. It's NIP obviously still out of money. Nade gonna bounce around the corner. That's painful.
Yeah, but no need to peek down mid anymore. You've already taken your risk with Hunter. He's got a full kit of nades as well to drop in that mid choke point. At this point, you just say, yeah, you're unarmored. We hear a bunch of Glocks. You make the move.
Yeah, no reason to give anything away in this round, really. So curious to see what will happen once NIP start to pick up some rifles here. If they're gonna be able to find a weakness early on in the game. All right, that's pretty good. Nice job. They found it on Dust 2 over at the B bomb site. They really get some really good trades and entries into it. So obviously this is a bit different. And there's the whole banana fight to consider too, right? Are they going to be battling that out really early on, or do they just want to leave it alone? I feel like, again, teams have some quite different approaches to how to do that.
This will be interesting, yeah. Hunter, Nexa, and YnK, 3 SMGs.
Yeah,
love to upgrade those into free rifles. Get them some extra bonus money in the round. They're going to be aggressive. Rez waiting for his timing, and it was just off. He actually fired between a couple of them. Hampus, ooh, the recoil brings a headshot into his favor. Ooh, and he almost gets another one. Hunter down low. Plopsky, aggressive in the halls, has found another. Ooh, I don't know. Does NIP realize they can actually put the pressure onto this A bomb site? There's only one defender here. It's Jax.
I don't know, but NICO, I think, is hearing them running. So if he can go through the smoke Stewie style, then maybe this could work out. Otherwise, you're right. Jax is kind of on his own. He sees the shadow right there. Oh, he's getting baited out. This is a hard position to play, but he almost made it a double in spite of all of that. And NICO is a bit slow on that flank. He's trying for it, but not with the speed that a Stewie would have done. Bomb is already being planted here, and it's a 2-on-3. He's picked up an AK. Amanek still stuck on that MP9 for the minute. Very hard round to retake. I don't know, if they know how low they are, maybe that grenade on Amanek could actually do a lot.
I think Amanek actually got a dink on Rapside, not able to complete the kill, so he should have some idea. And yeah, this might be smart for G2 to just set up for some exits. There's a rifle that Amanek can transfer up to. You get those upgrades. They can't stay close to the bomb, Plopsky and Hampus. But G2, they actually might be committed to this here. Some nades deep, and no one low HP. It was S-Tag, but now they're going to get the fights they want. S-Tag out in the open. Plopsky with a bit of a crossfire, and Plopsky's got it.
Wow. Good round from Plopsky. 3 kills on him. And NIP making a lot of work in that situation. I mean, there's an all-out battle here, but this kill is probably what really seals it. Plopsky, once he gets that one, that's when they isolate Jax. And
even with them going for it, I mean, they still eliminate 4 players from NIP, so it's a costly victory. 2 players on the Ninjas are going to be relegated down to Galil's in this rebuy. So G2 still have the economic advantage, and being more than happy to risk the retake in that kind of a bonus round that they brought 3 SMGs into.
it's good to see NIP not getting too deterred from the early beating. But obviously you can't start every round with kills through the smoke on Banana or even up middle like they almost did. So see if they can continue to put it together here. Well, the timing nade just as they turn the corner, and that'll slow them down. That is so unfortunate. Obviously when you take that nade damage, you're going to be peaking a lot slower behind that corner, and he was just ready for it. Great double setup.
Ooh, good shot from Hunter, right through the edge of the wall. 5-on-2. Firmly in control of G2's defense, as long as they don't lose too many players here at the end. And ooh, there's a first one from Hampus, and then he disappears back in towards Halls. So a little bit of damage done, but nothing that feels like NIP can turn this round. Bomb still dropped in alt mid, and Rez and Hampus still very disconnected. Rez is going to have a 1 versus 2 when he turns left up mid.
Ooh, nearly shot in the back. Bit concerning. 30 seconds now for the 1-on-4 instead, and Amanek will clean that up without much of an issue. So economy took a bit of a hit in some of these rounds for G2, but they're starting to stabilize it. They're now up 4-2, and it's all working out here. To be honest, the timing up here in the apartments, if they're off just a tiny bit there, suddenly they get peaked with an 8 in hand, then it's just a disaster.
Yeah, NIP get baited into that peak with that smoke there, trying to crouch and fight the battle to the corner with the AWP. So, just pistols.
NICO still top of the board. It's crazy, isn't it? Just round for round. Posey and Rez still have not got a kill on either one of them. It's early days, but still, someone is going to have to stand up to NICO, it feels like. Wow. Not Hampus, though.
Not Hampus. Not with the dualies in this round. Any more animal jokes?
Animal jokes? Well, you promised a whale joke yesterday, I believe.
I did, didn't I?
Whales in a bar? I don't know. I'll find some.
You gonna think one up?
I'll do some research.
Okay.
That's my homework for tomorrow, maybe. Not immediately. I feel like the bear joke didn't really get the right reception. Thought it was pretty good, you know.
It was all right. It was something.
Kind of dissuaded me a bit, but, you know.
Took all your motivation for comedy, all the wind out of your sails.
I thought that was going to be my big opening, but.
No dramas in that round for G2, no stress whatsoever. All 5 players survive, nice and easy. AK's back on the board for NIP's attack.
I will say this, though. You mentioned pigeons earlier, and it reminded me of a movie I love. So recommendation for people, if they haven't watched it, watch a movie called Ghost Dog.
Ghost Dog?
Yeah, I know it's a strange title. A friend invited me for a long time ago to watch it, and I thought, I don't want to watch a movie called Ghost Dog.
I think if you had the decision to watch a movie called Ghost Dog or Ghost Shark, which one? Oh, hold the phone. Hold the phone! Push down mid, almost a double for Fuzi. And they're going to wrap behind Hunter. He's got to be aggressive now. Turns around, ready for the follow-up fight. Oh, this is spectacular from Hunter. Absolutely beautiful. And G2 now throwing a lot of the playbook into the mix. Fast-paced down middle, catches NIP off guard, and they don't have any time to execute what they wanted.
He almost just ran down middle to ace the NIP team. That is such a wild beginning to a round. At this point, like, it didn't even take a while for him to get that kill, but then the rest of the...
Always coming next. This is so incredible from Hunter. What a round.
Such a good job. Ghost Shark, you said? I mean, that does sound appealing, I won't lie. Is that a movie too?
Yeah, it's a shark that can, is obviously, it's a ghost, and any body of water it can attack from, including, you know, puddles, bathtubs, showers.
That's brilliant.
So you could see where that'd be exciting.
I'm sold already.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. Okay, so we've got 2 recommendations. You guys choose. Watch both, give us some feedback. Which one is better? 6-2 the scoreline as we move into the 9th round. We got an AWP on that CT side. We got the AUG still in play, and we got limited funding on NIP. This is, you know, you mentioned it earlier. The last time that NIP managed to defeat G2, it was partly that G2 collapse. They're building the first part. In order to collapse, you have to build some sort of structure, right? You have to have the
foundation set.
So that part's going well for G2. They're like, yeah, we're ready. It's all looking real good right now. NiKo is in his element. He's 15-3 right now. So pretty good stuff.
Yeah, he's living the dream. Starting to get his taps out as well. Spraying down Hampus through the board. Hampus the last one left, and the nade is just going to miss its mark, but this one's all but over. 7-2, 5-round lead.
Brilliant stuff. What's lacking in NIP's game right now? We've seen 9 rounds out of them on the T side here. Apart from money, that's maybe the most obvious problem, but what are they not doing quite good enough at the moment?
Well, I think the hardest thing is not necessarily anything they're doing wrong, but you've got NiKo over at the B-bomb site, 15-3. You've got Hunter over at the A-bomb site, who's 14-4, and he's also pushing down mid. So at the moment, I mean, G2's playing very, very confidently, very aggressively, and obviously on point as well. 4 players at the B-bomb site to start this round. They want to unleash hell with utility early.
Kovac and Kovac coming up with some really, really powerful performances. Yeah,
29 kills between the 2 of them.
That's so crazy, isn't it? Okay, so the problem is they don't have NiKo on that team.
It's certainly...
That is an issue.
Yeah, it would appear so. What a shot from NiKo. And NIP, again, just fighting so hard for banana control and not able to come out on top. What are you supposed to do here? NiKo just having his way in banana. And we know this map just starts to feel so restricted and claustrophobic if you never have banana control on this T side. And now Jax is starting to feel it as well. He gets that kill. You're going to think he falls back and plays it safe. He's pushing towards ult mid for more information. Good thing Fuzi had an eye on it, but that doesn't really get them anything as they don't complete the kill.
No, you're still going to feel really awkward in this moment, just knowing that, yeah, the map is kind of everywhere is dangerous. You can see they have to check every little bit. It takes a lot of time. And the fact that NiKo is unstoppable at banana, you're right, like that is...
I mean, just look at the cost of what you spent to get nothing in banana. For NiKo to get 2 kills, so much utility is spent and traded to try and keep him at bay. You lose 2 lives to the process. You don't even get past logs. And Nexa's even looking for this boost. It's perfect. 3rd kill in the round for NiKo. Yeah, just for good measure through the smoke. 6-round lead.
I mean, if you're out there when you're brand new to the game, you might just think, well, why just not go banana? Why just leave it alone? If they're having so much trouble fighting NiKo out here, why don't they just leave it alone and go to the A side instead? Seems like that should be doable, but obviously G2 could adjust pretty quickly to that. And
well, I mean, remember when they've gone there, they had, you know, the Almanac round with the 5-7 in round number 2. They've had a couple good rounds from Hunter. Now they also have to be a little bit paranoid about the fact that Jax has pushed halls and Hunter's pushed down middle. So G2 is throwing a large variety of defenses at NIP, and they just cannot get a read at what's coming.
Tech9s. 4 Tech9s.
Here's a chance. If they can get 1 kill, these pistols can swing past this setup, this stack in mid, holding down the trigger. Everyone's blind. There's the 2 kills. Almanac, you got 1 coming halls with an off. Surely you cannot be the magic man in this round, and completely blinded. And this surely must be a save for NiKo and Nexa.
Yeah, you would definitely think so. Not hitting anything through that. Counter nades coming out. And NiKo's going to be found. So not even really saving, just trying to fight it out at the end. A much needed round for NIP. And it has to be the start of something big here, because the money is pretty outrageous on G2. Good stuff. Kind of proving the value of the Tech9s.
Well, also just the utility. I mean, you know, NIP bring enough utility and to have a full-blown execute to get top mid control and frustration. But I mean, it's just a fine call from NIP. You just happen to be in that position and susceptible to that kind of a set piece. So unfortunate, but you still got a big lead.
That's from someone who's now 18-4. It's like, I mean, again,
it's never good enough.
No, it never is. Which is, I mean, that's probably part of the reason why he is this good. You know?
Yeah.
Can't really have both, can you? 8-3, 12th round is here, and Hampers, ooh, still goes down though. Nexa able to reach out with the Molotov, and NiKo finding them, even though this seems very dangerous. He does have Amanek back here too. They're gonna fall back. They don't want to challenge.
I think at this point in the game, if you're NIP, you're kind of happy you've at least gone 1-for-1 in Banana.
Yeah, maybe.
You would force them to make a decision, force them to either go for the 2-2 split they're in now, or maybe leave one person to anchor it.
Still a minute.
And depending on how fast they go, NiKo still has a smoke. He doesn't want to use it now because Almanac has the line with an AWP, but there's going to be a certain timing where he realizes that smoke is going to be more effective just entirely blocking off the choke point. He's looking to peek off Almanac's shot.
Well, let's see. A couple of nades ring out here. Amanek, do they have a flashbang to get rid of him? It's a little bit too late. And NiKo, though, that's some heads-up play for Plobsky because he was ready to peek on that initial point of contact. S-Tag also catching Hunter out there, and they're going to fall back with... No, wait, that's really dangerous. They know Amanek is in here, but if they fall back to the A-bomb side, they have to check everything with 20 seconds left, and it takes about 17 seconds to even get there, so you would have to just run the whole way out and not even stop. 13 seconds on the clock now, and they've actually got onto the bomb side. Amanek falling back into position now, but the bomb is going to be planted here, and if he misses the shot, he's dead. Bit of a jump past it. I can't believe S-Tag doesn't peek behind that. This is so sketchy. Amanek, he's got the line. Fozy surely not going to be peeking into it yet. Gun barrel is showing, and that's Jack's gone. Oh no, Amanek is on his own, and he's going to go down. Really well played, well done. And NIP, they find a 4th round.
Yeah, might have been the best solution there. Would have been playing the time, and obviously unfortunate. The setup, peek off the shot. Ooh, actually, NiKo just gets spammed through smoke. That's really unfortunate. That's going to be frustrating. Bit of a gift given to NIP, but boy, did they need one. 8-4. And G2 is fully invested in this round. Nothing in the bank behind these players. Hunter at $0, NEC CET 150. Potentially the last buy. NIP have finally grinded this economy away from G2, and they have a chance.
They do. Well, like we said, in order to have a collapse, you first have to build a bit of a structure. Ooh, S-Tag. That's a dirty peek, isn't it? Taking down Jax. Right at the edge of the smoke as well. That's hard to deal with. Amanek feeling very lonesome with a Hunter putting up an incredible defense on the other side. Amanek, that's a great target selection. He shoots the guy that can actually challenge him instead of shooting Hampus in the back. And yeah, leave it alone now. You know where Hampus is. There's a 1-on-3. Do not give away this round.
Yeah, you're just trying to freeze Hampus with those little jiggle peeks. Amanek coming out of holes, and he's going to go down. An opportunity, a 1 versus 2 with a minute on the clock for the in-game leader of the NIP side. He can take his time. Nexa's going to be on balcony. NiKo's going to be in banana. So he's got a 1-on-1 wherever he decides to go. Problem is, obviously, there's about 3,721 spots he's got to clear.
Yeah, and this is one of them. He got to clear almost none of it. I mean, it is really tough. You have to make a bunch of assumptions, and not really Hampus' fault at that moment. I really appreciate it. So Hunter does an amazing amount of work here, but this peek from Amanek, he's got one target and he realizes, nope, wait, he's not a threat. That's actually so hard to do.
Well, the follow-up in halls is even prettier.
Yeah.
Well done from Amanek. But I mean, you kind of mentioned it as something we touched on earlier. What is NIP doing wrong? And it's just like, look at the Kovac cousins. Like, they're just, you go in their position and they're good for at least 1. Usually it's at least 2.
So just when they had them at the brink of economic destruction, G2 managed to steal a round, and
Brink of economic destruction and an opening kill from S-Tag onto Jax and Halls. You had a 5-on-4 in that round that just gets ripped out of your hands by Hunter.
That is pretty rough. 14th round. NIP, at least they can still buy themselves, so that's kind of good news, I suppose. Able to put something together here. 9-4 though. That is actually pretty encouraging for G2. They're on the CT side as well as Inferno. I think they're going to be happy with getting 9 rounds no matter what. Mid control started to tilt towards the NIP side. Clearing out quad as well. Kind of leaving, it's going to be a 4-1 setup eventually here for G2, it seems, on the defense. Next, left jumping around out here. Dangerous if you miss the timing on this. If they can hear the jumping, they're close enough that they can maybe... Ooh, yeah, trying to do it. That is so scary.
Oh, even an awkward jump back, awkward movement back. Hampus is good. Oh, they're pressing it. They're not going to slow down whatsoever. NiKo has kind of arrived. He's isolated. He's smoked off. Hunter's got 1 kill on the side of the map. It's all on Nexa. Only the 1. And NiKo coming through the smoke and get nothing. But at least it's a 3-on-3.
Yeah, but that was scary. Could have been even worse. Nice shot from Hampus, but Amanek with an MP9 of all weapons to take down Plopsky. Leaves Fosi and Hampus 2 versus 2. NIP gunning for that 5th round. They really badly need it. And G2, that smoke is going to be really annoying. It does help them set up a little bit of a boost, and they're going to be checked there. Hampus, brilliant play from him. Finding a 2nd kill. And Jax, they don't I mean, you want to go for it probably, but you're going to be found by Fosi, but... That means all of the money is finally wiped out here for G2. Actually a chance for NIP to get to 6 rounds now.
Yeah, this is awesome. NIP's carving out a real opportunity for themselves in the second half, right at the end of this first half. They've had 3 of the last 4 go in their favor, and they've put themselves in a situation where the final round of the half is going to be against Deagles and a CZ. And a 5-7 on Amanek, fair play. Now, they did lose a round against this kind of a bye, the second round of this half after winning the pistol.
15th round. I don't know, I mean... Pistols on Inferno is just... Oh, no! NiKo, have some mercy.
He loves that fight. He was taking it with an AK earlier as well to the top of those logs, spotting out someone's head just over the top of the half wall.
Give them a break. They deserve it. They fought real hard for it, Jason. I feel like... Surely... Oh, it's so scary as well. You fire that AWP. If they swing against you, could be the end, and it will be. NiKo, he finds him. He was almost around the corner, but that is some deadly accuracy. Absolutely ridiculous.
It's so unreasonable. Now he's got an AK-47. 5-on-3. It's happening again. Hampus has the bomb at T-ramp. Plopsky and S-Attack are starting to challenge Rapside. And NiKo is just going to say, I have banana. Everyone rotate over. Nexa, Hunter, Amanek, and Jax all at this A-bomb site.
He put down that smoke and picked up a second one as he was falling back, so he can keep that on lockdown for a real long time. And with only 40 seconds left, if they try to go back banana now, he's going to re-smoke it, and they're basically going to be out of time. So try and see if they can wrap on this A-bomb side instead. And actually, Plopsky's got real deep in here, almost getting hunted down. And this is such an awkward fight. Where's the backup for Plopsky? He's on his own inside of the bomb site, and finally he goes down after a kill. Jax catching Hampus mid-air as he was jumping. I'm going to need to see that. And S-Tag on his own. 1 versus 4 to try and see if he can get this 15th round. It is not doable. NiKo is there, and he will get the last kill. 10-5 at the end of the half. What a spectacular finish here for G2. We'll see if they can continue in the second half. It's coming up after the break.
If they play the A game, I think they're like 3 levels above every other team in the world right now.
It feels really pretty boring to me, actually, and slow.
Oh, that's rude. Oh, that's rude. They're both Canadian, so I'm gonna go with both.
Scrawny. He hypes the place up more.
Okay, I would say Londres. I like him better. I like him, so that's all.
Scrawny, I think he's a nice guy, and I'm in his Twitch chat sometimes. He always welcomes me, but I mean, Londres does the same, so I like them both. But I don't know. I had to pick someone, right? Surely. So.
Londres, he's doing really cool content on YouTube.
Probably biased here again. I'm gonna say Londres because he's the only guy I've actually talked to and met. And I met him like in my first LAN or something, I think, a really long time ago, and we talked and had a good time. And he's a nice guy, and Scrawny I haven't really met. I'm sure he's a nice guy too, but I'm yet to meet him and talk to him. So Londers for now.
Surfing. KZ for sure. I like it more.
I think KC is pretty boring. You just jump to block. Surfing is, I feel like that's more skill-based, if you want to say that.
Okay, if I pick KZ because it's best for warm-up for me.
Surfing lately. I used to play a lot of KC, but lately it's been surfing.
I'll say KZ. It's more fun. I used to play hide and seek back in the day, so it's similar to that.
I think surfing, because I think that's more fun, but I don't really do either of them. So.
NAVI, because I'm playing it and we got our new era.
Gambit.
Gambit for sure. Gambit. It's like my organization, that's all.
I'm really enjoying what Gambit is doing, and I'm really enjoying watching them. It's really fun.
I think the way Axel plays is like insane. I think it's insane how he's like one of the best players in the world as a rifler. I don't think that's seen very often, so because of him, yeah.
If they had played a
Maybe both short. Both side. Nice one.
One more graveyard.
Neo side.
Bomb side, guys.
Idem scratch.
Neo side.
Idem kuću.
U grebu je dalje. Reloade.
Iću sakriven iz kuće, igram na bomb. Možda si kriješ, baš šta mi.
10 sekund.
Sajtuje. Vidio me?
Igramo vreme. Igram ja prvi. Top.
Tikama! Nice! Let's go, boys.
It was a very, very intense moment, wasn't it? You can sort of feel how focused they were. I like the shush at the beginning of it.
Yeah.
You know?
Everyone shut up. I'm trying to listen.
Yeah.
I'm trying to hear things.
And you hear them calling out what reloads. They're really, really paying attention deeply.
And they still almost lost that round. That was almost a miraculous clutch from STAG, which could have turned the whole round on its head. Man, NiKo and Hunter got 39 kills in that first half. It's actually kind of incredible that NIP was able to scrape together 3 extra rounds right at the end of the half to bring them up to 5.
True.
A small window of opportunity that they needed. Rez goes down real quick, but STAG is here, and they're going to jump right into spawn. They're going to split towards the B bomb site. It's STAG and Library to try and support Plopsky as best he can.
That's a very important kill, because you're right, Plopsky is on his own in this B-bomb site. He has got no backup yet, and they are slowing it down, actually. That's buying time. The rest of NIP are showing up. Plopsky getting shot in the legs, and that passes him out into Aminek. Straight headshot. Oh, but Hampus is there, and also Fozzy walking up right behind them. He is one step away from finding NiKo. Oh, what? A crazy spin to take down Fozzy, and he will get Hampus as well. He should have been dead already. That might have just sealed their fate here.
It can't be like this.
Oh, but it can, Jason. STAG in a 1 versus 2 now.
He has no information. This is an impossible situation for STAG to be in. So much time on the clock. Your teammates have all gone down. Your flank has gone down. You just have to do exactly what he's doing, is pray that they end up attacking this B bomb site and planting here, but you're so far out of position for the other side of the map.
What a horrible position to be in. NiKo in a position actually where you can get grenaded, so in some world maybe STAG can make this a one-on-one if he is lucky to guess it correctly. There's no way to know at this point in time. A little bit of a look around there. Yeah, he's going to choose the wrong position. Nothing there, and now he walks into the crossfire. He tries, but Nexa will take him down, and G2 will win the round in a stunning fashion. That spin for NiKo is outrageous.
He's even got a little smile on his face. He knows he's getting away with one here. Yeah, just tagged up right in the shoulders and handles it perfectly. God. Yeah, welcome to playing against NiKo. That's what it's like. It's so filthy. That is such a fast spin. And then he's even ready for the player of coffins. And yeah, what are you supposed to do about that one?
I just threw up in my mouth a little bit.
Oh, tastes good. 11-5.
I mean, we've been watching this guy play for a long time, but it's still
so impressive to watch that.
You just don't even get used to it, do you? You look at it, you think, wow, how is that even possible?
He's still doing it years later.
11-5. The collapse right now, it seems like it's a long ways away. You're not having that feeling right now. Hampers is going to get the kill there on Nexa as they try and battle for control of top banana. Oh, that's a good jump to get some information, and they're going to push through behind it. NiKo were very hungry to win that fight, and S-Tag will take him down.
Yeah, he was hoping to catch just a kind of one player in limbo, and unfortunately, it's a bit of a stack. Now, the bomb is dropped in towards underpass and towards that small mid pit. Jax is going to have to wrap around and go get it, which is going to slow this hit down. Almanek going to challenge and try and cut off rotations on Rap side. There's the first. He is tagged up. That leaves Fuzi and Rez inside the bomb site. But still, G2 doesn't feel like they have great access. All three players going to attack lane and halls. Jax keeping Rez pinned down, but there's so many bodies coming in the desperate situation, and G2 can get nothing. They've won the pistol, and NIP have stolen away the second round, just like G2 did in the first half.
That is so well done. If ever there's a way to get back into the game, surely that's it. 3 people here. I mean, that's it's not an easy shot to hit. He's not happy. Like, why? How dare they use my own medicine against me?
I was gonna say he hit some stunning deagle shots on their two deagle wins in the first half. It's only fair he gets one back. Now he's got the scout, T-side Inferno, and 3 deagles and a tech. Okay, well, he can do whatever he wants. Oh, no way! Oh, it's so unreasonable. That's like the exact conversation we had last week on Nuke when we saw NiKo buy a scout on T-side. We were like, what's he doing? And he delivered the same thing, multiple headshots. That's so unfair and unreasonable. What is NIP supposed to do about this man?
What an absolute lunatic. I don't even know what's happening. 5-3 now. NIP surely completely shell-shocked behind that. What do you even say at that point in time? Like, oh, okay.
It's so deflating if you're to lose this round. It's just, what do you want? What do you want from us? He just oh, and almost a chance. He tags him. Plopsky down to 29, and that's your sole B defender. He does have one Molotov if they try and execute on him. He can cut and split the attack in half. Hunter's on the other side of the map just listening for information, listening for any kind of rotation, listening for anything dangerous heading towards the way of his teammates on the other side of the map. And actually, G2 is going to come right back, and this might be perfect for NIP. 35 seconds, but they're going to attack into S-Tag playing under balcony at Porch and Rez playing in lane.
Rez could be really effective as a Mac 10. They only have one helmet right now, so it could be a lot of damage. S-Tag is there as well. Oh, they line up just perfectly for him, and all of the dangerous disappeared now from the round. 1 versus 3 for Amanek as he gets the kill on S-Tag, but he can't run back. He has to commit to it, and the Molotov will slow him down even further. Yep, he's going to have to put it out. 10 seconds left now as he tries to clear the corner, but Rez is there. And NIP, or S-Tag, I should say, saving the round here for his team.
Yeah, this feels like it. Look at these shots. Hold the phone. These are disgusting. It just, in sequence, just turns to banana, knows what's coming next, and he's got that as well. Absolutely disgusting. And this might have been the only place that G2 could have gone that would have allowed NIP to turn the round back in their favor.
That is wild. Turning the scout into a railgun.
And I mean, remember too, like the pistols are still dangerous. No one was able to kind of swing wide enough. S-Tag killed him too quick to make that kind of a tradable frag in a tough situation for S-Tag to handle.
11-7. It's only a 4-round gap. That, I mean, yeah, that would have been such a devastating round for NIP to lose, and the fact that they hold on to it, that's gonna, I'll get people fired up. I bet if you were listening into NIP's comms at that point, you could. This must have been dead silent on that TeamSpeak. Everyone's like, no.
Everyone holding their breath.
Don't lose the round. They didn't. Well, the current odds favoring G2 still. But only a 4-round difference? I mean, this is, as far as I'm concerned, a wide open game.
Yeah, a 4-round difference with NIP about to, with securing that previous round. about to secure their economy for the early stages of this half, which is always huge for CT side of Inferno. Feeling confident in your money. Hampus spots Amanek up in halls, drops off his position. G2 just now walking up to take mid control, but again, I mean, just unarmored, no utility. Not a whole lot to be excited about, except for maybe NiKo on this rap side. If he can get this kill, if he can get this 1 dig with Fuzi's peak, that'd be massive.
Okay, good spray. Right at head height, just holds down that M4A1, and he's able to get a couple of kills there, Rez. And I think that kind of diffuses the round here. Should be no problem for NIP to hold on to it. NiKo on his own, 15 seconds, and he's going to miss a couple of shots there and eventually run out of time. So, 11-8, NIP starting to get back into it a little bit more. G2, if they wanna avoid the really dangerous territory, then they need to win this first round right here. Just bounce back immediately before NIP get to build a huge economy. Oh man. I think I just managed to say that they were avoiding the collapse, and then they lost that second round.
Well, thankfully, I mean, I guess the silver lining, I don't think G2 has gotten a strong enough lead to feel like, you know, this would be a collapse. This is just NIP just fighting back, and so far playing a really good start to the CT side, and we'll see how it continues. It was a 16-14 victory for NIP here on Inferno third map just a few days ago.
G2 want to avoid that repeat at all costs, you have to assume. This is a great move from Plopsky to even get in here. Don't know if you noticed, but he was full of navigating through the Molotovs. Nice shot from Fozy, but he can't escape. Amanek will be able to hunt him down and pick up the AWP, and it's a 3 versus 2 in favor of NIP at the moment. Nexer and Amanek, though, with a lot of time to try and win this one.
Yeah, but Hampus is playing this so well. He heard the footsteps. He knows he's going to have to go up halls to meet up with his opponent, so this is a dangerous position, and now Hampus can have a great flank. He doesn't have to worry about the bomb site whatsoever. His teammates have rotated over. He is securing the round, and at the moment, he's just saying, I'm flanking. I've got both kills. Just don't die. Don't be exposed, and it's nice and easy.
It's a really cerebral play, because if he messes that up even a little bit with the timing, if he peeks right as they're walking up and he gets shut down, it's such an open round. So well played. 11-9. And the money for G2 once again. Tech9s it is. And a deagle on NiKo. Of course. Must have that. It's mandatory. Stay away from that deagle. Don't challenge NiKo. Just leave him alone. You know it's not worth it. You just know it. Leave him be.
Oh, G2's applying a lot of pressure early on. Look at this nade dump from NIP. That's actually not a bad outcome for G2 whatsoever, despite the fact they don't have a whole lot of utility. They forced a lot out of their opponents, and oh, that's a good kill. Stag hiding in CT spawn, waiting, running out of ammunition. He's got a couple kills, USP's out. Hunter chasing it down, and he's finally gonna get it, but that buys time for Plopsky to come over. A couple moments of danger, and NIP just narrowly avoid all of them.
Pretty good sort of a retreat that he had there. S-Tag sort of shooting as he fell back, making himself really hard to find.
Yeah, the fighting retreat.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. NiKo, 1 versus 3, 50 seconds. Bomb is miles away. First point of contact probably against that AWP that's on Rez down there. Ooh, missed shot. A bit strange.
There's 0% chance that Rez repeaks into that.
Yeah, why? I mean, well, there's nothing to gain, right? There's nothing to be won at that moment. NiKo makes the jump down. Sounds like he broke his legs at the same time, and it's a 10-11 scoreline. 1 round lead for G2 at the moment as we head into the 22nd round. Man, yeah, it's a good spray down here.
21 kills on S-Tag so far, putting together a very good game. A couple of clutches as well here on Inferno. He's been great. He has been great. 1 round away, NIP. And 5 rounds in a row for the defense as well. NIP's on fire. Just in time to even up this scoreline. Jack's gonna lead the way up Banana. NiKo and Nexa in support, although Nexa takes a lot of nade damage. Hampus wants to peek, and ooh, burning. He's gonna back off down to 28 health. Jax turns the corner. That's a big win. Big entrance.
Imagine if he would have pulled the trigger there, Hampus. If he hadn't been on fire the way that he was, maybe it could have been an incredible spray down. But now, what a weird round. 4 versus 5, but a lot of damage on those G2 members outside on Banana there. They are very low on health already. Got to be careful that they don't walk into another HE. Hampus back here, but the Molotov will not quite spread to him. He's waiting for his moment, and there it is. S-Tag as well to pick up NiKo, and it is looking good for the defense. 2 versus 3 now. The bomb momentarily dropped, but it's going to be picked up by Hunter. He'll fake it out, seeing if S-Tag will try and peek him. There comes the flash, and oh, it wasn't enough. Hunter will take him down. Great stuff.
Utility, though, for NIP on this retake. 2 kits, 3 flashes. They just deployed a smoke, and they've got 1 Molotov as well.
Hunter close there. Up on the ledge, just offsetting the angle a bit. Molotov, I don't think it's going to hit Hunter. He should be able to stay where he wants. Rez moving in on the one side, Fozy on the other. They've got to pull the trigger sooner rather than later here. It's YnK to get the kill on Rez, and that makes it very tough for Fozy to do anything. Just trying to bait out the shot with that gun barrel showing. Going to get one of the exit kills, and YnK, though, trying to see if he could find him. Yeah, that bomb is going to go up as well. Nice shot from Fozy. At least he can, well, get the kills. I thought maybe he could even get away. The bomb radius is not necessarily that far, but it's a second round. Finally another round here for G2 in the second half.
Good win for G2 because this Molotov missed its mark. Hampus was there. They're hoping to burn him out of this position, but the fact that it misses, it nets in 2 kills. So that's actually G2. That could have been a disaster. Really frustrating is one that comes down to a missed piece of utility. They extend their lead to 2, 12-10, and they take their first time out as well. And by virtue of eliminating all 5 players of NIP, the money on the CT side is gone. It's disappeared. This is the last buy NIP is going to have if they can't convert it. Same for G2. I mean, really, this round kind of dictates. Now, there's more of a losing bonus built up for G2, but this round kind of dictates who's going to have, you know, the economic advantage for the next 2-3 rounds in this game. And at this stage, in round 23, that's huge.
It's crunch time, isn't it? Jack's on 10 kills, Nex are on 7 kills. They got a couple of people that are lacking a bit behind, but once again, it is the cousins that are doing a lot of work right now. NiKo and Hunter, 27, 21 kills.
Keep an eye on this MAC-10 in YnK's hands because there's 4 players without head armor on the NIP side of things.
Ooh, yeah, nice peek, nice find, and it's NiKo of all players to take down. That must feel so good at this stage in the game. Looking to build that comeback right here, NIP.
Well, how fast can G2 take advantage of this? They know the ops on the other side of the map. They know it's not going to be holding an angle up mid. It'll be rotating over. How fast do they want to press the issue? It's pretty quick. They're going to have to deploy smokes and arches, smokes and library, open things up. Hampus and Rez playing double pit.
Plopsky not getting tagged. Is he walking through the smoke? He's thinking about it. He can hear them turning the corner at Arch, and he's walking up behind them right now. Oh, but Jax, he spun around to get that kill. He wasn't looking in the right direction at first. Hampus down to the pit. He's going to pick up the kill on Nexa, and that is the bomb on the ground as well. 2-on-2, yes, but you have to get down into the pit. It's not even going to be a factor at all. S-Tag will take both of them down, and NIP catching up to G2 once again, 12-11.
Yeah, they're almost able to make that work. That second player in pit just doing a very, very good job. And okay, that kind of decides it. NIP not out of it just yet. In fact, they control the money for the moment. G2 without a plant there. We're going to get NiKo back on that scout. Upgraded pistols, but that's it. No rifles in the hands of the attacking side.
Yeah, Tech9s are back, and they've got that scout, so maybe we could see some more. Or maybe NIP have learned the lesson from earlier and just want to try and avoid it. NiKo actually almost going down. That's a good spray. Not bad at all.
Good nade on the Jax as well. So nice early chip damage from the NIP side, although a bit more than chip damage on NiKo.
Whatever it takes, right? Just to get back here, equalize it, get up to 12-12, and then it's wide open. NiKo somehow not going down to that one, but Plopsky's M4 will find him eventually. 4-on-5 now. And NIP are in control of this round, right? They no longer have to take a lot of risks to try and win it.
No, I mean, the only risk they really need to take is this one right here. Not too much of a risk with that narrow of an angle. Good shot from Fozy, and he's going to be able to back away. No pressure applied after the fact. Hunter is going to take a peek up lane, but Hampus had a tough off angle to deal with a scout. And yeah, you mentioned NIP in control of this round. Well, they've got it in their favor. It's going to be all tied up, Anders. 12-12.
Yeah, excellent work. And most especially if they can avoid losing anyone right now. Because again, like you pointed out there, Cash is not looking that great. If they come out of this one with all 5 members alive, That will give them a slight buffer just in case G2 start to win rounds again, which they definitely could.
And the other thing is G2 has 2 rounds in this half so far. One of them was the pistol and losing the ensuing second one, and then they only have 1 gun round under their belt. And to think that from here on out they have to win 4 gun rounds to close out this map, and now you don't have the virtue of breaking the economy of NIP.
I know.
His task gets really tough. This time it's not a collapse, it's NIP just playing a very, very solid game.
What do you make of the fact that Rez is down there at the bottom with 8 kills?
Don't think it matters because the scoreboard on top at 12-12 is the only one that matters.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. I just feel like Rez is like, he's supposed to be one of the stars, right?
Yeah.
But I guess right now, he hasn't been called on yet. Plopsky will get the kill there, running underneath, and again, beating NiKo. That's, I mean, they did it last time. Fozy got the AWP kill on him, or top banana. This time it's Plopsky instead. That must be just a celebration on that NIP side every time they're able to take out NiKo.
Yeah, someone else now on G2 is going to have to step up and be able to provide something, some kind of a kill that's going to give them a gap to work with. And I feel like G2 have had a tough time with Banana in this half so far. They've taken it a couple times, but NIP's done a very, very good job on some of their more aggressive stances that they open with. And then again, 5-on-4, and you can look at the minimap and see NIP just sinking back into the bomb sites, playing it passive, not giving up any equalizing kill. Forcing G2 to use utility to clear out close Banana and be safe in taking this late in the mid-round.
Can they actually... If they can slow this down, they don't have any more grenades to throw G2. That Molotov is already a bit of a problem. They don't have more smokes to put it out. They're going to counter with a Molotov of their own, but Jax has gone down already, and it's a 5-on-3, and there's a lot of people here to defend. This is not looking good for G2 at all. They try to get onto the site. Plopsky, actually, they jump on top of him, and a missed shot from Fozy. Maybe that's the chance that they needed. Good flick anyway, and Hunter is on his own. 20 seconds, he tries to go for the bomb plant, but they're already on top of him. He has to cancel it and come off that plant. And now Rez is getting closer as well. Hampers goes back for the peak. Great headshot. And actually that flashbang kind of shows where he's coming from as well. Rez, he swings, perfect timing for it. And Hunter, he's going to be so upset. He actually played that really well.
Yeah, but it's tough. There's only so many times you can really fake that bomb plant to pull someone into the fight.
Yeah.
They would have loved to have had the extra $800. G2's right on the edge of a solid buy, and because they don't get the plant down at the end of the day, it's back to Deagles again. And we'll just go back to it a few rounds ago, that deciding round of who controls the economy. This is the benefit it's provided NIP. G2 has that full losing bonus, but if they're not getting that plant, it doesn't allow them to cross the line into a good full AK-47 buy.
Okay, a little bit of aggression here. NIP starting to feel more confident too. How much is this giving you those IM winter vibes at the moment? You feeling like this could be...
This feels over, I'm not gonna lie. G2 has not really been able to find an answer to do early on in the round. They've barely had access to the bomb sites. Only in the one round that they've won have they gotten a plant down.
Oh, how do you explain that? How do you justify that?
If you think back to, look at the way NIP's fought back in this game. It was 8-2 scoreline for G2 at one point. NiKo and Hunter combined for 29 kills in that first half. It was suffocating. B was kind of close because of NiKo. A was kind of close because of Hunter.
Yeah.
They managed to just scrape together 3 rounds at the end of the first half that meant everything. And then they lose the pistol in the second half and steal it right back. I mean, there were some real obstacles thrown up in NIP's path, and they've overcome all of them so far.
Devastating if they lose on this map again to NIP. NiKo, it's a good opening. Headshot to take down Fozy, picking up that AWP. They're going to try and boost over and look on top of the smoke and maybe catch Hampers. Actually, he's very exposed and he's going to be found. What a brilliant play. Improvised in the middle of that attack. It leaves Rez on his own back here, and they know where he is. They're going to be trading all the kills, and Plopsky, 1 versus 3. That's a shocking round.
What more can one man do? That's NiKo providing an opening with a 1 dig onto an AWPer, picking up the AWP, finding another entrance to actually secure access to the bomb site for the rest of his teammates. He's doing everything at the moment. But surely this can't last. Surely it can't just be one man carrying you into the finish line. Or across the finish line.
It is actually just a huge psychological experiment to see how much you can throw on one person and before they break. It's crazy.
Well, Again, now we're in an odd situation where the economy is just going to be slingshotting back and forth. NIP's out of money, and they have no losing bonus built up the way that G2 does.
Yeah, that's an issue. He's got 29 kills, Nico, right now. So,
Hunter's at 23. On the other side, it's Esatag with 25 and Hampus with 23.
That's super interesting. Esatag definitely proving his worth right here.
This round is everything. NIP's fully invested. They've bought in entirely. 3 players at $0 behind this. Hampus at 50 and Esatag at 100. If G2 can win this with no losing bonus built up for NIP, this could be the series.
Yeah, it might all come down to this. Tied up at 13-13 as we go into the 27th round. And they're going to start to get a little bit of mid-control here on the side of G2. NIP, though, 3-man setup at B, and they are starting to realize that there is no one there from the T side on Banana. They're going to be peeking it with 3 people, so they're going to know. And then the question is, can they react in time?
And G2's found a decent amount of space here on Rap side a couple times in this half, so they're going to go right back to it. And this is the worst case scenario for NIP's defense. Doubled up in pit. It's a Deagle and it's a FAMAS to defend against everything. The first one responds. They still haven't seen Rez just yet. He goes down and Nico's got both. He's done it again. One more time, Nico delivers. Even smoking towards small pit, and NIP must save.
Yeah.
They can't come anywhere close to this retake.
That was his 30th and 31st kills coming in there. Again, just throw everything onto Nico. And apparently he can carry it through. Amazing work here. Just absolutely stunning performance from him once again.
And it's so hard even with double pit, because you think that Broken Wall player is supposed to be watching that play from Nico, watching Halls, but he knows they're also rapping upon him as well. They're trying to do so much.
Yeah. 2
players against the world with limited weaponry and limited utility. So G2's up 14-13, but thankfully it's not like a full-blown knockout punch. Still tools to play with for NIP, even with diminished economy.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple of times now Nico try and take Banana and get shut down, and obviously they can't afford to lose him right now. He actually has to stay alive in these rounds.
Well, and it'll be interesting now, because now you introduce the mind game to it. This is G2. A couple times they found success at Rap side over at A. This previous round, it's just them getting up brackets right at the start of the round, not wasting any time, and just applying that pressure from the get-go on the defenders there. So at a certain point, if you're NIP, you're like, yeah, we've been holding on to Banana, but now if they're just going to keep wrecking us at A and taking all the space that we're giving them there, that's going to keep NIP honest. Then you got to start having the conversation, Ninjas, if you really want to keep 3 players at the B bomb site for a long time at the start of this round. And again, fully invested for NIP. They buy up everything.
It's very hard to call late in a game like this. I mean, if you're on the side of NIP, you have to try and sort of stay one step ahead, right? Because if you over-rotate to Archway to try and stop that, that could also be the end. So
I don't know if I like this full investment from NIP though. You had what, 2 weapons that you saved, and even a Deagle and armor that you had from the previous round. You could have played from a 13-15 scoreline with a stronger buy. Now it's just scrape together everything we can. It can still work, but it's a big risk.
I can't believe that G2 are still actually in this. I really thought at 13-13 they were going to lose this whole thing, but now
I can't believe back. That's the play. The scout investigating alt mid.
And not even at the beginning, right? Like a delayed when you know that they could be in middle. That seems like a very big risk. Fozy out here, and he will take down Nico. He's been pretty successful at doing that whenever he's been getting the fight, so well done.
And now that they have him at car, they've rotated Plopsky over to Library as well. 3 man, a full defense here, and actually, even Fuzzy might be moving.
He's thinking about it. Oh, what a risk. They give up the B bomb site for now. Not even trying to defend it. Almost a 4-man setup for this defense.
Yeah, but G2's running out of nades, running out of utility. Oh, Plopsky, whole magazine used through the smoke, only able to get the 1. And the AWP is here now in Arches, but Nexa with the bomb, the in-game leader, looks like he's flirting with the idea of falling back to Banana.
There's no one to be this whole time. Fozy's now an Arch instead. Deagle not quite connecting. 30 seconds on the clock, and G2, can they breach the bomb site? Rez finding a kill and doing some damage midair. Another headshot with the Deagle, and it leaves Amanek on his own. 20 seconds, and walking up behind is Fozy to close out the round, and they tie it back up again. 14-14 for NIP. Oh man, no bomb plant, and this is just such a brutal brutal situation for G2. They do have a little bit of cash in the bank at least.
Yeah, just running out of options in this round. Brutal dualies to complete it. All tied up going into round 29. Obviously frustration. You could see NiKo at the end of that round being very demonstrative with his hands, talking about what he wants his teammates to do exactly here in 29. Hampus gonna get aggressive, taking matters into his own call. Pushing. Will they expect this? No gun out for Omenek. Good opening kill for Hampus, and he disappears.
Oh, but right through the wall. They managed to find him. Hunter hearing the footsteps. That's a tragic end to an otherwise really, really cool play from Hampus.
I think NiKo at the moment is so happy that he's actually gotten control of Banana. He's been picked off a number of times, whether it was Plopsky, whether it was Fuzzy. He hasn't had a whole lot of success here, and now that he's gotten to half wall for free, he's calling everyone back. What an important equalizing kill. And NIP putting all the pressure of this defense onto the rookie's shoulders. One op in the B bomb site, and that's it.
Playing at the coffins as well. Usually going to get smoked off from this position. And if you risk it, if you push through the smoke to play on the other side, you're all in on that play, right? You will either defend it successfully or die trying. 40 seconds. Yep, he's going to push in front of it. So now he's committed to the defense. S-Tag is kind of showing up, but trying to push through the smoke. In fact, ooh, there's a gap. He's found a big opening there and taking down Jackson. Almost a kill on Nexa. Fozzy's down and out, and he's out of bullets as well as NiKo with a double kill. Finding 33 now. And Plopsky and Rez, do you want to try and do this? This is the last cash. If you lose this retake, you will not have a shot. You might just lose it 16-14, which would be some very satisfying revenge, surely, for G2. Out of bullets, but still Plopsky, 1 versus 2. What do you even do here? He's trying to bait it out, but it won't matter. NiKo picking up a kill, finding a triple, and finding 15.
And Hunter finding a double as well. And now come the consequences. This is such a brilliant way to find the equalizer. What a bit of luck going his way. NiKo also, as he's done this whole time, putting him on his back and finding the opening kills to get into the bomb site. That is stellar. 34 on NiKo, 26 on Hunter. 60 kills between the two of them in regulation on Inferno.
It's beautiful to watch, isn't it? Not if you're on the side of NIP. You want it to have history repeat itself, but right now it feels like that is not going to happen. There is still a chance for overtime.
Yeah, but this is all the consequences of NIP's economic decisions coming crashing down on their heads. What they have to fight with in this last round is not pretty.
No, you're right.
However, G2 has consistently shown a weakness for rounds like this.
This is the one round where they just wish they could cruise on through and not run into too many obstacles. Omenek, nice run. Oh, that's brilliant. And he's set up with flashes that go off behind him all the time. It's a really cool, smooth movement coming into it. Fozzy's in trouble, and he's going to be going down in the pit alone with Rez for only a second. S-Tag will go down, and G2, what a fantastic run. This time they make it work. They wrap around. It's 16-14, and they get their just revenge, taking down NIP.
Yeah, and you got to give credit. Obviously, we talked a lot about Hunter and NiKo and the production they provided. NiKo especially was excellent providing openings. But shout out to Nexa and shout out to G2 for finding the weakness in that defense. Yeah. They started to really abuse Rapside, getting up mid quickly and aggressively attacking towards Arch and towards Library and wrapping on the bomb site. And that was the deciding factor, especially in the last round.
Without a doubt. And again, I mean, you see the weight of NiKo in a game like this one. Obviously, Hunter way up there as well, but just some of these rounds where he just comes up with those double, sometimes triple entries. What an amazing performance once again. We shouldn't be surprised anymore, but like we said, even if you know it could happen, and it does happen a lot, watching him play this level is just so much fun.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, just the level he's hit this year as well. You know, just incredible stuff that he's been able to be consistent with it. And look, that's a huge win. That's kind of returning the favor a little bit from last week. Obviously, last week it was NIP eliminating G2, but certainly this is going to make them feel much better moving forward into this event, a little bit more confident.
Oh, without a doubt. So building a bit of a story between the two teams here, which is exciting. But now we do have Banks ready with an interview.
Thank you very much, Anders. Hunter, that was a little bit too close on Inferno in the end there. You started off so strong, but when we come to the T side, what was going wrong there at the beginning of the game?
Honestly, we were so sloppy whole day and whole game overall. Thanks to Nico, he did some amazing things on all 3 maps overall. I mean, we were fighting all of us together, and we were really sloppy even before the game. We knew it would be tough because they are shooting really good. Like, I don't know what to say about them. They're really good, just that. And yeah, like on Inferno, we started really good on the CT side, then we lost 1 force buy. Then after it was a bit sloppy again, and on T side, after winning pistol, I thought that's it, we will win. But again, this second round for us, like, it's something that we need to work on, and we'll try to fix that thing for tomorrow. And yeah, we keep moving, we keep going.
When you're talking about this sloppiness, though, right? What is it that you're putting this down to? Is this maybe just because you're getting used to being back as the full team again, or what do you think it is?
I think there is a big reason, like, because we changed a lot. Tamanek changed the role. He was OPER. Then when Kenny was playing last event, he took Nexus role. We played without our IGL. As well for Nexa, it was really tough to call this game because he was not with us last event. He didn't know exactly what we did. I mean, he watched, but this is not it, you know. And yeah, there is a big reason why we didn't play with our IGL last event, and Tamanek changed the role. But overall, yeah, I'm happy that we won because it's the first game. It's really important for us, and I hope we'll win tomorrow as well.
Now, can you make sure that you go a little step further, you know? So when you get into the next game, is there something you can do to ensure that these kind of mistakes don't happen again?
Yeah, I think we can. We'll discuss. I mean, we played first game. We'll have for sure time today to discuss what we did wrong and what we can do better for tomorrow, and for sure we'll do it, and we'll try our best to win the game tomorrow.
We look forward to seeing it, Hunter. GG.
Thank you very much, Banks. Yes, an absolute nail-biter of a series, but it does eventually fall in the favour of G2. I mean, at least Nico's got to be pretty happy after that when he manages to get revenge over NIP. Maybe not as smoothly or as cleanly as he might have liked, though.
He really has to do everything, doesn't he? He's insane right now. You made a tweet saying that he may as well be the best player in the world as of right now. The impact he's having on the server, the consistency that is coming out of Nico is a consistency I haven't seen him perform at for such a long period. Ever, probably. I think it's absolutely absurd that G2 is still very close to lose games when Nico is playing at this level. But first and foremost, we got to give him credit.
Yeah, you can never underestimate G2's ability to lose games. They're not supposed to, right? And I think he's the best rifler in the world and the second best player still. I still have to give like that crown to Simple, but it's hard to argue against it, Jacob, when you have a game like this. I mean, it's deagles, it's rifles, it's opening kills, it's clutches, it's the impact. Scout kills. Like the impact is just there every round. I mean, it's hard to say a player can have 30 kills and, you know, obviously he's gonna have impact with that amount of kills, but it feels like every round what you see is a kill that influences the round in a significant way.
That kill just there, where he literally just 180s, gets such a filthy little headshot.
And if you're Posey, you're like, wow, that can happen.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't know that could happen to you. Well,
welcome to Tier 1.
He did this to him as well. Like, you know, it was just like, that's the thing. Like, that's the difference between playing against a Nico on the server and, you know, Mao's talent.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is a fair enough point. And the fact that you kind of brought it up as well, you brought it up in the previous map, but the fact that he can do it with literally any weapon. Doesn't matter what weapon Nico has in his hands, he can do well with it.
Yeah, and that's one of the strengths, right? I mean, we were joking about it in the green room, you know, he had those 2 kills with the Scout, and I'm like, why do you get a Scout on T-side Inferno? You know, especially if you're so good with the Deagle, and then something like that happens, and I just can't say anything against it, right? I just need to let him do whatever he wants, basically.
Another thing that speaks to Nico and his impact is, in this game, he's the only player on the server who went positive KD on the T side. Often you're having a hard time, you know, finding all the kills on the T side. You have to find impact all the time, but Nico, again, it doesn't matter whether he's playing on the CT side or the T side, he will find impact. Averaging 90 damage per round on a T side, even when you're on an eco, when you're on pistol, he will always find a kill with the deal. He will always, you know, make every round scary, and the stress he puts the teams on as well, because you know Nico's out there.
And that's crucial, right? Like, I mean, look at the buys for NIP towards the end of the game. That's because even the rounds against pistols, some of them they even lost, some of them they didn't win as cleanly. Like, that matters a lot. We heard, you know, YnK talk about it often, about the economic war in a game, right? And the reason why they save so much. That's because, you know, every little detail matters, especially on a map like Inferno. We know how much it is important to have the incendiaries, the smokes, right? To be able to fight for map control. And generally, you know, it's also, if in freeze time you don't have a great economy, you're almost forced to call something more risky, right? You can't just play default because you don't have hold the utility to be able to do that properly.
And I love that you bring up the point that we saw NiKo going lights out on the T side, because we also saw him doing that on the CT side with his cousin. Hunt was really showing up as well for that defensive half on the first half, and they were up, what was it, 8-2 at one point? So kind of crazy when you look at the scoreline and it ends up like that, considering they had so many kills between them in that first half.
I would agree. Both of them finish up with a 100+ ADR, and they're still very, very close to losing this game to NIP. But I want to switch the side as well and say NIP, they played a good game, and ESL probably had a breakout performance here from NIP. Looking over the entire series, we were a bit rough on him, saying that he hasn't really found his footing within NIP yet. But in this game, that was probably the best we've seen from ESL, and it must feel a little bit hard for him to play his best game in NIP and then still lose. But again, they really gave a good fight right here, and it was a good game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and also for G2, the way they approached that first half, they were very disruptive. The second round helped. But also, you could tell they weren't really scared to push NIP and make them even more uncomfortable. Hunter had a great round, right, with the 4K pushing down mid. Here it is. It's 5-2, right? And they have control. And even though the first guy gets punished, Hunter now with some just amazing shots, right, doing 180s. You always know when you go for this push and you kill the guy down in pit that the people from second mid are going to try to, kill you in the back, and he just shuts them all down by himself.
Yeah, you love seeing that confidence coming out from
his
Hunter,
cousin there watching out for his back, like in the end, I will avenge you.
Yeah, absolutely dynamic, Drew. Unfortunately, that does mean for NIP, they are pushed down into that lower bracket. But we do have a few words from Rez after that game.
I got Rez with me from NIP, and this is an interesting one because back at IEM, right, you guys managed to get the win over them, even with a stand-in. They also had a stand-in as well. They now come back with their full roster. You guys still took them the distance. So does this loss still hurt in the same way?
Yeah, definitely hurts a lot because it felt like, it was like 2 anti-echoes. If we had won those, we would have pretty much closed out the game. So yeah, that's why I think it feels a lot more than it should. So yeah, very unfortunate.
And when it comes to this, right, there's games where you can see that G2 are starting to play a little bit more sloppy, but then you get moments where NiKo's just shutting you guys down. How was it trying to deal from a banana on that CT side, especially on Inferno? Because it looked like he was just not moving.
Yeah, he played with a lot of confidence, and it was really hard to go up against him. But we didn't really think about it that much. We tried to keep our game plan like we did. Yeah, he worked out pretty decent. 5 rounds is fine on T, in my opinion. It was just the CT half that cost us.
And let's be honest, right, Fozy, not much experience at this level, but he's still able to hold his own. You impressed?
Yeah, I'm impressed, definitely. It's like I said before in previous interviews, he isn't afraid to make mistakes. I think that's a good asset when you are young as him and coming to a new team. It's really good.
And what's the next steps for you guys, right? How do you kind of digest all of this and get yourselves ready for the lower bracket games?
Yeah, be honest. Go home and practice. That's it.
Some more practice. Practice makes perfect. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Rez. Thank you very much.
Practice hopefully making perfect for the side of NIP. We do have to give some props to them though. Unfortunately, they do lose out on that match. But you know what? We've got to give it to them. The fact that Fozy's coming in as a stand-in for one of, the biggest players in the world, and they make it that close.
Yeah, I think right now Astralis and Vitality, of course, knowing that NAVI is down there, knowing that Heroic is down there, but now also NIP in that lower bracket game, that's not an easy matchup at all. I think NIP is playing way better than any of us would have anticipated without Device on the server. So adding a little more pressure to the next game we got coming up in Vitality and Astralis. And then again, I think Rez, ESL and the boys from NIP can be proud. They haven't bombed out. They haven't done poor at any point ever since losing Device. This is very impressive.
I think it was an admirable performance, really, from them. And they played way better than they did in the semifinal at IEM. They displayed better Counter-Strike. Aztec definitely stepped up on this last map. And yeah, it's not going to be, an easy win or just a clean game against anyone who has to face NIP. It's going to be a battle.
Yeah, of course, that does mean that G2 are continuing on in the upper bracket. We can take a look at the schedule because we do have 2 more games on the cards for you, of course, tonight. It's a crucial elimination game. You are reading that right. NAVI are in contention with being eliminated from the tournament early on. But first of all, we've got to get into our final opening game where Astralis are hoping to defend on home soil as they take on Vitality.
We're going to start with the category of best support players, and obviously our players to choose from: Sanji, Perfecto, Shush, Inters, and Tesses. So we've got a nice little selection here of 5 players.
And we've got some stats to go along with it.
Yeah, we do.
Well. Is there anybody that's just initially jumping out at you just before looking at any of the numbers that you think really deserves to be up there?
Well, first of all, it's hard in today's Counter-Strike to,
put a player under a really like specific role. You know, saying a support player, everything is like really fluid. But I think, for example, Sanji, that's the guy you think of first.
Yeah.
When you say support player, like how many times have you seen him with just a pistol or an SMG, just dropping ops to James, dropping guns to Yakindar? So I think that's one of the main reasons why he's on this list, because he kind of
he is like the stereotypical support player.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, he's like maybe the one player in this, and you just be like, he is just a support player.
That's his duty.
Yeah, I think obviously an easy one to kind of pick out as like a front runner would be someone like Perfecto, who's played so well for Navi and kind of developed into this role and has been a crucial point of Navi becoming the best team in the world. And he caught a lot of flack when he first joined Navi as well, when he was first in the team. There was a lot of head scratching. I think maybe the most important part about being a support player is that you are going to be the first player to catch all of the from the fans who would like to criticize you.
Yeah, from people who don't really know what's going on in the games.
Let's do this. We have got 2 Heroic players in here. Let's whittle this down to 1. Let's give Heroic just like kind of 1, and then we'll continuously get us down to just 2 players remaining. So Tessus and Shush.
So it's like really difficult. The better performer is Tessus, but is that, is he just better at the role, or is it because it's a little bit different?
I go with Shush, personally. Just looking at how he's, just more his trajectory as a player as well.
And also I don't feel like either of them is going to be in the top 2, at least not for me. Because of our man in slot number 5, Jason, and it is...
Oh, it's our boy Inters. Gambit. Gambit's had a crazy rise today, or this year's been fantastic for Gambit, and Inter's a big part of that. And I mean, obviously Inter's has had the whole year of setting up guys like Shiro and Axile, and probably a big part of the reason why they've had such an explosive year. So yeah, we'll keep them in the yes pile. So we've got these 3 left. We got to whittle it down to 2.
Inter's and Perfecto. Man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Really to continue the CIS era?
Yeah, for me it's just in the role, they kind of fit it a little bit more, and I think they also both, in that sense, perform better than Shush has. He's had some great games, some great performances, but I think these 2 have been the most consistent support players of the year.
Yeah.
Cool. I would agree with that.
I think it's a good one. The star-studded Danes looking to reignite this new look squad surprised us all at the fall finals, but so did the squad on the other side of the server. Vitality managing to make it all the way to that grand final, ending Navi's nuke streak in the process, and they've just come off a win at IM Winter.
Vitality is looking like the best version of Vitality that we probably have seen with this iteration of the lineup. Ever since bringing in Koji, there's been some question marks surrounding this lineup. Saivu hasn't really been up to the same incredible high level he was showcasing in 19 and 20, but slowly but surely, as of late, Vitality is becoming the team that we all expected them to be. They're owning on the server, they're owning outside of the server, and they look to be thriving well given the fact that they are, let's call them a death team, or at least they are having the last real dance right now, as Apex said yesterday.
Safe to say Zai was much better at CS than he is at table tennis from what we saw there, but yeah, I mean everything's kind of coming together now at the end of the road for Vitality. Really, Zybo has found his form again. In some of these close best of 3s, 3rd map he just steps up and does it like what Nico did, has 35 kills and just kind of decides the winner at that point in time. And they're just, the rest of the team is also a little bit better oiled, right? Like they have a better foundation, they have slightly better game plans. Shox is playing well, Apex has stepped up, he's getting a bit more responsibility in games. So those are all the reasons. Misuta at IM Winter especially had some amazing games, right? Against VP in the semi-final, he was the best player. So everyone has their moments, and that's what's come together for Vitality.
Yeah, I do want to talk about the young stars of the squad as well. Of course, we could talk about all these names in great detail, but the fact that we saw Masuta, as you said, not only IM Winter, but going back to the 4 finals as well, really giving it to the crowd and saying, you know what, I'm so hungry to get out there and just prove that I can do this, not only on LAN, but on one of the biggest stages of his career.
He backed it up on the server, and that's what I love about it, right? Saying that he wants to be the difference maker, and then he goes out to the server and he becomes the difference maker. It also makes you interesting, right? When you have a scenario where you're most likely going to bring in Magix and Dupree, where's that going to leave him in terms of role and how much responsibility is he getting right now? I think the way he's performing right now, you have to consider him as a player that needs space. You got to cater a little bit to him because he's performing at a very high level right now. And Vitality as a whole, ever since Saivu started to play well again, well, he's elevated everyone around him. It must be nice to have a guy like Saivu in the lineup because he's stable, he doesn't make any mistakes, and he will elevate guys like Misuta, Kyojin, etc.
Also, his just attitude, like he's never fazed by anything. It's always the same. Win a 1v4, fist bump, a little bit of a laugh. you know, lose a horrific round, get one digged, you know, by NICO, fist bump, maybe not as much of a smile, but, you know, and you love that because it just means it's always that you can always expect the same type of delivery from him. And yeah, for Misuta, it was more about just kind of translating things from practice into officials and not worrying about making mistakes. You know what Rez said about Fawzi, like that's also, you can't really worry about the consequence. You need to trust your instincts, what you believe is best at the moment, and then after games, after tournaments, you review and see what you need to adjust.
And then we're talking about confidence and flipping things over to the other side of the server. Looking back at the full finals, the fact that Config came back off that injury, you wouldn't even think that he'd been out for, what was it, 3 or 4 months at that period of time. He looked so hot. So what have you kind of learned from him, as we saw him at YnK as well?
I think we got a sneak peek into what we can expect from Config moving on in the future with Astralis. He is, to my understanding at least, one of the Danish players with the highest skill ceiling out there. He's always been absolutely fantastic with the rifle, and we saw when he's feeling it, when he's motivated, when he feels the confidence going through his vein, he can perform at a very high level. Unfortunately for him at YnK, it wasn't a good performance, and that's one of the critique points you can put towards Config, that his peaks are insanely high, but his consistency is not there just yet, and that's going to be a problem for Astralis, because right now they rely a lot on BlameF, they rely a lot on Config. Those two are the guys who are supposed to frack, so if you have Config only fracking every second tournament, Astralis will be in a bit of a trouble.
Yeah, and also he was one of these guys who were on the rise in like 2017, was like, you know, even when Magis joined Astralis, a lot of people were thinking, well, this is Config's chance to join Astralis, and he kind of missed out. And I think not of it had to do with his skill, mostly with his like maturity, right, and like his approach, and had to be a little bit more professional and whatnot. And you know, he disappeared a little bit for a while there, and kind of found his resurgence in complexity. And now, obviously, we saw at Blast Finals what he's capable of. So you're hoping that, you know, I think for all of Astralis, I wouldn't look at YnK too much. I think just the whole fall Royal Arena atmosphere really like drained a lot of energy for them, and they came like flat in YnK. Same for Heroic, like both teams bombed out fairly early on. So here I'm expecting like a lot more from Astralis, and I think we're going to get a better, you know, gauge of where they're at.
Yeah, and of course another new addition to the team of Astralis is of course BlameF, and he had a chance to catch up with James Banks ahead of this series.
In terms of you and Config, right, you've got that synergy, but with the rest of the team, how would you describe the synergy and how comfortable you feel as a unit right now in terms of communication and everything else like that? And you've already got a smile on your face.
No, I was just thinking, like, I'm very comfortable with the guys. Like, we joke around so much that it's insane, and we just have so much fun outside of practice. And every time I'm with them, we're just laughing so hard. And there's so many times where we have to tell the cameraman, like, stop recording right now. This is too much. Like, we're having too much fun right now. Like, you cannot show this, you know. So for me personally, I love the team. I love the guys. I think they're all awesome. And like, we work out together, we eat together, and like, we do everything together. So I'm just very, very happy with this team, and I feel very comfortable around them.
Great to hear. Now, real quick, you got Vitality today. You faced them twice last time around when it came to Blast. You're back up against them again. How is it going to be different this time around?
I feel like it should be in our favor, not to win the match, but I feel like it's in our favor every time you lose a team and play them again. Yeah. Like, it should be a little bit more going in our favor every single time, right? Because obviously, like, they show what they beat us with last time. Hopefully, we're able to counter that this time. But of course, they're the favorites, and they just won the last tournament, so they're obviously a very great team. But I also feel like we could beat them if we play very well.
Well, let's hope you do, Blame. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
And that's great to hear that there's a really good team atmosphere going on the side of Astralis. BlameF saying, you know what we do? We don't want to make people jealous by showing them how much fun we're having.
Well, first of all, I'm surprised we managed to fit both of those guys in Freya during the interview. But yeah, that was interesting. Like, you know, we don't want to make other people jealous. Like, we're having way too much fun. Isn't that the, you know, that's the point? Yeah. That's the point. That's the whole point.
You like that team camaraderie. I mean, I just want to get your takes, because we've been talking a lot about Config, sure. But BlameF's addition to the team, I know he was saying that he feels like it's been a bit of a relief for him not to have to in-game lead anymore. And I feel like we have seen that translate.
I think we're going to see the best of BlameF, you know, give it a couple of months. He still needs to let go of that responsibility. I feel his time and complexity, it was always about him, you know, being a hard worker, about him trying to elevate the team, putting a lot of hours, and to give away that responsibility. I think guys like NICO, Valde, etc., people who've been trying to be an in-game leader can attest to that. It's sometimes tough. Now, he has Glaive next to him, right? So that's a pretty good guy to be with. So if BlameF can come into a scenario now where he can just focus on his own individual level, I think we've seen some of the best from BlameF already in Astralis. He's very, very good, very consistent, and that's a guy that Astralis will rely on for the future as well.
Yeah, I think it's a great one to punch, really, and some of the things that, you know, is known about Blame is that he's a really hard worker and, you know, likes to do research and for an in-game leader, when you have to find every single strategy or, all the things you have to work on it yourself, it gets a bit, exhausting, really. So to have someone to help you out with some ideas even, and just kind of find stuff and make it easier to plan out practice, I think that can go a long way of helping the team be more efficient.
Now, we can't forget that the last time these two teams faced, it was actually Vitality that forbid Astralis from making it to that grand final in the Royal Arena. So we should take a look at the map, Vito. Any expectations coming into this one, Pimp?
I'm curious to see where it's going to land, right? Because that's another thing about BlameIF and Config coming into Astralis, the new Astralis map pool. Nuke is a given, right? They love to play that map. Vitality are very inconsistent on Nuke, so it makes sense that Astralis will pick it. Whereas for Vitality, they actually pick Mirage, and that's the talking point, right? Because Astralis have started to play Mirage. It used to be the permaban for 2 years, but we saw at Royal Arena, they even picked it against Heroic and won after a fantastic comeback. So this map pool right now is already getting spicy.
Yeah, and we were wondering about the Astralis. They had a little bit of time at the very least, being out early at IEM to practice more, work on some maps, so maybe their map pool was going to change, but we see still Nuke and Inferno are there, the staples for Astralis, I mean, since forever, and Mirage is going to be interesting. As you said, Glaive, it's not like Blame is going to call on that map for them, right? It's still going to be Glaive, and it's just going to take a little bit of time to get adjusted to what are the reactions, if they're trying to fight us for mid and trade happens here, what's the best thing for me to call? And it's not just, he probably knows that, but sometimes it's an extra second or 2 seconds to kind of realize what's going on and call it. And a great call can go from a great call to a terrible call if it's like a couple of seconds late. That's all it takes. So it's gonna, I think, take them maybe a few months really before they can really be super comfortable on Mirage.
Yeah, let's give a few words to Nuke as well, because it is the first map of this series. It's the first map of the series that we saw the last time these two teams faced in the Royal Arena, and it was Astralis to be taken. It was quite close in the end, though, in that point.
It was, and I think we have to address it, right? Because we even heard Sipnik saying that they're still experimenting a little bit when it comes to this lineup and where they play the players. Lucky playing inside, playing the door position, playing the rotation role. He was doing a good job on that CT side with the rifle, but he was falling a bit flat with the rifle on the T side. I'm curious to see if Astralis is still going with the iteration where Glaive is the main op and Lucky will be a rifle player for them. And if so, is Lucky still going to play that position? Because that's a vital one. You see Hunter play it for some teams. You see Shocks playing it for Vitality. That's going to be a big duel right there for Lucky and a big responsibility on his shoulder to perform.
Yeah, it made sense for fall finals because it was like the first tournament, so maybe you want to like do well there in front of the home crowd, but long term they need to figure that out. It doesn't make sense for Lucky really to be on a team unless he starts playing insanely well, and for Glaive to be the opera, that's just way too weird for me. I can't handle that.
Man, some camaraderie with the cameraman as well. I mean, is he Apex going to do it? You going to do it? Well, hopefully his aim is a little bit more on point as we enter the server. It's going to be Nuke as the first map of this series, and it's going to be coming up after this break. Astralis hoping to catapult themselves to the stars, but Vitality undoubtedly arriving with a sting in their tail. We're getting into it in just a few.
Off the back of a fresh trophy lift, the Frenchmen seek to continue their deadly final dance. Oh, what a beautiful ballet it has been. Can their finale be their finest work?
Misuta all the way in the back here. Brilliant headshot, brilliant follow-up, and what a triple! He's gonna shut it all down!
Astralis' marvelous debut at the fall finals was cut short by Vitality. And while they won't have the support of their Royal Arena, they have had time to improve.
Glaive falls down! A no-scope to the spine of Shush! Oh, a second!
We're moving into Astralis taking on Vitality, and I'm sat down here along the Astralis guys as they're getting warmed up and ready. Glaive wanted to make sure he had enough time to get warmed up and ready for sure. Feeling good now?
Yeah, feeling
good. Come up with me, come up with me. Yeah. Can't hide you down there, man.
Okay.
Feeling good? Feel warmed up and ready now?
Yes, I feel good. It feels nice. 2 minutes of warm-up, perfect.
That's all you need, right? That's what it comes down to. Now, you're gonna have this nuke game going down, right? Obviously, we spoke about it before, that liquid one coming in, but you're not worried about Vitality's nuke at all?
I mean, I think they're pretty good at nuke, but I think it's one of our strongest maps as well. So I think it would be stupid of us, because we beat them last time, to not pick it again. And right now, if we had another pick, maybe we would go for it. But I see nuke as the biggest potential for us to beat them. So that's why we picked it.
And then we get some more Mirage. Now, I know Blame, Config, big fans of it as well. You enjoying getting involved in it again?
Yes, I think Mirage is actually a pretty fun map when you start playing it. I don't like it too much in POCs, but I really like to play it with the team right now. So yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with playing that as well. Both Config and Blame has helped us all a lot to understand the things that is going on the map. So yeah, it feels good.
Well, I'm sure it will be good. I'm looking forward to it, Glaive. Go get that little bit more extra time you need in there, and I will move on over to the Vitality side as well. Vitality just coming off the back of that IEM winter victory, the trophy for the year that they desperately wanted. And also an MVP coming out for Mr. Zaiwu as well. I'm going to work my way all the way down to Shoxy, who's in a bit of warm-up mode at the moment. Shoxy, he's focused. He's chilling them all down. Here we go, yeah. I love how focused you are. That's definitely a positive for sure. How you doing? Come stand out with me. You ready for this one?
Yeah, let's go.
I guess the mood and the spirit's real high after winter, right? How good did that feel to get your trophy finally?
Definitely, it felt good. I mean, winning a trophy, especially on LAN with this lineup before the end of the year, was definitely our main goal. So having done that is, yeah, it's something special, and it felt really good.
Now I've got to talk about maps, right? Because when it comes to Astralis, not really known for their Mirage, but Config and Blame F, they love to throw it in the mix as well. You've had some close games versus this new Astralis as well. What do you make of them?
I believe it's gonna be definitely a tough one. I believe, not with this core, but overall at least I think we are like 7 wins in a row, something like that, head to head. So of course you're gonna have to realize that there is one time like they're just gonna win. Of course, you know it can't always go only one way. So hopefully it's not gonna be today. It's not gonna be today, but for sure like. I believe like they definitely want to beat us today.
Today would be the day they want to ruin your last dance, but you're not going to let that happen, are you, Shoxy?
Definitely not. I mean, we're gonna try to not let this happen for sure.
Well, I'll let you warm up some more to make sure it doesn't happen. Thank you very much for your time, Shoxy. We'll have to see how this game's going to go down.
Here we go. Second game of the day is coming up, and I think this is going to be a really, really fun game. Astralis versus Vitality, and in terms of the odds, slightly favoring Vitality, maybe not so surprising.
No, it should. These teams have played 3 series in November alone, one at the major, 2 at the fall finals for BLAST, and all of them went in the favor of Vitality. So yeah, if you're kind of you should be leaning that way in your head. But I mean, the big X factor is what is this new look Astralis going to come in with now that they've had some time to kind of work together with this roster, iron out some things, figure out a few more details. You know, that's going to be kind of, you know, something Vitality cannot look at those 3 series they've already played last month and think things are going to be exactly alike.
No, we just have so little data on Astralis, even though they were kind of thrown in at the deep end, obviously playing in the Royal Arena not that long ago, but at the same time, yeah, we just haven't seen them enough to really know what we're going to get here. So I think it's going to be interesting for sure, and obviously Vitality on their way to making their own massive changes. So you have to assume that that they're also going to be in a weird state. You never know what you get.
Yeah, and Apex fully leaning into the dead team meme. He's really riding that one to death. No pun intended. But yeah, he's having a good time with it. And obviously, I mean, look, even just lifting that trophy last week is going to feel so good, and just a surge in confidence and vitality to end the year.
That, I think, is the best way to handle it, right? If you walk around being all depressed about it, I mean, it's just going to make the last couple of months feel even worse. Might as well go out with a bang.
It's really impressive the way Vitality have kind of like avoided those pitfalls of kind of running this lineup, kind of running its course and obviously changing, but still very unified and still very focused on the task at hand, which is very impressive to keep as a team in this kind of a situation.
What do you make of the maps? Nuke first, Mirage second, and Inferno as the deciding?
Yeah, I'm mostly looking forward to Mirage. I want to see what that one's going to come up with, because obviously Vitality really enjoy picking it, and this new look Astralis showing that they're willing to play it, and Glaive even mentioning that some of the new players helping him out with some ideas and some different positioning and roles, obviously. So it's going to be cool. We know this Astralis lineup is going to change some things that we typically understand about kind of the old Intel Grand Slam Astralis, that greatest lineup of all time. There's going to be a lot of changes coming in under this Astralis banner, and I think Mirage might just be one of them. So it'll be cool to see their first look at it. Either way, we're going to have some of those questions answered right here, right now. Freeze time is coming to a close. It's going to be Nuke for map number 1 in this second series of the second day of the Blast World Finals. It's Astralis taking on Vitality.
Yep, here we go. Astralis going to be starting on the T side, Vitality on the CT side, and Astralis on this map, at least the classic version, absolutely terrifying to play against. So we'll see. In BlameF, I mean, even at complexity, very good on this map as well. So I expect it's still going to be really tough to play them. We'll see. This pistol round already live as they try and make their way down the vent. They're going to stop for a minute to take down Sidewalk in the meantime, and they're still diving a little bit to try and see if they get down here, but will they stick to it? They could change their minds. No, they're going to follow through. And Lucky goes straight for the bomb plant, but Shock's just taking a walk to the left and brings him down. No bomb plant and a 3-on-3.
Yeah, perfect bait from Masuda. They had no idea. They never even considered the fact that Shocks could have even been here. Shocks is taking a little bit of a risk to come try and close this door. Meanwhile, the real danger of this at the moment, BlameF in control windows, Config's on the upper bomb site, and Glaive is wrapping underneath Heaven, so they're split, and the bomb is down lower. A minute on the clock, they have plenty of time, and Apex has at very least spotted Glaive.
Yeah, the fact that they have time left here for Astralis is obviously huge news, but Shocks is out looking for more kills. He's a bit of a lurker in this game.
It's good. I mean, it's tough too. Oh, there goes Apex. Config came back from the upper bomb site in towards lobby, so they should have the idea of what both players are coming from ramp, and now it's all about these USPs. This time it's Masuda stuck behind the silo at clock. A little bit of an off angle. Config's gonna walk right into it. Good headshot, and Shocks delivers 3 critical frags in the round to get the pistol round going to Vitality.
That's so well done. I mean, yeah, you're right here. No one was expecting this, but the fact that he finds the second kill like this too.
It's easy in this situation as the CT to like feel content to just kind of sit in your position with the bomb down and just kind of sit and wait and see what Astralis is going to throw at you. And I mean, a little bit risky for Shocks to go investigating in that when you don't have track of where the other players really are. But obviously here it's the reward portion of that kind of play materializes for him.
Good start. Some SMGs on the side of Vitality here in the second round. Only the M4A1 rifle there on Apex. And Astralis, no bomb plant in that last round. They're not going to be investing into this one. So they have a Deagle on Config. I cannot argue against that.
No.
Config's great.
Another one of those players where it's just like, do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Well, live and die by that.
It's just too tempting when you've got his kind of aim.
It's exciting seeing him in this Astralis jersey as well. It felt like it's been a long time coming. Vitality just consistently in this pistol round re-smoking door. That's the 3rd smoke that they've used on it, including the opening Molotov as well, making sure they can't feel any pressure. Ramp room is going to be the attack, and it's Masuda on the ramp. The SMG doing work, couple of kills, and they're zipped from up top. Nice job from Vitality. Nobody goes down.
Yeah, that was all very smooth. A good look so far. 3rd round is going to be the buy round though for Astralis. We'll see if they can come up with something interesting there. But this is so far a nice start. Oh, those ragdolls are think a great addition.
Yeah, fantastic addition. Here we go, 2-0. AK's Galil is out for Astralis. The rifles, plenty of utility as well. Bit of a bonus round for SMGs for Vitality's defense. On Nuke, you can obviously make it work as well. If Astralis kind of mess this round up and it's a clean victory for Vitality, the money is just going to explode. It's going to blossom.
Yeah, it's everything you really are hoping for at the moment. They obviously are still slightly disadvantaged against the AKs on the other side, so see if they can find a way to neutralize that threat just a bit, get close up. That's where the magic happens. Apex, a little bit scary out here because of that silo play. Gotta be careful.
And he obviously has no information that BlameF has crossed over to Red Box. Like, he thinks that's clear. He's in a lot of danger. Again, focusing on keeping the door smoked. Apex might just go down for free.
Yeah.
And he plays a risky style. He plays one where it's like high risk, high reward, and this time he's punished for it. And that's the single rifle. And even Zip knows the follow-up play when you lose control of outside is push towards lobby. Good job from him, and the SMG's finally going to turn the corner, but Config's coming back. So is Lucky. A lot of bodies for Astralis ready to handle this.
Cool attempt, I think, from Vitality to get some control back, but you're going to have to get up real early to catch Zip like that. Shox and Saibu are now left. And it's a 2 versus 4. 30 seconds, so eventually they're going to have to come up with something here on the side of the Danes. Should have time still to find a bomb site, of course. Config, if he went down there, it could have got awkward, mostly because of the time that was left. 1 versus 4, and no chance really for Cyber to do much of anything. There's a Galil out there I think he can find if he wanted to upgrade to something different. He maybe has a chance to. Config moving out into the corner, and hard to clear everything right now for Cyber. He's going to walk in. Actually, good flick there. We'll bring him down. AK, if he can make his escape, that's a big victory.
Yeah, this would be spectacular. Lucky's holding for this fallback, and I think Zaiwu, yeah, no need to mess with those angles you know are unclear. Just fall back to where you came. A little bit of smoke to keep some spacing, and I think he should be able to get out with his AK-47. Astralis is not very motivated on this hunt. So, first round on the board for Astralis, mostly just off the back of the opening kill on Apex. So much map control lost for Vitality, forced into a play that Astralis was ready and waiting for.
Well done. 2-1, and we'll see. Because they kept the SMGs, they should have a little bit to try and buy into this next round with AWP being picked up on side early on. That's obviously a huge deal for Vitality specifically. Config, maybe. I think if you would have gone down there, it could have been a little bit awkward. Things could have got weird. Here we go, 4th round. Not that many nades on the side of Vitality. Maybe that's the only real downgrade at the moment. So some sort of an afterplant here could get awkward. Almost catching BlameF, but he manages to make it down, so probably will be okay with that.
Oh, Masuta's down here as well, though. Here's the battle. Oh, Masuta in the corner's got the headshot. Well done. You've neutralized BlameF, and you also quality your team. He's the only one there. No one else was pressuring. Down secret stairs. No smokes left for Astralis for the rest of this round as well. So no chance really for Glaive to have a second wall or some kind of smoke to allow him to follow up BlameF's play and take up that space. So he's going to lurk outside. 3 players in lobby at the moment, but Vitality looks pretty comfortable, all things considered.
Yeah, they do. And hopefully they can turn this round into a win. Otherwise, they're going to have to go back and eco, and Astralis can have a little bit of a bump at the beginning. So Saimu down at the ramp, flashing his way out. I'd say this is very dangerous. He can't really escape this position, but then again, they don't have a lot to get rid of him. They have a Molotov on Glaive, but he is miles away, so it doesn't really matter. Just toying with them, realizing he's got some backup here if he needs it. And Lucky is going to have to back on out. So great round right now for Vitality. They're super excited about how this is going.
Yeah, I mean, once they killed BlameF, they were just so confident in their positions. 2 at the upper bomb site, 2 were outside, and obviously when you have Zaiwu with the op, excuse me, 1 outside, 1 lower. When you have Zaiwu with the op and ramp room, you feel pretty confident with that one as well. 3-1. Vitality looking good in these opening 4 rounds.
Very kind of careful Counter-Strike coming out here from Astralis, right? We're not seeing the wild sort of let's just run and get some aggression just yet. So maybe that'll happen later on. Wow. There's a lot of information to take in there.
Is that Minesweeper?
I think it's a nuclear power plant. Hopefully not what they're doing with their time, but you never know.
Never know.
Config eating a little bit of nade damage with the scout outside. We get that same feeling that they're playing like a very measured kind of Counter-Strike right now, Astralis. They've only had one rifle round, so, but still.
Yeah, well, remember too, there's a lot of moving parts in this Astralis team that they're trying to figure out as well. So I mean, either you're going to see some things that they work on that they're going to disregard and kind of cast away at the end of this year and work on something different, and some things that they're going to bring in are going to work very, very well. It'll be a learning process that we get to watch them go through. 5-on-3 for Vitality. 4 players survived in the previous round. They would like something similar here. Apex, a nice headshot onto Lucky, forced back, and now it's about preserving life for Vitality and preserving money.
Put some pressure on with the Molotov, and Vitality just out hunting now. They realize this round is probably done. BlameF does get the tag, but still no kill. That is kind of a brilliant start right now for the French side. 4-1 in their favor. They're starting to build up the economy a little bit more. And Astralis haven't really shown us enough yet. We need some more info.
Still early going. They have the one round, which was nice.
They have almost no kills either. I mean, again, like, it is early, but they're lacking a bit in that department.
Well, that's, I mean, you mentioned the money building up for Vitality. I mean, that's just, yeah, you're not getting enough frags in the rounds that you lose, really. Here we go. Shock stuck in mini behind the Molotov. No one putting pressure on from outside in it with any kind of pacing, so Shox is safe for the moment. And Zip is actually going to sneak through the smoke and drop down into the vents. I don't think anyone from Vitality realizes. No one has even budged to go downstairs.
Yeah, I don't think they know either. Oh, it's a huge ticket into the round.
Well, now that he's down the vents with nobody knowing, he can cut off any rotation through those vents. So for Astralis, it's like, let's set up these smokes for outside. Let's make sure we can connect the dots, connect the pieces, and realize when we actually get over to Secret, there can't really be anyone in vents or rotating down in that direction. So you're going to have to worry about getting into the bomb site, potentially players behind the silo, up on the ramp.
Well, Apex is down there now, and if he makes too much noise or walks into the crosshair of Sip, that could be the perfect opening for them right now. Zip is going up to try and meet his teammate, or he's getting a bit closer at least, thinking about it. Yeah, right there, Shox goes down to complete heart attack moment. Has no idea why someone would be there. Apex though, brilliant return. Taking down Glaive, and there's Cyber with the shot on Sip. And they're trying to put some pressure on. They'll find Apex, but out in the open, Misuta will take them both down. And that is spectacular. And he's actually just going to stick around, even low on health as he finishes and gets the triple. 5-1. That was Astralis with a golden ticket to win that round.
Yeah, a really good opportunity, but what a great recovery as well. Remember, Shox goes down, and Astralis thinks that's probably the sole defender coming through that smoke. Now look, we talk a lot when we discuss Vitality, obviously. ZywOo's going to take the majority of our attention. Apex as well has been playing great lately, and Shox is playing good as also. And Misuta has been someone who's just been rising and getting better and better. And he had some spectacular series for Vitality in their championship run, so keep an eye on him. He delivered that great triple kill in the previous round to save the day. He's sitting at 11-1 for the moment for Vitality.
Yes, very cool. I think they talked about it on the desk as well. Just the fact that Sam was almost always delivering gives some space for the rest of the team, and people like Misuta to sort of feel comfortable around, which I think is a good point. Definitely getting some good vibes off of him at the beginning here. 5-1 in favor of Vitality. Pistols back in the hands of Astralis. And a bit of a less excited. Oh, hold the phone.
Yeah, what are you
Config
saying?
and BlameF. What is going on? Cyber out here. He's got to be real careful. He's not the third victim. They can't afford to lose any more in this round. Vitality, time to lock it down. And a nice turnaround there. He is so lightning fast.
Yeah, that was just like a casual. He's like, yeah, I did spot you earlier. I'll go back and grab this. Still.
Scary.
Yeah, BlameF in a interesting position. If ZywOo's not careful, timing could be so painful. Shox is downstairs as well, but BlameF can still wreak havoc on this round. Lucky does have the bomb in hand. That's towards lobby and going to start meeting up with Config, or excuse me, BlameF over in ramp room. And to the lower bomb site we go, where Shox is lying in wait.
At least he will have to open the door, I believe, but still, hard round to win right now for Astralis, just given the time that's left. He's going to open up the door, has to hold it in, and they'll get the bomb plant at least, which is actually better than you would have thought already. Shox with the headshot, ready to take down Lucky, and it leaves Blame. 1 versus 3. He's got that M4 in hand, then he's going to pick up the 1 kill. Cyber's coming in on the other side. Well read by BlameF, and he's going to peek behind the debris of that HE grenade, and he gets tagged anyway, making his way through, and he is just a bullet away from death at the moment. And they have time as well. Kits and all, they are ready for it. They tap the bomb once. BlameF has to go for it, and he's going to get found. Good recovery in that round from Vitality.
Yeah, that's a pretty tricky 1v3. BlameF giving himself a couple opportunities. Obviously, the first kill in Kyojin, but yeah, peeking with that nade gave him a chance. What a stunning shot from Config outside. But a great round from ZywOo. 6-1 for Vitality on CT side. Nuke.
That's actually kind of scary. Again, when you have this kind of a lead, 6-1, you just want to keep the pressure on, right? And if you let go of a round like that where they just have deagles, it's going to spark some real good feelings on the side of Astralis. So better to keep that on for as long as possible. But at least they get the bomb plant for the T side. So let's see if they can build something behind it. Config trying to get through. This is what we saw earlier on Nuke, flashing their way through. And this time, at least they get the 1 kill, even if he was low from earlier. Kyojin will be traded immediately. And we're back in a 3-on-3 now. ZywOo shows up for the 1 kill on BlameF, and Misuta boxing in Sip. He's now on his own. I don't think they know, but I think they will now. Yep, he fired the AK, so they should have some awareness, and they're going to find the kill on him as well. 7-1.
That's a dicey round. You got to give props over to Shox and Mini getting the 1 kill. I think Config was about to take down 2. He got the first player. It's this one right here. You can see the player just dropping off silos. That's Kyojin, who goes on to get 1 more kill in the round right there onto Lucky. If Shox doesn't grab Config, then the access to the bomb site is wide open. So just 1 critical kill for Shox. Keeps the round in Vitality's favor. 7-1, 6-round lead, and timeout called by Astralis. They're first as they talk things over.
Probably about time, isn't it?
Yeah.
7-1 scoreline. You need to find a way to make up for this. But I'm not even, again, this is just such a powerful start. How do you recover this moment? They lost the pistol, found that first rifle round, and that was it.
Well, they've had a couple rounds where they've found some space outside that's able to net them some kills. You think back to that Config deagle and BlameF deagle. We've also seen Zip find his way down down vents at one point. We saw just there the entrance from Config hiding inside the door smoke and being flashed through. So they've had a couple things that they've had success doing that they can at least lean on. It's not like they're getting completely wiped out. Now, they haven't really solved the mid and late round situation, but early round they've had some access to things, and BlameF going to get aggressive as well. ZywOo blinded. Oh, he just gets into safety, and oh, there's too much going on for ZywOo. Good opening kill for Astralis, applying pressure outside.
You still partly believe for a moment there that he was going to get the follow-up kill. It just looked like exactly the kind of kill that he could have got, but well done. Astralis, they get the opening. Lucky starting to make his way down towards the ramp as well. That's some good map control. If they can take control of this part of the map, Vitality are actually in a fair bit of trouble, already being a man down. There's just too much to cover at the moment. Apex out here.
It's going to be Shox. Shox has the chance to get them back into this. He's already downstairs. He's looking for players coming down the secret stairs. Rotating away. Good kill from Misuta. Even things up, but Shox is the X factor. Doors are open. They know the possibility is here. Here's the footsteps to his right. Oh, he's going to get baited into it. Never saw Lucky. Just saw Zip running up the stairs. He thought he had his target. 3-on-4, and at some point, Vitality, if Misuta can't create something at all, he's so committed. He's in fully into this battle. Sprays down Zip. 1 more. Lucky puts him down. Still potential in this retake for Vitality, but they might lose everything. Door is smoked off for the moment. Kyojin is just going to get on it. He's going to stick it. Desperate. Smoke plumes. He's sticking it. He's getting it. And Glaive not shooting back, and oh, he's got it. Just at the end, he steals 1 away. And Astralis have got to just feel so stunned.
What an incredible amount of confidence from Misuta in that. He's not even thinking about it. He's like, yeah, it might be essentially a lost round, but I'm going to go for it anyway. And the fact that they get this defuse, look at the timing here. Oh, wow. That is, I mean, I don't even know how close that is. That's like 100th of a second or something like that.
That's about as close as you can get, as close as the eye can see. 7-round lead, here we go, back to door. Just mentioned they'd had some success with entrances here, getting down vents, and one more time they find it. Shock's completely blinded in the open. Kyojin's got to do so much, and he's delivering. Double kill, quick flank from Masuta. He's been doing it all game long. And holy hell, Vitality clamped down after the initial kill.
Apex, he's leaning into it as well. That's good. That's one of the best things about this way the stage is set up. You really can yell at your opponents, which, why would you not do that? Make them feel even worse as they're losing.
Oh, to the imaginary crowd.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
I still think there's something, you know, it's not enough that you're already down 9-1.
Yeah, you have to have an Apex screech in your ear as well, just for good measure.
Yeah, it gets to you eventually, I'm sure. But at the same time, you know, they're going to get a chance to shout back, I'm sure, if they want to. 9-1. Vitality off to a spectacular start. And they've survived some rounds that have been close. It hasn't been just completely smooth sailing, but some of these rounds are really interesting. Masutra at 16-3 right now. That's wild. Absolutely wild. What can Astralis do to bring it back, though? Like you said, they found certainly openings, right? They just need to close the rounds.
Yeah,
smooth rounds.
Just as easy as that.
Just, yeah.
Oh, here we go. BlameF gonna get aggressive behind this smoke wall. He's found a decent route and wants to come in towards warehouse. So he's got, ooh, here we go. Peeking over a ticket. Apex not ready. Can't control the spray, and Apex is just gonna bail out. He wants nothing to do with the fight. He's like, all right, guys, BlameF has outside. We need to do something, start moving. And it looks like a lobby crunch is in the cards. Moving forward again, remember, you lose outside. This is the next play. You have to take map control elsewhere.
Kyojin goes down, though. They see it coming once again. They're well aware. Lucky and Sip will get the couple of kills. They almost naded and killed Apex from outside of the T roof. They almost hit that nade on him to kill him. That would have been a really amazing play. BlameF waiting out here. Masuta is kind of aware that someone could be out here, but there's just too much map to really cover. And this seems like a brilliant round from Astralis so far. Apex at the side were left, 2 versus 5. It should be no problem here for Astralis to pick up a second round.
Now, this is something you can lean on from Astralis. When you've taken outside away from Vitality and you force them to go for that lobby crunch. I mean, Zip, obviously one of the smartest players in terms of game sense, and he's obviously your lobby holder. He's handled it well twice. This time you even had Lucky up above on the ladder, able to get a kill. So you know kind of what Vitality's next play is, and they've lost it twice. So now it's up to them to come up with a new idea on how to recover losing outside control.
9-2. Good catch here in the lobby again. Following the same formula from earlier, losing outside control. Astralis, they see it coming. The response is really good. Probably BlameF could have had Apex almost immediately. That was a bit of a problem, maybe. But I still like BlameF making that play. He was doing that same thing on Complexity, something that he's been doing for a long time, and it seems like he feels at home playing around the smoke out there.
Absolutely. Another player outside with just a gigantic playbook.
Oh, and he's trying for it again. He's actually already in. Big opening for Config, and the follow-up is there. Absolutely beautiful, and Vitality probably should not be going for this retake.
Yeah, it's time to save already. When you lose those 2 kills and you see him come in and kind of spam through the smoke, see if you get fortunate, see if you can even things out and thin the herd for a potential retake. But man, I don't think Vitality ever felt like that was actually a hit coming in. That like didn't ever feel like an actual execute. And I think Vitality, Shox, and Kyojin just get caught off guard.
Yeah, because you just see some people stepping in the hut, but it seems like there should be there's no real springboard for them to jump onto the side, but they got the openings anyway.
There's no real indication that it's actually going to be a commitment.
Yeah. And yet, a 3rd round for Astralis. Not bad. Some things are starting to look up at the very least.
Well, 2 in a row, and they've trimmed down the money. At the very least, Masuta is going to be able to drop a gun over to a teammate, so it's still going to be a buy in this next round. But yeah, look here, just off the back of some of those Molotovs that are just, you know, standard at the start of these rounds. Shox hasn't even made it through the smoke yet. And Astralis is already in the bomb site. They cut the lead to 6.
I mean, at this point, if it keeps going for another couple of rounds, we could have a sort of a repeat of some of the halves we've seen earlier in the day, where you get off to that really brilliant start, and then it kind of still finishes enough, at least, that the opponent could come back here. 9-3. Nade doesn't really do much to blame him. It looked like he was going to walk into something out there, but seems like it's fine. Sau was playing very exposed out here. This is super dangerous. Yeah, he's going to be... Oh, but he gets a flick anyway and takes down Config. How does that not result in his death?
That's a desk slam 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
For sure. ZywOo is still going to stick around as well. 36 HP. He knows there's more than just Config.
Put some coal in his hand and turn it into a diamond. Right.
Oh, this is Vitality saying, fine, enough with giving you outside for free. We'll make you fight against one of the best players in the world. And there goes Glaive. BlameF waiting to try and cross, and Apex has the information that sets ZywOo up perfectly. 3 kills for ZywOo, all off the back of the missed opportunity that Config had. Huge consequences with that miss.
Yeah, you just feel like that one's on me. Oh no, that one's on me as well. Everyone's dead. What a disaster. Masuta out here. They probably thought he'd fallen back after that initial peak, but he stuck around again. His confidence level is way, way high. 10-3. And a really, really good shutdown from Vitality, not allowing the Danes to get away with too much.
Oh my lord, what a flick up, what a transfer over. As you're getting tagged as well.
It's not easy to do.
Great sequence, and BlameF was just set up outside for an easy one. Can't do anything but shrug it off. 10-3. Masuta is 18-4. ZywOo is 13-3. No one from Astralis yet on double digits.
It's a really, really hard setup to play up against right now. With Masuta kind of anchoring the ramp, and you know, ZywOo could be anywhere on the map, basically.
Hey, well, even Masuta, like, yeah, he's anchoring ramp, but also a lot of his kills have been pushing lobby and kind of coming and wrapping around and flanking on those upper hits. He's been able to grab 1 or 2 here or there.
Yeah.
So he's been everywhere as well.
And he's actually down below now, leaving ramp to Shocks. Curious to see how this will play out. Still plenty of time. Sip hoping for an opening.
They're letting Astralis cross if they want outside as well. Apex is just watching for them to get into mini. New look defense as ZywOo plays the upper bomb site with the AWP posted up in hut.
They can let them stay here forever if they want to, right? So far, this is just time off of Astralis' clock, really. And they don't need to put that much pressure on. 50 seconds. ZywOo, though, is going to take a bit of a peek in. That is interesting. Not seeing anyone. The timing is off by 5 seconds, I think. And we'll see. If they actually go for this A execute, they could have BlameF sort of go in through mini and try and help out. That could be cool.
Yeah, well, it all depends on Apex's rotation. That's his responsibility to make sure no one can get in. And I think BlameF wants to be a slow lurk. He wants them to actually have some success, and ZywOo's tired of waiting. Steps up to the plate, knocks down Zip. Look at how afraid Astralis is that he's going to be wrapping around. And yeah, ZywOo's everywhere in the upper site. Here comes BlameF through that smoke. Scoped up, there it is, right into his crosshair. A gift wrapped for ZywOo.
Oh my god, it must be so demoralizing when you do the countdown for the nades and everything, and the first thing that happens once everyone lets go is that ZywOo's just in lobby shooting people. And you're like, oh, we're not even getting to execute anything.
And the 2 players in door hesitate just a little bit, looking behind him for a moment, and then at that point, ZywOo's already on the other angle. This one is just straight unlucky for BlameF.
It's like, all right, I guess, if you want.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna do this all day.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating as well. You have to imagine, you know, coming out of Fall Finals and kind of a cool performance there for the first look team. A really rough time at IEM Winter. The following event you play in, now you're here, and all these things you've talked about and worked on, and it's not working at the moment. That's just going to compound the frustration.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. 11-3, 15th round is coming up. Last of the half. We're seeing just an absolutely devastating performance, especially from Masuta and ZywOo. It's hard to really oversell this.
Well, it's interesting, the conversation around Masuta. He gave that interview where he said, I want to be more than just, I'm a pillar for this team right now, but I want to be more. I want to have more responsibility and be someone that they can rely on a little bit more. And obviously Apex is, ooh, Glaive almost getting the peak with the run boost. We've heard Apex in plenty of interviews just talk about the young guys gaining confidence, and we're starting to see Masuta build up into a pretty scary level of that confidence and the resulting impact of it.
Yeah, he has the skills to back it up, so it is really fun to see. Apex risking his life and still is. Config will find him. First one to hit double digits here for Astralis, his 10th kill. But looking right on the railing there, Glaive goes down. Cyber's found a real
nerdy
nerd
one
angle,
way.
yeah. The ultra geek angle.
What a jerk. Of course, you see a smoke in that position. You got to imagine something's up.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
4-on-4.
Time slowly ticking down. Astralis would love, I mean, there have been quite a few lobby peaks coming up from Vitality, so maybe it's not so crazy for Astralis to slow this down and expect for more of that kind of stuff, but
They have a
not getting
problem.
it.
They only have one smoke and 3 players outside, and Zip has that smoke. And he's just going to use that now. If Lucky, Blame Up, and Config, I think the idea is pull attention away from outside, make it seem like it's going to be an upper execute, so pull ZywOo away, and they've done just that. ZywOo rotated over to ramp room to help Masuta. That allows 3 players access to the lower bomb site, and still nobody from Vitality has budged. Nobody realized it's happening. Masuta going to get here just in time, and one more time he's going to deliver with a double.
Finally, he goes down, but way too late here. The bomb out in the middle of the bomb site. Config realizing, yeah, there's absolutely nothing to be done. Confidence on the Sutra, it's spectacular. He actually seems like he's just excited for any kind of a fight that he can get. 12-3 at the end of the half. We'll see you in the second half. It's coming right up.
This year, our biggest achievement is for sure EM Winter. That it was a very consecration for us to finally win a tournament after like 3 finals.
Split upon Kyojin kills Electronic, Apex in connector. Oh, he hits Bit, Simple's down, and Vitality. This could be the pistol round they certainly need. Okay, Kyojin.
It was very satisfying to play in front of the crowd again. And beating NAVI during the grand final and on their map, it was yeah, very good for sure. We did it like in a good way, like we didn't. It wasn't like a tight map. We beat him like something like 16-7 or 8. But I remember that we really enjoyed and everything was working out for us. It was very a good moment.
Apex going to attack the bottom of the silo. Oh man, don't kick them while they're down. And he's got a second. Oh,
I got in our spot for the fall final was very nice because all we wanted to do is having good results together, and it feels like we just wanted to go back on LAN. I mean, having more experience from me and Kyojin having like more tournament on LAN, and everyone, the ZywOo, Apex, Shox wanted really to be back on LAN and play in front of the crowd in arena, so we were really happy to take that spot. For us, during this whole final, we just really want to play against NAVI again in the grand final and maybe beat them. Unfortunately, it's not gonna be in arena like the last time we just did, and it's kinda sad, not gonna lie, because the feeling that we have playing in front of the crowd, and I remember it's just amazing.
Welcome back. 12-3 in the first half in favor of Vitality is a pretty shocking result. Even if they were favored at the beginning of the whole thing, it still feels like this is a little bit overpowering.
Yeah, I mean, just so dominant. It helps, obviously. We covered a couple times. Masuta 20-5 now after the first half. ZywOo 18-3. 2 huge performances from high-impact players. You have to remember as well, Astralis, I feel like that half actually was perhaps a little bit better, and there's a couple situations that could have turned things around. You remember the defuse that Kyojin stuck in the lower bomb site, that was like, you know, that prevented Astralis from really building a whole lot of momentum. They are going to cross towards Secret. P250 is going to get one. That's ZywOo picking off Config all the way back at Generator.
BlameF probably feeling a bit lonesome of a backup. Now he's got Glaive coming in from the ramp, so at least he's not entirely on his own. Apex will go down, but misutra is back for more fights down here at the B-bomb site, and BlameF is now on his own. He needs someone to help him out, but it's going to be too late. Kyojin will take him down, and Lucky and Sip, 2 versus 4, and it's a bomb plant here for Vitality. I have no idea how they're going to recover this round. They're both coming in from the ramp, and they do not have any tools outside of the USPs here to try and get this job done with. So questionable if you even want to do it with the armor. I know it's not a lot to save, but realistically, are you going to be able to find 4 kills and a defuse here? It doesn't feel like it at all. Lucky goes down, and Sip as well, and that's going to be a 13th round here for Vitality.
Yeah, that's a well-done pistol round for Vitality, even breaking up the crossfire. BlameF really needed Glaive to survive up towards ramp to be able to secure his position. Glaive was the one who was going to be the distraction, the guy pulling them in and taking the attention away from BlameF's position. But just straight up, I mean, Vitality out-dueling most of their Astralis counterparts.
Well, if things did not already look a bit grim on the side of Astralis, they definitely do now. Winning that pistol round is almost always the first chapter in any kind of a comeback, right?
Yeah, and Astralis essentially just has to buy everything they can every single round that they play until they win one. They can't even consider the idea of saving. Shox had a chance to take down Glaive, has brought him very, very low, but at least forces Glaive into a more passive position. Config already down in Secret. Lucky in the upper bomb site.
Well, the odds have now even switched even further.
Yeah, they've blown up, haven't they?
No one's real surprised. 13-3 is the scoreline, and we're looking at a bit of an execute towards that A bomb side, at least for the minute. Feels that way. Got lobby, got that T roof, of course, and not a lot on the side of Astralis to try and hold on with. Glaive already tagged up as well, and Vitality comfortably in control so far. Those Mac 10s, head armor on only one person, so even jumping into the bomb site along with the flashes and everything else, it could be pretty good.
45 seconds left on the clock. This could get a little dicey. Over towards door we go. It's Lucky to defend close to the right. Oh, that flashbang just messes him up. You still have one player in the site, one player in the rafters. Glaive has come up with the scout as well, but all the kills the way of Vitality, and they're just going to disappear down the vent and find a free lower bomb site. There goes Zip, and BlameF is the last one remaining, and they even know his position now as well.
Again, misutra, a couple of openings there. He's up to 24-5. It's just so outrageous. As if it wasn't already enough of a problem that you have to face ZywOo on this team. Now they just keep adding more and more players. 14-3 right now. Vitality 2 rounds away from winning the opening map with spectacular speed.
Yeah, speed running the game. They want to get right to Mirage.
Well, we all wanted to see Mirage, but I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised. I really am. Config has kind of been putting up a bit of a fight, but it is not enough right now. ZywOo's out hunting for kills, trying to see if he can catch up to misutra.
I mean, you mentioned it in the first half, but it was pretty early on, so it's kind of like, well, we'll just wait and keep our eye on it and see. But I mean, even just the fragging not quite there for Astralis, just at an individual level, not really able to put a stop to Vitality and what they want to do.
Yeah, real hard to deal with when you're not getting the kills needed. Config out here. Mac 10 jumping around the corner. Always frustrating to play against. And Lucky and Sip are left. I really can't believe it. I mean, I did pick Vitality to win this one, like all smart people.
Yeah, you just think it would be a little closer up there.
Yeah, I reckon it would have been a little bit closer. I could have maybe even been talked into sort of having a cheeky Astralis pick, to be honest.
You know, I'm not going to lie. When I saw the predictions come out today, I was like, there are some aspects of Astralis that I haven't really calculated into my prediction equation.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of like a moment of panic.
But whatever side you were on, you probably weren't expecting this, right?
No. 15-3, Vitality, 12 chances to close out map 1.
Surely well within their grasp. So maybe Astralis just really wanted to play Mirage as well. You know what? That's going to be the 2022
Let's just get
thing.
there. Yeah. Well, it's not looking like NUke is going to be the map leading the way for him.
Not right now. You know, bit of a bad beginning to all of this. Wow. Who are they going to be playing if they lose this one, Astralis? Can we guess that already? Are they going to be playing the losers?
You're really putting me on the spot here.
Yeah, I realized. I'm sorry. Should have checked, shouldn't I?
Let me find out for you. NIP.
Oh, okay. That in itself could be really fun. I can see some fun there.
Less fun with Device not here.
That is true. Oh no, Molotov's out, but the flashbang is there. Oh wow, that is shocking. He's 100% dead if that flashbang doesn't follow it, but that's just how that goes. 4 on 4 now.
And also, that's got to give you the feeling, if you're Glaive, that there's like nothing can possibly go in your favor.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter, does it? It's like, please.
4 on 4. Shox is low HP, so they're going to leave him outside, just tucked into a corner. He'll have complete freedom to pick and choose how he plays this scenario. Just a lurker that's meant to cut off anyone rotating up or down the secret stairs. Maybe a late wrap in towards Mini if you're having trouble at the upper bomb site. Put him in play for the post plant.
Really stretched far out across the map right now on the Astralis side. There's no real setup where they can sort of swing or have a crossfire or return any kills or anything. They're just really on their own, which is a bit of a problem. Lucky out here, you can tell he really wished he had some backup coming in from the high ground. He's still doing an amazing job with a double. That is way too much to ask for right there. Shox inside with a low on health, but Sai was just determined to get headshots. Picking up a couple there, 25 seconds, and Shox is on his own, trying to close out this game, or the map at least right here. It shouldn't be possible, and indeed, Config will take him down. It's another round for Astralis, finally.
Yeah, what a deliverance from Lucky. That's a situation which he felt dead. Good call from ZywOo. Just tuck yourself into the corner. Surely you're thinking Masuta and Kyojin will be able to handle that. Brilliant spray from Lucky. Even some better shots from ZywOo. Still, you win that round of your Astralis, but it obviously isn't going to feel good with this kind of a scoreline and how much you have to come back, but also you lose a lot of players in it, so you still don't feel comfortable with your money. Although that's the least of your concerns at 4-15.
Yeah, you're right. The bank is sort of a secondary problem right now for Astralis. They need to win another 11 in a row. So at least the path ahead of them is charted really well. They know what they're gunning for. CET will take down Shox. A good beginning. And ZywOo's out here paranoid about someone being inside of the smoke, which no one is right now, but good to see him checking. Always got to be real careful that you don't lose track of those CT players out around this container.
Man advantage for Astralis. Masuta is going to come outside to help back up ZywOo and Apex, but they want to dry peek into all these angles. They don't want to let Astralis know where they're headed. Hoping to find a fight. ZywOo picked off from the bottom of the stairs. That's Zip who's going to back away. Apex is going to hunt him down. He's got the headshot, and there's the long spray from BlameF to find a kill. That's Masuta going down. Now a 2-on-4 in the favor of Astralis.
Oh, Apex is out revenging all the kills right now. A little bit of an angle here. He could get the spray, and he will take down Config. That's actually really well done. And Apex is someone, I mean, we've seen him take over games before, even though it's not really meant to be. He's going to come back for more. Now a triple, and he's working on it. Could he actually find it? Sorry, a quad kill right now. He just needs one more for the ace. I mean, that would be a spectacular way to end it. Glaive, though, he's seen it coming. He knows, and he takes down Apex, at least preventing the ace. Kyojin on the other side. 19 seconds here. Smoke on one side, Molotov on the other. And he's going to try and see if he can maybe get that bomb plant down as well. 12 seconds, so he's going to have to commit to it. Falling all the way back. Glaive with that AWP. Is he going to catch him, or is he just going to stay behind the silo there? It's dangerous to peek against it. Now he knows he's still up there. HE shouldn't make a big difference at all. Just a bit of damage, but they're playing this jiggle peek. Oh, and it's a headshot. It's 16-4. Vitality decimating Astralis on this opening map.
Yeah, that map probably felt real fast for Astralis, and that's one you're going to have to easily shake off in between maps because nothing went right. Nothing went your way, and you found no advantages. What an electric start from Vitality. Great game from Masuta as well. They're firing on all cylinders. We'll see if they can continue it on Mirage when we return.
NIP 2014 as E.
Didn't NIP have that like insane record and everything? 2014, they must have been dominating, so I'll put them into S.
NIP 2014 ATF.
Honestly, I didn't watch NIP 2014, so like I don't have like a really good like scope. I just know that they won a lot, so I'll just put them at the A tier.
Oh, okay. No, you know what? The NIP 2014, put them as D.
And then C, I will put the 2014 NIP, also with Virtus Pro 2014.
I'm gonna put VP 2014 at C tier for pretty much the same reason as NIP. I honestly didn't watch them back then, but they didn't have the 87-0 streak, so can't really put them on the same tier.
VP 2014, I think it's A tier. I feel like VP was up there with the teams that were like dominating the others.
Virtus Pro 2014 A also. I'm an authentic, I'm a bit nostalgic when I see this.
So on the S tier, I will put Virtus Pro 2014 for sure. So hard to play against, so without a doubt.
B, I will put Virtus Pro 2014 and Cloud9 2018 because it was really hard majors, and NIP 2014 as well, I think.
Cloud9 2018, I'm not sure if I'm underrating them, but I would maybe put into B tier. They were a really strong lineup, but I don't really remember them being that dominant during other tournaments.
Now let's put Cloud9 2018 to C tier. I think that their win was actually like really crazy, like the mental fortitude they had to have in that major to be able to come back.
Cloud9, I remember this overtime versus FaZe Clan on the Inferno. It was really stressful for players, I think, and like Virtus Pro in 2014, I was seeing these emotions and I don't know, just want to put it to the B.
Actually, maybe that's why they should be a B tier. They can idle at the B tier.
Cloud9 E, it's not an era, they did really great at this tournament, but
An absolute massacre from the side of Vitality. They tear Astralis limb from limb and on their own map pick, no less. I don't think it was any question watching that series who was going to be closing that one out, because from start to finish, YnK, Vitality looked lightning fast.
Yeah, I certainly hope this wasn't the surprise that Zipex was, referencing in his interview. There just seems to be something wrong with their nuke at the moment, right? Like at IEM Winter, they had a game against Liquid where they lost 16-1. Again, had to start T-side on nuke. It was 14-1 that time around. Liquid just converts here, 12-3, converted again by Vitality. So yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those games where just Astralis didn't even connect to the server, really.
Yeah, that's what it felt like, right? They didn't win any duels, and again, I think I've discussed this on a disc beforehand. When we saw them at Blast Royal Arena, I think the outside pushes with Blame F, where he would create a lot of space, go down to Secret, was disturbing a lot of the CT sides they were facing, right? But ever since that has been figured out and people have located that, and that's the way they want to play, then it's just been very, very stale, and it's been very, very poor what's coming out from Astralis. And the T sides, the inner execute is not really working well, and duel-wise, they didn't win.
Yeah, I think also it's not even, that's a set strategy for a lot of, you throw the smokes, but you just send one guy down Secret and the rest are maybe creeping outside, or they want to go ramp, and they try to do that. The problem is that's very focused on that yard player. That's why it's the star role, right? So if he just loses duels all the time and dies and the opponents get info, then you're going to get shut down. I mean, look at this, like a player like Config can't really get this kill where Zybo wasn't even looking at him initially, and then he's just picking them apart one by one. That's how this whole game really felt. Like Vitality was just imposing their will on Astralis, and there was nothing Astralis could do about it.
Yeah, and it really is a huge testament to the CT side of Vitality. I know maybe a couple of months ago they were sort of talking about the fact that their A defense, they felt that was kind of lacking, but the fact that they looked really well-rounded, kind of in all aspects of the map here, that was really, really strong coming out from Vitality.
It was, and it seems like they found some more consistency when it comes to playing new, because we did see them beat NAVI, right, and end that streak with a 16-6 victory. We saw them play at IEM Winter against NIP as well, where they looked solid, and now they completely manhandled Astralis as well. So Vitality have seemingly figured something out on their CT side on Nuke. while they're not practicing.
Well, it's the position changes really that they did. So they put their mechanically strongest rifle Misuta on ramp. They put the most active and vocal player Yard, which is Apex. They put Shox. Well, he kind of got, you know, screwed. He has to play A now with Kyojin as well. At Kyojin, again, that's the anchor position. And then on top of that, Zyvo, obviously, with the op, he has the freedom to move around, rotator position, sometimes goes ramp, secret, and whatnot. And that really seems to have clicked perfectly for Vitality, because you see in this B-roll, Misuta, a lot of times he just like decides, or the start of the round, leaves ramp, goes down secret, and maybe Zyvo takes it later. And he was winning a lot of those fights against Blame in this first half.
And I think we have to compliment Misuta as well, because the performance we saw right here, of course, him and Saivu were fantastic, but we always talk about Saivu because we know he's a known quantity. But Misuta, as of late, he had a period, you know, half a year ago where he was showing promising signs where we thought to ourselves, okay, if this is the Misuta for the future, that's going to be interesting. And then he slowed down together with the rest of Vitality. And ever since we'd heard these rumors about Vitality changing up roster and coming into a new era, sort of with Magic's Dupree potentially coming in, Misuta has been on another level. He's playing some fantastic Counter-Strike. He makes very few mistakes, and even though we're seeing him, you know, backed up by Saivu, it feels like they finally had that 1-2 punch that we've been requesting, right? We know Saivu is always going to play well, but the one reason why Vitality haven't been able to win any trophies up until IM Winter was the fact that Saivu didn't have any partner in crime, so to speak. But Misuta at the level we're seeing right now, that's interesting, especially if you then combine him with Magic's and Dupree in the future.
How long is this B-roll of just Zyvo kills with the op? I'm just hearing like ringing in my head, like the op sound, boom, just kill after kill. Did he miss any shots?
Man, I'm sure that's ringing in Astralis' head as well. I do want to go back to the point about Misuta, though, and him being that sort of secondary star, because I know when we look to him sort of coming into the team initially, a lot of people were kind of perplexed of like, you know, he's going to be your secondary star for the team. And it has taken a little bit of a while for him to sort of get to that point. But the fact that we're seeing him getting more and more consistent, we know that the rumors surrounding the team are obviously maybe Misuta is still staying. We don't know whether that's confirmed or denied yet. But the fact that he's going to really have to show up going into 2022 as well, I think it's really good to see him shining like this now.
Yeah, well, I think Maniac also tweeted out, you know, if that change really is happening that way, I mean, it's a different environment that he's in, and he's like, you know, playing to prove himself that he's worthy of a spot on such a star-studded lineup. I think if he can maintain this level, there's no doubt that that's going to be the case, and that he will be the big part of Vitality in the future as well.
Well, after that victory from Vitality, we do have a few words courtesy of Apex.
I've got Apex with me between maps, and well, do you want to go home early today, mate?
Well, I don't know. Everything was smooth. I mean, we played probably the best map we played for a long time. Communication was good, everything went well, so yeah, satisfied.
And now you're moving on to Mirage, right? We go on to your pick. It's not really a map that Astralis are known for, but we know what Config and Blame F can do, and their old teams, you know, being together on it. Any nerves, any worries, or just give me a quick 2-0?
No, not nerves. I don't know about the 2-0, but we're going to give our best to just play well on the map, and I guess if we play well, we're going to win, so that's it.
And did you feed Zyru something special today?
Well, Zywu and Misuta have been fed really well, to be honest. I don't know what happened to them, but they're chatting really damn well, so they have to continue.
I think they're going to eat some more Astralis players, mate.
I love how, like, plain and simple Apex puts it in that interview. It's just like, yeah, you know what? Maybe we do want to go home slightly early. I mean, communication's looking pretty good. They were literally looking almost flawless on that map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Apex is usually very self-critical of him and his own team, right? So for him to actually admit they've played a very good map, that means things really were going forwards. But it's also because, you know, the opponents didn't really make it too hard on them, right? It's up to the opponents also to make it uncomfortable for you, put you in like disadvantageous situations, like, you know, your economy might be in a problem, so you have to take more risks, right? And that's the thing, you know, Astralis just needs to kind of start playing. We haven't seen them yet join the server, and at least they can start on the CT side, right? A little bit easier, kind of get themselves into the swing of things. Just make sure that the energy is high from the beginning of the map. You're not down on yourself because you got stomped. Like, you need to, you know, talk a lot on the CT side, make sure everyone knows what's going on, where to rotate, how to like take or retake map control, and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, coming on to Mirage, just to pivot to that, obviously you were saying, Brent, coming into it, Astralis have been getting a little bit more practice on this map, so we can't necessarily put Astralis out of the competition just yet.
They're not out yet, but of course they have to play much, much better. Yeah. And I'm looking towards Config, and I'm looking towards Blame F. That 1-2 punch we've seen on Mirage so far coming out from Astralis on the CT side, Blame F being around Catwalk or Connector, Config the same, and they wanna fight middle all the time, especially Blame F. He loves to go down Connector, loves to get a flash from A side from Glaive, who's who's initially been playing over there with Lucky, and then try to fight for mid control. So I think if Astralis can disturb the way Vitality want to play, they have a spot, they have a chance in this game. But there's no doubt that after such a whitewash of a match coming into Mirage, that sure, you've been practicing a little bit, but how deep does the playbook actually go for Astralis, right? They maybe have 1 or 2 strats, 1 or 2 setups, but do they really have a plan B or plan C already?
Yeah, but in first half especially, you need to, I feel like you need to fight for mid and force that fight a little bit to CT, because Vitality likes a lot to maybe just send Apex and one more player with Apex going fast connector, and then maybe going for an A split, or sometimes maybe just going for adder control, or sometimes there's 4 players. The thing is, they have so many variations from the same smokes at the start of the round. If you don't get that info, at least to try to get a read on what they're doing, you're just going to have to blind guess or gamble, and you don't really want to do that, you know, unless you're forced to. So that's going to be the focal point in this particular matchup.
I just want to bring up the last 2 times these teams faced. Obviously, this was the decider map in that series as well. Just looking at some of the statistics, Misuta, yet again, lights out, and that was in front of a crowd as well. So, I mean, the fact that he's already looking hot here, I think that spells a little bit more danger for Astralis.
I would definitely agree, and I'm glad you brought it up, Freya, because that was my next point, right? You look towards the outside perimeters of the map, and you have Misuta playing the B-bomb side, where Sypnix is also playing, and there's no doubt right now that Misuta is the better player. You said he's the most mechanical skill for Vitality. I would tend to agree with that. He can hold to his own. He can be left on B-bomb side by himself and get a couple of kills, whereas for Sypnix right now, he's struggling a little bit. So I don't think it's necessarily going to be Blame F, Config, and Cyvu deciding this game, but the support cast to those where Misuta right now is playing one hell of a game.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it goes down as Mirage is awaiting in the lurches. One last chance for Astralis to potentially avoid dropping into that lower bracket, and it comes down to a map that's pretty new into their pool. We're going to see exactly how it goes down after this break.
that was a quick first map on Nuke. If you want to get some tea or something, you missed it.
Yeah, you missed
Done.
the massacre. What, like 16-4? I don't know. So long ago, I can barely remember. Odds reflect that as well.
Ouch. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say. That's obviously, it's understandable. We're going into Mirage, second map, which is probably not great news for Astralis, is it?
No, not great. I mean, obviously a map that previously the lineup had just vetoed for what felt like forever. And obviously the moment a map that Vitality absolutely loves picking into. So, I mean, the level of familiarity feels like it's going to be heavily skewed towards the Vitality side. And they get to start at the T side. And, I mean, just even outside of that, even if you just kind of avoid talking about the map and anything strategic, we better see a whole different Astralis team on an individual level in this map. On Nuke, the players just could not stand up to the battles that Vitality was taking. What, it was 24 kills for Masuta, 23 kills for ZywOo. I mean, those two were just lights out.
Yeah, kind of a not what we were expecting. I mean, we did introduce this whole game saying we don't really have that much data on Astralis. We saw them play in the Royal Arena, we saw them play at IEM Winter.
One decent event, one not good event.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to make a graph of that. Like, what do you want, you know? But at the same time, this was probably more of a beating than most people were expecting. So hopefully, in the short break that they've had, they can make up for it here and come on to Mirage and do a little bit of a better job. It's Astralis versus Vitality now. Second map, second game of the day, and we do have a whole other game coming up as well. Obviously, NAVI and Heroic at the end of the day. That's going to be spectacular as well. So you want to stick around for that without a doubt. Vitality on the T side, Astralis on the CT side.
Yeah, and I mean, we're still waiting for Astralis to show up into this series as well. Let's see if they've got it in them. This is a fake, Anders. This is going to be a 3-man execute towards the B bomb site, it looks like. Perhaps one of them going underpass towards Khan. But the bomb on ZywOo and Masuta waiting in Palace. Config could ruin everything. They have no idea he's here. Kyojin goes down. Apex gets the trade. That's important. Everyone's being pulled into this direction. Lucky's still over at Ticket Booth, and he's got the information. But ZywOo and Masuta have made their way out. Now it's a race. Now it's a foot race, and Lucky's holding on. ZywOo cannot plant. Finally gets the kill, and shocks as he realizes one has already gone up connector.
Oh, he's bought so much time, though, Lucky. I mean, it's getting a chance now. BlameF is in CT spawn. 2-on-3, and they're going to create enough space to get the bomb plant down. That's impressive all on its own. ZywOo nearly stepping into the line of fire, and he's actually in some trouble here. Not sure where it's safe to be anymore. He's still putting out a lot of damage for essentially being hunted, and he gets a headshot on Sip as well. If he had more bullets, he would have got that kill for sure. It's Vitality winning the pistol.
What a round from ZywOo. Not just the kills, but understanding the situation he's in and not trying to force that plant, eliminating the player at Ticket Booth, and then taking his time, letting Shocks get into a position where he can help protect him, and letting his teammates get into a position where they can be there in time for the post plant. That was a bit sketchy, though. That fake did not work out perfectly, but it nets him the win at the end of the day. 1-0 for Vitality.
Woo! Being called out there. Well, the game's kind of the same kind of crazy shouting that we were hearing earlier. I missed that. But
I'm sure we'll get back to it at some point during this game.
It's been too long. It's been too long. Second round, and we're seeing a CET 75 on config. Interesting that it's not a Deagle. Oh,
okay.
That sounded like it was a CC, but it was just clicking the USP real fast.
Yeah, it didn't sound like, as you said, at all. It did not sound like a little tap of the USP. Config's on a ramp, so he's got some safety from this initial hit, but options are limited. Kyojin with the bomb is going to come clear this out, though. That's a little dangerous, but finds the kill with Masuta in tow as well on his hip, and Shocks is still waiting in mid, has seen nothing.
Heads up play to really go and clear that out. I mean, that would have been one of the ways to lose this round in an unfortunate manner. Otherwise, for Vitality, if they suddenly are planting the bomb and Config sneaks in for a kill. And now it's just about finding the remaining. BlameF has secured a Galil, but his life, not so much. Second round goes to Vitality.
All they lose is Apex to that quadruple dink from the USP. 2-0, and M4's on the board for Astralis after that full save in the second round.
Just ZywOo showing us it's not just the AWP that makes him scary.
And this, I mean, look, as we know, Vitality, they love to find some success on the extremities of the map. They've now thrown a fake in the Pisteron at the B bomb site and come out Palace. They've now had a little bit of mid-presence with a Palace hit, and this is going to just be a full set piece towards the A bomb site as well. No kits on the Astralis side of things, but setting up success on the edges of the map to later on Vitality be impactful in middle, and that can really throw Astralis' defense for a loop.
Oh, wow, it's going to be pretty quick as well. Not really waiting around. Smoke shot towards the jungle and connector. Lucky, though. Oh, he's still in a good position, but he's going to get shot down. Glaive wiped out as well. And that's a 2-for-0 trade, favoring Vitality. Hard to recover from, yeah.
They're impossible to recover from. There's really, I mean, one smoke, one flashbang, and no kits on the 3 remaining players. So BlameF, Zip, and Config are going to have a long time to chat with their teammates about what they can do in this save, but a nice, quick knockout punch in round number 3 for Vitality.
Things are going from bad to worse. If you count in the first map, it's
19-4.
Yeah, something like that. It's looking a bit rough at the moment. And this is obviously, you know, the map that Vitality picked, so maybe not too shocking.
I like that they're hunting. I don't know if they'll get anything from it. They're gonna lose a couple of guns, and I think that's gonna call it off. Don't lose any more than that.
Yeah, but it speaks to their confidence, right? And then they're not just trying to win against Astralis here. They're trying to make life really tricky. Oh, yeah, that's a good catch. Get that M4 down. Awkward moment, though. Shooting guns on ladders doesn't really work.
No, it's not ideal. Astralis is going to have a bye up into the next round, but it's not the prettiest thing in the world. And certainly not a lot of money left over afterwards. At least they've got 2 kits this time. And ooh, BlameF has been spotted dropping. Masuta's called that out. They know to expect it. Molotov behind the top mid boxes. Astralis want to fight this. BlameF has the kill. So does Config. He actually lines up a double all the way towards the base of Catwalk. And looking good on defense is Astralis.
Oh, wow. I thought for a minute there BlameF was not going to be able to escape, but Config showed up at the perfect time to, you said, not just save his teammate, but actually get the double kill. So super well done. Apex able to find a kill. Probably very important right now for Astralis that they don't lose anyone else. They really need the momentum, the confidence, certainly need the money.
Yep.
They need to make some of these rounds really good for themselves.
And you can see Apex at the moment, not even like a thought on how to actually win the round. He's hoping that someone is going to get a little eager on the flank and walk into his crosshair. He's looking for that like economic elimination.
He's a beacon up on that fence. Should be spotted from everywhere. Gotta appreciate the confidence. 45 seconds. Waiting around. Sip and Config on the one side. Yeah, they got him boxed in.
Yeah, they don't need to move at all. Lucky's pushed up into Palace. He's got a nasty little off angle as well. And with only 21 HP, it's going to be tough to clear. Apex better just swing and predict this position or else he's done. Doesn't even get the chance. So, first round on the board for Astralis. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, really good stuff. There is a moment here where it just looks really, really awkward, but amazing recovery. And first on the board, you're right, on Mirage.
That'll be a battle Lucky might have to contend with a few times throughout this half, as someone kind of just pushing through that smoke at the top of the ramp, especially if there's a lot of defensive presence in middle. Vitality players are not afraid to challenge that smoke, challenge that position. 3 players again in middle. Config and BlameF have both dropped out of the window. Config and underpass, and BlameF just playing over the top of a smoke. Kyojin, this is going to be tough. He hasn't seen Config. Oh, what a transfer over. Config crouch peeks right into the spray. BlameF is going to be forced out as his teammate goes down, and it's a man advantage for Vitality.
It's really tough, especially when there's actually 2 people that are just spraying down that corridor. I mean, what are you really meant to do?
Yeah.
4 on 5 here. Bomb is now in T-spawn being picked up, or about to be, from Apex, so they can do whatever they want, Vitality, with this kind of a setup. But it seems like Astralis they're sort of drawing in towards the middle of the map. It makes it as a flexible defense when you're in the middle, but obviously you could have to go for a retake on A. Wow, they're actually going to be this. Actually might be a really good setup for Astralis.
Well, it all depends on how much impact Apex and Masuta can have coming out of Palace. Who's going to make the initial contact? Lucky needs to live. Oh, there's that setup. The strength of it. A little bit has been taken away. And Glaive is going to be smoked off with it up and spammed through as well. Oh, the jump up. What a great timing for Shox. And Vitality are going to win this one. It's all over. Glaive's just got to try and bail out and save that AWP. But Shox is already on the hunt, and the rest of Vitality is already moving into this position.
Yeah, that AWP is going to be hard to keep alive. Although that's a very good shot. Got to be careful you don't get spammed as you're running past there, but at least he's able to make it out so far. Setting up for a kill against Masuta. He does leg him. He's nearly got him, but it's a headshot return. and Vitality will win the round. That was, I don't know, the troops were in the right position there for Astralis, but Vitality just looked like they're on another level at the moment.
I mean, Apex just mentioned they just played the best map they've played in a long time, and he says that off of winning a championship just last week. I think if you're Vitality, that trophy is confidence is going to be at an all-time high. Confidence in each other is going to be at an all-time high. Things are feeling good in the Vitality camp for now. And back to the A bomb site, 4 players, and they're just going to waltz right up. I think Config is in some trouble. Molotov, there goes Glaive. They now know Config's position. He's got to fight inside the flames. And man, all these weapons are in trouble for Astralis. The AWP Lucky's already backing away, but Apex is going to be here to shut that down as well.
Yep, finding it. Free kill, taking down Lucky. Sip left with a deagle. Wow, they absolutely brutal. 5-1. When is the last time we've seen something like this? I feel like it's been a while since we've seen some really... I mean, apart from the last map.
But before that.
But before that.
Yeah, it has been just very, very, very dominant.
7th round coming up. Double AWP now on the side of Astralis. If it works, it's usually a pretty good way to try and get back and win some comfortable rounds. If you can hit the shots, then maybe you could keep them alive and actually start to get a bit of a footing in the game right now. Config's already down with one of the AWPs. It shocks to take him out. And the other AWP about to walk in. That could have been the end of him right there, but he's going to make it past. Some pressure towards Catwalk and that B-bomb site. Bomb is still quite far back and dropped by Vitality, so no commitment yet to a bomb site, but they can really crunch Sip here.
There's a timing on this. Lucky's pushed A. He's getting a lot of information. There's no one here. Shocks as he lurks. Waiting. Oh, free kill on Zip. Is he going to be noticing? He's reading the next follow-up play. BlameF in the site, but it's all on his shoulders. Nobody's close by. Glaive is hustling to get there, but BlameF has got to do so much before he arrives. Needs to stay alive longer. Looking for one more. Matsuda's got them both, actually. I think he's shooting at BlameF and hits Glaive in the face, who just appeared. He had just arrived.
That guy, we need to see the replay. There's no way. How did that actually happen? But regardless, Shocks, I mean, the fact that he managed to lurk in to get that kill, it's obviously, that is huge to win the round with. About to be 6-1. Yeah, just a good job. That was the opening first, right? This here, yeah, you're right.
Oh, he actually spotted Glaive first. BlameF swung into him. It was the other way around. Still, I mean, we had the same feeling on Nuke, and we mentioned it. It's just like, at the moment, it feels like nothing can go wrong for Vitality. Every fight they step into, it seems like first couple bullets are just a little bit off, giving them that extra second to just win the fight.
6-1, and the madness continues. So far, Astralis have won 5 rounds in these 2 maps. So it's not a great beginning.
No.
Certainly, room for improvement, if you were feeling optimistic, would be the way to phrase it.
Remember, they just played, I mean, as well, if you even go back further than that, played Liquid on Nuke and Mirage as well. It was a 16-1 loss on Nuke, a 16-10 loss on Mirage. So, I mean, even their last 3 maps played haven't even netted them 16 rounds total yet.
So, a bit of a struggle right now. I mean, in fairness to them, it is a new lineup, and that's obviously worth taking into consideration. But it's unfortunately matched by the fact that Vitality seems to be playing some of the best Counter-Strike they've played in maybe forever. It's crazy. 2 versus 4. Lucky and BlameF left kind of at the same bomb site, but probably not able to help each other out a lot with this crossfire. It's just too stretched out. Lucky lining it up for the Deagle. This is usually where you make a mistake and screw it all up, but he's being patient about it. He's got the right idea.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry, Lucky, but we all saw it coming.
Oh, I can't believe that.
It's a classic.
I got no words for that one.
No?
No, I got nothing. I just feel so bad. I think every single one of those bullets missed.
Yeah, that's why you go for the knife, because then people can't make fun of you, you know? Then you're like, oh, I'm just trolling, guys. It's all right.
Oh, no.
Just banter.
It hurts.
So we've all been there. We've all been in that position.
Yeah, not to 400,000 viewers.
Probably not, no. Yeah. Thank God. 7-1. Oh, it's the 9th round that's coming up. And I don't know, they're taking a timeout. What do you think? What is the timeout for?
I don't know. Like at this point, it's just. I mean, we have the same problem that we had on Nuke, right? Is like even if your ideas are all there and are all good, and even if you have the right setups, the fragging isn't.
Maybe
there's 13 kills total across all of Astralis right now, and we're going into round number 9.
Oh no!
Like the fragging, just like it was on Nuke, very slow to get started. It's the same thing here on Mirage.
Maybe they're like ordering pizza and they're timing it to the end of the game. They're like, you know what? If we do it right now, pizza will arrive just.
That deep dish is going to get here just as we're plugging our mouse. Yeah.
Just a good little, it's a consolation prize, you know. Gotta think ahead, even outside of the game. Oh, ZywOo goes down. Okay, BlameF. That's something to work with. Kyojin hungry to try and catch him before he gets back. It's a good idea for Kyojin, but well played on the side of Lucky to stay out of that fight. You keep that 4-on-5 advantage.
Yeah, a pair of flashbangs really ruined Kyojin, finding that equalizing kill on the fallback from Lucky. Masuta feels a bit of pressure. This is the best round Astralis has been able to open up with in probably this entire half. Man advantage, 5-on-4. Shock setting up a flashbang, I think, for Masuta to clear this. Here it comes. Didn't work. Config not really blind, but Masuta caught it a little bit.
Yeah. Ooh, nice attempt. That actually looked like it should have worked, but unfortunately they were looking into the middle, so the flashbang didn't really do nearly enough. 4-on-3, still winnable for Vitality here at 40 seconds. Sip, though, moving up. Very hard to clear this of your Shocks, and he has the bomb as well. He's going to win the fight regardless. That's pretty much a must-win fight. If he goes down, that's probably the end of the round for Vitality, but 3-on-3, they're very low on the French side.
It's all Apex. Does he hear him come behind? They're running behind him, not through the murder hole just yet, but he's going to open it up, and now he can stay here. Molotov can block them off. Kyojin is going to get picked. They know Catwalk is the point of retake, but the bomb is being planted, and we've got a 2-on-2.
So we do Apex. He'll win that fight as well to take down Config. Not ready for it, and now it's on Glaive. Oops. Missing the jump. That's also usually something we do without anyone watching, but cost him a little bit of extra time. He's got a kit at least. Gonna go straight for the fight and will actually do some damage there, but the bullets, they're not quite connecting through the wall back there, and it Shocks with an instant headshot to take him down. 8-1. Vitality clawing their way back in that 4-on-5.
Yeah, recovering it so nicely. Good heads-up play from Kyojin. This was the important battle. Shocks has the bomb, and he's all alone as well. If Zip gets that kill, no real chance of Vitality winning this. Apex picking his moment perfectly and then continuing his tear. And Vitality overcome a 4-on-5.
I mean, it's just getting worse all the time. 8-1. We have to laugh so that we don't cry, because it's pretty shocking to see Astralis not really able to stand up to Vitality at the moment on any level. Glaive goes down in the middle. They have some deagles. CET in hand as well on Lucky.
It's just so hard. Everything Vitality's done, they've made it work. They've had set pieces towards A. They threw a fake in the pistol round, faking B, hitting A. They've been able to come mid and get some kills and find their way towards Con. So 4-on-4 situation as Config's deagle finds Apex. But Kyojin and ZywOo are already marching up connector. Masuta peeking out of Palace. They see the A bomb site is clear. Lucky's actually pushed on A ramp, but he's exposed from behind. And Config still doing a bit of work, but not for much longer.
That would have been a power move. If he could have landed and shot the deagle there, that would have been really cool. All right, Sip is in it as well. I feel like some of these fights maybe for Vitality are just kind of getting a little bit confident themselves. Like, all right, let's take these battles. It's going to be 9-1 here as Sip is not going to kit or anything else to work with. Shocks will take him down.
Yeah.
You couldn't need a translation on that one.
I got nothing.
No,
I got
I'm
nothing
sure
for you.
The internet will help us eventually. 9-1. Double ult back in the hands of Astralis. Didn't really do much for them last time. This is going to be one of the fastest best of threes we've seen in a while.
Excellent. Just put that on replay. Play that after every round.
Yeah.
Here we go, ZywOo.
Love it.
With the op.
Okay. Blind shots out there. BlameF. Got a lot of damage. Not really sure from where. Apex is going to be going down. So opening kill in favor of Astralis. It is one single step in the right direction. They need a lot more.
I think Shox thought he might have been able to have a timing. Noticing the aggression on Catwalk, getting into a new position to find an angle. Ooh, what a great kill to find. Zip jumps right into it. Config gonna back up and follow it up with the AWP, stepping forward and getting aggressive. Shox in a lot of trouble. What is that? Jumping forward, jousting with the AWP. That's one way to get a kill in a desperate situation.
I guarantee you that is not in any of the Counter-Strike manuals. Nowhere are you going to find that. It's a very rare Counter-Strike coming out from Config. Lucky is going to go down regardless, and somehow it's back into a 3-on-3 now. 50 seconds on the clock, and BlameF in a good position, especially now that Masutra is gone. Saiwu jumping up, but he's got no idea to check the corner. Kyojin comes in with a kill. 1 versus 2 for him, and he's boxed in right now. Glaive is there, and oh, he knows Kyojin. What a great play. That is so smart. Repositions himself on top of the box, elevated position, and Glaive is not quick enough to get the flick. And Config walking up behind with that AWP, but it is at minimum going to be a bomb plant here. And Kyojin, how far away can he get? Smoke on Config, but is that really going to help him? And Kyojin electing to just go for that little balcony outside of the hallways. Ticking slowly here. No kit on Config, but he's out in the open. Kyojin, there might be a chance, and there is. Oh, but he backs around the corner. That was the big opportunity right there. Config's in a lot of trouble now. No kit, so it's a 10-second defuse. He gets the no-scope wall bang on Kyojin, and with a triple kill, Config able to finally get a second round on the board for Astralis. It is a dangerous round.
Yeah, but look at the pair of kills it took. That one's fine. This is the weird one. Here we go. Whoop. Yep, we'll give that one to you.
He was midair, right?
Yeah, he was definitely midair and scoped as well, and then through the wall here right at the end. I think Kyojin got a little bit flustered in that 1v1.
Config does play some fantastic Counter-Strike. You feel like if you're introducing new people to the game, you should just be like, don't try and do this.
He is one of the players that you don't point to for new people.
Yeah, it's like don't just, you know, there's like a 1 in a million you can play like this, but otherwise, that's not what we recommend.
There's been a lot of those throughout the history of Counter-Strike. Out of the win, it's a timeout called by Astralis, their second of the map. It's a great win, but it means absolutely nothing if you don't string them together. The AWP is passed over to Glaive. Config is going to be back on the M4. And they've got no money built up, nothing extra in the bank for Astralis. It all comes down to this round, or else Vitality just gained control of this right back.
I mean, even the 9-2 scoreline that's a real issue, right? If you're on the CT side of Mirage, you probably want a little bit more than this. If they can get the last couple of rounds, make it 9-6, then we can pick up the conversation again. At that point, maybe there is something worth fighting for still. BlameF hanging around the middle in spite of all of the nades being traded. He really wants to keep an eye on that catwalk. Make sure that they don't just slip into the B-bomb side a little bit too easily. Listening for the minute.
Look at the defensive setup, though. Right out of the gates, 4 players on the A side of the map. They're trusting Zip to be all on his own at B. Anchor down the whole site. BlameF gets spammed in Con. Lucky inside the site of default boxes. Config at Ticket, and Glaive with the AWP towards Jungle.
Yeah, still a powerful setup. You've got to be a bit careful if you're lucky that you don't get isolated where the teammates cannot help out. If they smoke jungle and smoke CT spawn, maybe he is on his own more than he really wants to be, but we'll see. Nice shot there from Glaive. Flashbang is maybe a quarter of a second late on that one, but otherwise good timing. Ooh, and a nice return there. Even Masuta going down, probably still worth it. 2-on-2 now. Glaive, see if he can find one more shot. It's up against Saiwu, and he nearly falls. He's down to 11 health, and the bomb is going to be planted. He swings wide for it. That is such a good idea. Incredible read from Glaive. He almost has the flick, and getting closer now. Here's Shox. He's going to pick up the one, and he spins around, ready for Config. He sees where he is. He knows now. And Shox, he has got a bit of space to work with here. Just tapping away against that M4A1 at the other side, and he swings, but Config is ready. It's finally another round. A third one on the board for Astralis.
That's a tough win for Config. Back-to-back clutches as well. Back-to-back 1v1s that he's won for Astralis. But you could see Shox, every time there's an engagement, every time they spot each other, he changes his position. He moves to a new angle. And really difficult, I think, for Config to land the killing blow, but finally gets it. 9-3. Now, Astralis, 2 rounds in a row. You think that's nice, but they're still riding that edge.
Yeah, I mean, again, they win that, but 1 versus 1, right? So
they have no money.
They just got to keep fighting. Madness. 13th round. And again, it's Config to... I mean, it wasn't just... There was always a Glaive doing a lot of work in that round too, but Config still had to close it out. He's got 11. I think he was top fragging on Nuke as well for Astralis, so he's definitely doing whatever he can to make this work. BlameF with a good opening. Flashbang is in. Shocks. That was an opening. He maybe could have got Sip, and that would have probably secured them a bomb plant.
Yeah, the follow-up is so far away as well, though. Like, ooh, they're all stuck in the opening. Zip has transferred over to Van. They're going to jump out. They're going to try and force this. They're going to try and make it work. ZywOo's got the first. Still no idea. Oh, my lord. I don't know how Apex missed all those shots.
They must not lose this round. They Molotov themselves. Vitality, they actually threw a Molotov that landed on top of them. So if somehow they still lose this round, Astralis, that is just unforgivable. It's looking good right now. ZywOo's taking some damage. Misuta barely tagged up at all. 2 versus 3 and a good headshot for BlameF. And they got ZywOo trapped in the corner. He's finding a 3rd kill right there. Sees just the shoulder of Lucky. He swings for it. ZywOo now picking up a quad and he spins around, smokes it off, and he's going to be able to play around that. BlameF's on the other side. ZywOo goes for it and he is just a headshot away from that ace. Instead, it's BlameF to pick up the quad kill to save his team, but they are so close to losing that round.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, at this point as well, when you've won 3 1v1s in a row, if you're Astralis, you feel like you're getting back into the game at the very least. And what a tough comeback this has been just to get them to 4 rounds. Stunning, and ZywOo almost makes this work. And this is the problem. Like, these many kills from ZywOo in this situation feels like it just shouldn't be possible. And previously, Astralis would certainly have shut that down much, much quicker.
Yeah, that's a really good point, right? It feels like they almost have to throw 3 or 4 people at him to try and stop the madness. Sip up here. Jump actually does make a bit of noise, so I'm sure they know that he's up here. Shocks, yeah, he will have been able to hear that. And he goes straight for it. Great victory. Bit of revenge from Shocks from the last round, and cleans out Config. Yeah, so good.
Well, now you're getting punished if you're Astralis for playing consistently with Xyp9x as your only B defender.
Yeah.
Vitality have really figured that one out, and they're going back to it over and over. And obviously, being able to break into the B bomb site and get the plant despite losing some close clutches, they're fine with just returning to it. Simple T side being called, and it's all based off trades, and obviously Shocks' his opening kill, but Astralis, with the money they have, can't even consider anything except saving. Now, BlameF will be able to drop a gun over to a teammate in the next round, so still will be a pretty solid buy for Astralis.
Yeah, at least there is that to work with. My God, this is just very, very upsetting, obviously. I don't know, on some level, again, we just have to keep going back to the fact that they are still kind of a new team, and we should probably give them some more space. But obviously, it's because it started so well in the World Arena, where you think like, all right, you know,
yeah,
actually maybe could be like more of an explosive start, but it's turned out a bit rough at the moment. 10-4, 15th round coming up.
God, and Astralis really just have those 3 clutches to lean on. Those 3 1v1 wins. 2 from Config, 1 from BlameF, the newest additions. Delivering them the scarce amount of rounds they have so far.
Some really, really geeky stuff going on down at the underpass, but the Molotov kind of suggests Apex knew. BlameF still able to find him. Well done.
Back to the B bombs that we go, and back to just a sole defender. It's just Apex, or excuse me, just Xyp9x, I should say. Hiding under the window for the moment. They haven't spotted him out. Here it comes. He's giving away his position. Transfers down. Great damage. No kill, however. But he's there to let Lucky mop him up. And Misuta, now you've got to get aggressive. Find some kills. Find some space for this bomb plant. And the retake is already on. Glaive is in position on Catwalk. BlameF and Lucky ready to come out of market.
Config's quite far away, but maybe it won't matter. ZywOo's on his own and doing a pretty good job keeping his cool. Molotov is behind him, and it's not quite catching him at the moment.
No, but the fact that this retake is slowed down is probably going to let ZywOo know one is flanking.
Yeah, that's true. He's going to be paranoid about that for a while here. Ready? He sees the gun barrel. I think they spotted him as well. And they're kind of running out of time. They need to move, and BlameF will swing right in for the kill. It's a good retake here, and even without the kit, A little bit scared there that they maybe messed up the order, but they're going to be fine. And that will end it at 10-5 in the first half, still in favor of Vitality. Astralis, they need a miracle to come back into this game in the second half. We'll see if they can after the break.
Hello folks, welcome back to another Betway Whose Face Is That? For this round, I'm joined by G2's Nico and Liquid's Elish. We've got, of course, Whose Face Is That? Where we mash together a bunch of pros and then we try to decipher who the hell is who. Now, to get started, you guys are gonna need some buttons.
I'm going with this one.
Blue?
Yeah.
Lasers?
And police.
Okay, all right, so remember, we start from the top and we work our way down. First person to hit their button gets to guess first. Let's do it. Let's hear it.
First the forehead, yeah?
Yeah, hair. Hair to eyebrows.
I want to say eyes first. I don't know, Misuta.
Masuda is incorrect.
I'd say device, maybe?
Device? Ooh, no way.
I don't know.
No way.
He's had a lot of hairstyles.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of hairstyles. It could be.
I'll give you guys a hint, and then I'll open it back up so anybody can hit that button. It's a Brazilian player. Let's hear it, Nico.
Fur?
Wrong. Not fur.
Shand?
No. Okay, what about if I told you it's a Brazilian from Furia?
Art?
Also wrong. Not art.
Drop?
Not drop.
Yuri? It's gotta be. We're getting to the wire with this one. I don't even know. Like.
Sorry, what was that last guess? Was there a buzz in there?
Yuri?
Oh, is that a steal?
God,
is that a
okay.
snipe?
Right.
It is Yuri. It is. I'm gonna give you that steal just because that was quick, man. Yuri at the top. Who's in the middle?
Okay, I'm gonna go with device for the eyes.
Also correct. 2-0. Sweep it.
And then shocks for the bottom.
3-0 lead for Elish. Damn. I feel dirty. I feel like I've
dirty.
wronged you.
That
man.
was
kinda
dirty.
Yeah, I don't know if that's on me or if that's on you, but yikes. Let's hear it.
Apex top?
Wrong.
Dude, I don't even know. This is actually really difficult too.
If I told you it was a player from the CIS region.
Bit?
Correct.
Ooh, Apex?
Or
Robs?
Well, let's go. So Bit for the hair. 1 point, Nico.
I don't know why I'm so convinced it's Apex. It's not Apex yet?
It is not Apex. Open floor.
I don't know, I thought it was Apex too.
Yeah?
I was 100% sure. Did he guess or no? No, I didn't guess.
It's
No.
anybody's guess.
I don't know. Still thinking.
Conflict? Correct.
Ooh,
and
Dang.
Rops for the 3-3 tie-up. You guys will have to come back for the second episode to figure out who can win between the two. It's a tight race, 3-3 between Nico and Elish.
Welcome back. 10-5 in the first half in favor of Vitality. It is the second map. We're on Mirage, and Astralis are taking a bit of a beating. I think actually the fact that they've got a 10-5 is kind of good news. Not great news, but it could have been so much worse.
Yeah, it could have been. But I mean, look, they had to fight so hard for those 5 rounds total. 4 of them are clutch diffuses. 3 of those are 1v1s. Vitality really pummeled them pretty hard. Barely survived into the second half. Here we go, right into a stack as well. Shock swings, they want to commit to the fight. Now they got to back away. But does Astralis realize there's still 2 more people here? There's the first kill. Zywoo's blind. He's so blind. He's backing away. Gosh, but he gets 1 more somehow. Still delivering and alive at bench. Reinforcements are here as well. And they can no longer, Astralis, take advantage of this position. What a battle. What a brawl the whole way down. And Vitality secures it right at the end. Config left alone. And Zywoo survives the whole thing.
He is so ice cold behind that bench. Think of how much pressure a normal Counter-Strike player would be on to just, you're panicking, your aim is all over the place, just running. He's just like, it's like he's not even registering how much he's actually being fired upon.
It's like
doesn't matter.
It's like he accepted the fact that he was going to die.
Yeah.
So he's like, I might as well just play standard because I'm certainly going down at some point, and then somehow he's alive at the end of the day.
Absolutely grotesque. 11-5 as we move into the 17th round. It seems like nothing. It is nothing that Astralis have to offer right now is going to be able to stop Vitality. They're 5 rounds away from making this a very brutal and very one-sided 2-0. Shocks up here. Bit of a close range with the MP9. And that's a good position to be in. They don't have any armor on the other side, so it should be able to chew right through them. All right, more people are showing up. Could be a real frag fest coming out here, but in classic fashion, he only gets the one. That should have been the spray down Shock's moment.
Yeah, a nice wide jump for that first kill really ruined his day, didn't it?
Yeah.
Config left in a 1 versus 3. No great chance here, looking like Vitality's going to be up at 12. So securing themselves a good opening start to this second half. 7-round lead.
Yeah, there's just no sign really of them ever slowing down here. 4 rounds away. Astralis, they're going to be able to pick up some AKs in this one. But they're up against at least a couple of M4s. More being added every second, so they're going to be pretty well equipped on the side of Vitality.
Just think of how spectacular this T side is going to have to be if they want to come back and force a third map. Especially losing that second half pistol.
I mean, there's nothing that we've seen so far out of Astralis that suggests that they're ready to play at that level.
I wonder if they heard footsteps. They might have heard Masuta and Shox running, and that's why they're picking up the pace here, although it was always going to be a B finish. Shox has the first kill, boosted up on the box. Masuta now waiting behind the pillar. And a 5-on-4 for Vitality.
Just let go of a couple of bullets and it's enough to take down Config, but good return. Oh, the bomb though! Dropped on the ground and Kyojin has shown up as well. It's now Lucky and Sip left, and Sip's already low on health. I thought they're getting some really good kills, and maybe Vitality, considering the fact that the bomb was not down, probably being a bit too aggressive there. They could have slowed that down. There's a 2-on-4, I believe.
Yeah, and actually it looks like Astralis has the idea that most of the retake is not going to be coming from market because they've pushed up. Xyp9x has just cleared it out. Kyojin coming up catwalk. Looking for anything. It's Shox who's going to have to slow play it in halls.
Hard positions to clear out, but Kyojin will actually find Sip, and it leaves Lucky. 1 versus 2. Still plenty of time on that bomb, and he's going to find a good kill on Shox. The swing is in, and Lucky. Nice 1 versus 2, and a good triple for him. And Astralis finally finding a 6th round.
Yep, and then a decision now for Vitality to make. Not a whole lot of money across the entire team. They might have to just get relegated back down to pistols. Good brawly win in this round for Astralis. I actually thought Masuta was going to be able to close this one out. Lucky just playing close behind the smoke, and Masuta never, ever expected it. And a good clutch as well at the end of the day.
Yeah, good. I mean, and like you said, the sort of the opening, the read that they thought that B-bomb site was a bit weak. Ooh. They were right about that. Oh no, oh no.
And look at this buy. What a great advantage to give your team with a scout. Instant headshot onto Glaive. Haven't even taken a point of damage. That's a little filthy. Peering over the smoke and con as well.
11-1 odds.
That's not bad.
With Cyber hitting headshots like that, why not? Don't do it to them, Cyber. They don't deserve it, you know? You're already winning the game. Don't win it on scout headshots, you know? It's too heartless.
I wouldn't mind. Do it all. Deliver everything.
So he's 22-8 right now.
Masuta and Shox with a little bait set up over at the B bomb site, so Blame F is really the point of danger. Quick peek from ZywOo to get some information, and he's going to rotate around to look exactly for this jump up, and ZywOo's got that one as well. Config spraying, Shox not put into play just yet. There it is. Lures him right into the trap, and another one perhaps for Shox. Him and Masuta working so well. Zip in a 1v3, but can't even get the first. What a round from ZywOo. 2 scout headshots and a final AK-47 kill.
I really have no idea how he wins that battle against BlameF. Because BlameF is actually really quick to get into the window. Oh my god, what? What is the matter with him? What is actually wrong with him?
They're just gaming. When people are gaming this hard, it's tough to stop.
I feel like I've been gaming for a while, but this stuff doesn't really happen to me.
Your gaming looks a little different?
My gaming does just look a little bit different, I won't lie. 13-6. What an outrageous beast. 20th round. Bit of a trade as Kyojin goes down. That's some good news. Lucky with the only AK that they have on the side of Astralis. Trying to see if they can slow down Vitality any way possible right now. Shox is holding the B. Rest of them are in middle. ZywOo's going to be finding more kills to add to the scoreboard.
25 frags for ZywOo. He had that monster opening map as well. I think he was at 23. Masuta was at 24 on Nuke. He's a little bit quieter here on Mirage. Jumping Tech 9. Masuta here to pick up the pieces. Only gets one. But now ZywOo, now the final boss is here. And you're not going to get past him.
I love Apex so much. I hope he never retires, because you can't beat that, can you?
No. Whatever that was, you're not going to top it.
It's my new ringtone is what it is. Yeah. Every time my phone, I want that. When I wake up in the morning, my alarm sound, I need that.
Yeah, that'll wake you up. That'll put a smile on your face in the morning first thing.
I actually think my life would be significantly better if that was the case.
I think your wife would be a little upset.
You know what? We all have to make compromises. I'm vetoing that. I need that. 14-6, 21st round. Deagles across the board for Astralis. I missed that sound already. Sip moving a bit closer up at the B hallways. The bomb is far back. He's bored now. He's like, you know what? If you're gonna wait around, I'm just gonna come find you.
He's like, I'll play Gladiator on the CT side, and that's no big deal. Off hunting. He knows he's got Apex to back him up as well. All the kills, Astralis just spread on the map looking for Deagle headshots, and none of that being successful, so the round just kind of falls and looks a little bit flat for them. Shocks with the final kill. 15-6 for Vitality. They've got 9 chances to close out Mirage.
15-6. I don't know. So outrageous. Oh, what are we witnessing?
If you're just tuning in a little bit late, first map was Nuke. That was a 16-4 victory for Vitality.
You didn't miss much.
No.
You missed Masuta going completely off the rails.
Yeah, if you want to see some like Masuta highlights and some ZywOo highlights,
yeah,
that's worth it.
Go back and see that. Wow, 22nd round. Astralis, not their day today. Lucky getting pushed back. Double push from the CT side. Leaving the mid wide open in some ways for Astralis to get some control in there if they want to. I think they're realizing, yeah, no real presence yet for Vitality. So I was pushed up all the way in the A hallway, so
yeah, so he's going
to
shrink this map, cut it into thirds essentially, and obviously in a position to push even further if he wants. So they take mid control, and they're going to give it up just the same. Blame F playing underpass, lurking a little bit more in mid, looking for someone to drop off and try and rotate through, but this will be a B hit for Astralis, and at the moment it's only Masuta. Shocks can evacuate ladder room and try and assist over at the B bomb site, but with no knowledge in mid, he might be a bit slow to get here and arrive.
Masuta down here on his own. Shocks, yeah, I mean, he's kind of nearby, but it's just too far away. Masuta's going to get the one big double, in fact, and Apex is helping out. They're slowed down, and they finally get the kill on him. 2 versus 3 here to try and see if they get any more rounds at all on the board. It's hard to imagine they're going to make a comeback, but maybe they can make it just a little bit less embarrassing as they get the bomb plant at the very least here. Lucky and Sip trying to fend off the remaining players, and what an angle from Apex. That probably could have been a kill right there. It's ZywOo to find another one. 29 on him. He only adjusted, he could find 30, but it's going to be Kyojin instead to close it out. It's 16-6 as Vitality essentially destroying Astralis on these 2 maps. A dead team, Jason, but what is dead may never die. They still are playing some of the best Counter-Strike that we've seen from them maybe in forever.
Yeah, just dismantling Astralis in every sense of the word, in every sense of the game as well. And man, it feels like Astralis just got so derailed early on in Nuke and never truly found a way to get back into this. They seemed uncomfortable on an individual level the whole time. So yeah, fist bumps, and you know, we'll talk things over. Probably a game that we want to forget about pretty quickly.
Yeah, there's probably not much to say other than back to the drawing board for Astralis. I'm sure they have a lot of repairs to make in general, and that's kind of understandable. But
yeah,
it would have been fun to see the straight sort of, the straight lift off from them at the beginning, where they just come out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, even with being a new team, with the names that you've brought in and kind of the pedigree and the legacy of a bunch of those players, it's like you expected this project to get running, pretty quickly, and this obviously wasn't a great sign of that, but it happens.
I think it was, this game was worth it in every way. Even if it was a bit one-sided, maybe not so much to talk about in terms of Astralis, but it was worth it for the Mexican Apex sound. So I'm here for that, Jason. It's all worth it.
Yeah, man can roll as ours.
It's amazing. We've got an interview ready for you.
Thank you very much, Anders. I've got Shoxy standing by now. We got to catch up just before we went into the game. Seems like the mission was accomplished, mate.
Well, it was pretty fine. It was not this time they're gonna beat us. Unfortunately, it's probably gonna be the last chance for them to beat this Vitality. They didn't manage to do it. That's a good point for us.
You said pretty fine, mate. That was absolute destruction. You guys seemed just unstoppable. Could you just sense that it was just an easy game for you guys? Something different with them, maybe?
Definitely, like everything was going smooth. The guys were hitting their shots. The communication were on point. We were never surprised. We always knew what they were doing. Honestly, we were playing like in practice, so everything went pretty smooth.
Now, when we're talking about dead teams, right, they keep getting said over and over again. You guys don't play like one at all, but can you maybe explain what you think the difference is and why you guys are performing so well now towards the end?
We are a dead team. I didn't know, bro.
It's not see, you're just going to keep going. So you win this, we keep this vitality, we go further forward.
We will see what the future holds us.
Hey, I like that. I'd still like to see it. The last dance is going well. Shoxy, congratulations, man.
A huge victory for Vitality. The brutality just keeps on continuing into this series. I don't even really know what to say. We were kind of expecting Astralis to show up a little bit more coming into Mirage, and unfortunately they couldn't.
But they did a little bit more. It was 6 instead of 3.
True. Always looking on the bright side, YnK. That's why I love you up here.
That's me in a nutshell.
Yeah, I don't even know where you guys want to start. We should probably start by talking about the positives coming out of Vitality. Apex with a lot of screaming and shouting there, and that was just one of the aspects that was very scary about Vitality.
It's hard not to talk about ZywOo. He just played a best-of-3 series against Astralis, and he only managed to die 13 times through that game. It's ridiculous. Just this performance in Mirage as well, almost finishing with a 30 bomb. Winning 16-6. I don't know what it is with this guy, but he's making a case right now that 2022, if we can have ZywOo, NiKo, and Simple playing at the level we see right now, we may have a 3-man horse for the best player in the world. And it's fine to see ZywOo back at this level, because he was not that well playing in the beginning of 21.
I don't think I've ever seen a 4.6 KD ratio in a full best-of-3 series between 2 top 10 teams. That's just mental, what he was able to do on both maps, and definitely stepped up even more on the second one. Misuta took, a back seat, really didn't feel like he had to do much, and ZywOo just carried all the way.
And then Shox as well coming out. You can kind of talk about any of these players on the side of Vitality, but it was nice to see him playing quite confidently too. I think it's, a really good testament to see them playing so well as a team when it is rumored that this is their last dance together.
It's only getting better. Every single time we see Vitality join the server right now, it's only getting better. And I don't know what it is, and I don't know where they find all this energy from as well, right? They've been on the move for 3 weeks, 3 tournaments straight, and they just seem to be better and better and better every time.
Yeah, that's what I thought was going to be the hindrance. I thought this was going to be a bit of an upset really happen, and you could tell in the first half, we talked about mid-control and stuff. They're just playing with so much confidence. You have to try and take that away from them. You have to shut them down somehow. And if you can't, they're just running over you time and time again.
Well, and you mentioned that it was a bit of a, I don't want to use the word positive, a bit better for Astralis because they did get a few more rounds, but some of those rounds that they really had to fight hard for.
Yeah, it did end 16-6, but we have a complication of clips right here where you can just see that they had to fight for them, right? The first one coming off Config with an absolutely stellar play with the AWP, charging into the face of Shox, and I even believe Config wrote, easy for me in the chat after, and finish it off with a nice no-scope towards coaching, right? That's what he had to do to win the second round on the CT side. Then another one-on-one coming down to Config. That's what he had to do to win the third round. And another one-on-one coming down to BlameF. This game could have been 16-2. It could have been 16-3. Astralis were nowhere near fighting against Vitality right here. And had it not been for BlameF and Config, who did a decent job in this game, it could have been even worse than what we saw.
Well, for Astralis as well, they didn't really show up here. And Freya, I've been doing the calculations, and there is one scenario in which they can come out on top here. It's going to be really hard to pull off, but there's like so many universes. If they could just go back in time, right here, right? This is what happened to Astralis. It seemed like they never did get off this van, really get off it.
So they just need a time machine. That's all we're saying going forward for Astralis?
They need Doctor Strange in this building.
They need to talk to Anders about that simulation going forward. I mean, and that is the thing. We are going to be seeing Astralis going forward deeper into this competition because it is double elimination. It does mean they're falling down into that lower bracket game against NIP, I believe. So, I mean, they're going to have to come out stronger because NIP earlier, they almost took it to G2.
I don't see how they can come out weaker than this, unfortunately. And also Jason made, I think, a good point. You look at their game before this against Liquid, another stomp. So now you're basically like, okay, guys, what's going on here? Is there really some deep underlying issues? Are the players maybe not as confident? Is it maybe practice been going awful and that's why you don't have? But that doesn't make sense because Blaine was out here telling us they're having so much fun and things are going great within the team. It just doesn't make sense really. And, ultimately it could just be Vitality. What Apex said, what they were feeding Misuta and Zywo might be that Popeye spinach or something, I don't know. But could be just an off day, right, for Astralis and a great day for Vitality. And tomorrow, I guess, we'll see with NIP Astralis if that was really the case.
Yeah, whatever they're eating, I want a bit of that before I go into my MMs. Man, they just look so confident going forward. Of course, we will be seeing them taking on G2, which I think is going to be a really interesting matchup, considering G2 is saying, going forward, we know we need to be more cohesive and more communicative as a team unit because that win over NIP, it was quite a close one.
For sure. G2 didn't beat them a week ago at IM Winter, right? In a very close series as well. So I think that's going to be a massive matchup. And then for Astralis going down to NIP, Astralis, as you said, it's been a couple of games in a row now where it's been real bad. Whereas for NIP, even though they're losing, we're standing here talking about the positives, highlighting that they're playing well and doing better than the circumstances would allow them to do. So I fear for Astralis. I fear for Astralis that this could be another very short run at a tournament at their home circle.
Well, you speak about massive matches. We have got an absolutely gigantic one coming your way next. The current kings of Counter-Strike have certainly turned the world on its head as they do find themselves in that lower bracket gauntlet. One more series will separate them from elimination. They're going up against Heroic after this. So next up in our World Team of the Year, we have got the entry fragger category. We're going to be starting off with Bit because he has just had such an exponential rise to the top. Like thinking back to when he first started off in NAVI to where he is now.
It's a guy who's taking a lot of fights early on, not necessarily the guy, who runs in first and execute and is just there to kind of be traded. It's just crazy how good this kid is at just shooting people in the head.
And I think that's what's so scary about this is the fact that we've got two NAVI players on this list for contention of best entry fragger. And I think it's a good point that you brought up, YnK, that it's kind of different things that we're looking at between these two players, but still incredibly impactful in their own right.
Yeah, absolutely. Electronic, for example, Nuke Yard, T-side, right? Yes. Like that's such a focal on both CT and T-side, such an important area of the map, like something Nico plays as well, the same position. So, and I love Electronic as a player, man. He's the ideal supplement to a player like Simple, like so smart, so calculated.
I think when we're talking about positions on a map as well, somebody that just stands out for me is YnK, obviously a Banana on Inferno and then a ramp on Vertigo as well. Just like, he's so synonymous with those spots. So that's why I think he definitely deserves to be up.
Yeah, he falls into like the category of like the more stereotypical entry fragger that we think of over the course of the years. He's more that kind of an entry fragger, and I'm with you. Like when I think YnK, I think of the variety of different plays that he has on A-Ramp of Vertigo, the variety of different ways he can apply pressure, he can find kills, coming through smokes at various angles.
And then when we're talking about attitude as well, I think we've got to talk about Stan as one of these players, which just seems so willing to be putting himself in those situations. I love the dynamic that we've seen building between him and Cadian as well, especially. So yeah, I think he's a well-deserved nomination.
Yeah, certainly certainly being here in the top 5, I think, you know, a lot of those Heroic players have established them as players that are going to have a bright future, and Stound's done a great job with them. I just think there's so many good names within this category that if you're Stound, you're probably like, oh God.
And then to round things off, we've got Nico from G2. Before we recorded this, I know we had a little bit of a discussion. Yeah, a little bit of a discussion about this.
But still not the best entry fragger according to Jason.
I can't.
Jason would
I can't mentally.
Kinder first. Can you guys look at the numbers?
Why are you so mad? No, Nico's obviously the better player, and I think Nico's obviously got a lot of skill, as we can see. Entry success 57% is mental.
I think for me, these two are the top 2 that we leave out. I feel bad for Bit. Kinder edges him out because he is a little bit more in the nature of the role, and Nico is just the second best player in the world this year.
Well, all is well in the world, because you two now agree we didn't have to split the table.
We don't have to fight.
This is how it goes all the time, Freya. No, Jason wants to push back a little bit, and then he learns his place.
Well, you guys can have your say as well, because we will be crowning the champion entry fragger of 2021 at the end of the broadcast. The Titans await in the lower bracket, and Heroic will have to summon all their might if they hope to slay the beast. And after losing yesterday versus Liquid, that was one of the biggest upsets that we've seen, I believe, kind of so far in the BLAST 2021 circuit. We did not expect Liquid of all teams to be taking down the glass of NAVI.
No, we didn't, for many reasons. Obviously, Liquid now being at their last tournament together as a unit, that's always been officialized. The players are talking about how they're not going to move on together moving forward. Whereas for NAVI, that's a bit of a flashback to the NAVI we knew in 2020, 2019, that in certain periods could be the best team in the world, or at least candidate to be the best team in the world, but would have these odd losses where they'd go down to the lower bracket and then have to fight all the way back. So yeah, no one saw it coming, but then again, Simple probably had the worst performance he's had in 6 months at the very least, so it maybe makes sense.
Yeah, justifies that 94 grade blast score. Yes, no, jokes aside, he's definitely a 99 in my book. And I think also, but it has to be said, obviously if you ask Navi, they're going to tell you we played a horrible game, nothing went right, you know, we made so many mistakes. And yes, mistakes were made and players weren't as much on point individually, but I think it has to be said, Liquid just played an impressive game. And they made it difficult for Navi to play well, especially on the third map. It was a difficult situation after a difficult situation in rounds for Navi. And yeah, I would put it a little bit more to that. I think really Liquid deserves most of the credit here compared to Navi just crumbling or falling apart completely.
Yeah, no, I think it is a fair point, but we do have a few words from Simple with James Banks ahead of this game.
I've got the great one with me in Simple here, and you got a tough task on your hands today. It's the lower bracket matchup, but I want to ask you, coming back into the game yesterday, what caught you guys so by surprise yesterday?
I think, for me personally, I got by surprise how we played. Like we played really terrible on every map. Even on Dust 2 at the beginning, it was bad performance from us.
And when you're talking about the bad performance, maybe not just like individual skill level, but Blade was telling me some of it was to do with like communication and some of the basics. Have you been able to just kind of understand everything that went wrong yesterday to make sure it's fine for today?
Yeah, I think our game plan and overall our personal and individual performance was not on point. So we talked with each other and we just said like, we are top 1, so we just need to play like top 1. And I mean, I just want to try to beat all these teams in lower bracket, to face the Liquid, first of all, once again, because as I said, we didn't play it our game, and I just want to show a game against any team. It's like, I heard like we were winning 20 games in a row at LAN, same as Nuke, so we lost as number 21, so it's all good. Maybe it's just bad number for us. Or maybe we're just bad or tired, who knows. So we will see today.
20 could be the unlucky number for Navi, but we'll get back up there again, you know, we'll make it work. And it starts with this game against Heroic, who, okay, they're playing with a stand-in, but your usual games against them are quite close. You feel much more confident going up against them, like this will be the confidence boost to start this lower bracket run?
No, I don't think, like, this player, I think, played for Heroic back at the days, but yeah, we didn't underestimate Liquid, and we don't to underestimate them, because we don't want to lose to underdogs teams twice in a row.
And you do realize, right, when you won the global final last year, you started by losing against Liquid, you've come all the way back around. So this is just going to be the same story again, right?
I hope so. I mean, I don't like to say like 100%, but yeah, if it happens, it will be a great story.
It definitely will. Good luck, Simple. Thank you very much.
I like that Banks is injecting a little bit more confidence into Simple coming into this one as well.
At this point, he should just be banned from interviewing Navi. Like he said, we'll come back from this. It's like he's not even hiding it
We're
anymore.
We're just going to see him like
the broadcast.
being a little cheerleader behind them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, coming into this one, we do have to talk about a little bit more about that result that we saw yesterday versus Liquid, because Simple was saying it there, you know, kind of an uncharacteristic performance from them. Maybe 21 is just their unlucky number. But what were you pinning down as kind of the key issues from that game? Are you starting with YnK saying, you know, Liquid were just the better team through and through?
I think so. I think Liquid played probably one of the best games, you know, with this dead lineup. And I think Fallen had a good game. I think Stewie2K was playing better than we've seen in a long time. Elise showing up as well. NAV, of course, there's a lot of firepower within Liquid still. People seem to forget that, you know, that they have individual players on the server who can hurt pretty much everyone. So I do want to give more credit to Liquid for winning that one. But of course, it's hard for us to know what went wrong within NAVI. You know, communication issues, maybe lack of motivation, maybe they underestimated Liquid a little bit. And you combine all those different factors, and all of a sudden you have a rough game on your hand.
It's also a lose-lose situation almost, right? When you play a team like that, especially if you're Navi, who's been so dominant, it's like if you win, no one's going to say a word. That's just what was expected from you. But if you lose, it's, you know, this horrible thing, and you know, losing to a dead team or team that's making changes and whatnot. So it's just like very annoying matchup to go into against, right? As a team, like you don't feel it's very rewarding no matter what happens, especially if you lose.
Yeah, no, I think that is a really good point, and something we could see. You know, we're not in the TeamSpeak server with them, but the fact that the communication seemed to be just from the webcams, we were seeing some frustration coming out from Simple as well. Understandably so, there's a frustrating situation to be in. But that was a little issue that we had when you're mentioning about the sort of end of 2019 coming into 2020 version of NAVI. They were always saying that their communication just wasn't good enough.
I mean, honestly, if you're used to winning everything you touch, right? If every time you join the server, you're the best player in the world, and every time you join the server, you're winning a trophy, then when you face a situation where you're losing, of course, you're going to be frustrated. So it's natural. I don't put too much stock into it for NAVI, to be completely honest. I think Liquid did one hell of a performance yesterday, and we have to congratulate them on that. And I do think NAVI will just smash everyone out of the server, you know, for the remainder of the tournament, and then we'll forget about this whole thing happening, right? It's the old NAVI coming back to it.
And I think look at this, like, as well, you know, it's the first time Electronic Bits and Simple all had negative KD. Like, that really is never going to happen probably again, you know, or at least not for a very, very long time. So it tells you that individually also the players were a little bit off. On top of Liquid playing well, it was just the perfect storm, and yeah, not much they can do about it except like take it as a lesson and move forward.
Yeah, and I like that statistic, and it's definitely a very scary prospect if you're the side of Heroic coming into this one. I do want to throw it back to what Refresh said back at the full finals, though. He was like, you know, he's viewing himself as one of the only teams that have it that could potentially take down NAVI. They didn't manage to do it at the full finals. But are you viewing, maybe not Heroic in his current state because they are having a stand-in at the moment, but do you feel like maybe Heroic in their normal, regular roster would have the potential to do that?
100%. I think some of the games we've seen between Heroic and NAVI have been some of the best games NAVI have played throughout this LAN environment. Heroic have really pushed them to the brink of a defeat, right? Even in some of the games that finished 16-10, 16-11, it was so close back and forth. There were so many 1 versus 1s, 2 versus 2s that Heroic can rightfully say that they've been able to pressure NAVI. Now, the problem is that the most important piece is gone. Stown is not with them on the server, and he's the guy that can close out some of these close rounds. He's the guy that can match some of that individual output on the server. And with all due respect to Borup, he's the guy that got cut from this lineup a year ago because he wasn't producing enough frags on the server. So I'm having a very, very hard time seeing how Heroic are going to be able to pull up this upset.
Yeah, for me, I vividly remember that semifinal in Pro League. Like, that was when Heroic really pushed them all the way, and Navi had a great, like, late comeback or nuke on T side to close it out and book a spot in the finals. But yeah, I think also for Heroic yesterday against Gambit, I mean, it looked very, very poor, right? You have to remember 14-1 first half as only one round as T on Inferno, their own map pick, right? And sure, they managed to make it look respectful in the end, but that was just the Gambit from start to finish. There was no doubt in that whole series and later on in Vertigo as well that, you know, they were the dominant team.
Well, we do need to get a few thoughts from the Heroic side of life before heading into this crucial elimination series, and luckily we do have Refresh with backs.
I've got Refresh with me from Heroic, and you got a tough game on your hands today, but I want to go back to yesterday, right? It wasn't pretty for you guys, but you are playing with a stand-in. Upon reviewing the game, what did you guys notice? What went wrong?
What went wrong was that it was a bit harder to find the flow that we used to get. We also switched around like some positions on Inferno, and it kind of made the whole like T side a bit weird. But also, I think Inferno is one of the like hardest map to play if you're not like a full lineup, because there's a lot of like grenades going on, and rotations. So it was a hard map to play, but I think we showed like on our CT sides that we do have like the firepower and the place to make it. We just need more communication on T side and try to solve the problems.
And you guys are really having to deal with a rough hand, because it's not like you had a bit of notice, oh, he's not playing, we have someone else in. You literally had 24 hours, right? So it's super last minute with it. What have you been able to work on or improve on just in the again, another 24 hours that you've had?
I mean, it's hard to know what you are like doing wrong, but I mean, the game like yesterday, we have to like work more on our like communication to make things more clear, because like everything is not like he doesn't know like all the stuff we do, and we don't know the stuff he does. So we need to like help each other, and that's the thing we are going to focus on today.
Now today you've got NAVI again, and we keep saying this. Heroic is probably one of the only teams that can really challenge NAVI. But in your current state, where is your confidence levels with that?
I mean, we all believe that if we like hit our like A game, we have a good chance of beating NAVI. Of course, we know they're the heavy favorites, and we have a stand-in, and we hope that we can maybe do something fun, like take out the best team in the world and make them go out in last place. It could be fun when they have like been beating us like all year long. So it could be a fun way to end the year, but our hopes are still high.
Time to get some revenge. Go eliminate him, man.
Definitely a difficult situation for Heroic coming into this, not having their fully fledged roster. And that was something that we saw Arcadian going to Twitter about yesterday. The fact that he was kind of heartbroken that the first time they faced Gambit online, considering they were kind of the kings of the online era, they weren't able to face him with their full roster.
It's a tough draw for Heroic as well to get to go against Gambit, right, who they've been fighting with back and forth, and now NAVI in the lower bracket in the first game doesn't get any worse. We did discuss a little bit yesterday how some of the Heroic players online have been performing better than online. Refresh is a great example. Arcadian was a great example. And now today against NAVI, they need that individual performance more than ever. Stown is not here with them. That's the hard hitter for Heroic. So you need to see Arcadian step up. You need to see Refresh be that X factor on the server. Otherwise, there's no chance they're going to win this one.
And potentially also you need to throw a curveball in the veto. I mean, you basically need to pull out all the stops here if you're Heroic, right? If you just kind of try to do it like you would have with Stown, well, he's not there, and you know that's a problem for you individually, and also not to mention all the team play aspect that it's going to affect.
What kind of curveball are you hoping to see out of Heroic then, as we've got them coming in?
I think they should pick Mirage, right? Which is like maybe a little bit counterintuitive, but also a more simple map. So then also concept-wise, Borup is familiar with how they like to play, so you can improvise a little bit on the fly. Basically try to pick something that NAVI wouldn't really expect you to pick ever, right? Like, and also that maybe you haven't played too many times against them, right? Like just something ancient. I don't think that's a good idea, because NAVI is really good on the map. So even if they don't prepare for you at all, they're just a solid team on the map. So yeah, we'll see what Heroic decides to do in this situation.
They are going to go with the Mirage.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick, right? It was between Mirage and NUke, I think. And even though NAVI, you know, last time they did play NUke, they got absolutely stomped by Vitality. NUke is still a map NAVI is playing at a very good level. And slotting in Borup on a map like NUke is going to be tough. Now, it's coming out to the map pool regardless, and that's kind of interesting, I'd say.
And Heroic gets rid of Ancient here, I believe, and NAVI gets rid of Overpass perhaps after yesterday, and that Inferno shake hands decider, right? We'll see if NAVI does go for it, or maybe they just decide to push Heroic to the limit with an Inferno ban.
I like that they've picked that nuke out as well, because I believe it was at the full finals that they didn't pick it out against Heroic, and you could see Kaden getting really frustrated about it. So he does get the opportunity. Right? Yes, yeah, they did. Do get the opportunity, but yeah, not with a fully fledged roster. So maybe not the opportunity he wanted.
I think it's just boomage, you know. He just decided it on the spot, like you were just like,
I'm not giving it to him.
You know what? Not doing it. But this is looking really great for Heroic. I mean, in terms of they're getting the best they could probably get, you know, for their lineup. It's going to be an uphill battle no matter what the third map ends up being. And we see that NAVI, in the end, you know, like comfort pick would be more Inferno for them than Overpass, but this is more of a punish, I feel like. And you know, when you're the favorite, one of the reasons is, and you're the best team in the world, map pool plays a lot into that, and you have to exploit that in these sort of scenarios.
When you consider it, right, last time NAVI played NUke, they did lose to Vitality. Last time NAVI played Overpass, they did lose to Team Liquid. So as you said, right now I think Heroic got the absolute best possible map pool, but it's still a sign of confidence for NAVI coming into this one. Picking NUke against Heroic, they believe in themselves, and I do believe that Simple meant it when he said we don't want to lose to an underdog team twice in a row.
Yeah, we're going to see if Heroic can capitalize upon the map pool that has been given to them. Mirage is coming up first, and hopefully going to be taking down the Behemoths world #1s of NAVI. We're going to be getting into all the action with Scrawny and Launders in just a few.
NAVI, the best team in the world, down in the lower bracket, now facing up against Heroic, who may have a stand-in, but have been told many times that they are the only team that can really challenge NAVI.
Now they have to pull the trigger on it. Simple. Oh, they line up for him. That is a big double. Naf and Stewie, both of them down. Another headshot to follow. And Simple has found 3. He's looking for more as well, and he'll find the last one too.
Nafany able to just get through smoke, but nobody else does. Oh, Tesses!
It's going to be a fierce and ferocious game, and only one team can make it a step forward. Let's see who it'll be. We're moving into our first elimination match, and it's Heroic taking on NAVI. And well, I've got Katie in here warming up and getting themselves ready. Come join me, Katie. And I know you always want to talk. Yeah. I don't want to make you look small, you know. I know you're tall. You look good next to me. Many of these other players end up looking very tiny next to us. But this game right here, you have been dealt a rough hand. You mentioned it yesterday, right? You've got to deal with what you have and having a stand-in. But you guys are always the team that can challenge NAVI. You still feeling comfortable?
Yes. But I definitely think the circumstances has changed a little bit, just like we talked about yesterday. And we have been the team to challenge them in many best of threes, but we weren't the ones to win. That was Liquid. So, I mean, everything is reset now. And that also means that, I mean, you can't take it for granted to challenge these guys. They're absolutely insane at this game. And especially now when we're not even our full 5, it's different. And, I mean, if we play the T-sides like we did yesterday, there's absolutely no chance for winning. 0.
So you're just going to call a better T-side, all will be fine, you know? Because, look, Liquid beat him, so you guys can easily do it.
I mean, I don't want to put away all the responsibility, but I think that the responsibility can't only be on my shoulders. On a T-side nowadays in modern CS, yes, I can call things, but also our strat book, I mean, we have a new guy. You know, it's new smokes, running patterns, lineups, timings, so you can't just call a strat and just expect it to work the same way. So this means more individual responsibilities. I told my boys this. It's time for them to show that they're able to do it. They've done it plenty of times before. Changing one guy doesn't make it impossible. I mean, what I'm going to tell these fucking guys in the huddle today is that who thought Max Verstappen was going to win? 20 seconds behind, 2 laps to go or something, you know? We can do it. We can do it. But it's going to require some A-game from the players. And I'll have to be on top of the mind games as well, you know?
I'm sure you will be, mate. I'm sure you will be. Go on, get yourself ready. We'll see you soon. And I'll make my way over towards the NAVI boys. I'm going to try and grab Blade at this time. The man that's always got the insight, get himself ready into it all. As for now, the players are getting their items put away. Blade, don't run away from me. Here we go. He's trying. Come back here for a second. So, yesterday, Blade, I know you're a man that wants to make things perfect for these guys. What did you notice? What was the key things that went wrong for NAVI yesterday?
Not enough focus, a lot of mistakes, bad synergy.
And today, you feel much more comfortable that's not going to happen?
Today we feel the same before the match. But what will be now, we don't know. But of course we are focusing to make a much better game that, yes.
Now, when you normally play against Heroic, right, they can definitely put you guys very close games, very close maps. But with the stand-in, do you think that's going to be possible still?
Yeah, I think it's possible. They're all skilled players. I think they have a lot of things that they can do the core with the core lineup, and the team plays a lot with mid calls by Kadian. So, but I think if we will show our prime game, we will win.
And do you think it's going to come down for a lot of how you read the game as it develops, rather than just kind of knowing the strats they'll be throwing out?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, we'll have to see how it all goes down. You're a man of focus, you're a man of few words this time around. We'll have to see how this game goes down.
Looks like Blade's going to be keeping it short, simple, and sweet, Launders. And
Simply
well,
say.
Simply, yeah. We'll see if this game can be as quick as the one prior to it. I don't think anybody would have expected Liquid to be the team to send NAVI down to the lower bracket, but this is where they are. You know, we've seen them do a lot in terms of winning events. Hold on, just take that in.
We got a translation?
I don't, unfortunately, no sir. But I do know it translates to passion, man. And that's one thing that you can't take away from Heroic. They've got the...
That's one way to disarm your opponent. It's like, oh yeah, you screamed?
That's like trying to yell back at a bear.
That's funny to me.
You know,
yeah.
But we'll see if it works out. Okay, before before we get into this game, man, how do we contextualize it? Why are Heroic going to win? I'm not going to take that one. Why are Heroic going to maybe exceed expectations after yesterday? Because yesterday, I think we saw 2 decent halves out of them, but neither of those decent halves were coming in on their T side.
Yeah.
And those T sides are where the difficulties are very apparent for this Heroic with a stand-in. I think Cadian's interview just now with James kind of alludes to it. It's difficult to call with a new piece. It's new smokes, it's new timings, it's a new strategy. But the core cannot be questioned. And on the CT side, it seems like we've already had this slotting in from Borup.
Yeah, they don't have the core though. Blade brought that up, but they actually, because Stown is core, you know, that's the only thing. So they still have really great players, and I think a huge sell for Heroic because they don't, for a while it felt like they didn't have any bottom fraggers. What's interesting about this team, even last year, so I'm doing a predictions thing for this year as well as I did one for last year.
Let's go, plug it in.
And Heroic also, last year, were super underrepresented in the top 20 players, even though they were a team that was like really competitive throughout the year, right?
Sure.
You know, top 5 team pretty much consistently. And I thought that was really interesting and weird. And this year, I think Stown's very clearly, you know, top 20, at least hovering somewhere around there. But apart from that, just don't have much else going for them. And yeah, and he's not the one on the roster right now. So that's going to be their biggest difficulty by far. Loving that chain, Boomich. Let's go.
Yeah, man. Big money Boomich.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to, you know, you got to have your thing that they can make like a silhouette out of you and like, you know, remove your face, but you still be recognizable. So then he's got that chain.
Yeah.
Right? You got the stash.
You got the blonde hair.
I got the blonde hair, yeah. I got to have something that's not like, because like it's got to be a shape, right? I think it's gotta be a
okay,
shape
sure.
Yeah. So I'll find something.
Well, maybe one day. You'll figure yourself out.
Yeah.
What about Heroic mode? Do you think they have the ability to figure things out this quickly with this much kind of working against them? I'm very nervous that Navi are going to walk into this series and just having kind of been pushed down by Liquid yesterday. It's like when you poke.
They're mad, yeah.
It's like you flick the bully in the back of the head on the playground, and he turns around and he just smashes whoever the hell's in front of him.
You watch like too many kung fu movies and you've seen like a tiny guy beat up a huge guy and you're like, yeah, I mean, it's, they do it all the time.
Unfortunately, right now, Heroic's the kid on crutches. Right?
Yeah.
They've got the stand-in. They're not getting away.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. They've got to play out this BO3. It begins on Mirage. It's a tough one, man.
How did Nunchucks ever really win fights?
How did Nunchucks what?
Ever really win fights?
I don't know if they do.
You know what I mean?
I think it's like a deterrence, okay? You use Nunchucks to just intimidate your opponent.
Yeah, nice Nunchucks. Here's my bear spray. Yeah. Well, that sounded painful, actually.
Are you intimidated?
A little bit. Because they be hitting themselves with them too.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Yeah, so we'll see what kind of weapons Heroic have brought to the fight.
Let's do it. Nowhere to go but forward, and that's where they will move to B, it seems. And we've got Navi already trying to put players in position, boost up inside sight, Catman, and a CT over towards windows. So the numbers are here for Navi. But how about the grit? How about that determination? A lower bracket run. A challenge. And Electronic inside sight, gonna be able to trade it into Refresh. I don't know if he's been called out. I don't know if, no. Refresh didn't quite realize where he died from, and so Electronic's gonna pop off. 3 kills, and they know exactly where Shush is already at. 1v3, no bomb, and plenty of opponents ahead. The boost inside of sight. How many times does that actually work, Launders?
I think it's the worst spot on the whole map, actually. I think it's one of the worst spots ever. But it's a spot that you use when you have an extra player. You don't play that spot when there's only 1 person on the side or 2 people. You play it if you have a player advantage or if you're like really overstacked, because it's not really favorable in these engagements. You know, Electronic can get away with it and make it look like these angles are nice, but they're really, really difficult. And that one right there was an argument for the USPS, I'll tell you that much.
Yes, sir.
P2K, with the amount of sound that makes, you would have been spotted right away after that first kill. So the one thing that's pretty noticeable about Navi CT sides is their B leans in general. Just heavy use of the ladder room, two on the B site throughout like most of the rounds. And it's because of the idea that you don't need too many players to hold the A site. You can play 1 spotting ticket and retake if you'd like to, play heavy towards mid. But B is the site that's really, really hard to retake. So it makes sense to try to deny plants. And in current meta, you don't want to retake on pistol rounds because bomb plants are too good.
Sure, odds are no kid, yada yada.
Well, just the money that you get, you know, just from the bomb plant itself, that's just too much.
Perfecto, gonna clear close. Ooh, Cadian, okay, listen, we've got an A4 on the field. One of the very few A4s that are still out here in the wild realms of Counter-Strike. A relic of times past. Cadian, gonna have to bring it into the present. But maybe Navi unwrap it. We'll see, we'll see. Right now it's just Bit's patience. And Electronic just kind of floating on catwalk, keeping eyes towards B site. This is those mid rounds we're talking about, right? This is Cadian's foray into the round. Blade mentioned it in his interview. This is what Cadian loves to do, but there it is. Trade frag immediate. Still losing refresh. Not ideal. This is 3 kills from Cadian, so all of the success that we see on the side of Heroic, his name on it. 2 more to take, 20 seconds.
It's turning that situation was almost too tough, especially with the spots that are being played. A plant would be very fortunate. Can't even find that. So one thing that's always good to do in like 3v3 is just cool off, and then taking over mid control. As long as you've got like over 40 seconds left, it's a nice spot to go to because CTs play mid less often later into the round. So that's when people start going into their favorite spots as soon as the clock starts winding down, and they'll play ticket and the extremities and the one and done spots because all they have to do is deny a plant. So on the T side, you can see sometimes that's why the mid rounds come back to mid itself. And yeah, as Blade mentioned, that Heroic have made a brand off their mid round calls, and they've, I think definitely Cadian's stats on LAN are not as good as online for sure. He's one of the players, and the team's definitely not been amazing on LAN, but we saw him make clutch calls on LAN as well. There's some really good mid rounds that he had at the major and some stuff there. So I think we definitely see some potential. You can see that he's pretty lucid even when the pressure's on. So there might be some other problems, but I think the calling is still pretty good. But we did talk about yesterday, and it felt like there was an IGL issue. The T sides, of course, are the side that's going to be harder than the CT when you're slotting in a new 5th. But as a whole, I mean, they weren't moving that well. They were looking a little bit predictable, and they got kind of crushed that way. But man, to have the stand-in to come into this next game and to have to face Navi in the lower bracket, that's just not a fun day.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
An experience that, they're used to building up to, maybe play them in a finals, when you're hitting that peak form, but now to have the same daunting task that you've failed to succeed at so many times before.
Where Borup and them, they haven't built up any synergy yet.
No.
Any chemistry.
One best of 3.
He probably doesn't even know Shush's favorite color.
What do you think it is?
It's got to be light blue.
Light blue.
Because that's the most favoritist color of most people.
Color? Red?
Probably like a light blue.
A light, okay. Okay. All right. Well, I learn something every day.
I was such a contrarian kid that my favorite color was blue, but I knew everyone's favorite color was blue, so I told everyone my favorite color was green, even though I actually hated green.
Yeah, I'm 27, still do the same thing. Guns up, let's see it. Borup gonna be the front man. What's our mid play here for the CT? Simple, just kind of jiggle peeking window, Electronic waits outside of connector, and as you were talking about, that consistency in the catwalk or ladder area from Bit.
I guess it'd be more like a hipster, not a contrarian.
Okay.
That'd be
sure.
more accurate.
I actually also just love the color green.
Yeah.
So I'm lying through my teeth.
I'm used to it.
Simple gets wind of what's going down here. Flashbangs in middle. He decides to go for a peek of his own preemptively before Heroic's pop. Then the smokes come out all over the place. Man, this went from 0 to 100 real quick, and then right back down to like 24. And there's Bit with the double kill outside of the ladder room. Very nicely done. Electronic inside smoke will be caught by Tesses. There's an answer, but how much more and when? Because Simple's done a very good job of just buying time in this corner and doubling up with Bit. Nice peek between the two of them, and Bit goes right back to his ladder room. But he does lose Simple, and here's refresh fall. That's a bit of a flub. Bit, though, being held in by Cadian.
Yeah, he knows he can't leave. They know where he is.
Yep, Cadian's got to hit this. Crucial shots, and sure enough, he lands. Now it's Boomich to activate, denies refresh any presence inside the A site, and yet again, Cadian, 10 seconds, 1v2, caught by the double CTP. Perfecto's got it from jungle. Navi able to get ahead of it, but another showing from Heroic. They've got something in these rounds back to back.
Yeah, it's so much better than yesterday already, where if you watch the Inferno match, it was just so slow-paced every single round. Everyone on Gambit was just holding grenades up until the last few moments. But here, yeah, they've got some tempo to it, so that's already a nicer face. And I think you got a situation where Heroic recognize they got to take what they can get. And if they feel like they're playing better, even if they're losing rounds, that'll probably be a nice mood booster. Whereas if they had all 5 and they're losing rounds, even if they were playing well, they'd be more frustrated, I would assume. So maybe it won't be so bad for them. even though it's the 3-0 start for NAVI. Mentally, they might be in it. But yeah, that was very tricky for NAVI. How are you supposed to deal with that? 2 players inside a window on different elevations.
Yeah, really cool.
Top it off, it's bit and simple.
Smooth peeking.
They haven't lost a land this year.
Damn. Looking at Navi's like total earnings this year as well. I'm like, damn.
It's disgusting. And we haven't even learned how much that they've made from their sticker capsule.
Yeah. What an experience for Bit.
It's unbelievable.
It's like, is it really? Was it always this easy? Goes for the jungle peek here. Electronic committing to the spray. Dies out to TeSS. Boomich not able to get ahead of that one, in fact. So we talked about him, and now he's in question. Bit peeking mid. Finds Cadian with the bomb on his feet. That's going to enable Boomich to really commit to this, and sure enough, just chewing up these softened targets. NAVI 4-0 CT start.
You think anyone's tried to convince Bit to not use the M4A4, or that they've tried to convince themselves that they don't need to switch?
I think at this point, you just let him do whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, but I mean, when do you jump over? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just don't, I mean, why hasn't he switched?
I mean, you could, I mean, that's the thing though. He's selling it so hard. People are asking for the M4A1S nerf, but the Valve devs are watching this like, if Bit is doing this with the A4, what do we need to...
Just get better.
Yeah.
If Valve is watching, just let us buy both.
Bit is ruining this for everyone.
Just let us buy both. But not the pistols. That you have to choose, all right? There's no in-between.
Why are you trying to control that?
USP life.
This is free.
Sure enough, TeSS gets his ticket punched.
They're going so slow about it.
Electronic already wary of these close corners. Sure enough, they are occupied, but a player slips by. Cadian's going to be revealing himself now, and because he had that one shot, that one chance, and missed it, Perfecto's able to cool him off. Bit then using his timing, gained by the fact that Cadian slipped by him. Bit doubles it back, shaves one off mid, and leaves NAVI in a very comfortable 5 versus 2.
They almost found the right risk there. They just try to fan out as soon as the first kill didn't go their way.
But still fighting a shush.
Yeah. Cadian put himself in an untradeable spot, but like, that could have been a great risk, considering they just hit that 5v4.
Yep.
Unlucky, unlucky. Now refresh. Ooh, he'll die too. Quickly on 5. It's been a 3-minute game, I feel like.
Round ends with simple and begins with simple. Op shots off the catwalk.
But it is nice we've got a fast version of Heroic.
Yesterday on Inferno,
that was a different Heroic.
I had never seen it, and I don't ever want to see it again.
I partially, like, I'm with Cadian on the, you know, my team's, like, gotta, you know, kind of put some individual, and you know what? Maybe Stown has got some, got an IGL vein in his body as well. You know, he might be doing
the right-hand man.
Doing some of the second calling. We don't know how many ideas he has. I wouldn't put it past him. I'm sure he does have some, so that could be something that they just missed in a big way. But yeah, we talked to Fallen and Nico, and they were just talking about how, like, the game is called less and less out of spawn every single day just because of how many small bits of information can totally change the course of what you want to do in a round. So, you know, you can call a strat, but that can change as soon as your default gets some information that you didn't expect or were looking for. We have yet to find out what Heroic have saved for this World Final that they didn't want to tell us about.
Yeah, I'm starting to think maybe it was all a bluff.
It might have been. It didn't work, though.
You're never going to see it coming because we're never going to be able to show you.
I'm waiting for the Borop still. So yeah, the tough part is these kind of beat leans, you know? I really love it. I love the way that NAVI play the map on the CT side here with the way they do this. I think CAT is a super, not underrepresented part of the map, but I think it could actually just be abused even farther. I feel like it has so much utility when it comes to the angles and the presence you can make, fast rotations, vision on mid at all times, spotting the bench peak, being able to throw nades underpass. Like, look at this. I mean, being able to go from bricks to the ladder room to connect with window, it's got room for multiple people.
Yeah, that's twice now. 2 different versions, right? Simple peeking from the left with Bit right above him, and now Electronic and Bit doing the same thing, but from both sides of window. So good variation made possible by Bit, but nice headshot. Shush gonna walk in from connector. Last round he had a bit of impact off ramp, but it was kind of coming in the later portion when the round was already lost. Now Bit's able to answer, so it's an all-in on this B hit. Heroic, 3 players, 2 of which already down inside sight, but no weapon. Remember, it was only Shush. A1S going to chew up refresh. See you later, Borup. Good trade frag. And that's going to be the bomb plant. So a little bit of a success story with a little bit of potential still on the table. Borup, hands on the M4, armored, and able to cross around towards the bench. But that's where he's going to die to Boomich. Cadian's going to have to dig 3. First shot misses, position is confirmed, and so is the round win. Navi, 6-0 start.
Boomich hitting some clean ones today.
Yeah, keeping it sharp.
Yeah, yeah. When it came to the major, I think Perfecto and Boomich were the 2 players that you wondered what their capacity was for the clutch, you know, as the major went on. Like, how good could they get? And we saw some crazy things. Like, I think someone posted Boomich's like 200 hours in 2 weeks. It's got to be some AFK, but like the amount of hours that he was putting in just to be able to overperform at least for, you know, the entire major, and it totally paid off. And Perfecto's the same deal. I mean, he's actually got some great stats overall throughout the year. You know, one of the better players on T sides actually, I think, just slightly positive, which is a little bit harder to do. But in general, Perfecto and Boomich are, you know, the most liable to, you know, cause a problem, I feel like, for the team as on an individual level when it comes to facing some of these other rosters.
Sure. You can see the frustration there in Cadian's face. He knows that that was the opening pick. That was the 5v4. You know, the success stories have been slim, but they've also been there for Heroic. Earlier on at the start of this half, there was openings. Round 2 force buy nearly worked out. First gun round had a chance. This could have been it for round 7. Instead, it's Cadian dropped to 50 health. Bit of posturing going in to this B site, but Perfecto, pretty nasty off angle, playing on top of the bench.
Yeah, that bench has a lot to give. You got a nice sliver angle. You can see someone, they won't notice you at all. B is not a fun site to come into. Now, it looks like Heroic are going to do something towards B, but try to make it look like there's more mid-presence than there is. This top con smoke will do that for them, but oh my gosh, he'll just, just an unlucky dink right through the connector smoke.
Left on 5 HP as well. But if anything, you know, that dink could just keep things confirmed. Yeah. There's a lot of pressure on Perfecto, and he gives up that angle, so just relegating control of the site. He's going to try to stay alive. TessS, immediate headshot. Now Bit needs to perform, but TessS is going to double up. Nice 2 kills here from TessS. Cracking open the bomb site, killing the closest support, and now Navi punished by being so far away from the situation. They were already removed before they even knew what was coming.
That's sweet. I mean, that was such a nice couple of entries. I didn't know what happened to Perfecto's utility, but he had no smoke or anything for himself. And usually if you're B anchoring like that, you know, you're dropping a smoke between Van and Van Pillar, or you're falling back to empty or something like that with some utility. But he didn't have anything to fall back on, and Bit was inside of ladder, so it's going to be a tiny bit slow to help out. There wasn't actually 2 in the site this time. So nice call from Heroic. And yeah, all they do with that, they throw down that top con smoke. That top con smoke is awesome because it can signal so many different things, and you can use it in a number of ways. Like, you could use it to exec towards A, when you can also use it to cover the cat peak if no one's playing inside of mid, and some CTs are holding A ramp, they might be spotting from triple and looking through connector. That can deny you information. So it's a really great smoke to have up for like most of the round, I feel like, especially in the defaults. Doesn't make too much of a ruckus here on that last round, but just enough for Heroic to get away with a clean B site entry.
Yeah, kept it swift. See if TessS can keep up those insta headshots. He is tied with Cadian at 5 kills apiece right now for Heroic, and you can see it, man, starting to exude the confidence made by the last round, but he's caught. He was looking at window, checking connector, but it's that off angle from underpass where Electronic will punish. Boomich able to find Shush as he exits through Palace, and huge damage, not to mention a grenade on top of it all. This is a massacre on the A site. No footing whatsoever for Heroic. They've got to send it back to the drawing board.
Yeah, all they were doing right there, just some mid presence. Hey, we'll grab your attention for 2 seconds, and then we entry A, but that first guy gets cut off, TessS down in mid, and everything else is pretty clear to Navi, so they deal with it. Not bad at throwing a fast round. Doesn't work out this time.
Damn.
Doesn't mean it was a bad idea. I like, you know, Bit is such an interesting story because he's got like the Scream level headshot percentage, right? But he's not crippled by it. You know what I'm saying? Like, when he takes duels, he does what he needs to do to win the fight. And like, here's a situation where he pre-fires into Palace instead of just trying to like doot hit that perfect headshot, right? And I like that about Bit because he gets away with both. He's able to both get such a high majority of his kills as headshots, but then also just put down that crazy body spray if he absolutely needs to. But the most crazy thing about him is his reaction time is really up there, I think, on average for pros. It might even be, I saw something that said it was like the fastest pro right now, actually, in terms of reaction time. But the thing is, sometimes he'll spray and he'll just immediately move up to the head. Whereas you look at like NAVI, for example, I don't think he's hit a headshot in his entire career. Especially in his last few years, he's just aiming lower and lower every day. Sure. And it works really well for NAVI, right? You do more damage to the stomach than you do to the chest, so sometimes it's just better to do that. But with Bit, if he starts aiming and he's holding for a crouch peek and someone comes and swings out, he'll start shooting and then he'll just flick up. He won't just panic and just aim for the center of the body.
Whatever damage, yeah.
He's so confident about just adjusting if he needs to, and that's maybe the scariest part about Bit. Besides the fact that he's undefeated on LAN.
Undefeated on
LAN. He did play one small LAN before NAVI, and they got 3rd, 4th. But
yeah, we don't have to talk about that.
We don't have to talk about that.
It doesn't count.
It was probably harder than the major anyways.
Another quick one. Oh, damn. 2 rounds now. 2 chances in middle where KDN could have got a 5v4. And instead, it's Heroic just kind of showing their hand a little bit of presence towards middle. Good peek from Boomich, but not ready for that second Shush tucked to the corner. So 4v4. Bit's going to be tested here. Many bodies inside of Khan, and as smoke fades, Heroic taken back. Bit double kill. Rock solid defense on the A site yet again. This time it's not stopping them on Palace, but rather just Connector. Minute for this 2v4 still to unfold, and well, we praised the mid-round calling from Heroic, so maybe KDN can piece something together. But this is NAVI coming in on another level. Yeah. This is the NAVI we've come to expect, right? There was this tale once upon a time where NAVI would start events slowly, and then we'd question whether they would get that ball rolling. And then we haven't seen it for so long.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and they would, right? It would always be consistent.
But now they don't go to the lower bracket.
No, they're not supposed to. Yeah. But you know, they're like, let's one for the road, boys.
Hey, no shame in losing to Liquid. No shame at all.
Maybe a little shame.
No.
A little shame?
No shame. No shame.
A little shame.
Major Grand Slam winners going up against major and Grand Slam winners. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
Anything can happen.
Bit's so ready to end Shush, but instead he's dead. This is a 4v2 turn 2v2. A kill each. Simple caught in the mid-round, but Electronic great cover. It's a bait setup. KDN's going to get past that fire. 15 seconds left. His 3rd attempt at a 1v2. But again, the time, every single time is an issue. Good adjustment. Able to punish Simple through the murder hole. But back-to-back kills from Electronic, bailing Simple out of trouble and elevating Navi's lead to an 8-1 start.
I don't think there's anybody who thought coming into today that NAVI were going to play like they did yesterday. You know, like I don't think there's a single person that believed that. It's just suddenly the end. You know, I think NAVI are probably the only team, like we saw the Betway odds, they were it was like 6.5 odds to 1 for Heroic. So I don't think there's any other team that could go down to the lower bracket and still have odds that bad. So, or yeah, odds that good, I should say.
What do we make of this?
Or Refresh not on the board. He had his performance called into question by the Blast production. They put together a graphic and they showed you I think it was a KD specifically that he was lacking in a lot, but earlier in this year he was doing really well. Yeah, it's a shame. Problems on problems. That's right, I put that all in the Blast production.
Yeah, I was just about, I'm like, should I grill them?
Well, if you call someone out, I always go, oh, you're going to do that to him? You know, I put you on the spot.
Yeah.
So I like to do that. I like to put people on the spot.
KDN swapping to the AK. He's 40 HP and he's stuck inside the corner, so that'll burn a bit of utility. Woo. Bullets, frags, everything flying beyond him. Simple, gonna draw a lot of attention, and this could set up Boomich very nicely as he has 2 players to his left and Shush inside Palace, but that man smoked off, so focus instead to the player in hand.
Let's go, Borup.
There it is, a kickoff from Borup, the stand-in of a Heroic. But Simple still inside the smoke.
Where is he?
He's inside the Tetris smoke.
Missiles?
He's just waiting. Borup's planting in front of him. He eats a flashbang. He's yet to strike, but Electronic, through the smoke and through Connector, is able to stop the bomb. Simple has still not been found, and Shush gives him up his back. Simple's gonna play with them. Okay. Shh, don't give it away. Simple strikes. Now the jig is up. Oh,
man.
Didn't just do that.
I thought he was going to line them up like planets and just collat. He had every option in the world.
Didn't.
You know, he calculated everything. Nice try, Borup. It was 5v3 for a second.
Stopping the plant.
Oh,
Simple calls the audio.
Yeah.
Electronic knows exactly where to spray.
Damn.
Damn. Simple waited until the last possible second as well. You see that, right? The one kill he strikes down is the player who's just about to get around the corner.
He's got great timings, that Simple guy.
Yeah. Some would say best in the world.
He's up there.
A quick one, perhaps. We've got a MAC-10, 2 MAC-10s, and an Perfecto, he's got the help of Electronic here, trying to stop it all, and they will. Nothing whatsoever for Heroic. A 10-1 CT side that shows all the signs of life.
When Art misses, one of my favorite Twitch chat spams is fart.
Okay.
When he misses. And then my second favorite is actually...
very mature.
Is Perfecto.
Which is?
Defecto.
No, that one's actually, that one's witty.
I like that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Defecto.
A handyman.
My favorite is me orc, me spam.
Finish it?
Nope.
No mod, no ban.
Get it in.
Oh!
Just like Heroic seemed to be.
5v3s haven't been enough.
Oh, no, don't say it. Why'd you say it? Why'd you say it out loud?
Well, I just laugh like a dolphin. Okay,
what is wrong with you?
I don't need you to do that.
Electronic? Okay, good. You gotta at least let Heroic kind of enjoy this moment. There have been so many things taken away from them that surely you can't do it again.
They have the B site. So this round is 100% over, Scrawny.
I don't know about that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, the ball has to jump out.
I can do it too, all right? I can jinx it all too.
Oh, the flank is coming fast. Very fast.
Jump peek from Katie and just missed it. If he goes for it again, whoa, that was the chance. 25 health shaved off. Boomich going to try to catch something towards middle. Borup is going to get wind of it. It's a dodge down from Boomich. But this is very much just a locked-in 1v1. He's doing a great job of distracting, and this is maybe going to enable Perfecto to get into the fight.
He can plant.
Oh, it goes two ways. Refresh, you need to deliver. 1 kill so far in this map, completely split between these CTs, now known to Perfecto, and he buys time before the peak. Fighting around the bricks, it is Refresh to stick the landing. Welcome to Mirage.
Let's go.
Heroic find their second.
Yeah, good calmness. We've seen some good, individual moments there. A couple of double entry rounds from the players on Heroic. They've got it in the tank, but can they activate? This is maybe a little bit too close, but it's a nice retake here. I don't even know how Boomich is able to kill Borup after he gets caught off that way, but wow. Big Papatronic, 16-5, 162 ADR. You saw what Zywoo did last series. That's something else, though, huh? 52-13?
Damn.
I mean...
Damn.
Yeah.
If Electronic has a bad game, then the Twitch chat should be... not it.
I think you should stay out of Twitch chat from now on.
Well...
Yeah, I think you got your card revoked.
You get it? Not it. Electronic? not it.
Is there a joke?
Oh, man. It's not it, Chief.
Are you doing this right after Anders did his bear paws thing?
Well, you know what? The bar was low, and I set it lower.
You Macarena right into it.
We move on. 4v5. Tough spot, Heroic. Let's see it. Immediately out from the Palace. Dropping down into the site as well. Simple's going to miss his shot. This could be it. Or maybe Boomich going to recover. For one, he will. Buying a bit of time, creating a bit of space, looking to creep through, but this is so well played. He lets them make the first move, which gives him the information, but Refresh is going to recover. You saw it, right? Bit trying to piece it together, almost finding impact. Instead, 3v3 is where we are left. Now, Electronic is on this Palace flank and has been for some time. Refresh down beneath him. Cadian, well, I believe his barrel's been spotted. That's been called. Refresh peaks, gets the better of Boomich, but that actually draws Cadian out of his cubby. Makes it way easier for Electronic and Perfecto to start this 2v3 retake attempt. Shush claws it back. 3/4 the HP, but Electronic sticking it, and the headshot's his. Shush gonna keep Heroic with a bit of a lifeline.
Hey, just a couple of 1v2s. That's 3 rounds. They're on the board. Another player showing up individually. The Borup 2K entry, Refresh 1v2, Shush 1v2. That's something you like to see. This was so close because you know, he was already tabulating. He's like, how am I going to kill them? It wasn't so much like, in what order am I going to kill them? That's what he was thinking, right? But as soon as he peeked up, Refresh wasn't done coming out of the smoke. Then he came out, Refresh saw him. So close timing, very scary.
That's 3, man. It's a recoverable situation. It's less recoverable.
It's going to be a little bit harder now. But you know, Heroic, they're really good at these mid rounds. It's just that it's the 3v3 mid rounds. That's where I think they do some cool stuff.
Yeah,
wow, the 5v3 ones are a little tough.
Well, maybe Simple's gonna keep giving them chances. A dink.
You want to keep talking?
Oh, I'm trying, man. Simple.
Oh, that's a nutty one. That's nutty. That is like natural peanut butter.
Yeah.
Type wet.
Oh, come on, Cadian. It's been a bit quiet. There's been some missed shots. He's still putting up numbers, but I feel like the opportunities that he has been given haven't necessarily been taken, i.e. missing opening shots towards mid. But now...
Confucius, say. With the perfect zoom. Prius is waiting for this moment.
Yeah, of course.
Said, do the thing.
This is actually Mark.
Yeah, but he told him.
Told him to do it.
No, he didn't, but yeah. Prius wishes he had that kind of power. Yeah. Cadian famously has won rounds similar to this on this map in this position with this op.
You think he can do it twice? Come on now. 25 seconds, 1v3. Gonna be hunting the kill before going for his plant. Boomich is going to support. Electronic has no reason to peek. And sure enough, Boomich keeps it crisp. Even if he dies, Electronic swings. We've still got Perfecto, I believe, over towards jungle. So difficult spot for Cadian. Difficult spot for Heroic, but still making something of it. 3v5 out of the gate. Enjoy it.
Oh. Nice uppercut.
See? He doesn't even blink, man.
Yeah.
He'll destroy your hopes.
They're just windshield wipers for your eyes.
For some reason, I just thought of like lizards. You know, have that like that thin skin that
just goes down on the side.
Goes up and down. Yeah. What if you met somebody who had that? You know, evolution. What if it takes a turn for the worst?
You want to learn something new about Prius?
He's already got web toes.
And his dad has 10.
Yeah.
Not web, just 10.
Can they do it off of the back of lesser weapons? Deagle, Tech, Mac 10. Come on, Heroic, it's your final chance. There's something in this half. There have been openings, but Navi has been consistent in closing them. Perfecto. Dude, he's working with all these sick B angles, huh?
Yeah.
If you're a B anchor, you go ahead and watch Perfecto. You'll learn a thing or two. And sure enough, off the back of Simple's leg shot, it is the follow-up from Perfecto. Simple's not going to be scared off this angle. And there are 2 more players to take down here. They want the guns. That's what they're sticking around for. But you stick around, you're going to get stuck.
They thought he dropped off for sure.
Simple doesn't drop off.
Yeah, he's #1 this year.
Waits the molly out, uses the angle for the frag, but it's a deep positioning here from Heroic. A 2v5 to close out their T side on Mirage. Navi says, all good.
Kind of in German a little bit.
Yeah.
Das gut.
Das gut. Let's see it, Shush.
Heroic gonna have to jump in their Volkswagen and go to the second half. 2v5.
Last time this Perfecto bench angle didn't get him anything.
Mm-hmm.
And if Simple kills them before they can cross, same situation. Oof, good job by Shush. Perfecto's just gonna tuck in. Bit, of course, on Cat, as he always seems to be. Excellent crossfire within the bomb site. Tesses. Ooh, he's the second player to fight bench. And as he spams away V Perfecto, it was looking somewhat likely. Instead, it's stripped away. A 12-3 half here for Navi. All is good. Can they close once we come back from the break? Stick around.
The team's biggest achievement is definitely the major.
It has been something we wanted to do, like get a big result on LAN, and Also, the semi-final against G2 was like really close, so we could have even been in the final if NICO wasn't on fire.
I wouldn't call it upset because we were playing really good, and I feel like we deserved that. It's just sad that we didn't win the semi-final and went to the final, but we were proud of the run. We had the first lane at the major where we played in front of 15,000 people, which was amazing. And then the blast right after, in front of a Danish crowd as well. That was a huge thing.
To play in Royal Arena in front of a Danish crowd was a huge step for us. Getting the opportunity to play in front of a Danish crowd is not something you get many chances at, especially when we have to go through a qualifier, which is like a single elimination, which is not easy. So we're really happy that we could manage to win that qualifier and meet all the Danish fans and play in front of a crowd. It was really amazing.
It was a really big thing joining the Heroic.
I was nervous. But going with shoes made it a bit easier.
It was a big thing. I was really excited because I mean they were top 1 in the world.
It was nice to be like reunited with Stavn and Tessus. I played with them in like previous teams. Also briefly with Kadian, so it was all people I knew. So it was great coming back to those guys.
I mean they're all amazing guys, both outside and inside the game.
1 versus 2, and he's going to do a lot of damage, but still, Kadian is here for the...
I think the key is having trust in each other and the system. We all believe in each other, and I think that's the key to success, that you have to believe like 100%.
I still feel like we are going to have the same hunger. There's going to be some vacation now where we're going to take some time and relax and not focus about CS. And then within the next year, we're going to have 100% focus on CS and do a bunch of good things.
I think we all want to get some better results on LAN.
We have Katowice coming up as well, which I'm really excited about.
So we fall back into the action. NAVI 12-3 lead. Mirage CT side for Heroic. That's where they need to stage this comeback.
It's the fun side. Everyone likes CT side more.
It's so much better.
You know, I talked to FMPone once, and he said that he believed that people genuinely like CT sides more in general. So maps he felt like are more comfortable or more liked when they're a little bit CT favored. So perfectly balanced, he felt like was not actually the best answer. It doesn't really have anything to do with Mirage. It's a pretty balanced map, I think, but I think in general, it's kind of comfy to just sit in a spot, hold your favorite angle.
That's what I mean.
Know all your nades.
I prefer reaction to action because it's easier. But all right, Shush. How does he make that look so easy? Electronic peeks in, just gets one tapped. And now that's Palace control very much in the back pocket of Heroic. Simple's going to stick around, though, with the ramp play as the bomb moves elsewhere. Thought maybe it was going to look to conjoin into this A site, you know, 2 connector, 2 out ramp, but no, Boomich has other ideas. But are they good ideas?
Oh, that was sharp.
Whoa.
Yeah, that brings it. That changes the round. You can see Simple immediately taking action here. And now with a window, you know, it's always uncomfortable when you know that there's T's in window and you're just kind of holding the outsides. But they do have A ramp control. They're not in a terrible spot. The weakness is towards B. Refresh has to worry about window as well as support his B anchor. And this is a situation where you're going to start guessing on CT side. You might lean in one direction. And they just clear out the A ramp, so they will start moving. It's actually not too bad of a round here so far from Heroic, but they might be a little bit slow.
Well, Boomich, sick of being slow. Oh my God,
okay.
Tessus. Ready for, oh my God, he gets another dink. Can he get another kill though? That's the bigger question. Simple Perfecto bring this one back. Man advantage handled and in the hands of NAVI. Bit's patience pays off, waits for Shush to walk right into the crosshair, and Kadian knows that he is gonna get wrapped. Or is he? Bit actually ejects back around towards Catwalk. Let him have this marketplace because I believe NAVI have the round. Fresh magazine for the pistol. Tidbit of damage, be simple.
That's disgusting. That entry duo between Electronic and Perfecto, the way they handled that situation was tremendous. Wow, another kill from Bid as well. And he made Cadian just think about it. Am I going to flank? Am I going to flank? And he made his way over to Cat quicker than you could realize. And wow, this is tough because Tessus does a great job here. He almost gets the second kill as well, but he lets one out the window, and then that guy comes in and flanks real fast. See, it's not even simple to get that kill. Oh, that's not what they needed, is it?
No, it's not. You know, the classic. This pistol's really important. In this case, it was.
Yeah, in this case, it very much was.
Very much was. So let's see the Force Wars from Heroic. Maybe they can just throw a Hail Mary, throw a wrench in the works.
What else can they throw?
Dodgeballs.
The map?
No, you're not allowed to do that anymore.
Never were.
Well, you know. Betway odds. Heroic, it's an uphill battle.
That's some tasty odds.
Yeah, get it in while you can. Responsibly.
Yeah.
Legally. Oh, Perfecto. Gonna find the feet of Tessus in the smoke, so that's an easy lineup. Oh my god. This guy gets more jumping kills than anybody else, I swear.
He is, yeah.
Feels like Navi always does it. Yeah. But that is also the forte of the MAC 10.
What did you call him that one time? He did the jumping MAC 10 kill in the lower B site.
Well, I'm waiting for him to do it again so that I can coin the term, and then it's going to be remembered in the history books.
Okay.
Would you like me to burn it now?
Well, I kind of already spoiled that you.
Yeah, you are, yeah. But anybody here will remember it. It's the flying
Scoutsman.
The flying Clutchman.
Oh, Clutchman, okay.
It's, you know, maybe you guys like that one more than he like nodded.
Yeah, because he's like, I think the joke Scrawny would make is that he's Clutch Fecto or something.
Yeah.
You get it?
Yuck, yuck, yuck. Damn simple, okay.
Oof.
Yeah, add that one to the tally of
plan for that.
Insults upon injury. But yeah, man, Perfecto, just not only a good clutcher, but I don't know what it is. He's comfortable midair.
He's a really good anchor as well. I mean, his stats aren't always there, but like, yeah, he's playing B on CT side, and yeah, no, he's had some great lands and everything. Definitely not calling him into question as a player at all. Definitely love watching Perfecto play, but I think he's a really great guy to watch for anchoring spots. Playing upper on Nuke, for example, I feel like he's one of the best top side players in the game. Here on the B side, the protocols look super good and always looks comfortable.
Come on, Heroic. Do something. Let me see it. A slick 1D or a USP 3K.
Ooh, that would be sick.
Come on. Buy a Zeus. Refresh is the 5.7. That's my favorite pistol. So that's where my eyes fall in this one. Oh my god, dude, they're good.
Yeah. They're almost all top fragging right now.
This isn't the Navi that Liquid beat yesterday, is it?
Not the same one. It's unfortunate. Heroic, if Heroic played them yesterday, they might have been sleeping a bit, but now they're not sleeping. They're awake. They're very much awake. You can see the whites of their eyes.
Crocodiles in the lower bracket. And Heroic, they didn't bring anything to bridge this moat. Simple. Eats the flash. There's the USP primed. Now Katie, okay, just needed 2 more. Refresh will come through with that 5.7, but it's Electronic to bail them out of the pressure, and Tessus is left. I thought, not even, dude. Everybody's so sharp from Navi. Yeah. This is the comeback. This is the you know, the normal world returning.
Yeah, yeah. At least something's returning to normalcy here. But it's at the expense of the poor Heroic boys. It's going to be a quick day, I think.
At least I get a gun. Don't you say that yet.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, they made the fake comeback yesterday.
Yep.
So.
Double op setup as well. When in doubt, double op it out. Of course, comes at the cost.
Oh, refresh hopping. That's the secret.
There it is.
That's what they were hiding the whole time.
I'm down.
We never got this. We didn't get to see it yesterday, so.
Let's see what he's got. Ooh, Prime Spore up nicely for the peak. Boomich caught off guard by that one. A 5v4 for Heroic. The winds of change are blowing across Mirage, Launders. Unless Simple just takes all the wind out of the sails. We'll see. It's the 4v4 right back. Then the peak from underpass punish, but Perfecto catches it, and the double op does come through. Cadian able to make the difference and maintain the 3v2.
Okay.
What's next?
Now it's like a mid-round, but favorable for Heroic on this CT side. And Tessus has also just taken the baton and walked all the way through the B apps, looking for a full flank on mid, or maybe he'll just post up and wait. there's always the possibility they come back through underpass or really late up into here. So, you know, not a huge amount of. There's actually more onus on him to stay alive than there is for him to, you know, seek out more information. So we'll see how he plays it. Right now he's up there in that snacksy position on top of the garbage bags. And yeah, once again we see this kind of mid-round over towards mid, because sometimes that's the lesser played spot from the CT side. But with 20 seconds to go, they will have to start running soon. However, it looks like they go unspotted for the moment. And now it's just about how they read it. And you can see Electronics thinking about maybe he's up in halls. And TeSeS finds a good timing. Oh, somehow the plan will go. Somehow.
Oh, imagine a world where he wins this. Oh, he just saw two. He saw two of them. He's got the flash. He knows as well that TeSeS is back in apartment. Simple. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Yeah, with the op there as well.
Lie down, give up. Let them have a fourth. They will close with 3 players standing as well, so that's enough to stage something for Heroic, but, you know, how much of a something before it's a nothing? We'll find out. Both ops will be saved, and that's going to be crucial. That was that very quick trade from Perfecto, but then also straight away punished.
Wind Ranger just has the evasion bonus.
Is that a Dota reference?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We love Valve games.
Yeah. I think that's why they like you. You're also a Dota player. Rest in peace, Underlords. Why? What's wrong with it?
Literally, they
just stopped.
Yeah,
Okay,
they just stopped.
dead.
Yeah. They extended the battle pass for like 5 more years or something. No, seriously, they actually put that up. It's just dead. Like oh man, I actually like that game a lot.
See you in 2027 for new content. Ooh, hot. Perfecto fired his feet. Smokes all over the map right now. And he's gonna get real close. Real personal with TeSeS. Who looks to, yeah, fall back. Okay. No risk being taken here, but the 3-man B setup for Heroic.
Yeah, that's cool. Take a page. There's still some options, but okay, let's see. Refresh. You got an Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that's the go. That's the secret sauce right there.
But he does lose TeSeS in apps, so refresh a third.
More.
Come on.
Hot action, refresh.
Fired up.
Eat your heart out.
The war machine's rolling. Ah, and as Bit tries to creep into the A site, he'll be caught by Shush. It is only Simple left over. But the words only and Simple, they don't gel. Who's up first? Cadian close? And Shush moving around still towards Palace. Just jump spotting this. Sure enough, runs forward. Cadian's got his back. And that's the end of that. Refresh. Great round. Double ops, back-to-back, impact.
We've been joking a lot today, obviously, because it's just it feels like the stomp right now. I mean, I think the numbers don't lie. But we weren't joking about the fact that they had been bringing up, there was something about, you know, this having Borup on the team where something was going to change. And the immediate thought is, okay, Borup's just going to pick up some Astound stuff like opping, but turns out refreshes. And it's looking good so far.
With it.
Yeah, that's cool.
The reward for their effort, Heroic just versus Pistols this time. Oh my God.
Jesus.
Well,
it was looking good.
Yeah, it was. Emphasis on the was. Now refresh is no longer. Wow. One of the 2 ops instantly dropped. Crazy to me that CT's, I mean, there's no movement or rotate closer towards the B site, maybe because the smoke's up. TeSeS feels like he's got it under control, but his hands are busy. Gone but never forgotten. Borup's getting close.
Oh man.
It's
just waiting for this.
You think he's got it?
I don't know, he always hits headshots. Oh, not this time.
Not this time.
Ooh.
Off of the mark. And TeSeS, well, he's going to take that deep peek, but just as the T crosses back, he's going to fade away. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. 55 seconds. NAVI's still fighting with the 4v4.
CT side's the more fun side. Let's go. Oy.
Nice, that was good synergy. Able to double it up.
Oh,
still, you know, it's these 1-in-1s. It's getting scary. We're down to the 30-second mark. There's going to be a crunch. Oh, and he just got by the cat push, but Cadian, I think, spots him, so that's going to be a rotate into B. Deeg fires off. Scope up from Cadian. Nice flick into Electronic, and TeSS, well, he nullifies the cat play, ends it versus Simple, and Heroic start to get this going. Now, you know, if we're coming into this match and you didn't get to see Heroic yesterday, the problem was their T sides, you know, and then by nature of that, in their CT sides, they didn't really have a margin of error, so yeah, those got cut short too. Yeah. But we saw we saw Heroic's style, Heroic's persona, and their success in these defensive halves.
Yeah,
so far so good.
We saw good CT side, so yeah, they'll make it competitive. But yeah, you put it perfectly. It's just if any small thing goes wrong, that's just where it all ends. They just didn't put up enough rounds in that first half. So we'll see the long hard grind all the way back to 15 for Heroic just to get to overtime.
Yeah, that's the real nail in the coffin, right? 15th already secured.
We'll see how they deal with this. Electronic definitely saw his foot there, but he has to worry about the low flash and everything like that. So. Well, they get some info on the setup.
Nice nade.
Let's see how they organize around it. It's interesting with the way that they're playing the A ramp. They have Refresh kind of watching halls with the one in the site, and they have Cadian holding on to connector.
Electronic knows.
He's just gearing up to pre-fire this, basically.
Yeah.
Gotta assume. Waiting for the flash.
Perfect. Oh, perfect.
Jesus, that flash hit him too. Oh.
Just spotting the feet of Shush as he gets into position is all they need for that flash, and it is perfect. He played it so slow, so patient. Yeah. You saw him looking at his teammate's screen, communicating like, nah, I got this. And sure enough, 5v3 off the back, an immediate redirection as well. Maybe because this B site has at times been underplayed, and TeSS is on his own. Finds Perfecto, but does lose more than half his health. TeSS not able to get more than that one, and as Boomich locks in mid despite being on 6 HP. This is it. Navi ending Heroic on Mirage. Just by nature, of course, of such a lopsided first half, a non-existent margin of error. What a perfect setup. Or rather, what a perfect dismantling of the setup.
Sure.
The flash is
he just
10 on 10.
That little bit of information means so much, right? I mean, maybe you don't always flash that, but in that situation, Electronic knew he was up there. Once you get on the base, you're comfortable.
Cadian, ooh, he's got two, but the flashbang, that's gonna end him. Not able to recover in the 1v4 attempt. A 16-6 close here on Mirage. And the party, Launders, moves to Nuke. That's where Navi have decided to take this series. A map that no longer has a ridiculous win streak, but is obviously still their backyard and their comfort zone. So, dire straits here for Heroic with elimination on the line.
And your sneak, okay, let me put up some volume up for sneaking. This was fun. GG.
Yeah.
Good luck. Oh! Cheater, man.
I didn't want to knife you, man. You're old.
Oh, yeah.
No!
Oh, just wait, man. Sorry, man. You surfing again? You nerd, man!
I couldn't see you, I was searching you.
Sure. Sorry. You see, when I get straight up aim, dude, insta kill, man. And your sneak, okay, let me put up some volume up for sneaking.
But is it only 6 rounds or what?
I don't know. What? Oh, I have to be a little bit serious then, okay.
Между. Меня убил, прочекал.
Ты серия крышу проход. Между.
Я
мид
мид
пытаюсь,
да.
Как тебя мид выйдет?
Бьете стенку?
Пикаю стенку.
Аккуратно мид забил, по-моему. Слышали?
Флэш над коном дал, флэш над коном дал. Подвезить мид. Хорош.
Убил бомбу. Аккуратно мид,
Чекаю мид.
Кон ворвался.
Мид убил.
Кон ворвался.
Справа. Также справа.
Кон.
Проживи. Я живу.
Кон вас. Хорош. Он на миде сдал 99,9.
Который за белым?
Да.
NAVI back to winning form as they tear Heroic limb from limb on their own map pick. Mirage is swiftly wrapped up in the CIS squad's favor, and order has been restored, gentlemen. This was a NAVI we were expecting to show up to the tournament. Every single player stepping up on the side of NAVI.
Yeah, looking much better today for NAVI. Of course, all the players stepping up. Electronic having a good game, Sybil having a good game, and in general, not a lot of resistance coming out of Heroic, and I think that's a talking point as well to have that. We may, I wouldn't say we underestimate, the lack of stamina on the server, but I think it's clear to see that Heroic, without that synergy in between all 5 players, that's what kept them in the fight. That's what kept them in the game against NAVI. That's why they're able to pressure them in a lot of the tournaments. As soon as that's missing, individually speaking, there's just no match at all in the Heroic squad.
Yeah, a couple of one-sided games for us here in a row now. Would be nice to get an exciting game, a close game, but that's just how it is when NAVI decides to show up and play like we know they can, right? And we can see players individually as well stepping up, the stars playing much better and just looking more polished as a team as well. I think that was definitely a wake-up call yesterday against Team Liquid.
Yeah, no, I like that word. Polish is definitely correct when we're looking over on the side of NAVI. We've got to talk about some of the individuals to start this conversation off. I want to bring up Electronic first.
Yeah.
I mean, you can kind of bring up any member of the NAVI squad, but the fact that we're seeing him just being so impactful yet again on this map when it wasn't even their own pick coming into the series.
It's the firepower, it's the explosiveness on the server. He's an entry fragger as well. He does it all. You saw him close out the game with a fantastic double kill with the AK as well, starting out fine in the pistol round. Electronic is a player that, as of late, has been playing as well as he has throughout his entire career. I feel like you never really see him fall through. He may have a couple of bad games once in a while, but overall and throughout an entire year, he's just always consistent. And when he's playing at this level and he's then backed up by Symbol, backed up by Perfecto, backed up by Bit, then what are you supposed to do if you're Heroic? There's just not enough firepower on the server to shut this man down.
And of course, mechanically, he's very solid, but it's his game sense that separates him from other players. I mean, you saw that kill through the smoke in top connector to kill the bomb planter. That's a round-winning kill, because by the time they can pick up the bomb and get to plant, again, the smoke is gone, which means it's not safe anymore. I mean, even with the smoke, it wasn't safe when Electronic was alive. So, yeah, just you can see here, even with 25 kills most on the server, just a very, very dominant performance from Electronic.
Yeah, and I like that you bring up the kind of dynamic duo that we would associate more traditionally with NAVI, with that of Simple, obviously just shy of making that same amount of kills as Electronic as well. And it's interesting when we kind of talk about NAVI now, the fact that we don't have to bring up this duo is hard carrying the squad, but it's great to see them shining again when you come on the server.
Yeah, of course, when they can play at this level together and when they can make it happen together, it's always nice to see Simple and Electronic to go back into their old ways. The thing is with NAVI now and the way they've been playing lately and why they're so consistent is they have Bit, as this third wheel, and even sometimes, Bit is the best player on the server, so they just have so many different strings to play off. So even if you shut down Simple or if Electronic is having a bad game, there's always another player you have to take account for. Perfecto as well with the clutches, so it's getting a little bit, tiresome to talk about it all the time, but when you look at NAVI right now, they may be the most complete roster out there.
Actually, this game was a little bit similar to the Vitality Astralis game, just turned on its head, right? Because you could see how on the T side, Heroic was also trying to, go down fast mid, maybe do a fast split or just fake that and then explode onto A, right? Just
kind of draw a little bit of attention to mid, hit the A bomb site. But the problem is NAVI was actually fighting and winning some of those fights or getting the information. Then the anchor was playing well, that when the initial hit comes in, he at least gets a kill or survives, or just straight up, they just kill them all, right? So that's the difference. You know, you see what sort of a half you can have if you can shut that down early, or if you cannot, what Vitality did to Astralis, where they were just like running over them, basically.
Yeah, an incredible performance from the side of NAVI. And we do have a few thoughts from Blade after that victory.
I've got Blade with me in between the maps now. You demolished Heroic on their map pick, but Blade, you're telling me you're still not happy. I love your attitude to this though, right? How do you view the game compared to other people? Like, what's your perfect game plan?
I mean, I'm just trying to stay focused because it's only first map. We didn't win the match yet. As they can change their mentality, we had a momentum. We were trying to counter them as much as possible. A lot of entries, so they couldn't show up on the Mirage. But everything can change on Nuke.
Now let's talk about your Nuke. You've kind of been avoiding it in some of the vetoes going into it. Last time against Heroic, they wanted you guys to pick into Nuke. Why this time did you feel like this is the one to do it on?
We have like some strong maps. For example, Nuke is one of them. And sometimes we feel that we want to play Nuke. It will be more comfortable for us. The opponent will not anticipate it. And sometimes we know that they can anti-strat us, and we don't have something special to surprise them, or it's not practiced good enough to execute. So it's always about matchups.
And really quick, how do you make sure they're exactly as focused as you had them in Mirage on Nuke?
We will try. We'll try to stay as focused as on Mirage.
Let's hope you get it done. Blade, thank you very much.
Full focus going forward for NAVI, not underestimating their opponent in Heroic. And that's something that I really personally like to hear, the fact that Blade isn't getting ahead of himself. You know, cool, calm, collected going forward for NAVI.
Yeah, I mean, that's also kind of your job description, really, right? You know, what's the perfect game plan? Where the perfect game plan is the one we win 16-0. Or, I mean, game plan plus execution, right? But obviously it happens very rarely, and then you look at all the details, and that's your job. You need to be on top of things, right? And the job's not done until the game is over and then the tournament is over and whatnot. You're looking at every single detail, how you can make the team better and how you can be more efficient, really.
And it was definitely very efficient in how tough they made that for Heroic to even be getting any of the rounds they got on the board. I know you've got some examples you want to bring.
Yeah, they got only 3. First one was clean. It was, you know, sort of a B-pop, 5v3. NAVI just goes to save. But even after that, you know, some of the rounds where they had an advantage early on or they would get the opening kill, NAVI just makes it so difficult, right? I mean, you can see here, second round, Refresh ends up in a 1v2, and they even had an advantage in the mid-round, right? It has to be a clutch. You can see he's just like feeling a little bit relieved more than anything else. It's like, okay, here's number 2. And even here in a 3v3, again, Electronic, he puts himself in a great position here, gets 2 kills in a round that was looking like pretty good for Heroic. All of a sudden, Shush has to clutch a 1v2 situation, and luckily for them, he did manage to do that. In the grand scheme of things, it didn't change all that much, but every, you know, round almost was such a huge fight for Heroic. They were struggling really hard to just catch a break.
I think we saw the direct consequence of them playing with a stand, and as I alluded to before, often when we see Heroic play against NAVI, it's these close back and forth games where it's always gets into a 3v3, 2v2, where you can argue, okay, Heroic, you win some of those clutches, you may win the game. But without Storm, without that firepower once for all, you know, there's no one to match Electronic, there's no one to match Simple or match Bit for that matter. And you don't have the same synergy as well. Just missing that one key, missing that one player is just going to screw with the whole, I guess, feeling of the squad and the abilities you have in order to be aggressive.
Problem is also Borb can't really just slot into Stam's roles. He's not the same type of a player, and they were on the same Heroic lineup, right? So on Nuke, for example, T-side Borb was like kind of the second player outside, and Stam was playing door like he always does, right? So now you have to put someone else there, maybe Refresh, right? And then move things around. So it's more than just one player. Like with Kenny going to G2, right? It affected Amanek as well, not just slotting a player 1-for-1. So I think that's going to be the issue. And even though you would like to make a case for Heroic or Nuke, how it's generally a good map for them and everything, just you have to move so many pieces around that you're going to have small like mistakes in timing or spacing or utility usage, right? A team like NAVI, when they're on point, you know, they're going to punish that all day long.
Yeah, I think that is a very good point. I mean, no discredit to Borup coming into things. It's going to be really difficult for him to fill in the shoes of Star, particularly when we're talking about those roles, and particularly when we're coming into a map like NUke.
Yeah, I think stylistically speaking, when it comes to NUke, it's probably one of the maps where you need the most synergy, you need the most, clear-cut communication. You need to be able to react fast as well when you get certain information from a teammate in terms of rotating down ramp and going lower when you need to be, etc., etc. So I'm curious to see where Borup is going to be, and I'm curious to see if we can see any flaws in the CT side of Heroic. I think that's part of the reason why NAVI choose NUke here as well, that they do feel that on a map like NUke, slotting in a new player like Borup, that's going to be tough for Heroic.
Well, you also have to remember NAVI, the incredible NUke streak that was, broken by Vitality, but they also knew that, a lot of people expect them to pick NUke. I'm sure they worked on some new stuff for NUke. And like what Blade said also, it's great that we're winning on NUke and we're picking it a lot, but you don't want to feel like you're one-dimensional, that you kind of have to pick it a lot of time. You want to have more flexibility so that there's not so much pressure on you to have to pick this map and win it all the time.
Well, NAVI certainly have come out all guns are blazing, and it comes down to their home ground of NUke. One more lifeline that potentially separates Heroic from elimination here at the World Finals. We're going to find out exactly how it's going down, and you don't want to miss a second of it.
And so the show goes to NUke, Launders. The Betway odds obviously is heavily favored in Navi's favor as ever. And understandably?
Yeah, it's funny because Katie and Once Upon a Time tried to coax Boomich into picking NUke versus them at the major.
I remember this.
And Boomich banned NUke and then had a different decider. And obviously that's because Heroic were actually a threat. I mean, Simple said it himself, they've got a very good map pool versus us, but funnily enough. Now they get to play it because Navi are comfortable. They've got no pressure of maintaining this crazy nuke streak and all of the media around it, and also get to go up against Borup, so they can say they beat him on nuke. Finally, we played you on the map you wanted. Sorry, just spit all over you.
That's all right, man. I'm just, you know, I'm enjoying the experience. It's like going to SeaWorld, you know?
Yeah.
Front row seats. Heroic versus Navi on nuke. The streak is no longer, but you know, I don't think that's going to be the end of Navi here. I think that I'm very curious to see actually if maybe they've got some new stuff up their sleeve. We'll see. It's right now that in fact we're going to find out.
Yeah, I personally don't think they're going to pull it out. We're talking about Navi.
Yeah.
I feel like, you know, unless they need to, right?
Unless they need to.
Save it for the major.
Right.
It's cool now because we got 2 a year planned out.
Oh, he thought he...
Oh, that's annoying. Oh, Electronic's always somewhere out there. You think he's not in yard? He's in yard somewhere.
Yeah, he's going to find you. And now Boomich is going to activate. Was called out. Oh,
whoa.
Hey. Oh, Cadian inside of the corner. Turns onto Boomich. Perfecto will get that trade without the ramp player actually finding him. And the lobby push, well, now this could get punished. Shush with the dual Berettas. Going to be surrounded by 3 players. Simple kills Borup. That's the exit route they need. And Tesses has already been seen. But now he also has Perfecto heard just around the corner.
And now, I mean, they might turn around. Yeah, Perfecto.
Did he really?
Yeah, because there is a timing in your head, right? Like, you're like, okay, I just avoided that, but I was really aware of the ramp flank just a second ago, and then he runs, and then... Unfortunate. But a real professional like Perfecto, you know what I'm saying? He's not going to let one slip like that.
Yeah. He's got that sixth sense. Is the sixth sense...
Go ahead.
Is the Sixth Sense
the movie
clutch?
Oh, I guess.
You know?
Yeah. I mean,
should be.
In Counter-Strike terms?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it would be clutch. Yeah, maybe it's clutch. Oof. I mean, I wonder if there's a better one, but I think that sounds good. That sounds pretty good.
That movie still haunts me to this day, man. That was one of those few scary movies as a kid that just messed me up.
The cultural impact of M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong.
Yeah. Oh, oof.
I see dead people.
Damn, kid. Got problems.
You ever seen Unbreakable?
Is that the trilogy that ends up being like Split and Glass?
With
James McAvoy?
Well, yeah, but I only watched the first one, so I didn't even know until recently about the trilogy. Come on.
Luckily, you got a flight home. PewDiePie. Easy kills in the second round, okay? We talked right through them. That's fine. 2-0.
They stacked up behind the big garage, and then they got mowed down.
They all died.
Like blades of grass under a John Deere.
Ooh, damn, man. You know your lawn care companies.
Yeah, because I sell propane and propane accessories.
Uh-oh, bad molly. Electronic doesn't decide to rush right through it, but obviously not exactly the situation Heroic wanted. Cadian behind Little Blue. Electronic behind Big Red. Ooh, a dink and a kill by Borup. Nicely done. That could actually draw attention away from Cadian and maybe set him up for a play.
Thinking, you reckon Heroic will win this round?
Yes.
Oh, I baited him into the Zika. He jinxed it. Silly caster.
Just watch. Look at this, Cadian's position match, all the info, clear comms, telling Borup exactly what's up. Borup's gonna peek in, get his frag. Or Cadian nabs it away. So element of surprise there from Cadian. Total yard control, but an answer. All right, there is a move here from Navi that could still puncture through. It's the double Mac 10 push down the ramp. Shush catching Perfecto, and Tesses able to evacuate, but not able to get the kill.
Dude.
And just like I said, Navi gonna win this round.
They got control room control. He doesn't get a better gun, so he's here with a Mac 10. I mean, let's have some measured expectations for this, all right? It's really unlikely. Oh my God.
Headshot versus
Scrawny, what have you done?
I don't know.
What have you done?
The world is my oyster. And I hate clamps. Refresh clamps down to bit, and Simple now is gonna have to clutch this from behind the double door. 2 kills needed, swings it before they tap that bomb, underhands the flash, Oh, the peek. It's a 10-second sticker. Oh, the one tap off of it.
Oh, Scrawny! Scrawny!
I did it!
Do you have any regrets? You wanted a great game, didn't you?
I did.
3v5, they didn't even have guns. 2 MAC-10 and
3v5 double MAC-10 ramp push.
Yeah. It couldn't have been a better start for Heroic, really.
One tap blast him. Look at this.
Yeah, that was so well played by Simple. I mean, that was just so, it's just so well played. He knows exactly what he's going to do. He's waiting it out, perfectly placed flash, sets up the pressure, and just delivers the shot. The execution is there, you know. Everyone's got ideas, but Simple's got execution as well.
Okay. Hot damn. So, Navi going to keep this T side going. 3-0 start. Solo AK in the hands of Refresh. A silver lining from the previous round. And the fallback, oh man, Simple was about to catch that, but just looks away. It's going to be Electronics frag instead. What are you thinking about this Borup positioning, right? Big question as to where he's going to have to play. So far, he's been supporting Katie and outside.
Yeah.
It's a big role.
Oh, it's a huge, yeah. I mean, the yard is just, it's so massive. There's so many ways that you can play it as well. And Electronic, he's a master of outside. Now, in the game that Vitality were able to beat NAVI on and end their nuke streak, or in Shox's terms, fuck up Zera's nuke streak. It was Apex outside who was the huge problem for Navi. He was killing Electronic in the first half. In the second half, he was a huge threat on the T side. So the hardest part is being able to be comfortable to outplay someone like Electronic, who's going to be comfortable taking a lot of space in an equally kind of scary situation for himself. In a round like this, that's okay to give it up. You know, you're not really likely to win it.
Simple anticipating the secret peek. There's a pistol and the AK. So, oh, let's go. Cadian. That's going to put, like, oh, okay, it's not a headshot. And he turns it around. But Refresh going to stand on top of that one. 23 HP on Refresh. 2 CTs inside this A site. Oh, hey there. Howdy, neighbor. Borup's got the frag. Perfecto's got the trade. 10 seconds left. Refresh going to be fighting tooth and nail for the clutch, but he's not going to be able to stop that bomb plant. That at least secured. And now,
with a little HP, I feel like.
Yeah, he's too insecure to try and go for this clutch, and understandably, just no way for him to find that entry.
It's the best way to clear the back of the site here, just getting on top of the hut. We just have this extra player and Borup in a nice bait setup. It's a nice deep angle. We see that setup happen very, very often. It kind of reminds me of when Shroud used to play PUBG, and there would just be like a dude in a shed holding a grenade, you know?
Waiting for him?
Waiting for him to run in.
Yeah.
In Orknade. Is Orknade a 1.6 reference to like the Warcraft 3 mod?
I don't know.
I actually am not sure, but I never knew if that was the case or not. But that's my earliest memory.
Every time I hear Orknade, I think of that scene in Lord of the Rings where the suicide bomber Orc just is running through the numbers and Legolas is hitting him with arrows, but he just keeps going. You know, Legolas and Gimli are having a kill count competition. That only counts as one.
I think Anders and Moses were actually watching Lord of the Rings in the green room after the game was over.
Really?
On a phone.
On a phone?
Which was your trigger.
That I hate, yeah. I mean,
I showed you the light a little bit with some of these giant phones.
Well, your phone's huge. That's the difference.
Yeah.
You know, I'm the kind of, I travel with a tablet so that I can
no free brand deals.
You know, I like to watch my shows on a tablet.
You want money, Apple? You gotta spend it.
Launders watches his shows on the airplane on a phone, and the screen's so small.
Oh, I found the best hack ever. Okay,
what?
Every single plane seat, you're gonna love this. Every single plane seat has the safety instructions in the back pocket. Okay, but it's not made of paper.
Oh, it's like a plastified cardboard.
So what you can do is bend it down and then put your phone on top of it, and it sandwiches in between that and the seat.
No way.
Yeah, and you can do it on any plane. You don't have to bring anything. Life hack.
Wow. Turns out those safety instructions do have a purpose.
Yeah. I'm gonna save you at the plane crashes anyway. Let's not bring bad juju in though.
We get down secret stairs. Electronics on the entry, met by a smoke, so he's gonna have to hold on. Just wait. It's pretty calm yard control for Navi. Walking across. Nobody really looking to overface here for Heroic. They want to play bomb sites.
Yeah, they're sticking to it. Gotta be careful, of course, when you give up this much space. Of course, NAVI are going to be saying, all right, we've got this for free. We have lots of HP early in the round, so there's not really any reason for them to run away from this. Refresh knows the duel is coming, but they can only give up so much space. You know, look how many people are still upstairs. The rotations are not good for Heroic here. Oh, wait a second. They're going to outplay themselves? No.
Ooh, 30 seconds. Crunch time, crunch time. And Simple just shows his shoulder to Katie, and that's an easy pickup for the 5 versus 4. This could be Heroic's first round on the board. Boomich going to come out from the smoke, met by the op and Cadian. Electronic, though, he gets the better of Refresh, and then Cadian's the one who's caught in the open. Borup's going to be fighting for his chance to strike, but he has to walk. He starts to run and doesn't stop the bomb plant. It still goes down. Electronic's looking to recover the decon control with his teammate. 2v1 versus Borup turns the situation to the 2v2. What a pressure cooker of a round down on this B site. And that's audio given over. A peek in from Bit. A fight that he's going to win versus Shush and a second as well. Okay. NAVI, 5-0. Easy T-side start.
God damn, just riddles them with bullets. No way they pulled that off. That was such a nice try with Cadian. I don't know why he got out into the site. I feel like in that situation, he did so much to get those first 2 kills. And then there's less pressure on you, I feel like, to actually, you know, stop the bomb from going down. Plus you have control room itself, I think. I'm not sure where he came out from, but that one's a little bit tough because they didn't even set up their smoke and molly for the ramp as well.
Yep.
So open lines, I feel like maybe overstepped there a little bit. But a close one. He's still on the op again.
Yeah, but Shush has to play with a Nova.
Yeah, it makes a rare but gracious appearance.
It's very old-fashioned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And long range. No one ever talks about that with the Nova.
Ye old Nova. Not as long range as Cadian's op. Which, oh my God.
You gotta shoot it though. Damn. We've seen a lot of oppers get bodied this match.
Yeah. Obviously, Boomich gets the info that it's been picked back up.
It's got a good skin for it.
The toy soldier.
Wow, no way you know that.
Refresh peaks. Oh, and at the exact same moment, TeSS actually gets the kill towards ramp room. And he's sticking around for maybe another. He's going to try to fade away. Woo, T's hot on his heels. But he will find a little bit of safety and another kill. Yo, TeSS, sidearm looking sharp. Refresh as well. Damn, that secondary op looking more like a primary. TeSS 3 kills on the Deagle alone, and that, of all ways, is how Heroic crack onto the scoreboard.
That's a full house?
Whoa!
Oh, no way you did that in real life just now.
Do a barrel roll. Watch this. Collection of Juandigs.
That's nice. Yeah, we see he is opping. We saw him op on Mirage. It wasn't just a one-off. He bought it again, and now, okay. I was so curious. I was actually so curious. Is that what cameramen do when they're bored at home?
Yeah.
How do I become better at my job?
Yeah, that's his flex.
They're like injured X Games athletes.
Yeah.
You know, it's like how Device was like a badminton, and then he got injured, and then he started playing CS.
Oh, they got out. At least the challenge. Shush, he hasn't even been cleared off this. Borup's got the distraction served up. Be perfecto. Okay, we've seen it before. Last time with Mac 10s. 3v5, gonna try and just barrel towards the ramp, but TeSS, damn man, keeping it sharp. Cadian looking to recover, will do so. Electronics dropped, and now it falls on Simple. Taps to Cadian. First one's easy, but there's still 3 to go. He's not even gonna pick up that bomb.
Just want to make sure you get all the timings possible, but...
He's got a minute.
Yeah. And sometimes leaving the bomb is a strat. Someone sees a bomb, they react. You don't see a bomb, you don't react. So there's different reasons to leave it in a situation. It was in full control, and as we can see from the mini-map, everyone else is top site right now, so Simple will be able to... he'll have a sandbox down here. He can play it however he wants. They're going to give him the space. And he has a smoke to do it, so it'll be pretty comfy on the plant. And this is where we'll see Simple, you know, really show his maximum level of creativity.
Just
going to go to control. It's planted for control.
Oh, just in time. He taps, and he had his second chance. But Refresh, yeah, ends that one right there. Oh, the moment he comes off that bomb plant, the gun's up, you're like, oh, now he can.
I wonder what the play was that he had crafted. Was he going to go into the control smoke and see if they were there, and then push through, and then plan for that side? Could have been cool. Nice shot from Cadian.
Back-to-back round wins for Heroic as well, so the CT side is starting, and it's never too late. Never too late.
No, definitely not.
Attack timeout here called by NAVI. They don't really have the money to come in with the full buy, so they're going to piece together a plan. And going back to airplanes, so I watched Fight Club for the first time on the way over.
Recently?
Recently, for the first time, yeah, on the plane ride. So you got me thinking about things we were watching.
Did you watch Mr. Robot by any chance?
No, I don't think so. But in that movie, in Fight Club, you talked about those safety cards on airplanes, and there was a very good note. You know, it's like, why are they always depicted as like having a grand old time? You know, if you're in those emergencies, the facial expressions should reflect the situation. But if you look at those cards, man, it's like, you know, mom's just smiling, putting oxygen masks on little Timmy.
Chill, yeah.
You know, little Timmy's
high.
Little Timmy's still just goofing with his, you know, God, Timmy's going to be having an anxiety attack for the first time in his life.
Yeah.
And I think we should just be honest. So.
Yeah.
Airline CEOs, hear me out.
Sometimes they do really funny videos where they go the other direction and they have like a whole skit.
Yeah.
I kind of disagree with you here. I don't know if I'd want to see that.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Honesty is sometimes, maybe it's not always the best policy actually. Okay.
What's Cadian up to?
That was honestly insane.
It's just scoped up. Simple couldn't have had an easier kill. Scout to the side of the head, and this is such an awkward spot because we're just talking about how Heroic are piecing it together. You know, yeah, Simple, he's got that one scout, some damage maybe, but he actually is able to body bag 2 kills and Perfecto. He uses that timing to at least take control of ramp, but he's not able to get the kill. That could have been a world of difference.
Yeah, this is an opportunity. Oh no, come on guys. These shots are so nuts.
It's not over. It's not over.
And they have ramp open as well. They can walk over to it. Now, Refresh can interrupt the timing here, but we don't know where everyone is. I mean, they're pistoling players that can be anywhere. Oh, there's even one in vent, dude. What is happening?
Now it's all on Refresh. He falls down. Electronic calls it. Oh, and he looks the wrong direction. They win off the back of a single scout in Simple's hands. Pistols surrounding it. Double scout kill outside. And we better start the replays with Cadian scoped in, getting dumpster trucked. Look at this poor guy.
Yikes. Yeah, he's just holding the crosses. No.
Sitting like a frog on a wooden log.
Is that a thing? Yeah, I guess they love wooden logs, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't even know when Electronic got there. There was too many things that went wrong to put it down to 1. Definitely started with a scout, though.
Oh, it's such a deflating round for Heroic as well.
Yeah.
I was so excited to start getting behind the CT side, because again, that's where they find success.
I can't believe Blade called that strat. Genius.
How dare he?
Genius. The Electron doing that is such a nice little bit of movement, by the way, because he does a long scroll. If you do the long scroll, you can do a double jump up. That's super smooth. Whereas if you jump once and get on the box, you jump again, it's really slow. So if you try that yourself, the way that Electronic clears it, it's actually really hard to do that angle perfectly. So he's one of the only people you see do that, and he's actually looking in the direction behind Mini as he jumps up, as opposed to forward and then turning. It's a small thing, but Electronic has really, really good movement.
Oh, Bora from inside vent. A little MP9 ladder frag. 5v3, come on, Heroic, regain. You know, if you can just bounce right back from that last round, then we'll forgive it all. But Perfecto's got somewhat of an answer. He's also low health now off the back of that. And Refresh, well, he wants to go hunting. Perfecto's got his head turned. Oof, and Refresh doesn't actually commit all the way. That's fine. Give Navi a bit of space to play, perhaps. TSS, he's the one that takes up this task. And he's still pretty hot on their heels. Unless they really keep this moving. But the problem is he can't run. Not if he doesn't want to give away the audio cue, but he's still going to catch them.
Ooh.
Is he?
Did he see him? Oh, I don't know. He's not fully aware of it, but it looks like he'll be able to. Surely there's, nothing unlucky will happen here.
Perfecto turns his attention, and that's the bomb dropped of all things. So really awkward moment now outdoors with 10 seconds, which means this just comes to a fizzling end. That's Heroic regaining a little bit of ground.
Yeah, we're back. We're back, just like that. So it was quite an undignified way to lose a round to a couple of Scouts and Deagles and Tech 9s and stuff, but just after that, they win the rifle. So it's like it never happened. That's the energy you like to see. Oh, the dink. stay laser focused. Of course, Cadian talked about the CT sides, and the CT sides being a bit easier and a bit more palatable while having a stand-in. T sides coming up next. Very hard second half versus Navi. Everyone knows that.
Got to get as many as you can. Ooh, Electronic ready for the aggression. New look for Heroic, coming out this aggressive on the yard.
Yeah.
Cadian will answer. It's a frag versus Boomich, and Borup, nice. He's got a little bit of a gap to work with. Goes in for second servings, and Electronic's going to end him 3v3. TeSS starting to play on this close smoke. It's him versus Perfecto, and Perfecto looks away. 2 kills back for Heroic, and it falls to Electronic in the clutch.
And Electronic has had a pretty great tournament, actually, so far, but just off that last map as well. 12-4 now versus poor little Heroic. But in the 1v3, no bomb.
Yeah, so far away.
Anywhere near him. It's going to have to be kills to win this.
Hey there.
Yeah, I'll have to rent a vehicle to get, Funk vehicle to get over there.
Cadian hits this, yeah? No, no. Oh, he looked away.
He'll come back. Oh, no, he's not.
TeSS has got you, don't worry.
He's got you covered.
Yes, sir. 2 kills for TeSS this round. He's going to be taking towards the top of the leaderboard, still trailing behind Refresh. Nice to see Refresh have a little rebound, because Mirage was cold for him.
Definitely. And yeah, he had the one good round with the op, and
this was a crucial fight. Perfecto was just looking at that position, but then kind of turns attention away, and that's the end of him. So TeSS, nice double.
It's interesting because like they haven't changed. I don't think they changed anything to the way smoke phases, how people use smoke phases, but it feels like people are not using smokes as much in the same way, like sitting in them and waiting quite as often. It's kind of something that balanced itself since everyone became so aware of it. They started spamming it and being patient, but that's a moment where you can see the value of it. Tess is sitting there. He has a small advantage versus anyone on the other side.
I feel like when we do see it, it's normally like waiting just behind it.
Yeah.
Now people realize like, yeah, you know, vision's kind of important.
Yeah.
I don't want to stand inside of smoke. Mind you, we also saw Simple stand in one on Mirage and then pulled that one out of the hat. So, you know, there's a time and a place for everything.
Navi's troubles on this map have always been on the T side. Very inconsistent. Oh, wow, man.
Again. Oh, and the shots come from Secret, so now that should turn the attention towards it. Borup wasn't able to get the trade. Not again.
Well, they don't have a Tech 9 this time. Oh, but they got an op.
Oh, and Boom got dinked. Boomich gets caught. Electronic kills Shush. Borup's gonna come up from Secret. Able to shave one off, but Perfecto still finishing Refresh.
No way!
And Simple.
In the head.
Again! A double kill off of the scout. TeSS needs to clutch 1v3 with 3 HP. He's got himself the second. 30 seconds. And TeSS, maybe he just needs to dive into the bomb site. Bit has every advantage in the world.
Yeah.
There's no way the bomb plant can be stopped. He's got himself onto the A1S. The only thing is there's no armor here for Bit. So if his aim punch is too much to handle, then that's one thing.
Aim for the feet, my friend, for the first time in your life. Oh, he's thinking about the hut rotation.
But Bit doesn't lose these, right?
From no way, Bit, no way.
TeSS making a ton of sound. Maybe if the flash can blind Bit and he can keep that AK sharp, then maybe TeSS can manage to pull it off. But Bit, oh, he peeks right in.
Okay.
And TeSS closes.
Damn.
Takes an extra second to fall down safely and softly. A 1v3 clutch from TeSS to make sure that scout round does not repeat itself.
3 HP on the last 2 kills. Some insane kills here from Navi. That's a monster clutch from TeSS, man. I mean, Bit had every advantage there. Despite not having armor, he got one bulleted, right? Even if he gets shot in the body or something, Bit's going to be able to hit his second bullet. So it had to be that clean, and it was. TeSS takes out the trash. Well done.
Good for him. Good for Heroic as well. We're starting to see a bit of a CT side recovery. 5 out of the last 6 rounds, all their name on it. That 5-0 start from Navi long gone, but obviously the ripple effect is still a 6-5 lead for the T side.
Got a fast cross this time for Electronic, and he'll sit and wait. It's one of his most known positions. There was a point in time where he was coming here way too often, and now he does a lot more of the credit card lurks, big garage, flanks, and stuff, and it's very varied, and it shows that he's really opened up his playbook in that regard. So now in the odd time that he is in secret, he's obviously very strong here because he's one of his most comfortable spots to be in.
Incendiary gonna slow things down. It's an Opera, yeah, Cadian. Oh, tight angle, man. He's gonna need to hit this one shot. The one-shot electronic pop.
Oh, through the wall. Oh, that is... It's the little jiggly move.
But refresh, okay. Oh, 99. 1 HP.
He's on sale.
Get the ones in chat. 4v4. Boomich. Oh, he's got Shush distracted, and Bits managing to line up these kills. Refresh doesn't decide to come flying out vent. This should be the bomb plant at the very least for Navi. Molly, deep in heaven as well. That's going to keep Borup out of the equation. And this equation is 100 plus 1 plus 1. 2 CTs on a single point of HP. That's not nearly enough to go for this 3v4 retake.
Those tests alone, he'd win it.
This is actually a 1.02 versus 4.
That's so, what'd you call it, unlucky? Cadian goes, he flicks a bit, so he gets a little scared, you know, like he flicks it. But electronic, he hit this like awkward jiggle, you know? And those jiggles, or the feet, sometimes you stop your body and the feet move a little bit, and then you go, ah.
You got them shaky legs.
Yeah, it freaks you out. And the way Cadian was playing it was very confident position where he's very deep in the angle. So he's hoping someone clears a corner and then gets comfortable, pulls out a nade and walks out, or clears slowly, and that would be perfect for the op. And he would have to jump out if there was a second player with him. But it's a nice play to do versus Electronic, who comes here by himself sometimes.
Yeah, that is
it's just right through the door.
That is so weird. It's like a jiggle for the first peek, and then he stopped in the door to like prepare to clear.
Yeah.
And that just showed enough. Like, I don't even think Electronic realized he showed anything to the close, because Cadian's not fully in the corner. He's like 2 steps out. You run that back 10 times, man, and Cadian, I feel like he gets that kill 8 of the 10.
Yeah.
But, you know, those are all numbers, and I just made them up.
Yeah, you don't even believe in numbers.
Nope. I don't have to. Boomich is going to be flashed out into the A sites. Woo! I love this target prioritization. Goes for the one in the rafters. Fully blinded in the back sight was Refresh, or still looking down at his shoes. 5v2, and Navi comfortable 8-5 lead.
It's clean. You know, they're going to drop that A exec every once in a while. It's going to come down.
That looks so calm from Boomich.
Yeah, I feel
calm.
I actually am not convinced he saw him. It was a little bit like I think it would have, you know,
too calm.
He almost spent as much time on him to
as
like
looking
he could
away.
have killed him in that time and then looked away.
He was showing him mercy, man.
That's nice.
You can't shoot a man if
what
he's not
gracious
looking you
guy.
in the eyes.
It's all in the smile. You can tell Boomich is a great guy.
Cadian's now revealed himself. Aye. And they're gonna come at him. How many more can Cadian take? There's a second. Oh, the flash not deep enough. Come on, one more. Ah, Bit's gonna end it. Op drop, and sure enough, as said, 8-5 T side. Navi still comfortable.
It's the Molotov spread is smokiness. It's tough, but it's perfect. Capitalize off the flash. Everyone's blind. So, rest of this map, it's gonna be quite difficult, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still gonna be fun though.
Yes, it will be.
Counter-Strike's always fun.
It's always fun watching. I mean, these two teams on Nuke, no matter what.
If you're not having fun while you're still losing, go play Halo.
That's when you've lost twice. I think that's how it goes.
Something like that.
Ninja, what'd you say again?
He said, "Come on, everybody, let me see you dance." And then nobody danced.
Nobody danced. New Year's Eve, New York.
Yep, never forgetty.
Never forgetty. Spaghetti.
A CZ for Cadian. 2 smokes. Dire situation here for Heroic. Little recovery towards the end of the half for Navi. That's going to bode well for them. And that's before they get onto one of Simple's very best halves. We're talking one of the very best on one of the very best.
Best stats on every map except the one he doesn't play, Vertigo. I can't really ask for more than that.
Well, we could ask him to play Vertigo.
Yeah, that would be cool. He'd probably just get the best stats. All right.
Do you know who has the best stats on Vertigo off the top of your head? That's a hot seat I just put you in.
I would get Shiro.
Shiro. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Bit's gonna find Refresh trying to climb on top of Silo. Sees his friend along with him. It's a two-man CT roof push. Ooh. God. I see what you're talking about, where he just kind of flicks the heads, you know?
Yeah. Just finds him and flicks.
Poor Shush, a bullet magnet in this one.
This angle's a funny one.
Two players, two. Oh, there was two. Aye, Tessa's gonna get wall banged. Such an awkward fight.
Boink.
Especially if you're working with just the pistol. Come on, Perfecto, drop on him.
Go down there.
Hit him with the Goomba stomp. The Batman swoop. This would be the perfect time to kill them. What a cinematic angle. Do it right now.
That'd be sweet.
The anticipation.
We're waiting for it.
But it's not gonna happen.
Too
Perfecto
much
knows better.
discipline.
Yeah,
Too much
right?
discipline. Discipline's no fun, guys.
They want that 9th round. They want 5 players standing, and they want this one to be cookie cutter clean.
Go for 7 cheat days.
Nah, he just waits, and look, he still gets what he wants.
Wow, that's why he does it.
They'll clear the board. Perfecto with the 1, Boomich the 2nd, 9-5. Navi easy T side. There were some questions in the middle of it, but so scout rounds, I tell you.
Yeah, it came close. Not enough utility here to be scary, I think, for Heroic. They'll probably have to do something a bit more aggressive early, whether that's some kind of ramp push or lobby crunch. And just around Navi might be able to read the money somewhat because it's the last round. They know the buys come in, so we'll see how they approach it from this perspective. Leaning towards outside when you've got a utility advantage is always good. And Electronic just straight up wins his duel. Where it just becomes a really, good reason to default. Borup will trade one outside. They knew Borup was hanging out there.
Ooh, Refresh pushing through.
Oh, too much smoke.
Then falls back.
Underrated, but that was a nice door close.
I love the silver linings we're finding. Yeah, Electronic, the way he jumped onto that box right now with the long scroll wheel.
No, that's a really...
Oh, dude, Refresh, you see the way he closed that door?
Okay, relax.
Whoa!
That was a nice flick. I didn't see him look at the door.
Ooh.
Because he had to take his index off of...
Yeah. Tessa, the Borup pop-up, hiding behind boxes. Boomich never saw it coming. And now the utility here, trying to keep the 2 players left from Navi back. To close the half with a 6th round win would be something. Maybe Bit instead gives him a whole handful of nothing.
It's Bit time.
It's a 1v4 and he's already halfway there. He's got no utility, but a 12-7 half is his. 30 seconds. A quick door swing from Shush, but he could plant on this side of the silo, and then that threat is nullified. Sure enough, bomb's gone down, and he just heard the drop. Bit has all the info. What? He knows all the info. 9 HP, opens doors, comes back, and almost closes the 4th and final frag. Instead, folks, it's Heroic with at least a silver lining, a 6th CT round win in their back pocket. But of course, this is Navi trying to restart their nuke streak, and they're only 7 rounds away.
Hello folks, welcome back to another Betway Whose Face Is That? For this round, I'm joined by G2's Nico and Liquid's Elish. We've got, of course, Whose Face Is That, where we mash together a bunch of pros and then we try to decipher who the hell is who. Now, to get started, you guys are gonna need some buttons.
I'm ready for this one.
Blue?
Yeah.
Lasers?
And police.
Okay, all right, so remember, we start from the top and we work our way down. First person to hit their button gets to guess first. Let's do it. Let's hear it.
First the forehead, yeah?
Yeah, hair. Hair to eyebrows.
I want to say eyes first. I don't know, Misuta.
Masuda is incorrect.
I'd say device, maybe?
Device? Ooh, no way.
I don't know.
No way.
He's had a lot of hairstyles.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of hairstyles. It could be.
I'll give you guys a hint, and then I'll open it back up so anybody can hit that button. It's a Brazilian player. Let's hear it, Nico.
Fur?
Wrong. Not fur.
Shand?
No. Okay, what about if I told you it's a Brazilian from Furia?
Art?
Also wrong, not art.
Drop?
Not drop.
Yuri? It's gotta be. Dude, we're getting to the wire with this one. I don't even know. Like.
Sorry, what was that last guess? Was there a buzz in there?
Yuri?
Oh, is that a steal?
God,
is that a
okay.
snipe?
Right.
It is Yuri. It is. I'm gonna give you that steal just because that was quick, man. Yuri at the top. Who's in the middle?
Okay, I'm gonna go with Device for the eyes.
Also correct. 2-0. Sweep it.
And then Shocks for the bottom.
3-0 lead for Elish. Damn. I feel dirty. I feel
Yeah,
like
that was
I've
dirty.
wronged you.
That
man.
was
kinda-
dirty.
Yeah, I don't know if that's on me or if that's on you, but yikes. Let's hear it.
Apex top?
Wrong.
Dude, I don't even know. This is actually really difficult too.
If I told you it was a player from the CIS region.
Bit?
Correct.
Ooh, Apex?
Or
Robs?
Well, let's go. So Bit for the hair. 1 point, Nico.
I don't know why I'm so convinced it's Apex. It's not Apex yet?
It is not Apex. Open floor.
I don't know, I thought it was Apex too.
Yeah?
I was 100% sure. Can you guess or no? No, I didn't guess.
It's
No.
anybody's guess.
I don't know. Still thinking.
Conflict? Correct.
Ooh,
and
Dang.
Rops for the 3-3 tie-up. You guys will have to come back for the second episode to figure out who can win between the two. It's a tight race, 3-3 between Nico and Elish.
Three rounds the difference here as Heroic trails versus NAVI, taking to the T side of NUke. A single map, a single half, in fact, away from elimination.
This is like when you're rewatching Endgame because it's like your favorite movie and you know how it ends, but you're just like, oh, you just want to see the sick fight scenes. I've never actually watched it or any of the other Marvel movies, but I know how hyped people are. And it's just NAVI on CT side NUke, right? This is what everybody loves to sit down, gather around the campfire, and throw up on the tablet of choice because it is such a show every single time. Simple out here in the yard, controlling the situation, rotating so much, Bit at the ramp. I mean,
both of them, dude.
Yeah.
They've already got a kill apiece.
Oh, Jesus.
The P2K is looking crisp, but Cadian's going to end that and now has to do everything else as well. A one-man army in this pistol for Heroic, or it's double digits as quick as possible for NAVI. Yikes.
There's no bad players on this side. Electronic is one of the best, if not the best mini player. Simple is best yard player for sure. Bit is probably the best ramp player, actually. I mean, I think there was a few times now this year where Bit top fragged playing ramp, and then Simple had some of his worst games, even though they won the map, just because there weren't enough kills to go around. Because Bit has just been so insane on the ramp in every situation. And then Perfecto is, in my opinion, such a beautiful top side player. Yes. But Cadian is quite clutch.
Give me another one. Come on, that's Simple's pistol, you know? It's got a little extra oomph on it. Come on. Bit toying with him. Oh my God, and he runs away. So smooth, so well played. He's gonna give up some B control, but then Cadian.
Oh.
Wow, Bit's so aware of this.
3 steps ahead, but can he win the duel?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he just has to burn time. Yeah, he's literally going to win this round just, based on time. Cadian gets like the falling headshot, awkward one as he just grabs the edge of the ledge, tries to jump for bomb plant, but that's the death of him. Door's going to swing wide, and Perfecto ends it. Bit just playing with his food.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, you don't always have to get the kill. If you don't die, you're just as much of a nuisance sometimes.
That was like a 30-second fight where I don't even know if Bit shot back.
Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. It's just he was just there baiting Cadian constantly.
See ya.
10-6. It's elimination game. You know, if this is full strength Heroic, I would be more enamored with the thought that they can challenge the, nuke that NAVI have and everything like that. But it's really about them to show it to us. Oh my God, what?
Okay.
Got a straggler.
Boomich gets saved there by Perfecto, I believe. And it's a flawless one. Easy peasy. Easy does it. NAVI, an 11th. All 5 players up. That one's done and dusted. But yes, your point is so valid, right? I think coming into the event and coming into the end of the year, we're looking at, unfortunately, We're looking at players and teams and lineups that we know have a shorter future, and at least there's been exciting showings from them, right?
Yeah.
You know, Vitality, even if this is their final dance, the final, you know, the finale of their final dance, it's still the same Vitality that has done great things.
Yes.
Liquid, it is still the same Liquid who has shown us great things.
Yes.
Heroic, unfortunately, are a victim of a different circumstance. It's a stand-in, and a very crucial player as well. They're highest rated on the, well, missing board. And Electronic, he's got that 1 kill, pushes in through Mini. Kills TeSS. Still, it's the A site under question and under control for Heroic.
Yeah, looks like a solid exec. I mean, I don't even know if there's a way back in here for the CT side. They might try it just for fun, but smoke comes up late inside of Heaven. No counter for that. There's a UMP from outside of Mini. And it looks like NAVI have already decided to take the pacifist approach. Look for kills where they can find them, but not going to commit to anything. Yeah, solid. I mean, they get upstairs, they get the entries, a super strong hit. And of course, the biggest surprise, even just based off what Cadian has already said, is if they could pull off a really good T side in general, that would already be pretty fun to watch. But they got to show us that it can get close.
Yeah.
So Heroic do it. They went around 7-11.
And the round prior, maybe a little bit of foreshadowing as well. Think about the way the Pistols were so easily able to get out from Squeaky Door. They run it back this time with just 4 bodies flying out the same situation. Nice headshot from Shush there to just keep at least 3 weapons out of the hands of Navi.
The buy is quite strong from Navi. They lack not much, actually. They've got mostly, the only thing is maybe the op. 21-1 for Navi. 21. Whoa, 21?
21. Blackjack.
Wow. 21-1. Wow. Across a series. So.
5 rounds away from it.
That's...
TeSS gonna creep in. Oh, and sure enough, there goes Bit's face. Electronic trades outside. Still so much footing given over. That's the bomb carrier as well that's able to just sprint down into the B site. TeSS now trying to take the helm of this charge, but missed flash. Not ideal. Still Shush doubles back from control, prioritizes plant, and gets that part of the job done. TeSS fully blinded, but it's perfect. Between him, Cadian, and Shush, it's a kill apiece. And this post plant just instantaneously shut right down.
Okay.
Wrap it up, simple, you're over.
Yeah, well, maybe they've hit a stride. That was clean too. That last round was sick, and this one to follow up. Super quick lower hit, and I think they took, what was it, bit out right there on the ramp?
I believe so.
So there's they win. They followed up. They don't overcomplicate the situation, which is obviously something you don't want to see when, you know, you might have a tactical disadvantage with a new player coming in. So that's always good. And that is the whole role basically on the ramp. It's either, you know, you get your 1 kill and you drop down. You could stay and fight if you have a close rotation, or you immediately just try to stay alive. And if Bit just dies like that, yeah, he's the guy stopping them from going lower quickly. And then the other rotations are down the vent or someone late through secret. And, you know, no one wants to drop down the vent too early. That's the #1 mistake you want to try to avoid. So in that spot, no real good reason for Heroic to think too hard.
Now, we have seen rounds like this from Navi with a scout in Simple's hands that still somehow managed to work right out. Maybe he can do it with the AK on this CT side. I think at this point he's earned the benefit of the doubt. Heroic, they need to keep this clean. And that'll help. Simple down first and foremost. Maybe it's going to fall on Shush to come alive. He's had a very quiet game. That's his 6th kill to start this one.
It's really in the name.
Yeah, silent, but sometimes deadly. He's had a good year overall, Shush.
Yeah, he came onto the team as, it was kind of, he was supposed to be like a support player, like him and Refresh are coming in to replace Borup and Nico. And it didn't really seem like that at first. Shush was just too good. I mean, he was just getting way too many kills. And I think Cadian said, even with the little bit of space that he gets, he's doing so much. And then that was just proved to be a super strong roster change overall. I mean, that's exactly what you want.
Perfecto running out of bullets.
You can't frag every day, though.
That's true.
But there's also, the day's not over. So we don't know what happens today. We only know that tomorrow.
Okay there.
So
put that philosophy right back in your pocket.
So we'll see what Shush can do in the rest of this half. Hey, 2-round game, Scrawn.
Yeah, 2-round game and a 3-round streak. Heroic as well. This T-side, man, ever since they've had them guns.
Look.
Them there guns there.
Blade's gonna chip his teeth from all this chattering.
I've never seen Blade so what's the word for this? I'm gonna say like...
He looks like a prince right now.
A prince?
A prince. Who's trying to win his father's affection so that he can move up and rule the kingdom.
Okay.
But he's trying to show that he is the stronger brother.
Sure.
The one with the voice you need to listen to. The commander of the Legion.
But has some kind of like, you know, like social problem where like, you know, people don't really like him. He rubs people the wrong way. Maybe he's a little too cocky at times or...
A real Alexander the Great, maybe. I don't even know if that would make sense. I don't think he was ever a prince. But
say it with confidence.
Alexander the Great.
Yeah. Bit. Ooh, I'm always nervous, man, when people are standing on the inside of those smokes. All it takes is a stray spray, and you're done. You're over. TSS Mac 10 push.
They're trying to scare Bit.
He's going to try to fall back, and he will do so. Finds the safety of the site, pops open the windows, and then just posts on his angle. Are they going to flood into him? That A4 is good for sprays. I'll give it that. Utility trickles in. Is he going to realize that there's so many bodies right here? He actually dies empty-handed. Boomich is meant to help out, but the FAMAS is a limitation, catching one in the air. Shush trades it. Borb's got the bomb on site. This is looking like a post plant. Simple's playing close on the AUG of all things. Electronic just works his way silently down towards Decon.
He's still got a significant amount of control, but Heroic are not going to sit and wait. They go and explode into control themselves.
As they do, right? They always try to fight for that little inch. And oh, Shush, he's gotten past them.
It's so awkward, though, because, they've let one by.
Yeah. This could be everything for Shush. He's not panicking, he's not rushing the situation, so striking down Electronics, a great start. And Perfecto struggles with the trade inside control. This is Heroic with double digits. This is 4 rounds in a row.
Hold on.
This T-side is starting to pop off a bit.
They've, Navi have lost this map basically once, okay?
Vitality killed Navi's nuke.
On LAN.
Never to be recovered.
But Heroic, I mean, now we're in striking distance. There was a significant reach advantage coming into this map. But now Heroic, they're working the body. They're up close.
Vitality and Heroic. Oh.
They beat up the leg. They're going for a takedown soon.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll see how the takedown defense is, but it is Navi on the back foot.
Electronic close smoke. Oh, the barrel of the AK. The length of Refresh's gun comes back to haunt him, but TSS and Cadian, good trades outside, so threats nullified for the most part. Smoke gonna deny Boomich any vision, and then Heroic can really have fun outdoors.
Heroic are gonna tie up after this round.
Heroic and Vitality will be the reason that Navi have to start playing Vertigo.
That would be sweet, actually.
It's all over, folks.
Right now I'm cheering for Heroic.
Bit's ready. Ooh, TSS gets the better of him.
TSS is pretty mad.
Aim punch.
Yeah, he's pretty mad. He's owning right now.
I feel like TSS has that fire in him.
He does.
I wouldn't want to piss him off.
No, he's a total aimer too.
You see it, right? When Cadian starts getting rowdy, then TSS is right there with him.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Man.
No exit for you, sucker.
Is this game about to get out of hand?
It's at least about to be tied.
It's getting, yeah, that's awesome because, dude, T-side, nuke, like all these things, there's like no chance for Heroic, but they're looking better on this side than they did on the CT side. And this is the very hardest CT side to get through in the whole damn world. And technically the whole universe too. And any number of universes.
As far as we know.
Oh, yeah.
As far as we know.
There's no way people are playing Counter-Strike on another planet, right?
You don't know, man. You don't know nothing.
That's true. That's true.
You don't know nothing.
That's true. That was audacious of me to purport that without knowing or seeing it for myself.
There's probably a world out there where Ancient's the most played map.
That's cap.
And if we ever find that world, I say we nuke it.
No, what the hell? Oh, so that we play it more?
So that we never have to meet those people. 'Cause what kind of people like playing Ancient that much?
What the hell? What is this? Where is this rhetoric coming from?
I don't know.
We like Ancient, no?
I just want to, you know, we're humans, man. We're warmongers.
Alex, social media is going to come after you now. He loves Ancient.
Oh.
And we didn't get to see it for an entire event.
That's true.
Is that why you were so happy the whole time?
No, I think it was the 8,000 screaming fans.
Oh, yeah, right. Heroic are on fire.
That's unbelievable.
That's cool.
You know, like you said, right?
I'm awake now.
Your analogy at the start of this half was literally, it's like rewatching your favorite movie just because you want to see the action scenes, right? You know what's going to happen.
Right.
We didn't see this coming. And listen, it could still fizzle out, right? This could be the part of the film that you accidentally dozed off in and you kind of forgot ever happened, and we still get to the Na'Vi victory. But things could be upside down. Heroic, like you said, they've earned our interest. 5 rounds in a row. The logo's on fire. But Na'Vi are back in with guns.
And they never got the chance to play Nuke versus Na'Vi because Na'Vi just banned it. So we get to see all the stuff they had prepared, even if they don't have Stound to help carry it through. It's clearly working.
Borb trying to slot in as well as he can. Electronic burn to the open. Excellent utility usage. Perfecto also trying to deal with these flashes, but he does have vision and almost shaves off that second frag. It's bit instead with the double. A 2v2. Simple and Boomich trying to come into this site from opposite angles. How the hell? Both these players have to deal with the struggle that is ladders.
He doesn't have any nades to help his teammate get out of the vent.
He just pops
to
up.
create that timing. Oh, and they both go down. Oh, okay. Heroic are in the lead.
Yo.
They're 4 away now.
12-11.
This match is very real now. That's another upstairs exec successful. Not the first. It looked like Bit was going to be the first. The first time we see Na'Vi successfully defend. But now they've got some lower hits. They kill Bit inside a ramp. They've taken upstairs on a full exec. We have a match. We're back on pistols for Na'Vi.
They're doing it.
Yeah.
This is a real run.
Hey, people have gotten closer, but I mean, who has been more unassuming?
And finally, a good T side as well, right? Like, even if we take away the fact that it's a stand-in, the fact that Na'Vi have played this map so well, if you take all that away, it's also this addition that Heroic's T sides here at Fall Finals have looked flat, but not this one. This is World Finals, not Fall Finals. Point being.
A little bit too comfortable.
Oh, no.
Oh, he got the gun. Got the gun, and he has armor.
And he actually came back.
Oh, no way he comes back.
Came back. Oh! Shush able to recover from the flash usage. That's a game of milliseconds.
It is. It very much is. But he also
Shush wins.
He also just missed his shot.
Minute left to play with. Gonna figure out that Boomich was tucked behind Ven. Site pretty much undefended. And yet Heroic play wary.
Well, they're denied all the vision, so it looks like the bomb will start to lead downstairs. Na'Vi will kind of have to respect it. They can go seek out some information. They got to kind of do it together. So, you know, based on this, a nice call from Heroic. Good mid-round here. Picking the correct site. Soon their anxieties will wash away as they see nobody inside a control room, nobody inside a decon. A wide open site to set up their grenades. Bust open that picnic blanket, start putting down food.
They're good. There's for the taking, 13th. Easy does it. Holy hell. You know, the way the day was going as well, I feel like the precursor to this match was the blowout just before it.
Yeah.
You know, really felt like today's triple BO3 was just going to be nice and easy, and no. Leave it to Heroic. On death's bed with elimination.
Yes.
Over top of their heads to just shock us in the final half. I don't want to jinx it either, but this one is step by step getting closer.
Yeah, screw all that. It's a really, really good game here from Heroic. I mean, they've won so many quality rounds, right?
Yeah.
They won so many good rifle rounds, so no matter what happens at this point, that's impressive. And Borup staying afloat, I mean, you know, that can be very hard, right? You'd think in a game like this, oh, maybe Borup's not doing too hot, and then the rest of the team's doing really well, and they're like, oh, I wish we had Stound. But in this situation, I mean, he's up there with the rest of them. We're going to have a CT timeout called. We know how brutal that economy is, man. Heroic, they can feel the opportunity. If I'm on their team, I'm saying this is the round. Like, this is the round we break them one more time. Instant to match point. Then the full pressure is going to be on NAVI. Not that that makes a difference sometimes. Some of their biggest nuke games have been comebacks, actually, but this will be the easiest route for sure. Buy save situation for Natis Vincier. Everyone's spending their bottom dollar. Boomich got $1,000 left over, which is something nice. Electronic hasn't done much, I feel like, in the second half. He did so much in the first, if I'm not mistaken, but Simple will go positive with that frag. That's Cadian down.
It's a bit ambitious.
Early 5v4.
A little aggressive jump up. Boomich ahead of the Squeaky push. We've seen Squeaky kind of be contested with success for Heroic, but not this time. 5v3. CT side, not too late.
They could see the full intention was to take upstairs. The amount of people that committed, the utility that came through, so look how comfortable everyone's getting. Electronic curling up on him like a cobra.
Movement hurt as well, so Electronic high alert.
Put the fangs in right now, and he can just scare him even more.
Yep, keep him boxed in. Let him know they're stuck. And Perfecto, insta headshot v Shush. So off of the back of these pauses, Navi always coming in with something, right? On the T side, it was that scout round Simple sets up with the 2K. True. I can't remember the second specifically, but this is their third timeout used, and look at the success. So yeah, sometimes just a break, a breather, a fresh idea, and then a clean execution with 5 players standing as well. Like you said, everybody bought to the bottom dollar. So for 5 men to be standing at the end of this 25th round, Navi will be happy. The 26th to tie at 13 each. That's their goal. But Simple finding Cadian to start as well. Nice. Cadian just jumping around.
Yeah, they just thought they could get away with something fast outside the default. And again, I feel like I get it with Cadian. Right now, you don't want to overcomplicate the situation. The fast rounds have been working. If we can put a little bit of a twist on it, but do something similar, I think that makes so much sense. But Navi had such an easy time with that. They'll take that logo, extinguish it between their thumb and their index. Now it's, once again, you know, a very competitive situation, even though it's super scary there for Navi. There was a lot on the line with that round. Doesn't mean it's over by any means for Heroic here, but now Navi can breathe a little bit, and that's the last thing you want. That full loss, you know, they'll buy next even if they lose, so it's going to be really hard here for Heroic.
Oh, run boost.
Oh yeah, new tactic.
Let's see it.
A lot of mind games outside, just seeing if anybody starts secret in the situation. But Simple this time around is not.
Gonna leave a smoke. Oh my god. Where bullets were just coming through that smoke grenade. And he's like, yeah, you're good, man. Come get it. But Boomich will be all right. Makes the play unscathed. Simple moves towards secret. Not going to find anything here. Closest contact would be Refresh tucked behind Mini, although Cadian is creeping closer. Ooh, but a smoke destined for Simple. Oh, not even.
They kind of tried to establish and see if anyone would be in secret, and then Simple came up super late, so we'll see if this is going to be annoying for Heroic, but Simple, he's being so flirty with outside, and he's going to spot one on the cross. That won't tell him a lot, and he did get the kill, so we don't have a name tag. Simple immediately rotates off and bit on full alert of the ramp, and Electronic will take Refresh out outside, and now he can actually take some information as well. I don't know how much he saw.
Oh, that's a thick one.
Yeah.
And with Simple in the back of the ramp, that's going to give Bit an extra level of comfort. Boomich, it's his job. He's got to stop him on the squeaky door, and sure enough, he will. Tess hits the dirt. 3 T's trying to push, and Electronic just lines up the first 2. Cadian needs to clutch it. It's such a huge ask, but at least he gets the bomb back. 20 seconds, tries to retreat. And a CT, gonna lock that in. No op saved, no lead secured. It is Navi to tie back at 13.
Yeah, that's brutal. They build up a little bit of bank too, and we're in a situation where Heroic, they've actually won so many cleared rounds. They still have plenty of money to work with here, which is fantastic for them. And the game itself, you know, because of the comeback mechanic, it really comes down to if you have a lead, how dominant have you won the rounds by? Because if you've got nothing left over, the other team's just gonna be buying and buying and buying. So continues to be competitive. Cadian will invest right away into another op. The outside tactics have cost them the opening kill these last 2 rounds, and that's been a direct catalyst for why they've lost. But they still have chances to play. Once again, they're trying to see, you know, is anybody going to play late outside? Electronic takes out Borup this time. I don't even know how. Was that just through
smoke spam deep lobby?
Yeah, through the squeaky smoke. Not the way you want to go out. 3 5v4s in a row here for Navi.
Good flash though, Bit and Simple, both fully blind. So they have to give up their angles with no kill coming through this ramp room. That's at least a bit of map taken from Heroic. But now where? And when?
He's just going to try to cut him off at the pass. Make sure they can't go heaven. This frees up the rotations inside. And I feel like they're half worried about outside, but not really. But the CTs are limited on some info here. 2 ready to retake the ramp. Could this be an opportunity for Heroic?
Ooh, Cadian just took damage through the wall bang.
They baited him so bad.
That's so sick. The wall bang from inside B site.
Jesus.
Half of the health as well. Not only does that distract him, but it freaking lands. Shush tries to recover, and there's Bit with the headshot. But I believe his gun's near dry. Yeah, reload needed. He is not going to be able to stop refresh whatsoever. 25 seconds. And this bomb needs to be planted. It's a man advantage to the favor of Navi. Door swings. Electronic can't find the angle, but he's not alone in here. 2 CTs inside of Decon gives a post plant to Heroic. They're going to emphasize control room. But can they control this from there? Cadian actual doubles back.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, but Electronic, he's starting to realize this is not planted for either of the T's. This is not the best of post plants. Perfecto's going to be close on the windows. They're going to tap that bomb yet again. Perfecto can't win his fight. And now suddenly it looks like Heroic. They've got them scrambled. But sure enough, Simple and Electronic back on top of it with a kit to boot of 14 for Navi. And a lead is there.
Damn, that's the retake. Oh, awkward situation for a Bit reloading downstairs. But didn't you love that bait?
Dude,
oof.
The wall bang. I really want to see it run back.
Yeah, that was. You know, you cannot blame Tessus for not clearing here. Who does this? You know, they're spamming from downstairs or retaking the ramp, which is already rare in and of itself.
Or maybe it wasn't. I see no bullet holes. Maybe I'm wrong.
He did shoot. Someone shot.
Somebody shot from downstairs?
Yeah.
I thought in hindsight maybe it was from hell instead.
Yeah, he shot from behind the wall. Either he tried to show himself or he shot through the wall. Either way, you just don't believe that someone's going to be baiting in a spot like that. So very nicely done.
Hop up from Simple, hunting outside.
5v4 has just been catching up for Heroic real bad. Oh my goodness gracious.
There. It is right there.
Oh, that's... Oh, well, it might be fine. Oh, they can't punish him.
He just tucks his head.
Oh, they need to punish him, though.
He's getting back. They did get refreshed downstairs in the meantime.
It barely means anything, you know, to do some damage to an Opper. That's tough. Slows down the pace dramatically, knowing that they still have Simple alive in a brand new position.
They don't want to walk into him, but sure enough, they will. Despite his 29 HP, he's still good for the frag versus Borup. However, Heroic do close the distance. Tessus on the window, peeks into it, frags out versus Simple. Now Perfecto underneath him is compromised.
And this is where your Hut player can watch Heaven if you'd like, and they can start to switch it up, but they're trying to read the situation. Heroic have already made their way lower.
35. Ooh, Boomich, good for one. Shush trades it, doors open, Bit sprays into the bomb carrier, can't kill Cadian. 1 health. 1 health is what gives them that bomb plant, or else Tessus would have had to give up everything to come down here. And now Cadian's gonna hear the movement inside of the vent, even if he's not long for this world, even if they can manage to peel him out of dark. Despite not having nades, it's really Tessus who has to come in with the big clutch, and he waits patiently. Electronic tries to just fire off. That activates Tessus for the kill. Perfecto does get the better of Cadian, and now it's on to Tessus. Does he toy with the peak, or does he commit to it? Bomb beyond the halfway point. Flashes keep coming through, and Tessus just playing it so softly. 66 HP versus the 100 of Perfecto, who just came off the bomb again. Tessus plays it cleanly.
Oof.
And will tie this game at 14 each.
Okay, a real match. Cadian, 1 HP, and he gets that bomb down. Close as it can be. A nice mid-round rotation downstairs. it seemed like it was just going to be too many tragedies, right? They get all these 4v5 situations round after round. Then they finally find Simple outside. He hits a shot, but it's through the wall once again for Cadian. They do some damage, but he gets away. Simple gets a 5v4 again. But they stay resilient. Love that confident rotation all the way downstairs. Boomich goes 1 for 1 inside of control. You can see the frustration. He wanted that one.
Yep. But we're back. Oh, and that nade's nasty. Electronic looking to get aggressive.
Oh my god, and they spotted him.
Oh my god, the headshot versus Borat. More damage versus Refresh. Electronic is fighting everybody, but Refresh finds him back through smoke. 3v3. And Boomich looks to take the exact same place as Electronic's corpse. Cadian, as smoke fades, man advantage given over.
And look where Refresh is, already downstairs. He can catch a rotation. They don't know how fast he's crossed. It might have been called, but it's still going to be such an unnerving situation for the CT side to figure out where they can get back space. Now the integrity of the window is still intact. Will be nice for Bit. He can play downstairs. They can separate, but this is going to mean that it could be a 3v1 on either site.
Heroic just falls silent. Eyes set to upper. Perfecto safe inside of hut. Bit still so far removed.
Oh, he's coming, actually. They're reading this situation perfectly. Coming back towards the hut to create a connection. As soon as Perfecto's going to see this cleared, are they going to think about downstairs? Now they hear the exec coming forward upstairs.
Perfecto's eyes drawn back towards site. He could set up Bit so nicely. Will they anticipate 2 players to come in from this? And he cuts off bomb. Now the player on site has to be busy. He knows nobody. Oh! The wall bang damage is huge. Cadian down to the 50. Bit more in. But Cadian, he needs this clutch up close. Falls away and has cover from those boxes. 15th round secured off of the back of this 1v1. Perfecto tries to bait the shot. Cadian holds it cool, and he nails the landing.
That's for match point right there. That's how you do it, in style. Man, after Electronic did that outside. 2 frags, tag on Refresh going downstairs. You thought this was it. Their final chance, and they flubbed it. Wasn't the case. Perfecto tries his damnedest. Cadian plays the perfect clutch. Puts that one to bed. It'll have to be OT for NAVI to win this game. Oh, and they barely have enough money to put together a round here. Be able to drop a couple of guns, but it's not the prettiest scene here for NAVI. Well, well, well. It's got to make you smile if you're Bora. Be a part of this match.
Listen, man, it's been a while. Heroic wanted a piece of Navi's nuke.
Look at that buy.
Ugh, it's ugly. Nothing else for Boomich either, so he's on the CZ. Opt for Simple and a triple FAMAS for Navi.
Salvation Army.
This is it. Round 30. Overtime or map 3. Boomich has had a couple of crucial moments as... Oh. Simple saw it. Matter of milliseconds yet again. Refresh can kind of count as lucky stars and just lock into this position. We'll see if the CTs react accordingly to Secret being lost. Whether Heroic want to magnetize themselves towards it.
We're 21-1 odds at half. And now Heroic are 1 away from taking the map. It takes some damage. Simple. Oh, it looks like they were coming close. And yeah, the ramp hit will come, and Simple just left his post. There's some bad information. They are so focused on outside.
What drew that? Simple tries to get back in time, but nobody's going to overstay. Nobody's going to overextend.
Oh, they do not. They're not in a great position to try to retake. Boomich is down here with just a sidearm.
Oh, no. Refresh on the other end. Boomich, this pistol, it needs to go big. Because Refresh just lost his teammate outside, he's now worried about Secret. Boomich finds the timing. He pushes through at the perfect moment. Cadian will plant. It's a post plant at the very least, but the kills continue to come in from Navi. Borup and Cadian are everything that's left. And there goes Borup off the Mac 10. One and done. Cadian's op in another clutch, but he is so outnumbered and damage done. But this map's not. Navi have 15.
Okay, overtime. Wow, that was insanely close. I mean, that's such a big advantage. You gotta feel for Refresh there. He's holding the smoke. He knows that Navi are desperate, but Electronic gets his kill outside, and he has to worry about both Boomich on the other side of it and the thought of a flank. And Boomich, yeah, he comes through desperate. He just makes the move eventually. Perfect timing from him, but he'll be counting his lucky stars.
And considering how much they got for free, they pushed through ramp as simple left. Oof. No eyes on it.
Now we go to full strength overtime for both teams, but of course, you'd rather be Navi in this situation. CT side, all the utility ops and everything. And they can learn from their mistakes. That'll be much harder for Heroic to do. Very tough situation for an IGL in this position. Push it to your absolute limit.
Speaking of pushing, already outside. Electronic just hugs Big Blue. Simple gives cover. 5v3 at the minute 35 mark. There's a player downstairs and two stragglers. That's feet confirmed for Navi. And because of the man advantage, Electronic could definitely justify the chase. Meanwhile, Refresh inside sight looking to just bolster this. Try to set up a defense before the post plant's even activated, but now here it comes. 3v5. Electronic gets dinked and does damage back. He somehow survives that fight versus Shush. Cadian looks to clear him. Him and Refresh, each with a kill apiece. 3v2 turn 3v1 and done. Navi start with some success in OT.
Yeah, it's quick too with a fast play outside. They try to wrap to heaven. Two go down instantly. No trades right there. 3v5, they get the bomb down, and it honestly, it's scarier than it looks. Even though there's 3 up for the CT side, you get a kill in control, you get a kill around vent, and that post plan is totally possible. 1v2s are a little bit easier on this site than any other. So, well, it's a good start for Navi. Another buy for Heroic, of course, but it's got to feel a bit deflating. They had such a huge opportunity in that last round. They could have ended there. And this is just to get through the first map, of course. And now, I mean, we got to respect Heroic. This is for elimination.
Simple kicks it off. Oh, the easy double.
What?
How dare you try that? Attempts the triple kill. Would have been so sick. But 4v3 regardless.
Yeah, he's pissed off. Electronic, he popped off, man. 34 kills already, first round into OT.
Potential for 3 in this one, but Bit's gonna clamp down on Shush the moment he shows face on ramp. Frag grenade as well.
The Iverson right there.
Bit's he's had a couple of those nades. So well timed. You were talking about it, right? Up and up his ramp play. And he just sits passively in the backside.
Oh, the cutest little angles, aren't they?
Ooh, does some damage, but now he's known. Fire on his feet, gonna be forced into the open. Can't take anybody with him, but he does tag up both Refresh and TSS quite nicely.
Kind of guarding the doors.
Fake pop flash. Refresh gonna commit to plant. It's low HP, but it is still doable.
Hey, you never know.
Ramp flank comes through, and it goes so fast that Refresh gets caught. But oh, TSS! He lines up 2! And with a 1v3, a single frag away to give Heroic at the very least 1 T-round win. Boomich on top of bomb. Shots go through smoke, but Boomich sticks it.
Oh, with the
17th for Navi.
Oh, it's just planted in awkward position. They actually went for a first plant that was a little bit farther up the site. But they're worried about someone in decon spamming them down, and TSS almost pulls out another insane 1v3. This is so well played by him. Full credit for showing his marks, but he doesn't actually nail the test, unfortunately. Boomich, I mean, no strategy about it. He realizes he's not going to win that duel if it's strung out, and he has to constantly beg for TSS to peek him. We saw Perfecto try that already. Heroic will go to a T timeout. That's so close. That's so close. But now it's just Navi's game to lose. Third and final round of the first half of overtime. Another op purchase here for Cadian. They've got the money. They've got the will. They've showed us tremendous tenacity here on T side of all things, on NUke, to show us how prepared they were, how strong they are on this map. But they're going to need more than just Tessus.
Electronic just creeps back into the mini. Oh, is he seen? Yeah,
he was,
Simple
yeah.
spotted this. Sees the shoulder, confirms and kills. 5v4 again. This overtime has had Navi's name all over it. 3 opening picks, always theirs. And the first one, even the 5v3, so fast.
Yeah, now upstairs, I mean, they just have a yard information like this early. It's devastating for the T side. They can spend so much time going back to get it if they like to, but...
Smoke in the face of all 4 players. Oh, Borup creeps through, but gets caught just as he exits. And Boomich just lining up damage through the smoke. Another double man advantage. Looking like a likely flawless OT CT side.
Yeah, their plans have been leaked right now, and again, they don't want to go through the arduous effort of wrapping back outside just to clear Simple out to come back in. So we'll try something a little bit gimmicky, and their squeaky bursts have been very powerful, but Boomich is on full alert.
Although, oh no, I thought maybe bomb goes by, but no sir, now it's been lost. Boomich gonna roost atop it. Perfecto gives cover. Cadian will kill one, but now they know exactly where he's at with 10 seconds left. This one is as good as done. He'll miss his shot to close it, and Navi sweep this CT side.
Oh, it's gonna be the story of one hell of an effort, it feels like. That's the first half wrapped here in overtime. 1 to win for Navi, and we forget how close this game ever was.
Crazy how dominant this overtime CT side was.
Yeah.
2 5 versus 3s. And a crazy Simple pop-off in the second, fighting Squeaky.
It's tough when you gotta, expand the playbook, new player to come in, and you got such an opportunity in front of you, and you're like, ah, man, we were ready for this, but now we have to try even harder, and I'm sure things are going wrong they didn't expect. See that energy from Katie, and he could taste it. See what they can muster. CD side's the fun side.
That's what they say. But it's going to be clean. No room for error. 0 margin. Electronic at the helm. Ooh. Oh, okay, you're right.
He's got sick movement.
You're right.
He's got sick movement. It's with a flash dodge, bro. Just for a flash dodge. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Woo!
Yeah. All right. Put down your skateboard.
How do we have that on replay so fast?
Yeah.
Full bias, but Blast, sometimes you amaze me. Stop trying so hard. Gap peek. Tessa smokes it. But that's still, of course, Navi with secret confirmed. Very patient lobby setup, too.
Really confident that Heroic are going to try something risky. Time bleeds down. You're always allowed to go ahead for the upstairs exec, especially if you think Heroic being timid outside or anything like that. They have rounds to play with. Electronic, well, they're well set up on both sides, actually, and they're trying to spur a rotation. And hear the squeaky push coming out.
Some kind of life. A little bit of success here for Heroic. 2 kills at the very least. But Electronic, the redirection. Borup, he's got the cross. And there's the bomb drop. 20 seconds with it in full vision. They redirect into this A site, and Borup, oh, he can't make the difference. Now it needs to be Cadian to clutch it. He called a great T side to get them here, and now it's time to perform. A1S swapped over, 7 seconds. Perfecto planting inside smoke. You'd think Cadian has this. 18 shots, but no, sir. Perfecto, the quick reposition, and the quick win in OT for NAVI.
God damn. A couple of those rounds were so damn close. At the end of the day, it's another notch in the belt for NAVI. They've had a series of close nuke wins, but they regularly close them out. I mean, that's just the story.
The streak restarts.
Maybe Blade won't be happy about it, but they got the win. They got the win at the end of the day.
They get it there.
But an NT for sure for Heroic there, NT.
And unfortunately for Heroic as well, this does mean elimination, but I consider them the victims of two things. One, NAVI in the lower bracket, and secondly, an unfortunate circumstance with not having their highest rated player for the final event of the year.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, got to appreciate them. They put up a fight. I mean, otherwise the story would have been very different in talking about them throughout this. Full credit to Borat for showing up. It's very good of him to do that. I think he showed a good face.
Yeah. Big call-up as well. Kind of gets the chance to play with three of his old teammates.
He loves that jersey.
Yeah, he looks good in it, man. It suits him. But obviously, Stown going to take that place back. Once 2022 comes around, NAVI, they've got it started, Mohan.
Yeah.
Okay? The nuke re-begins. I thought it was all done and dusted, like we are. But, of course, we'll pass this one back over to James Banks. I believe he's got Simple standing by.
Simple. That was very close once again on Nuke, man. Overtime definitely looked a lot better for you guys, but how did it even get to that stage? What was going wrong for you guys?
We just didn't have synergy at the beginning of City. They had like 5 or 6 in a row, so it was, yeah, pretty hard.
And do you think, you know, like when we come back to the full finals, you guys didn't actually pick into Nuke, Heroic expect you to pick it. Do you think they had some special preparation for you guys ready for this?
I mean, we have like a lot new strats, but still, it always depends on opponent. If it's comfortable to play against them, then we will definitely pick it.
But a win's a win, and you still got the 2-0 in here. It is, though, still this lower bracket run you've got to do. Are you satisfied with where you guys are at right now?
I think we're not actually satisfied how we played even today on our peak, so we definitely will try to improve on our day off tomorrow. We'll fix our mistakes and hopefully we'll play much better.
And what are some of the mistakes you're talking about? What are the things you really want to focus on tomorrow?
It's more about team play, because sometimes it felt like on some moments it just disappeared.
A much closer affair on the grounds of Nuke, but unfortunately for Heroic, not able to add themselves to the very short list of names able to take down NAVI on this ground. That does unfortunately mean they are eliminated. But I mean, we do have to give it up to them. A valiant effort on a map that we didn't really expect them to have too much coming in.
They left with a bit of a bang, you know. They made this one way, way closer than anyone would have anticipated coming into Nuke, and especially after the first half as well. I think we all sat back with a feeling that, okay, Heroic without Stown is just not the same team. NAVI is back at their best, and it's not really going to be a game. So again, yeah, I do think we have to give a bit of credit to Heroic for fighting back into that half. The TSAT was polished, it was good, and maybe NAVI is not at the same level just yet, you know, showing a bit of weaknesses, and question is if anyone else outside of Heroic can take advantage of that moving into the tournament.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate the way things have unfolded for Heroic, obviously first having to play with a stand and then having to meet NAVI in the lower bracket, but at least we got a close game to end. And today, really, right? We had a lot of one-sided games. They made it super close, super interesting. You really did feel like after NAVI got that 30th round to take it into overtime, that was the chance, considering also the bye NAVI was on, for Heroic to really like take it into a third. But yeah, just fell short at the very end.
Yeah, and that was an impressive showing from NAVI on that particular round. We were sat in the green room and you were saying, you know what, NAVI wins rounds like these. If there's any time for all of these players to show up, it's in the high-pressure situations like this one.
Yeah, and also, you know, chaos, being sneaky. I think that's where also it hurts to have a stand in. You know, some of those reactions are just instinctive and natural for a team. Like, and you know how your teammates like to play a situation, who's more aggressive, who's more passive, so you know how you need to play to best help them in those sort of rounds where things are happening all over the place, and it's impossible to communicate everything that's going on and be on the same page, you know, completely. Just players need to take a little bit more initiative there and, you know, just outplay the opponent, really.
It's just a sad way for Heroic to go out as well, when you think about it, right? The ending of the year for Heroic is just, it's just sad. They've been playing so well throughout the entire year. During the online period, they've been doing a good job. Even coming to LAN, I think they, as YnK said, they kept their identity. They went into a semi-final at a major, and everyone kind of accepted that Heroic is a team that is here to stay at the top level. Now, at IM Winter, of course, it didn't go as planned. Losing to Garten was not a good showing for them coming into this tournament with a stand-in without Stown. They must feel a little bit sad that this was the final outcome for them. So I'm happy they got to play close against NAVI, but for them being a team that are used to winning tournaments, or at least going deep into tournaments, moving out, you know, in last place twice in a row is a bit sad.
Yeah, no, it is. And I mean, we talk about this map being a lot closer. Where do you think the real difference makers were for the side of NAVI to be closing out, and pretty cleanly in that OT at that as well?
I think for me it was Electronic, really. Like, you know, he had a lot of impact kills, but also just the way he moves around, how he relays information to the rest of his team, and the impact that he has, right? We always talk about NUke, you know, how the yard player is important both on the T and CT side, because it's like Banana on Inferno, like mid on Mirage almost, right? Some of those star roles, like Connector on Mirage, that's yard on NUke, really, and you're always going to have a lot of influence over your team. Despite him not being like the in-game leader, he still can move his teammates around based off of what he says. You know, maybe he hears if the smokes are outside, he hears if it's just one guy running down, or maybe if it's more people, he can just call for, you know, bit go down ramp, right, instantly, so we can get there on time and things like that.
Yeah, great to see Electronic play at that level.
Yeah.
T-side-wise, again, his rating on the T-side was 1.75, so he found a lot of impact and carried on the form from Mirage. If Electronic is here to stay at this level, then it's just a question of time before we get to see more of the Simple Show, who, again, today, he didn't have a bad game at all, but it was not like the same, you know, high, unrealistically high level, dare I say it, from Simple coming out. So NAVI, as Simple said it, you know, there's still room for improvements, team play-wise, communication-wise, individually speaking. We didn't see the best of NAVI today, and yet they were never really close losing this game, right? Of course, Heroic had a match point, but had we gone to a third map, I'm pretty convincing that NAVI would have closed it out.
Yeah, and also Mirage was super convincing, right? It was only NUke that got close, and that was also some of the clutches. I mean, we're going really Heroic's way. It felt like the second half was clutch after clutch, going both ways at times. But, you know, for example, if Bit got that 1v1 against Tessis, I think that could have really helped NAVI close the game out earlier.
Well, unfortunately for Heroic, that does mean they are the first team eliminated here in Copenhagen. But before their departure, we do have a few words from Exist, the coach.
I've got Heroic's Exist with me here, and Exist, I want to start with looking back at this Mirage thing, right? Because Mirage comes into your pick. Definitely you guys can fight on the firepower side, but it seemed like this time that they were just kind of running over you. Was there something drastically that changed?
I mean, obviously, we're like a pug coming in here with Borup, so we wanted to pick Mirage. But they played a really good CT half. Bits had some multi-kills from short, and yeah, Simple was just too much as well. So we got shut down early, and we couldn't really find a way to come back after that.
Did it feel like one of those games where like you just can't come back into it? Would it get to that kind of stage?
I think yes and no. I think when we got over that on NUke, like the mental part of it, we played much better as T. It's just unlucky that we couldn't close it out to have a good overpass as well.
And that's what I actually really was impressed with. Even after the Mirage game, I saw you guys coming into Nuke and there were still happy faces. Everyone seemed pumped up and ready. And then you made this massive attack when it comes to Nuke, and you actually managed to come back into it. Looks like you're going to win it as well. Was this something that you'd saved from being back at the full finals where you expected to play Nuke against them?
Yeah, I think we expected Nuke from the last tournament for sure. But I think Caden, he called a really good Nuke. Really proud of him for that, and I think everyone just stepped up as well. Yeah.
And okay, you're eliminated now, but I know it's going to suck. But are you that sad considering like you kind of pushed NAVI to their limits on Nuke, and also you did this with a stand-in with very little practice?
Yeah, I mean, I think Staven is the pillar of the team, the playmaker. It was a huge hit that he couldn't be here with us, but I think we found a solid replacement in Borup for this. He played with the team before. But yeah, losing Staven was really rough for us. Still proud of the team for the effort. So.
Definitely, and I would be too. Well, wish you the best of luck going forward. We'll see you next year, man.
Heartbreaking for the 5 Danes to be eliminated here on home soil, but a valiant effort up against the world #1s. But we do want to end the day on a high note. We've got some highlights. We've got our CS Money Play of the Day. Make sure you guys are heading on over to the Twitter and voting. What have we got on our first clip?
First up is Jax. It's going to be a quick one in the pistol round against NIP. Second map, down 1-0. Very important they win this one. And yeah, just 4 headshots.
Moving on to the man Hunter on screen, who also had a good performance today, tearing them up with the AK-47, rushing down middle and turning around 180 in just a couple of seconds to get his 3rd kill as well. You see it right here. Hunter was sharp as hell on Inferno, and a big part of the reason as to why G2 ended up winning. And
last but not least, we have Config with that secondary op right on the retake. First, he kicks it off with this wild jumping mid-air headshot onto Shox. Why not? Here, maybe just stick to the gun, don't use the utility, and a no-scope to close it out. Win one of the few rounds for Astralis in that game.
Yeah, didn't even need to scope with that. That was pretty nuts as well, the first kill we get with the AWP there. I remember being in the green room and just being like, what on earth is he playing at? Like, why is he running through like that?
When you're down 9-1, I mean, you may as well try go MMA style.
And also the way Shox played that off, I'm sure if, you know, the score wasn't what it was, he wouldn't have been so chill about the way Config got the kill.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we are going to be seeing more of Astralis going forward as well. We can take a look at the bracket. Unfortunately, it is kind of dire straits for them because they are in our elimination matchup tomorrow. Unfortunate that either NIP and Astralis are going to be the next team eliminated from the
Yeah, that's going to be a tough game for Astralis, no doubt. That said as well, mark my word right here, because Navi right now is still in that lower bracket and no one wants to face them. And it is a fact that the winner of G2 Vitality, of course, moves into the upper bracket, but the loser of that game will face Navi in the lower bracket. We get to see those games tomorrow, so there's a lot of stake, of course, for Astralis and NIP, but even more so for G2 and Vitality. They do not want to lose that one.
And for Astralis, I don't want to say, you know, a must-win game or they're going to have a lot of pressure on them, but, you know, losing to NIP, really, that's not playing with device even. Yeah. I think that would be, you know, a bit of a warning. It's the end of the season, so it's hard to really put too much emphasis on it, but I think more than anything else, Astralis just needs to play some better Counter-Strike, you know, and even if they lose, because it has been pretty poor the last 2 series that they played.
Yeah, and you guys definitely don't want to miss out on that one. That's going to be our first game of the day heading into tomorrow. Of course, that G2 Vitality matchup is going to be rounding out the day. Team Liquid Gambit, I imagine, as we've kind of been repeating, everybody expected Navi to be in that situation going up against the CIS brothers.
Yeah, and Gambit are not unbeatable right now. I could see a very close game in that one. I could see Liquid pull off an upset, to be completely honest, and we have seen these Death team, you know, being absolutely, I guess, better than they were when they were alive.
And the best Counter-Strike we've seen so far this tournament, outside of the Vitality game earlier, has been Team Liquid and every way they performed against Navi.
Well, they are not dead yet, and we're going to see if they can continue that legacy as we head on into tomorrow. We're back at the same time, same place with 3 more best of 3s, so make sure you join us then. Good night.